The TikTok short video strategist has been reborn in the year 2018, the dawn of TikTok, who has been reborn without indulging in a few internet celebrities. First, amass wealth and build a grand enterprise, then soar to new heights. He transforms into a soulless machine for replicating viral content. He nurtures the first generation of super internet celebrities, creating an enchanting group of beautiful influencers that sweeps across TikTok. As the youngest short video strategist in Jiangsu province and a seasoned professional within the TikTok ecosystem, being reborn on New Year's Day, 2018, does he still need a golden touch? CU's pitch-black eyes glimmer with excitement as he lies beneath his blankets, beginning to chart his life's course. He must leverage TikTok to achieve wealth. At this moment, TikTok has yet to evolve into the behemoth it is today, a veritable goldmine. In his previous life, he graduated from the Lake City Music Academy, specializing in electronic music, and after 6 months at a prominent media firm as a music director, he transitioned to short video direction. A year later, he advanced to short video operations. After another year, with exceptional performance, he was promoted to the director of operations. His talent is extraordinary, and his growth is rapid. His mind is filled with an endless array of viral content, classic background music, and innovative ideas, mastering both short video operations and music production. What difference is there from possessing a golden touch? In merely 15 days, TikTok will fully launch its star promotion strategy, flooding the network with traffic, leading to a massive explosion. Time is of the essence. Before this surge, he must establish an MCN company to seize this wave of traffic and launch in tandem with TikTok. No studios. How could one develop methodically? Time is the greatest cost. As an expert reborn, he must take decisive action, directly registering a company for exponential growth. Lacking initial capital, his personal savings amount to $48,000, and he can supplement this with a student loan. He will recruit a group of talented female students, signing them on to cultivate into the first generation of major internet celebrities. He will also create 2 accounts himself. Once the cold start period is over, the ocean will be vast for fish to leap. Development can take any direction. He can discover undiscovered internet celebrities and sign them under his banner. He can nurture ordinary individuals, replicating the super influencer model. He can train novices according to his own vision, manufacturing celebrities. There are also avenues for short video sales, live streaming e-commerce, and agency operations. The methods to earn money are plentiful. CU took 5 minutes to succinctly outline his strategy and further enrich his plan. Currently, TikTok only allows 15-second videos and can only produce generalized entertainment content, precluding knowledge and narrative-driven material. Among generalized entertainment content, dance remains the fastest growing and highest potential category. Point 2 of the 3 initial female internet celebrities on TikTok were dance influencers, namely Degwola K and Parking Lot Girl, while another was the singing sensation Legay. Indeed, let's focus on dance. He will find several girls to cultivate into dance influencers, developing them towards the goal of becoming superstars. Thus, the quality of these girls is paramount. Beauty, charisma, intelligence, and dance ability all are indispensable. Attractive girls inherently draw traffic, rising to fame swiftly with high potential for development. Why did Degwola initially gain such immense popularity, only to later stagnate? Why has she been unable to surpass the 2 million follower mark? It is precisely due to her insufficient allure. She has reached a bottleneck and hit her limits. All right, let us proceed with this line of thought. With such a wealth of dance students at Lake City Music Academy, I shall commence by selecting Bo May and see which young lady possesses the most fortunate fate. Determined, CU turned over and lay on her bed, picked up her phone, logged into the official forum of Lake City Music Academy, and posted a recruitment advertisement. A certain MCN organization seeks multiple female students from the dance department to sign as online artists, with a basic monthly salary of $3,000, in addition to enjoying commercial revenue sharing, with the operational platform being Douyin. Requirements: high attractiveness and strong affinity. Interested candidates are invited to send their resumes along with 1 registration photo and 1 candid photo to this email, XXX. After reviewing it, CU changed certain MCN to a certain talent agency. Today's students may not comprehend the meaning of MCN, but talent agencies certainly will. Upon reviewing it once more, all seems well. Click to post. 20 minutes later, a male student from the dance department stumbled upon the post and shared it in the class group. After all, he is male and cannot apply, so why not procure some benefits for his female classmates? The class group erupted in excitement. Such treatment is remarkable. The average monthly salary for undergraduate fresh graduates in Lake City is $4,200, while the average living expenses for students hover around $1,300. This position offers $3,000. Simply relying on the basic salary, one could live quite comfortably and even set aside some funds for romantic endeavors. The cost for hotel rooms and umbrellas would all be covered. What's more significant is that this is a pathway to becoming a dance internet celebrity. What if one becomes popular? There is commercial revenue sharing involved. A prominent influencer on Weibo could earn tens of thousands from a single text advertisement. Art students are well acquainted with the model of cultivating performance trainees, a practice borrowed from the Korean entertainment industry, which many Chinese agencies are now emulating. Mango TV's Supergirl and other variety shows have adopted that same model. When it comes down to the final few candidates during auditions, all selected participants must first sign a non-disclosure contract with the agency. This advertisement transports the entertainment industry's framework onto the internet. The class group buzzed with fervent discussions, tagging the few most attractive girls in the class. Are you going to give it a try? Some shared it in other groups. One word led to another, spreading like wildfire. Within half a day. All female students majoring in dance, regardless of their year, were aware of the post. Every class group was abuzz with conversations surrounding this topic. For those girls who consider themselves somewhat attractive, their hearts raced with excitement. Should they send in a resume for consideration? What if they were hired? One by one, emails filled with beautiful photographs and eager anticipation soared towards CU's inbox. Dai Gula K, Twerking Dance, Chapter 002, Poking at Online Loans. After posting, CU hurriedly dressed, washed her face, brushed her teeth, lit a cigarette, and organized her thoughts once more. The vision was clear, the details required refinement, and the direction was undoubtedly correct. What remained was execution. Let's do this, live boldly and unapologetically. Embrace the thrill. Commencing with online loans, CU settled at his desk, retrieved paper and pen, and purposefully began to engage with campus loans through his phone. He downloaded the application, registered an account, uploaded verification documents, and applied for credit limits. With each application, he meticulously recorded the app name, account details, and requested amounts in a clear and organized manner. Do not inquire as to why he possessed such experience. It stemmed from past encounters that SIU dedicated 3 hours to successfully completing 18 applications for campus loan limits. As he set down his pen, a sudden pang of hunger struck him. His stomach churned with acidity. It had been 4 hours since he last ate, his entrepreneurial zeal having momentarily satiated him. Descending the stairs, he mounted his beloved Merida Duke 600 bicycle and rode to a nearby Shaw County International Hotel, where he ordered a modestly luxurious meal while simultaneously searching for accounting agency services on his phone. These agencies offer comprehensive company registration services, including rental contract for office spaces, advanced funding for registration, and expedited processing times. Lacking the funds to rent an office, he needed to rely on these agencies for their adept maneuvering. He planned to first register a shell company. After earning his initial profits, he would then hire employees and formalize operations in a proper office. Recruiting individuals to cultivate into internet celebrities without registering a company posed risks of contractual disputes and ownership conflicts, not to mention the precious time waste. And advantage in timing was crucial. Damn, this New Year's Day, CU exclaimed in frustration as he cast aside his phone. On this holiday, neither the agency nor the business registration office would be operational. With registration on hold, he decided to recruit individuals in the meantime, postponing the registration until the 4th day, a minor setback that would not derail his grand plan. After settling the bill, CU made his way directly to a computer store, purchasing a Gigabyte Aero 15X gaming laptop with impressive specifications, including an i7-8750H processor and a GTX 1070 Max graphics card. He spent 14,000 yuan. He also acquired a Sony mirrorless camera for 6,000 yuan. As he was about to embark on filming short videos, editing capabilities were essential. Both the camera and high-performance computer were indispensable. Filming with a phone? Absolutely not. From a professional's perspective, The current imaging quality of smartphones was simply inadequate. Only Apple's photography could be deemed passable. The newly released iPhone 8, priced at around 10,000 yuan, fell short of the mirrorless camera's capabilities. Editing presented its own challenges. The editing tool, Jianying, had yet to be launched, while the mainstream editing software, Adobe's Premiere Pro, required a desktop to operate. Mobile editing apps were only sufficient for basic tasks like cropping profile pictures or albums. They were suitable for deceiving young girls, but utterly insufficient for professional editing. All professional institutions and aspiring internet celebrities utilized desktop software, like Premiere Pro, for editing. No one relied on mobile devices. In January 2018, the barriers to filming and editing were notably high, making it exceedingly difficult for the average person to navigate without proper learning. After purchasing digital equipment, he rushed to the outlet and spent 4,000 on 3 garments: a mid-length black business-style down jacket, a black turtleneck wool sweater, and a pair of business casual trousers. With a beauty pageant interview scheduled for tomorrow, it would be prudent to adopt a more mature appearance. The intention was to don a stylish suit and project an adult-like demeanor, thus averting any doubts from the girls regarding his capabilities due to his youthful student image. Typically, he would hesitate to invest in such expensive clothing. 4,000 equates to 3 months' worth of living expenses. Having been reborn and with aspirations of entrepreneurship, this expenditure is essential, classifying it as a business investment. In an instant, the total spent on clothing and equipment reached 24,000, with savings accumulated over more than a decade from birthday red envelopes, New Year's gifts, and college entrance celebration money. He had a total of 48,000 in private funds. With half remaining on the way back, he activated 5 new phone cards to register a new Douyin account. Currently, Douyin does not support the binding of business accounts to licenses, a feature that will only be available in June. Thus, he must resort to the most rudimentary registration method. Having accomplished these tasks, he swiftly returned to the dormitory. Chen Zhua and Dong Wenxuan would not return until after lights out, providing him with the perfect opportunity to work. He opened a new notebook, installing various music editing software, video editing tools, and sound effect libraries, while familiarizing himself with the new mirrorless camera. He then opened Douyin, began creating videos, and researched trending content in the market. By the time he finished these preparations, it was already 7 o'clock. He checked his phone and discovered that the campus loan applications had all been approved, with amounts ranging from 2,000 to 10,000. Taking a deep breath, he clicked to release the funds. Gradually, 10 lenders disbursed a total of 68,000, while 8 others would release their amounts tomorrow. He watched his bank balance soar. He set his first small goal post-rebirth: to swiftly establish a profitable account to repay his online loans and propel his MCN company into a rapid growth phase. With his net worth skyrocketing, he headed to the cafeteria for dinner, then returned to experience 3 rounds of League of Legends on his new notebook. By 10 o'clock, filled with hope, he logged into his email to find, wow, a staggering 68 unread emails. Each email represented a delicate beauty. Upon opening the emails, he was greeted by a parade of charming and graceful profiles. With his mouth watering, he rubbed his hands in anticipation, eyes gleaming, and began the selection process. Among them, there might be a future girlfriend. Who wouldn't indulge in a few internet celebrities after being reborn? Casting aside the profiles, he prioritized the photographs. He was a connoisseur of beauty. To discuss physique without considering looks was to be utterly frivolous. Regardless of size, leg length, or exceptional aura, it was of no consequence without attractiveness. Much like Douyin, which is fundamentally a content platform based on music without music, it is nothing that a girl devoid of beauty is similarly inconsequential. The first candidate lacked refinement in her features and appeared rather commonplace. The second had a pronounced philtrum, which detracted from her appeal pass. This one is acceptable pending. This one, however, has an adequate appearance, but falls short in other aspects. Who would desire an underwhelming pairing? Off you go. In O, the spacing between the eyes is too wide, devoid of spirit. Remove them. The face is too large. Take them away. This SIU, with piercing eyes, exclaimed, is it possible to undergo plastic surgery in college? Is my seasoned gaze, honed by countless experiences, merely a fad? Have I not absorbed the essence from hundreds of models and female internet celebrities? Internally, he roared, change them, bring in the next batch. He incessantly flipped through the photographs, experiencing a peculiar sensation akin to selecting a consort who shall he choose tonight. Amongst such a plethora of beauties, each with their unique allure, it is indeed a challenging task. From the images, he discerned several renowned campus beauties, their names echoing through various rankings that a flicker of pride stirred within him. Regardless of whether you embody noble elegance or graceful charm, or if you're merely an object of distant admiration, do you not all become cards for me to turn? With a sense of satisfaction, he swiftly filtered through the photos. Retaining 20 potential candidates, he excused himself to relieve himself, then returned to continue the second round of selection. From the 20, he meticulously chose 12 candidates with the highest overall qualities. Taking out his phone, he added them on WeChat one by one, and upon receiving confirmation, he messaged the first individual. "Hello, classmate. Please come for an interview at the Sizican Pavilion in the West Garden of the Art Building tomorrow at 2 p.m. No makeup required. Thank you." He sent the same message to the second confirmed candidate, scheduled for around 2:10 p.m. The third was set for approximately 2:20 p.m. With a 10-minute interval between each, he managed to complete the interviews for 12 individuals in 2 hours. While indulging in some gaming, he awaited their responses. After finishing a round, he gradually received confirmation messages from all 12 girls. "Done." Siyu set his phone down with a comfortable sigh. The preparations were complete, and he eagerly awaited the beauty selection to commence tomorrow. The chosen ones would become the foundational employees of his MCN company. He would spare no effort in propelling them to superstardom, their future boundless. Much like the common girls participating in imperial selection in ancient times, once chosen, they would soar to greatness. The 12 girls remained oblivious to the true significance of tomorrow's interview. A girl from dorm 206. "Baby, will you accompany me to the interview tomorrow?" A girl from dorm 218. "This company is so annoying they scheduled the interview during the New Year's holiday, and now I can't even go shopping." A girl from dorm 327. "Someone suggested it might be a scam company. I must see how they could possibly deceive me." A girl from dorm 409. "I really hope to get hired. A monthly salary of 3,000 means I won't need to ask my family for living expenses anymore." A girl from dorm 435. "How many people are interviewing tomorrow? And how many will be hired? The competition must be fierce." Their thoughts varied, but the predominant sentiment was a yearning to become internet celebrities. Siyu shared this fervent hope that he aspired to discover promising talent, to carefully refine and cultivate them into super influencers, serving as his financial wellspring. In pursuit of a cultivation template. Let's model it after the most popular dance influencer of 2018, Daigula, K. Walk her path, leaving her with no way out. "I apologize, dear Xiao Dai. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. I am but an emotionless replicator of bestsellers." Chapter 003. Farewell to Zhang. The following day, at the art building, in the West Garden, at the Silk Bamboo Pavilion. At 1:50 p.m., the weather was splendid, with the gentle winter sun radiating its warmth as clusters of students lounged on the grass, basking in the sunlight. The Silk Bamboo Pavilion, an ancient octagonal gazebo situated in the heart of the lawn, featured a large stone table and 4 stone benches, perfectly suited for an impromptu interview. Siyu, clad in a newly purchased business-style down jacket, held a cigarette between his lips, with a laptop before him, alongside paper and pen, lost in contemplation. He was mentally prepared for an impending interview that would likely not unfold smoothly. His standards were high, making it challenging to find suitable candidates. Conversely, the girls were equally hesitant to trust him. As a student with a youthful visage, lacking any business credentials, office space, or even a proper venue, he had to settle for this gazebo. How could he expect others to believe in him based solely on empty words? Both parties faced difficulties in establishing a connection. Moreover, the contracts he offered were quite stringent, particularly regarding the lengthy commitment required. The fixed monthly salary was set at 3,000, with a contract duration of 10 years, and a profit-sharing structure of 28 for the first 3 years, 37 for the next 3, and 46 for the final 4 years. This was the maximum duration stipulated for a brokerage contract. Typically, when cultivating an entirely new internet celebrity, the commercial profit-sharing ratio hovers around 19, with a 25-year commitment. For those with a pre-existing fanbase, the terms could be more favorable. The initial group of candidates Siyu sought would be trained according to the model of super internet celebrities, aiming to transform them into million-dollar figures. The longer the contract duration, the better. He had no intention of limiting himself to a mere 25 years. Investing time, energy, and resources into nurturing a superstar only to part ways after a few profitable years was not an option. The complications that arose once a celebrity gained fame were too numerous to count. It was imperative to secure their prime career years firmly within his grasp, extracting every ounce of remaining value. Considering that the candidates would be selected from art students, their quality would undoubtedly surpass that of complete novices, justifying the initial profit-sharing ratio of 28. How the girls would perceive such stringent conditions remained uncertain. As the saying goes, Tai Gong fishes for talent. Those willing will take the bait, and it was a matter of fate. Siyu was confident that a monthly salary of 3,000 would be enticing enough to attract interest. It was a question of whether he could find someone who met his standards, not merely based on looks, but on various assessment criteria. He tossed aside his cigarette and glanced at the computer screen, which displayed the resume of the first interviewee, Zhang Ruhan, a third-year dance major. Standing at 166 centimeters and weighing 105 pounds, hailing from Jincheng. Her appearance was quite striking, resembling an 88 in beauty. She was a prominent figure at Huyin, renowned as a stunning senior in the dance department, well known across the campus. At the New Year's Eve gala the previous night, she had captivated the audience with a solo performance. Checking the time, it was now 1:55 p.m. Siyu directed his gaze towards the garden, where two girls approached along the path, peering curiously towards the pavilion. One of them was indeed Zhang Ruhan, as seen in the photograph. Siyu waved to summon them. As they exchanged hushed whispers, Zhang Ruhan entered, her companion waiting outside the pavilion. In person, she was more vivacious than in photographs, quite photogenic indeed. Her features were exquisite, with delicate willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes. She adorned her lips with a glossy bean paste-tinted lip glaze, which shimmered with a translucent brilliance. Dressed in a light khaki wool coat, a white long sweater that cascaded to her hips, and sleek black legwear, she completed her ensemble with crystal mid-heeled shoes and a Gucci mini bag. Her hair was styled into voluminous, wine-red waves. The overall aesthetic exuded a certain maturity, making her appear less like a university student and more akin to a member of society. She walked with a graceful poise, her posture upright and reminiscent of a dancer, radiating an undeniable charm. Siyu, resting his chin on his hand, nodded inwardly, recognizing her as a campus belle, a standard he had set in his mind. A score of 82 represented the level of a high school class flower, 85 denoted a high school campus flower. An 88 was the benchmark for a university's belle. A score of 90 indicated a common campus beauty or a flower of a large institution. While those scoring above 90 were indeed rare, with only a few in any given school. A score of 92 represented the flower of a vast university with tens of thousands of students, and 95 was the realm of national goddesses, akin to Lu Xian and Li Xian, of whom there were but a handful across the nation. The concept of beauty scores is inherently subjective, as each person possesses their own standards, rendering precise evaluations nearly impossible. A woman's beauty can fluctuate. A hormonal imbalance might deduct a couple of points, while a woman receiving proper care could gain them. Thus, these scores serve merely as a reference. Siyu smiled and rose, addressing her. You must be Zhang Ruhan, correct? Please, have a seat on this stone bench. We can converse casually here. Zhang Ruhan furrowed her brow slightly. Although the interviewer before her, equipped with a laptop and pen, maintained a composed demeanor befitting an interview, he appeared rather youthful, almost like a student himself. Hello, she said, taking a seat and suppressing her curiosity. Did you send me the message? Yes, I added you on WeChat last night to arrange this meeting, he replied. Oh, she cautiously inquired. You seem quite young. Siyu, sensing her probing gaze, understood her unspoken question and answered candidly. I am a second-year student majoring in electronic music, and I run my own company that conducts online business. Her initial doubts were confirmed, and realization washed over her. Indeed, he was a student, which explained his youthful appearance. A sigh escaped her heart, and her eyes revealed a deep-seated disappointment. She had anticipated an opportunity with a reputable talent agency, only to discover it was a fledgling venture initiated by an alumnus. You started a company at such a young age? Is that for real? She thought skeptically. Can you really help me become an online celebrity? Do you possess that capability? How can someone studying music understand online operations or talent management? Her sense of disillusionment was profound, as a cascade of questions flooded her mind, her hopeful spirit plummeting to despair. She raised her chin slightly, discreetly assessing Siyu, and asked, "Is your company newly established?" The formality of you had shifted to the more familiar you. Confronted by a second-year junior, she felt an immense psychological advantage. No longer burdened by the awe she had initially felt, her posture straighter than before. Her speech unconsciously carried a tone of condescension, resulting in a sense of superiority among the boys. In the presence of an interviewer from a reputable company, she would undoubtedly exhibit utmost deference. Siyu observed her transformation with keen clarity, maintaining a calm demeanor as she stated, "Indeed, we will identify a suitable candidate and commence operations immediately." "Where is your office located?" Siyu swiftly replied, "Optics Valley Square." Zhang Ruhan softly uttered an "oh," her brows knitting tighter. "Have you previously created Douyin videos? Do you possess experience in nurturing internet celebrities?" "Yes, indeed. You need not worry about professional capabilities." She pondered internally, her large eyes blinking curiously as she inquired, "How large is your company? How many employees do you have?" Siyu inwardly scoffed, shaking her head in silence, deciding against hiring her. Whether she was a campus belle or not, her dismissal was resolute. Despite her commendable appearance and apparent on-camera potential, her arrival marked a shift in dynamics. Upon learning that Siyu was a second-year junior, she assumed the role of interrogator, persistently questioning him. Her distrust was palpable, openly expressing skepticism and doubt. It was crucial to clarify. Siyu was the one conducting the recruitment. He was the client, while she was merely the applicant, having inverted their roles. Such a display of emotional ineptitude was indicative of her disregard for Siyu's feelings, questioning him without restraint. Her assertive nature, unmindful of others' perspectives, suggested a history of being accustomed to command. This temperament and emotional intelligence would render communication uncomfortable, akin to a harsh dryness. Moreover, there were significant personality risks. Once she gained popularity, she might become inflated with self-importance, unable to control her words, and prone to mishaps. The individual Siyu sought needed not only to meet aesthetic standards, but also to possess high emotional intelligence, be compliant, and communicate effectively, without any shortcomings. A future partner in business for the next decade required careful consideration. As Siyu's thoughts shifted, she resolved to find a diplomatic way to decline her. However, before she could articulate her reasoning, Zhang Ruhan, impatient and persistent, pressed on, "Could you show me the accounts you manage?" Siyu's irritation escalated. She had completely lost sight of her position. No longer concerned about preserving her dignity or feelings, Siyu coldly declared, "Zhang, you may leave now. Goodbye." Chapter 004. The many faces of 1,000 women. Zhang Ruhan's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodbye? You want me to leave? Am I being dismissed?" She could scarcely believe her ears. Had she truly been eliminated after only a few exchanges? Her bright gaze reflected utter incredulity, her lips slightly parted in astonishment, as if an egg could fit within. "What do you mean? Am I not qualified?" Her eyes were as wide as saucers. Siyu maintained a stoic expression, nodding indifferently. Instantly, disappointment washed over her, leaving her feeling hollow and despondent. Are the requirements truly so stringent? I was unexpectedly dismissed. Human nature is such that when one looks down upon another, they tend to nitpick and gesture dismissively. Upon being rejected, they often find themselves regretting their actions. This mirrors the dynamics of romance. A woman may deride her boyfriend daily, only to question the reasons behind his decision to part ways when he finally takes the initiative to end the relationship. Zhang Ruhan exemplifies this, begrudgingly asking, "Why?" To which Siyu nonchalantly shrugs and replies, "There's no spark." Zhang Ruhan is momentarily taken aback. No spark. Such a familiar phrase. It is the very expression she frequently employs to dismiss suitors who pursue her. It serves as a nebulous yet potent justification, rendering any rebuttal futile. She has always been the one to declare that others lack that elusive spark, never suspecting that the same cold, unfeeling words would be directed at her. It felt like a slap, ringing in her ears as she pondered, "I am a beloved beauty. Which man wouldn't want to indulge in my allure? How dare you say there's no spark? What kind of aesthetic judgment is that?" Siyu's words struck her deeply, as she had not anticipated that an unremarkable sophomore would wield her own oft-used excuse against her. Sitting there, clutching her bag in bewilderment, her once lustrous lips appeared devoid of shine. After a brief moment of disorientation, she inexplicably sensed a shift in Siyu's demeanor. He showed no deference to her beauty, exhibiting a cold indifference, utterly unyielding. His actions were resolute. With a mere disagreement, he commanded her to leave, displaying a heart of stone. His gaze was a curious blend of warmth and iciness, exuding confidence and composure, radiating an imposing presence that belied his status as a university student. Mature and adept. One might even mistake him for a shrewd business elite. As her thoughts swirled chaotically, Siyu turned his head, momentarily diverting his attention from the screen to cast a fleeting glance her way. His expression was peculiar, marked by indifference, nonchalance, and a hint of inquiry. As if to ask, "Why haven't you left yet?" With a self-deprecating smile and a soft sigh, she stood up, her crystal heels clicking softly as she sashayed out of the pavilion, feeling as though she had missed something significant. After sending away the girl who lacked that spark, Siyu resumed his duties. The next candidate's name was irrelevant. She met the standards of beauty and poise, but unfortunately, she carried an air of aloofness. Throughout their interaction, she maintained a frosty demeanor, speaking sparingly and guarding her smile as though it were a precious commodity. Was she here to interview or merely to assert her superiority? Such individuals will only undergo a transformation after facing the harsh realities of life. Siyu had no desire to mentor her. He dismissed her without a second thought. No matter her beauty, he felt no attraction. The requirements were clearly stated. One must possess approachability. Did she not recognize her own lack of it? Why waste his time submitting a sum? The third candidate for the interview is a young woman named Luo Xian, a senior, and among the most stunning individuals in this graduating class. Her beauty rivals that of Zhang Ruhan, and she stands taller at 171 centimeters, possessing a figure reminiscent of a water droplet. In the depths of her eyes lies a hint of concealed pride, her gaze cool and detached, akin to a haughty little swan. Fortunately, the senior displays high emotional intelligence, adeptly gauging the situation, concealing her emotions, and refraining from overtly expressing her desire for the position, thus avoiding any detrimental impressions. Upon taking a seat, she holds her head high, quietly listening to Siyu's discourse. Siyu outlines the job responsibilities, compensation, and contract details, merely required to perform in short videos according to a script with no additional tasks. The fixed monthly salary is 3,000, with a contract duration of 10 years and a profit-sharing ratio of 28 for the first 3 years, 37 for the next 3 years, and 46 for the final 4 years. After Siyu concludes, she invites questions. Luo Xian expresses concern regarding Siyu's competence and experience, subtly inquiring about a few aspects, her questions mirroring those posed by Zhang Ruhan. However, Luo Xian's approach is more tactful, employing a considerate manner and choosing the right moments to inquire, avoiding aggressive questioning from the outset. This creates a much more comfortable atmosphere. The distinction between a polished demeanor and a less refined one is indeed significant. Siyu elaborates further, summarizing that after filming 2 videos and operating for a week, the results will be evident. Luo Xian then asks, "Is the profit-sharing ratio negotiable?" "It seems rather low." Siyu responds, "This is the standard profit-sharing ratio in the industry. You may verify this online and respond to me later tonight." Luo Xian nods and replies, "All right, thank you. I will consider it and get back to you." Her reaction aligns with Siyu's predictions. Candidates often deliberate extensively before making decisions. The reality does not meet expectations, as it is not a large, established agency, but rather a nascent company run by students. The concept of profit sharing is also unfamiliar. It is challenging to provide an immediate response. Thus, Siyu candidly encourages her to research and respond afterward. After she departs, Siyu documents her information for future reference. Luo Xian exhibits impressive overall qualities. She is beautiful, tall, and possesses an exceptional demeanor, likely excelling in Latin dance. Should she decide to pursue this opportunity after contemplation, a position will be offered to her. If she declines, she may serve as a backup extra, called upon when temporary dancers are needed, compensated on a daily or per instance basis. The fourth candidate is rather amusing, named Zhou Chunrue, a junior specializing in ethnic dance. With a beauty rating of 86, she is quite remarkable, standing at 165 centimeters. She is exuberant and somewhat naive, exhibiting a charmingly innocent demeanor. For dancers, a heavier physique is disadvantageous. Most dancers are lean, comprising 90 of the cohort. A heavier frame can alter one's center of gravity, affect balance, obstruct vision, and increase the risk of injury. Siyu presents the compensation details, profit-sharing ratios, and job responsibilities once more. Zhou Chunrue appears to be listening attentively, her eyes wide open yet lacking focus, leaving uncertainty about her comprehension. Upon concluding, CU inquires, "Do you have any questions?" Her first question is, "You're not a scammer, are you?" She presented her identification card and student ID, asserting, "I am a student here, a sophomore in electronic music. Verifiable and certainly not a fraud." Satisfied, she nodded and posed a second series of questions. "Do we need to pay a deposit? How much? When will it be refunded?" Her demeanor conveyed a firm expectation of the deposit's necessity. After her inquiries, she scrutinized CU with a vigilant gaze, akin to a hawker spotting a spy, suspecting him of deceitfully soliciting deposits through recruitment. CU smiled broadly, declaring, "You need not pay a single cent. Your sole obligation is to participate in the short video as per my instructions." Her next query was, "What if you don't pay my salary?" CU slid his identification back towards her, replying, "You may photograph my credentials and report me to the Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Labor Bureau, or the school." Seeing his confidence, she instantly felt reassured, relinquishing her doubts about his qualifications. Eagerly, she inquired, "When shall we sign the contract and commence filming?" Her abrupt shift in attitude left CU momentarily speechless. Was such a girl even real? Did she possess any common sense? Merely an interview, and he hadn't guaranteed her a role. Her rapid transformation from suspicion to eagerness was disarming. She asked an array of peculiar questions, entirely neglecting the pivotal ones. CU chuckled and suggested she await further news. She departed, elated, as if she had already secured a role. Indeed, her ample bosom seemed inversely proportional to her intellect. Yet she was endearing. Her exuberance lightened CU's mood, and he chuckled while puffing on a cigarette. Yes, he had a fondness for such naive girls. And the audience held a similar appreciation. The audience's rules were immutable. He had turned her card and granted her a spot, not for any other reason, but for her insistence on discussing the contract. "Trust me, and I shall offer you an opportunity." After all, she was the first to broach the subject of a contract. A memorable distinction. Following Zhou Chuanrue's departure, CU engaged in conversation with the subsequent candidates. Each girl was a unique character. Beyond the emotionally inept, the aloof, the mildly haughty, the adorably naive, there were also the excessively proud and the self-absorbed. One self-absorbed girl even speculated that CU was seeking targets to financially support under the guise of this endeavor, pondering if he intended to use the pretense of a monthly stipend to maintain her as a girlfriend. CU nearly scoffed at the absurdity. Even if she were worth that amount. By the 11th candidate, there was a spark of connection. She resembled Luo Xiyan, stating she would consider her options. CU lit a cigarette, thinking the day might conclude with at least Zhou Chuanrue's potential. He would wait to see how the two girls fared in their deliberations. Just as he finished his smoke, the final girl entered, glancing around with curiosity. Instantly, CU felt the ambience of the pavilion brighten. She possesses a stunningly beautiful oriental visage, reminiscent of the enchanting Yen Ruyu from literature. Her skin is fair and smooth, while her bright, watery eyes shine like autumn waves. Clear and luminous, exuding an indescribable innocence and charm. Her hair is simply tied back in a ponytail, playfully swaying behind her. She dons a white down jacket over a fitted light pink sweater, accentuating her alluring silhouette, with an embroidered bear whimsically sitting with its legs splayed and a silly grin, adorning her chest. On her lower half, she wears vintage-style, faded blue skinny jeans that elongate her legs, complemented by white Antas sneakers with subtle patterns. Truly remarkable. A freshman beauty, her reputation is well-deserved. In person, she surpasses her photographs by leaps and bounds. Her name is Bai Jing, a freshman whose name became renowned during military training, with candid photos of her circulating throughout the school forum. Military training is the ultimate test of a girl's natural beauty. Without makeup and clad in training uniforms, devoid of any embellishments, it reveals the raw essence of beauty. To emerge as a beauty during military training is no small feat. It is a testament to unadulterated allure, devoid of any embellishment. CU, having reviewed the resumes, recognized her as the last candidate and held little expectation. Typically, excessively beautiful girls tend to be rather peculiar and somewhat pretentious, making them less relatable than those in the 80-88 beauty tier. However, upon her arrival, CU realized her initial assumptions were gravely mistaken. She radiated joy. Her lips curled into a gentle smile, exuding warmth and infectious cheer as she waved at CU, greeting her with a sweet voice. "Hello, are you the one recruiting?" She tilted her head slightly, hands clasped behind her back, curiously observing CU. her radiant smile more soothing than the gentlest of caregivers. Such affability is extraordinary. A beauty score of 90. An amiability score of 98. Filled with innocence and youthful exuberance. She stands out with unparalleled qualities, far surpassing her peers. Even Siyu, somewhat immune to the allure of countless beauties, found herself moved. A precious gem, unrefined and natural. In the realm of beauty, to ascend and thrive, one must possess not only the fundamental qualities of attractiveness, but also the vital essence of approachability. All prominent influencers exude strong affability. Even those who adopt a cool and aloof persona in front of the camera maintain a warm and friendly demeanor during interactions with their followers. Affability, akin to beauty, is a gift. While it can be cultivated, its enhancement is limited, far less effective than those who possess an innate charm. Siyu rose to her feet, offering her most amiable smile, saying, "Yes, bye, hello, please take a seat." She gracefully settled down, her clear, bright eyes fixed on Siyu, inquiring, "Do you only do Douyin, or do you also engage in crafting?" Siyu's spirit surged. This is an intriguing topic. Upon reflection, she realized that being from northeast China, Beijing likely had some exposure to crafting, which is considerably more popular there, approximately 3 times more so than Douyin at present. In the northeast, the gap must widen several-fold. The northeast is the foundation and origin of skilled craftsmanship. Southern Douyin and northern Xiaoshu, there is no mistake in that. Siyu responded that the plan was solely to focus on Douyin. "Have you ever tried Xiaoshu?" Indeed, she playfully scrunched her nose and replied, "I have a Xiaoshu account." "Could you show it to me?" Siyu asked with keen interest. "Sure." She pulled out her worn-out iPhone 6, tilted her body, opened Xiaoshu, and pointed at the screen, saying, "Look, this is a video of my family's clothing store, which I filmed." The enchanting fragrance of youth wafted quietly into Siyu's nostrils, causing her heart to flutter as she tilted her head to gaze at the phone. There was a stone table between them, making it inconvenient to see. So she simply handed the phone to Siyu, saying, "Here, take a look." Siyu took the phone and began browsing. It was a promotional video for a men's clothing store named Bai Menswear. "Why don't you appear on screen?" Siyu inquired, clicking on the account information. The account, registered last summer, had around 30 posts and over 300 followers, but had been inactive since September, indicating she likely only played around during the summer. "My mom doesn't allow me to show my face," she shyly explained with a smile, revealing her adorable little canine teeth. "She says there are nothing but messy videos. And for a girl to expose herself online is inappropriate." The current atmosphere on Xiaoshu was indeed quite poor, with vulgarity prevailing. And it wouldn't be until the latter half of the year that things would begin to settle down. There was a plethora of attention-grabbing content, boastful displays of wealth, muscular flexing, societal dances, and early romances among younger girls, among other things. Siyu returned the phone to her, asking, "So, why do you still want to audition to be an internet celebrity? Aren't you worried about your family finding out?" "I want to make money for my living expenses," she explained, her reasoning both compelling and robust. "My mom doesn't engage, so I can do it. Even if I post, she wouldn't know." The lively and talkative girl from the northeast was quite charming, and Siyu admired her spirit. Since she was eager to earn money, he decided to discuss potential earnings. He began to entice her gently. "I run a company that specializes in nurturing internet celebrities, seeking out exceptional girls to develop into dance influencers. You would receive a base salary of $3,000 each month, and as the account grows and generates commercial revenue, there would also be profit sharing. I will regularly film dance videos based on my concepts for you and provide you with a brand new iPhone 8 for you to capture your daily life." Her eyes widened in surprise, and she asked incredulously, "A phone? An iPhone 8? Siyu's heart ached at the thought of letting her go. This idea had come to him spontaneously. She was truly remarkable, and he wished to persuade her to stay with utmost effort. What is the most precious in the 21st century? Talent. She was indeed a rare gem of talent. With her good looks, delightful personality, and strong affinity. Just a little investment in a phone could potentially yield countless returns in the future. It was high time for her to replace her old iPhone 6, which had served her for many years. Chapter 5. The Grand Proposal. Bai Jing's bright eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with anticipation as she asked, "Will I receive a phone right from the start? Is there a requirement for the number of followers?" With a casual wave of her hand, Siyu readily agreed to the collaboration, stating that there were no fan count requirements, which would facilitate daily filming. "We would alternate uploading dance videos and lifestyle recordings. And with my expertise and your overall charm, our follower count would surely soar. Are you adept at choreography? She mistakenly assumed that CU's reference to expertise pertained to dance composition. In my mind, I possess all the signature moves of trending dances, surpassing even the most skilled choreographers. CU thought proudly, nodding with a confident air, my abilities are decent. We can split our creations and remakes evenly. Simply follow my script and movements, and I assure you will gain fame and fortune. That sounds wonderful. When can we begin? She inquired joyfully, her excitement illuminating her face, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. CU was taken aback. What? What did you say? When can we film? Did I hear incorrectly? The previous candidate, Zhou Chuanrui, at least listened to the contract and posed 3 questions. You don't even know the contract details or seem concerned about potential deceit, whether this is a makeshift operation or a legitimate company. You haven't inquired about any of the issues that troubled the other girls. Is she so blinded by the allure of a 3,000 yuan salary and an iPhone 8? CU perceived her as rather naive, lacking worldly experience and depth of thought. Just a fresh-faced girl who had barely graduated from high school. Women are truly enigmatic beings. Some are astute, sharper than a fox, while others are blissfully oblivious, more foolish than a simpleton. Very well. I shall grant you a chance at immense wealth. After all, we share such an uncanny rapport. In high spirits, CU declared, we can film right now. I've already prepared the script. She was the last to interview, and since no one else remained, the timing was perfect. Do I need to change clothes? She asked, gracefully rising to her feet, spreading her arms, and giving a slight twirl to showcase her attire. CU furrowed her brow, contemplating a crucial oversight. Winter clothing significantly diminishes the visual appeal of any dance performance, even if she removed her down jacket. The combination of a sweater and jeans would pale in comparison to the allure of a short skirt paired with striking legwear. A change was necessary. Let us film in the practice room. Can you change into your dance attire? Something with a skirt? CU rubbed her hands together, feeling somewhat bashful. It's quite cold, but I'll do my best to be quick. That's fine. I'll change now. I'm not cold, she replied nonchalantly. Girls in their practice outfits are unfazed by the chill, much like those who wear tights in winter. Dance attire carries its own warmth, or rather, a warming aura. This effect benefits not only the dancer, but also the audience. CU accompanied her back to the dormitory to change, engaging in conversation as they walked. She was quite talkative, chattering away about her hometown in Harem, Heilongjiang province, and sharing tales of her summer experiences with crafts. She also mentioned that her mother had spent 250,000 yuan on her art school tuition, emphasizing how hard her mother worked and her desire to earn her tuition through part-time work. She repeatedly refers to her mother while failing to mention her father, which suggests she may come from a single-parent household. CU fell silent, reflecting on his own similar circumstances. His family had exhausted their savings to send him to Lake Music. Curiously, she inquired about his skills in filming and editing, as well as his understanding of influencer management. CU kindly deceived her, stating that he had taken relevant courses in electronic music and had a year of experience in creating short videos. As they conversed, a bond began to form, and by the time they reached the art building, their relationship had grown considerably closer, addressing each other affectionately as senior and junior. They entered the empty practice room, a spacious classroom with polished wooden floors and a wall lined with mirrors. Speakers hung in each corner, with playback equipment and 2 tables set in one corner. CU placed his laptop bag on the table and removed his down jacket, turning to find her also shedding her outerwear. Following his suggestion, she had changed into a set of autumn practice attire underneath, with her down jacket draped over it. As she removed the jacket, it was as if a butterfly emerged from its cocoon, revealing a graceful and ethereal dancer adorned in white. The heat of the moment enveloped CU, leaving him parched and breathless. Her practice attire was white, form-fitting and lightweight, akin to high-elasticity undergarments. The soft, stretchy fabric embraced her youthful vitality, featuring a faux 2-piece design with a circle of black miniskirt at the waist. The 50 denier sheer white tights hugged her slender legs, accentuating their elegant lines. The girl in white, innocent and pure, resembled an immaculate white lotus, exuding an irresistible allure. CU swallowed hard, retrieving his notebook from the laptop bag to play the music segment he had edited earlier that morning. The first video they planned to shoot was an extraordinary short film titled Hip Shake. In the summer of 2018, a freshly graduated student named Daigula had skyrocketed to fame with a single hip-shaking video, amassing 5 million followers in 10 days and 10 million in a month, surpassing the record of the parking lot girl and becoming one of the original internet sensations. The video garnered millions of likes and over 1 billion views, undeniably a masterpiece. With this video, she became one of the 3 titans of the early internet celebrity landscape. Nonetheless, CU was ready to take action. He aimed to replicate this viral sensation, launching it 6 months ahead of schedule. The strategist was reborn, ready to unleash a powerful impact. Without wasting time, he would directly utilize top-tier works to unveil a new era in this fresh world. Bai Jing's beauty eclipsed that of Dai Gula. One was a dance major, the other a chemistry student, and the dancer's skills were undoubtedly superior. With a sweeter and more healing smile than anyone else, these 3 attributes guaranteed her success. It remained to be seen just how successful she would become. Currently, Douyin only offered a fraction of the opportunities that had been available during Dai Gula's rise. But a significant breakout was certainly on the horizon, and he eagerly anticipated the outcome. The familiar music began to play. CU demonstrated the movements of the hip-shaking dance to Bai Jing. The steps were quite simple. Follow the rhythm, thrust the hips, cross and extend the legs. Then thrust the hips again. After the demonstration, CU encouraged Bai Jing to practice repeatedly on the spot. This style of dance posed no challenge for a dancer. Within merely 3 minutes, Bai Jing grasped the essence of the movements. "Now, let us give it a try," he said, playing the music and setting up his camera. He bent slightly, assumed a horse stance, adjusted the exposure and focal length, activated the stabilization, and, gazing at the graceful figure of Bai Jing in her white stockings through the viewfinder, exclaimed, "Go." She began to dance energetically to the rhythm, her steps light and agile. Her movements infused with rhythm, while her ponytail swayed in time with the music. 20 seconds later, click. CU approached her, pointing at the screen, advising, "The amplitude of your hip thrusts is too small. Make it larger, put in more effort. Immerse yourself in the emotion. Imagine yourself on stage, with a large audience watching your performance. Pay attention to your expression. Maintain a warm, healing smile throughout." Finally, he emphasized, "Show your most beautiful smile and hold it for 20 seconds. Bai Jing listened intently, nodding seriously, sensing a shift in his demeanor, mature and professional, exuding an undeniable air of authority, akin to a dance teacher conducting a lesson. Tilting her head in contemplation, she realized he was pinpointing the very deficiencies in her videos, like the finishing touch to a masterpiece. "How do you understand dance so well?" she asked with curiosity. CU chuckled lightly. "As a graduate in music and a director of short videos, guiding the filming of dance-related content is quite standard practice. I assent it. I remember all the dance moves trending on Douyin. I know precisely how to achieve the best expressiveness and impact." He had nurtured dozens of dance influencers in his past life, and these were merely trivial matters, far too easy. A little understanding, just a little. He humbly brushed his nose, shifting the topic. "Now, experience the feeling I just described." After simulating the movements twice, Bai Jing was ready to film again. Once she adjusted the amplitude of her movements and her subtle expressions, the shoot proceeded smoothly. After reviewing the footage, CU felt a lingering desire for more. "Now that we are here, shall we shoot another one? It wouldn't be fair if you ran around changing outfits for half an hour, only for us to finish in a few minutes. It's akin to spending 2 hours on foreplay and only 5 minutes on the act." He decided to film the 5 kills dance, recalling a piece that was particularly suited for this moment. The 5 kills consists of 5 splits commonly performed by dance students, showcasing their flexibility and grace in a tantalizing manner, evoking powerful imagery that resonates with men. Thus, it was collectively dubbed the dance students' 5 kills. If executed with the right balance, this video could be a sensational hit. Firm in his resolve, CU casually remarked, "Let me film a segment of you practicing the dance. Warm up properly. We wouldn't want any injuries." The complexity of the 5 kills movements necessitated a thorough warm-up, and Bai Jing obediently complied, displaying her diligence. After she had sufficiently warmed up, CU inquired, "Can you perform a split?" "Of course, it's quite simple," she replied with an air of ease. "All right, let's start with a straddle split." CU opened his camera, bent forward, and positioned himself beside her to capture the moment. She extended her right leg, gradually lowering her body. Her legs splayed apart in a perfect 180-degree angle, forming a straight line against the ground. With her head tilted back and chest held high, she gracefully raised both arms above her head, gazing upward at an angle, embodying the form of the Dunhuang flying celestial. exuding the elegance of a noble swan. Now, stand still and lift your right foot over your head. Siyu moved behind her to record the second pose. She initially stood with her legs together, tall and impeccably aligned. Slowly, her right foot ascended to her forehead, grasped by her right hand while her left foot remained firmly on the ground, the toes of her right foot pointing skyward. Siyu took light steps, carefully maneuvering the camera, completing a semicircle to capture her from the front. He captured just a second of footage, knowing that a mere half-second would suffice. Any longer might risk disapproval from the platform's stringent reviewers. Navigating the delicate balance of artistic expression without incurring penalties is a fundamental skill for every short video creator. Fortunately, Siyu was an adept in this regard. With 5 distinct shots, if the angles were right, each could spark controversy. Should she don slightly more revealing attire? The scrutiny would only intensify. Siyu was uncertain about the current standards of review, so he instructed Bai Jing to wear a conservative training outfit with a skirt. Starting cautiously, he intended to experiment with more revealing clothing as they approached the threshold of acceptance, testing the limits of censorship. It was not that Siyu had ill intentions. Rather, he sought to align with market demands and embrace viewer engagement, catering to the preferences of the audience. This is the nature of online content. It operates on such principles. Even early comedic skits and performances had their share of embellishments. After completing the first 2 poses, Siyu directed Bai Jing to execute 3 additional split variations, a backward split, a counterclockwise split, and a backward thrust split. Upon finishing, Siyu turned off the camera and praised her, saying, "Your fundamentals are truly impressive." "Hee, I'm just average," she replied, playfully wrinkling her nose. Then donned her down jacket and asked, "When will the edits be ready?" "By tonight. I'll send them to you as soon as they're done," Siyu replied, slinging his computer bag over his shoulder. "Hurry back and put on more clothes. Don't catch a cold. I'm off to buy you a phone." Her eyes widened with delight, her fair hands covering her mouth in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Really? So soon?" "Absolutely. Since I've promised, I'll purchase it promptly. The sooner, the better. It'll be useful for daily shoots." Capturing the daily life of a beautiful university girl can really attract followers. Siyu swiftly rode his bicycle to the Apple store in the computer market, spending nearly $10,000 to acquire a top-tier, striking red special edition of the iPhone 8. On his way, he also stopped by a toy store to buy a rubber figurine to serve as a prop for their evening shoot. Returning to school, Siyu called Bai Jing to the small grove outside the girls' dormitory and handed her the phone. "Capture a few segments of selfies each day and send them to me. I will select the best ones to edit." Bai Jing, her face alight with joy, eagerly examined the phone case and inquired, "What type should I capture?" Siyu replied, "Anything that showcases your charm while admiring yourself in the mirror, queuing for meals at the cafeteria, leisurely wandering around campus, or snippets of your extracurricular life. It would be even better if a classmate could assist you." Understanding his request, she nodded incessantly. "All right, I'll shoot them myself and ask my best friend for help." As Siyu prepared to take his leave to work on the video, a familiar female voice interrupted, "Lao Si, what are you up to?" Lao Si was Siyu's nickname, a playful amalgamation of teacher and old, with its exact origins lost in the mists of time. It was Chiu Rong. Turning around, Siyu was met with the astonished gazes of 2 girls. What a coincidence to run into them, he thought. Chapter 6, Romantic History. Turning back to Bai Jing, Siyu said, "You should head back. I've encountered some classmates. I'll contact you later on WeChat." She obediently replied, curiously observing the 2 girls, offering them a sweet smile before skipping away in delight. "Wait, did I just see correctly? You gave her your phone?" Chiu Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. She was the girlfriend of Siyu's roommate, Chen Zhua, and shared a close bond with him, often acting as a matchmaker. The girl beside her was her roommate, Wu Tong, whom Siyu had pursued for half a semester under Chiu Rong's encouragement. Wu Tong, possessing an attractive appearance, studied music. In a past life, Siyu had chased her for over 6 months, only to abandon his efforts in the second semester of his sophomore year when he realized he could not win her over. His pursuit of Wu Tong was not driven by genuine affection. Rather, it stemmed from youthful exuberance, a longing to experience romance, and a quest to explore the mysteries of intimacy, all compounded by the encouragement of the couple, Chen Zhua and Chiu Rong. After half a semester with no results, Wu Tong remained elusive, perpetually dangling hope before him. With a determined resolve, Siyu bit the bullet and withdrew his savings to buy her gifts, hoping to win her heart in one grand gesture. Thus unfolded a sad yet clitch detail. Gifts flowed endlessly, yet only a small hand was held. With no further intimacy achieved. After spending 10,000 of his savings, Siyu eventually came to the harsh realization she was not a girl he could afford to pursue. With a monthly allowance of merely 13, which would rise to 16 in the following years, he belonged to the lowest tier at Huin. Unable to engage in an expensive romance. Relenting to the reality of his situation, he decided to cease his pursuit. Wu Tong had never made any commitments to him, and their relationship had never truly begun, naturally fading into oblivion. After that, he became quite fond of his right hand, abandoning the thought of dating entirely. It wasn't until the first semester of his senior year that he managed to enter a relationship, albeit a strained one, with a girl named Chen Jingjing, who had an average appearance. At that time, the pool of single men and women had dwindled, resulting in a union born out of necessity, as both sought to experience the fleeting joys of youthful romance before graduation. In less than a year together, she successfully secured a position in the Education Bureau back in her hometown. With her first triumph, she swiftly severed ties with her beloved. The separation was marked by a serene smile, devoid of tears or dramatic lamentations, an outcome that had long been anticipated. Siyu experienced his second encounter with a natural cycle of loss. Truth be told, he harbored a sense of gratitude towards Chen Jingjing. Her circumstances were far superior to his, and during their time together, she spent significantly more, covering expenses for accommodations and meals. She also compelled him to explore the mysteries of her alabaster form each night. The long-neglected youthful exuberance of both young man and woman was fervently indulged. With weekends spent outside of school, Siyu's private savings were entirely depleted during that time, not only exhausted but also leading him into the depths of online loans. He found himself unable to confront Chen Jingjing to ask her to cover their outings, as pride held him back. After their graduation, Siyu maintained contact with her, though they never met again. By the second year of her employment, she married a civil servant 2 years her senior and found happiness. The following year, she gave birth to a daughter, one of the first among their classmates to marry and have children. For both her wedding and the birth of her daughter, Siyu generously sent substantial red envelopes via Alipay, doing so willingly. Since her departure, Siyu has not engaged in any serious romantic relationships. Working in the company, he transitioned to a role in short video operations, frequently interacting with female internet celebrities, averaging a new companion every 4 months. They could hardly be termed as girlfriends. Rather, they were partners in a mutually beneficial exchange. Each party sought the other's resources, employing a romantic facade to conduct their transactions. Siyu's romantic experiences have been rather insipid. His first love, a cherished memory from high school, was a girl he admired from afar. The second was a futile pursuit of Wu Tong, a rather foolish endeavor. The third was with Chen Jingjing, characterized by sweetness. However, upon entering the workforce, his physical encounters became plentiful while his emotional connections dwindled. In total, he lived 27 years in a previous life without ever truly tasting the essence of love. All women he encountered after Wu Tong were mere vessels for desire, devoid of any emotional significance. The only girl he genuinely cherished was from high school, named Su Shu, a classmate who was renowned for her beauty, often hailed as the most stunning flower of Shangqing No. 22 High School. This prestigious institution was celebrated throughout the province for producing numerous students who gained admission to top-tier art schools in music and fine arts, with an abundance of attractive individuals. In contrast to her well-deserved acclaim, Siyu remained a quiet, inconspicuous presence. Their connection was serendipitous. They were classmates in elementary school, attended the same middle school, shared classes in high school, and ultimately became desk mates in their final year, developing a solid friendship. Su Shu frequently shared the love letters and confessions she received with Siyu, who admired her but lacked the courage to express his feelings. Such reticent boys were abundant in their class, and even more so across the school. After graduating from high school, she attended the prestigious Central Conservatory of Music, while Siyu enrolled in the Hubei University of Arts, leading to a gradual decline in their communication, with only occasional reunions during winter and summer breaks. Until the age of 27, Su Shuyan remained oblivious to his own feelings. After his rebirth, Siyu felt a sense of regret for the life he had lived. He set his first modest goal, to repay his online debts and propel his company into a fast track of development. His second aspiration was to win over Su Shu, to rectify the lingering sentiments of his past life. The woman who had once seemed unattainable now appeared within his grasp. In Siyu's lexicon, the term love was absent. Instead, He focused on interests, emotions, desires, and exchanges, viewing emotional investment as superficial and primarily based on mutual attraction. Su Shu remained the enchanting figure of his past. Yet she was now confronted with a different Siyu. The law of attraction ignited within him. He aimed to win her over, to indulge in the nostalgia of first love and mend the shortcomings of his life. Once his career flourished and he possessed the capital to ride the waves of opportunity, he would contemplate other matters. Who among those reborn would not seek the allure of fame? Beyond that solitary tree lay an entire forest, resplendent with blossoms. Old Si, speak up. Qiu Rong pulled Siyu back from his reverie, jolting him into the present. Siyu cast a glance at Wu Tong, who was glaring at him with indignation, as if to question him. It's my birthday, and you give me a lipstick worth 88 yuan. Yet you present a phone to someone else? While waiting for Bai Jing, Wu Tong and Qiu Rong happened upon Siyu at the cafeteria. As they approached, Siyu produced a phone box and handed it to an exceedingly beautiful girl, seemingly a renowned new campus beauty. The girl beamed with delight, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Wu Tong, filled with ire, stood speechless, unsure of what to say, merely observing Siyu's next move. Qiu Rong, however, could not restrain her indignation on behalf of her friend and voiced her discontent. Siyu rubbed his nose dismissively, letting out a cold snort. He had no desire to engage with Wu Tong, wishing only to move on swiftly. Why waste time and energy entangling emotions with a girl over something that had never transpired? What she did was merely typical behavior for a music student, far more pragmatic and materialistic than the average university student. Did one not see the small Audis and large Land Rovers parked outside the school gates for an entire afternoon? Most girls played this game. To him, she was nothing more than a small stone by the roadside, easily kicked aside to avoid hindering his progress. He did wish to enlighten Qiu Rong, however. Chen Zhuo was his closest friend, and he benefited from their camaraderie, often enjoying her milk tea and the breakfast she brought. They formed a golden duo on the field, their synergy unmatched. She even eagerly helped him find girlfriends. Though her intentions were good, Siyu had disregarded Wu Tong entirely. Calmly informing Qiu Rong, I bought her a phone. Qiu Rong's eyes widened in astonishment, waiting for further clarification from him. Wu Tong furrowed her brow, her fingers trembling slightly. Desperately wanting to ask, didn't you say your living expenses were only 1,300? I established a company. She is my employee. Purchasing a mobile phone merely facilitates work. Nothing more. I speak frankly, without concealment. Qiu Rong scoffed, questioning loudly. Do you take me for a fool? Starting a company? Have you repaid the 100 yuan you borrowed from me last month? Siyu, feeling awkward, scratched his head and replied, I will pay you back immediately, right now. As he reached for his phone to send a WeChat red envelope, Qiu Rong, exasperated, retorted, Are you missing the point? Am I urging you to repay the money? With a cold huff, she picked up her phone, preparing to call Chen Zhuo, muttering, I'll ask Chen Zhuo if you've struck it rich and can afford to start a business. Siyu placed his hand over her phone, saying, No need to call. He knows nothing. I haven't told him. You haven't told him? Just us? How considerate of you. Qiu Rong remarked with a cold gaze. Siyu seized the opportunity to clarify matters with Qiu Rong, hoping to prevent her from continuing her meddling. He logged into the forum on his phone and showed her his post. Look, this is the recruitment notice I posted yesterday. After she expressed surprise upon reading it, he retrieved his WeChat history to show her. These are my conversations with the female candidates. I interviewed 10 of them this afternoon. Qiu Rong snatched his phone to examine it closely, scrolling through the messages. Indeed, you've conversed with many girls and invited them for interviews at Suzudian. Siyu stood calmly, hands in his pockets, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. Once Qiu Rong had seen enough, he reclaimed his phone and stated, I am devoted to my work. I didn't even hang out at the internet CAF with Chen Zhuo today. I will be quite busy and lack the energy for anything else. So please refrain from worrying about me. Thank you. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I'll treat you to dinner another day for a more in-depth chat. Siyu calmly concluded, walking away without sparing a glance at Wu Tong. Qiu Rong considered calling out to him, but he paid her no mind and hurried away. What did he mean? The information was overwhelming, and Qiu Rong struggled to comprehend it all. He has started a business, will be busy, lacks energy, and wishes her not to concern herself with him. So, no time for romance, and I should not interfere with him and Wu Tong. Turning, Qiu Rong glanced at Wu Tong. Wu Tong's expression was complex as she gazed at Cuy's retreating figure, sensing that he had transformed into a different person, no longer in sportswear. He had donned more mature attire, appearing much more handsome. His eyes were deep and restrained, his face calm and composed. He was not the same as before. It was as if someone had taken over his being. No wonder he hadn't contacted me in 2 days. He was engaged in significant endeavors. Why did he suddenly embark on a business venture without a word? Where did he procure the funds to hire people? Has he forsaken me and ceased pursuing me? Wu Tong furrowed her brow and softly asked Xiao Rong, what did his WeChat messages say? Xiao Rong recalled, he invited numerous girls for interviews, over a dozen. Wu Tong fell silent, and then Xiao Rong suddenly exclaimed, you should check the forum. He posted something there. She took out her phone, accessed the forum, and found the post CU had made. Recruitment announcement, a certain talent agency. She repeatedly glanced at the message, raising her head to meet Xiao Rong's gaze, both wearing expressions of disbelief. The author notes, many readers have inquired in the comments and reviews about the protagonist's identity, whether it is a single female lead, dual, or multiple. Initially reluctant to divulge too much, I find myself compelled to clarify. This narrative undoubtedly features multiple female leads. There are 2 empresses, 3 concubines, for noble ladies, and 5 beauties, not to mention 6 talented women. Just a jest, but indeed, there are many. The story primarily revolves around commercial and career developments, with romantic elements as a secondary theme. The male protagonist begins his journey on Douyin, later expanding beyond it, flourishing across various platforms and multiple fields, both domestically and internationally. He will undertake numerous ventures that are widely recognized and renowned. The business logic is meticulously crafted, showcasing a high level of professionalism, and the growth trajectory withstands scrutiny. The narrative will traverse through the pandemic, with Huqing being at the epicenter of the turmoil. Readers will follow the protagonist's perspective, experiencing a series of significant events that many have encountered. They will witness the evolution of a great company from its inception to its flourishing success, unfurling like an epic scroll, vividly illustrated. Chapter 007. How will you respond? CU casually grabbed a bite in the cafeteria and hurried back to her dormitory. Just as she prepared to take a moment to unwind with a cigarette, a WeChat message arrived from Luo Xian. Hello, I've thought it over. I am willing to proceed. A surge of excitement coursed through CU. This was splendid news. She was undoubtedly aware of the profit-sharing ratio through her online research. A senior student, she demonstrated considerable maturity. Unlike Bai Jing, who remained blissfully unaware, having filmed 2 videos without inquiring about the profits. It was best to clarify matters with Bai Jing, as she had already taken possession of her phone and could not retract her decision. CU sat up and messaged Luo Xian. All right, I wish us a pleasant collaboration. We will commence filming tomorrow at 2 p.m. Please wear light makeup and bring your practice attire. We shall gather at the Siju Pavilion. She then messaged Bai Jing. I forgot to inform you about the contract. The fixed monthly salary is 3,000 with a 10-year contract duration. The profit-sharing ratio is 28 for the first 3 years, 37 for the next 3 years, and 46 for the final 3 years. We will continue filming tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. Please wear light makeup and bring your practice attire, gathering at the Siju Pavilion. Lastly, she reached out to Zhou Chuanrui. Congratulations, beautiful. You have been hired. Filming begins tomorrow at 2 p.m. Please wear light makeup and bring your practice attire to the Siju Pavilion. After a while, the 3 responded in succession. Luo Xian, all right. What type of videos will we be filming? Can you elaborate? Bai Jing, seemingly unconcerned with the profit sharing, asked, great. What are we filming tomorrow? Zhou Chuanrui, am I the only one filming? What will we be shooting? They all posed the same question. What are we filming? CU decided to create a group chat, naming it CU Culture, adding the 3 of them. CU Culture is the name she plans to register for her company, which is still awaiting approval from the business administration, but for now, it will suffice. He shared 10 trending dance videos from Douyin, which he had downloaded earlier, in the group chat, stating, hello everyone, this is our company's employee group. I have uploaded the dance video we plan to shoot tomorrow. Please make sure to practice it well tonight. Change your group nickname to your own name. Zhou Chuanrui remarked, is this how you start your employment? How fascinating. With a proud expression, Bai Jing inquired, Senior, have you finished editing your video? I am eager to see the results. CU, being quite familiar with Bai Jing, accompanied her to change clothes, during which Bai Jing asked how to address him, and he suggested she call him Senior. Zhou Chuanrui exclaimed, what video? I want to see it. With a curious expression. Luo Xian added, peeping expression. CU replied, I will edit it now. Remember to practice the dance. He set aside his phone, opened his laptop, connected his mirrorless camera, and imported the footage shot in the afternoon. He began by editing hip shake dance, trimming the video to a concise 15 seconds, adjusting the lighting and colors, and adding filters. He muted the original audio, imported new sound, and set a 0.25-second fade in and fade out. In just 5 minutes, he completed it with remarkable finesse. Next, he tackled Dance Student Pentakill. This video had numerous versions, but CU aimed to create the most innovative one, featuring the English voiceover from League of Legends, depicting the progression from First Blood to Pentakill. He sourced the Pentakill sound clips from a sound library website, segmenting them into 5 parts for later use. He meticulously edited Bai Jing's 5 split movements, each lasting 3 seconds and arranged sequentially. At the end of each move, he added a shattered star effect, followed by transitions and combined animation effects, synchronizing the 5 voiceovers with the corresponding actions. He selected a piano piece by the German composer Richard as the background score. With the work concluded, he had produced 2 phenomenal short videos in a mere 20 minutes. The Reborn short video maestro indeed proved extraordinary, delivering 2 knockout punches right from the start. He opened WeChat and shared the 2 edited videos in the group chat, showcasing his prowess to the 3 new employees. He inserted a prepared new SIM card into his phone, registered a new Douyin account named the Smiling Little White. This account was intended for Bai Jing, highlighting her 2 notable traits, her beauty and her fondness for laughter, hence the chosen name. He uploaded the freshly created hip shake dance, accompanied by hashtags, hip shake dance, the Smiling Little White, dance girls, Lake Sound, go forth, Pikachu, and collect the honors that are yours. A mere 36 hours post-rebirth, the Smiling Little White had officially launched. Advertising, beauty contests, video shooting, and account creation. His efficiency was unparalleled. Unbeknownst to CU, the employee group, created less than an hour ago, was already abuzz with excitement. Zhou Chuanrui and Bai Jing, being quite chatty, had become colleagues and engaged in enthusiastic conversation. In less than 20 minutes, they had formed a close friendship, enjoying a lively exchange. Meanwhile, Luo Xian remained in the background, observing quietly. Bai Jing shared a snippet of her selfie in the group chat, to which CU remarked, "The new phone is truly excellent. The photographic results are splendid." Zhou Chuanrui inquired, "Which phone did you purchase?" Bai Jing replied, "An iPhone 8. Zhou Chuanrui exclaimed, "Wow, you're quite affluent." Bai Jing countered, "I can't afford an iPhone. It was a gift from my senior." Zhou Chuanrui was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "A gift from the boss." Bai Jing clarified, "Exactly. After filming the video, my senior handed it to me. Don't you all have one?" Zhou Chuanrui was taken aback. And Luo Xian, unable to remain silent, interjected, "What? Have you all already begun filming? He said the video he is editing is for you, and he gifted you an iPhone? I was just contemplating, and so much has transpired." Zhou Chuanrui and CU pressed, "Boss, why wasn't I included in the filming?" After a prolonged silence, CU continued, "If I film a video tomorrow, will I also receive a phone?" Luo Xian chimed in with the first comment in the group chat. "Same question." Bai Jing responded, "So it seems I'm the only one with a phone." CU then jumped in, sharing 2 edited videos before disappearing once again. After watching the videos, Zhou Chuanrui sent 4 consecutive messages. "Wow, who choreographed this dance? It's so beautiful. Xiao Bai, your figure is amazing. I need to lose weight. I can't perform the 5-kill move," sobbing. At that moment, Luo Xian was at Wuxong Square, chatting and strolling with a close friend. While conversing, she kept an eye on the group messages. Upon seeing the video files shared, she hurriedly opened the first one, titled Hip Shake Dance. The dynamic rhythm began, featuring a stunning girl clad in a form-fitting white practice outfit, swaying her hips in sync with the music, her face radiating a carefree smile. The amplitude of her movements was impressive. No wonder it was dubbed the Hip Shake Dance. Mi leaned in, joining her to watch, exclaiming, "This dance is fascinating. Where did you find these moves?" They watched the video 3 times consecutively before Luo Xian opened the second video. Accompanied by a melodious piano score, the girl lowered her legs into a perfect split, her arms gracefully extended. With the chilling voiceover from League of Legends announcing a kill, the screen displayed a dramatic leg split kill effect. The visuals pulsated, evoking a cosmic sensation. Both girls were left speechless. Wasn't he just a split? How did it transform into something so impressive? Holding their breath, they continued watching as the girl executed 4 distinct split variations. The visuals shook 4 times, each accompanied by a stern female voiceover and corresponding subtitles. Leg kick kill. Side leg kill. Front leg kill. Back leg kill. The elegance of the dance, coupled with its difficulty, harmonized beautifully with both the English and Chinese kill names, maximizing the visual effects. Wow. Her friend couldn't help but exclaim, "Who created this video? It's so cool." Luo Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replayed the video, responding, "The guy I interviewed with this afternoon made it." Her friend remained silent, holding her breath as they watched the replay together. After watching it several times in succession, I finally regained my composure. A glance exchanged between us revealed the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. The effects of this video were utterly remarkable, and the creativity was even more extraordinary. What kind of mind could conceive such ingenious ideas? For a dancer, the 5 basic split movements, paired with the voiceover of a pinnacle from League of Legends, were whimsically named and edited together, resulting in a short video that was nothing short of explosive. It was a stroke of genius. "Did you say that the young man is a sophomore in electronic music?" my friend inquired. Luo Xian nodded, affirming that it was his own claim, further asserting his comprehensive understanding of every aspect of short videos. Indeed, he possessed a certain flair. Where had he acquired such knowledge? I had no idea. I initially thought he was boasting. It took me quite some time to decide in the afternoon. "Is this girl also new?" My friend was referring to Bai Jing. Luo Xian replied, "Yes, she was likely recruited on the spot and immediately filmed the video, even posting it with an iPhone 8. An iPhone 8? You've struck gold," my friend exclaimed, her voice rising in excitement. He remained silent, unsure if I had won. Luo Xian pulled her to sit on a bench in the park, gazing at the sky, deep in thought. If she didn't earn a monthly salary of 3,000, she might not agree to see you. She appeared quite youthful, lacking the experience to discern whether he was merely boasting or had the capital to promote an internet celebrity. To my surprise, within just a few hours of my indecision, he had already produced and shared the video. Had I known, I would have simply agreed on the spot. Why hadn't he mentioned the phone when we were conversing? Luo Xian found herself perplexed. She raised her phone and scrolled through the 2 videos again, each viewing amplifying her admiration. They were far more visually impressive than the 10 previous viral hits he had posted. When compared side by side, the difference was stark, like heaven and earth. These 2 videos were bound to go viral. After much contemplation, she posed a question in the group chat. The dance was stunning, and the filming was excellent. "May I film this tomorrow?" CU, after uploading Hip Shake Dance, did not take a moment's respite and continued his work. Time was of the essence. Douyin was poised to launch its spring festival traffic strategy, and he needed to establish the account ahead of this influx to seize the opportunity and welcome the impending prosperity. His plan comprised 3 primary strategies. The first was to cultivate ordinary individuals into internet celebrities, with the targets clearly identified: Bai Jing, Luo Xian, and Zhou Chunrui. This path required financial investment and a long-term commitment of time and effort, with the potential for returns visible only after 6 months, a medium to long-term investment. The second strategy involved creating a technical account. This route was the simplest, requiring no financial input, relying solely on intellect and the investment of time and effort, with possible returns in as little as 2 months, yielding modest earnings. The third strategy entailed discovering a selection of quality songs and talented vocalists, signing them, and releasing digital singles. This path necessitated financial backing, amounting to tens of thousands. After being reborn, my primary life goal was to repay my online loans and ensure the company operated smoothly, relying on the second and third strategies for income. The first approach is long-term investment, spending in the short term to reap profits in the future. What CU must now undertake is the second approach, creating technical videos to cultivate his own account. The concept for the work has long been conceived, and the props, rubber figurines purchased from a toy store, are prepared. CU retrieves a 10-centimeter tall rubber figurine from his bag and places it on the ground. He sets his mirrorless camera on a small stool, aligning the viewfinder with the figurine, adjusts the parameters, and begins filming. He stands up, lifts his foot, and gently steps on the figurine's head, gradually pressing down until the figurine is flattened. The necessary shot is achieved with remarkable simplicity. Watch as I transform the mundane into the extraordinary. He picks up the camera, conducts a thorough check, and imports the footage to his laptop. Within 10 minutes, he locates 3 sound effects needed for his project. The first is an original line from a movie featuring a superstar. "In your life, have you ever fought for someone else?" The second is a 2-second clip of a woman shouting with all her might sourced from an online sound library. The third is a segment from Eason Chan's song Let Me Stay By Your Side, capturing a climactic lyric that resonates profoundly. He opens the editing software, imports the video, trims the beginning and end, retaining a 10-second segment of him stepping on the figurine. He sets it to play in reverse. The explosive effect is achieved. The originally slow motion of stepping down on the figurine transforms into a sequence where the figurine struggles to rise from the ground, gradually lifting its tiny hands above its head with great effort. The reverse feature is an extraordinary tool that can create many astonishing effects. For instance, in the 1986 version of Journey to the West, the scene where Sun Wukong rolls out of the water is actually filmed as him entering the water, then reversed. The moment when Sun Wukong breaks free from the Five Elements mountain can similarly be reversed from the footage of him being trapped. For 30 years, few viewers have uncovered this secret within Journey to the West. He adds a water ripple effect at the beginning of the visual, imports the 3 sound clips, and arranges them sequentially on the timeline. He adjusts the volume levels of the sound clips and sets them to fade in and out over 0.25 seconds. Completed. He wraps up the session. CU glances at the clock. 3 minutes for shooting, 10 minutes for sourcing material, and 7 minutes for editing. In a mere 20 minutes. A groundbreaking piece of work has come to fruition. He clicks play to review the effect. In the still image, a foot is planted firmly on the ground. With a hoarse, weary yet magnetic voice, a question arises. In your life, have you ever fought for someone else? Following a visual ripple effect. The woman's voice erupts with fervent shouts. The miraculous imagery unfolds alongside her cries, as the foot is slowly lifted by the figurine. At the foot's base, the rubber figurine roars, desperately struggling, gritting its teeth, and exerting all its strength to raise its hands, gradually elevating them above its head. Perhaps it may fall short. The intense and flamboyant background music surged forth, accompanied by the rich and powerful voice of Eason Chan, conveying an unwavering conviction. 10 seconds later, the scene abruptly halted. The melody faded, and the screen turned black. CU could not help but applaud himself. After his reworking, the outcome surpassed that of his previous life. Chapter 008. Safeguarding Our Technical Flow. A brief 10-second filming, along with 3 meticulously crafted sound effects, transformed the mundane into the extraordinary through skillful editing, vividly presenting an exhilarating and passionate effect. The preceding hoarse and subdued female voice, the middle one rising in fervent shouts, and the concluding triumphant tones complemented the reversed footage splendidly. It encapsulated the spirit of relentless striving, akin to the legend of Yugong moving mountains. Though faced with countless adversities, I shall forge ahead. Passion, aspiration, struggle, and positive energy. This work stands apart from all contemporary technical flow videos. Its style and temperament are distinct. Absent are the dazzling visual effects, bewildering transitions, and ornate movements. Even the filming is strikingly simple. There is no ostentation. Rather, it embodies the essence of profound subtlety, wielding a heavy sword that bears no edge. The imagery is unadorned yet deeply meaningful, akin to a refreshing stream. Standing tall among the crowd, viewers will undoubtedly find it invigorating and eye-opening, much like a connoisseur accustomed to the fiery Sichuan cuisine, savoring a delectable Cantonese dish. In his past life, this line was initially obscure, only to be serendipitously utilized by a creator in a short video, subsequently skyrocketing in popularity and being referenced in many works, particularly in military and law enforcement promotional videos. Have you ever fought for others in your lifetime? This line is often accompanied by the wailing of police sirens, special forces raising shields, and soldiers crawling through mud. Eason Chan's Let Me Stay By Your Side was specially adapted to incorporate this line into the musical backdrop, achieving greater fame than the original. CU exhaled a contented sigh and logged into his Douyin account under the name Xiao CG. His social media accounts, including WeChat and Douyin, bore the same name. After entering the workforce, he changed it to Lao CG. He imported the video and added a description. Do you know who the voice actress is? Leave a comment to see if you can guess correctly. He included the hashtags, Safeguarding Our Technical Flow, Eason Chan, Technical Flow, and Striving. Safeguarding our technical flow is a phrase from the industry that evolved into an internet meme, originating from the game League of Legends. There are numerous adaptations, including the immensely popular novel Protecting Our Clan Leader from Chijian Chinese. This phrase has yet to debut. Let this meme become CU's first tag. He clicked to upload. The Technical Flow account, Xiao CG, was launched. The debut work was out. Many Technical Flow videos have outshone this one, yet it does not claim to be extraordinary. CU chose this as her inaugural work because it was the simplest and most suitable option. It allowed her to leverage the popularity of major stars, making it ideal for the initial phase of her account, facilitating a smooth launch and enabling the accumulation of foundational followers. Other technically intricate videos were too complicated, requiring props that she had already ordered online, which would take a few days to arrive. After completing the upload, CU hurried to her Weibo, found and followed the relevant account, and left a message. There's an account on Douyin called Xiao CG. The voiceover in the video seems to be from your movie's original sound. I can't be certain, but you should check it out. This simple message, consisting of fewer than 40 words, left a malicious hook, enticing the viewers of her comment to investigate Xiao CG. Thus, a seamless series of operations in short video management came to a conclusion. She employed various operational techniques. Firstly, by incorporating 2 celebrity topics into her discussion, she enabled Douyin's recommendation algorithm to push her work towards their fanbase, effectively capitalizing on their traffic. Secondly, she devised a protective topic for her technical flow, planning to associate all future technical videos with this theme to create a narrative. Furthermore, in the description of her work, she guided viewers to leave comments in the comment section to enhance the interactive data of her work. Besides views, the metrics of likes, comments, saves, and shares are crucial at times, as they can influence the recommendation algorithm. Increased comments can indirectly lead the algorithm to grant her work more visibility. This is why many video creators urge their audience to comment in this section, often using phrases like "make sure to leave a comment." Lastly, her comment on Weibo aimed to direct traffic to her work, enticing her followers to take a look. Infuriatingly, she prompted her audience to guess on her account while revealing the answer elsewhere, leaving a bait for fans to verify. This dual approach consistently piqued the curiosity of the target audience. This operational strategy maximizes the potential to tap into trending traffic, boost performance metrics, influence algorithms, and enhance recommendations. It is remarkably professional. The importance of management cannot be overstated. The same piece of work, when approached differently, can yield entirely disparate results. For a Reborn operator, the operational skills and theories she casually mastered are non-existent in the current landscape, where the concepts require substantial data from numerous works, summarized and analyzed by experts from major internet companies after 2020. Having completed all necessary tasks, what remained was simply to wait, awaiting natural traffic flow, topic fermentation, until it eventually erupted. 2 minutes later, on Weibo, a fan stumbled upon CU's comment. What work features the original sound from a film? Curiosity piqued, he opened Douyin, eagerly searching for Xiao CG and clicking on the video to watch. In your lifetime, have you ever fought desperately for someone else? A raspy, hoarse, deep, and weary yet magnetic female voice gently and resolutely inquired. Ah, the rubber figurine let out a fierce roar, its arms trembling as it valiantly raised the oversized slipper above its head. Perhaps it would miss the mark. Amidst the melodious backdrop of light rock, a passionate song resonated. How astonishing is this video? The voiceover is so invigorating. Unaccountably, it stirs a sense of fervor. How is the imagery crafted? How could the rubber figurine possibly lift such a foot? It's truly marvelous. It forgot to discern whether the original audio was present, and only after repeatedly watching several times did it attentively analyze the dialogue. Opening the comments section, it left a message. The creator is talented. I'm a fan. After liking, following, and saving, it returned to the Weibo comment section, liking a message from CU and replying, I've heard it. Indeed, it's the same voice. 3 minutes later, a second fan, drawn by CU's comment, was led to Douyin to search for Xiao CG. Upon returning, CU's comment had garnered more likes. This comment's popularity soared, and 2 hours later, it was pinned to the top of the comments section. Besides the audience drawn in, Douyin's algorithm naturally brought in viewers as well. Without exception, they liked and followed. CU's fanbase continued to grow, and the comments section became increasingly lively. Messages swelled from 10 to 30, then 50, while the view count skyrocketed. Bai Jing's works became even more popular. Music, aesthetics, and humor are the 3 key elements of short video virality. Her extraordinary beauty, sweet smile, and uniqueness accounted for 2 of these elements. Coupled with her form-fitting white practice attire that accentuated her curves, exuding both purity and allure, who could resist? A simple triple tap followed by a comment has become standard practice. Douyin's algorithm understands its audience well, especially the male demographic. Within just 5 minutes, it broke through the 7th level, amassing 500 in the traffic pool. 20 minutes later, it surpassed the 6th level with 3,000. An hour later, it crossed the 5th level, reaching 10,000. CU remained blissfully unaware of the data surrounding his work. After creating 2 new accounts, he felt elated, lighting a cigarette, pouring himself some water, and reclining on his bed with his phone. The group chat buzzed with excitement. Zhou Chuanrui asked if anyone had a phone. Luo Xian inquired if they could shoot a video similar to Bai Jing's the next day. Siyu Henti anticipated that Bai Jing would so openly discuss the phone he had bought for her. The phone was a privilege reserved for exceptional talents, not a standard provision. However, upon reflection, he thought, what's done is done, and it wouldn't hurt to provide them both with a phone. Daily updates featuring beautiful university students were indeed useful. If Siyu had sufficient startup funds, he would have readily agreed. Yet, burdened by online loans, he lacked the budget. He informed Zhou Chuanrui and Luo Xian, "We all have phones. You two will get yours at the start of the next semester. My funds will be available after the spring festival." Zhou Chuanrui replied with a giggle, "Boss, you're so kind." Luo Xian added, "All right, thank you. See you. You may converse amongst yourselves. I shall indulge in some gaming. Remember to practice your dance." With that, he departed, having toiled throughout the day, now deserving of a respite. Though he labeled it as rest, it was merely a shift in his mode of labor. He logged into the streaming platform, searching for the Modern Brothers, and discovered the still ascending internet sensation, Lu Yuning. Lu Yuning, a 27-year-old male standing at 192 centimeters, possesses striking features and exceptional vocal talents. Currently engaged in live streaming, he performs nightly in the pedestrian streets of his hometown, Danyang. This August, he is poised to achieve fame with his street rendition of To Be Honest, amassing 20 million followers in mere months and securing a position among the top 10 on the Douyin fan chart for 2018. Following his rise to stardom, he participated in Singer, subsequently appearing in the drama Ultimate Notes and taking on a supporting role alongside Zhao Lucy in The Long Song, thus embarking on his acting career. He is often hailed as the most proficient actor among internet celebrities. With his captivating looks and vocal prowess, Siyu has set his sights on him, aspiring to cultivate his talent before he becomes a household name. In the live stream window, Lu Yuning donned a black down jacket, performing on the street with 2 companions. The audience was modest, numbering just over 200. Siyu scanned the user list, noting that the majority were female admirers drawn to his visage. Followers, 66. Attracting him would require a strategic approach. A contract of 28 would undoubtedly be insufficient. A minimum of 37 would be necessary. A small influencer with a fan base of over 500,000 cannot be lured with a standard contract. A monthly salary of 3 would also fall short. Siyu opened the chat history of the live stream, scrutinizing the gift records to analyze his earnings. Occasionally, he would send small gifts to establish familiarity. Bang! The dormitory door swung open forcefully as Chun Zhua and Dong Wenxuan returned. Chun Zhua hailed from Xiangshan in eastern Guangdong, his family owning a lingerie factory in the renowned lingerie hub, Xiaolan. His wealth is considered modest in eastern Guangdong, but quite impressive in Jingchu, being a second-generation factory owner. Tall and slender, with a typical Hong Kong hairstyle, he possesses deep-set eyes and high cheekbones, unmistakably a native of eastern Guangdong. Dong Wenxuan, from Yicheng in Bachchuan, has parents who are both educators. His hometown is known for producing the famed Wulianya liquor, and he grew up surrounded by its aroma, developing a notable tolerance. His family circumstances are among the less favorable in their dormitory, with Siyu being the most disadvantaged. Another roommate, Lung Bo, a local from Jiangcheng, had gone home for the holidays. He comes from the most affluent background, with a father in real estate and a mother running a successful renovation company. With long hair, he bears a resemblance to the singer Jing Jun. His 2 cousins work in his father's real estate company, often introducing him to nightlife venues, making him quite the little veteran. Upon being accepted into Huyin University, his family gifted him a car of his choosing, and he selected a Cadillac. The Cadillac is not for ride-sharing. It is reserved for technicians and models. Unfortunately, he has influenced the dormitory atmosphere negatively, leading Chun Zhua down the path of indulging in bars and foot massages. The relationships among the 4 roommates are quite amicable, with Chun Zhua being the most affable of them all. As soon as he stepped through the door, he rushed to Siyu's side and questioned. Xiao Rong called to say that you sent a phone to a girl and are recruiting young women for entrepreneurship. What is going on? Dong Wenxuan stood nearby, eyeing him with malicious intent. For 2 consecutive days, Siyu had not engaged in activities with them. Yesterday, he claimed to have a cold. And today, he said he was visiting a childhood school. It turned out he had deceived them. Siyu had no intention of keeping his roommates in the dark forever. Being together every day made it impossible to hide the truth. He candidly confessed, I can't continue like this. I want to embark on something new. My family recently received compensation from a demolition, and I asked them for startup funds to venture into short video creation. Chen Zhuo was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, patting Siyu on the shoulder. That's great. Congratulations, you're a demolition heir now. Dong Wenxuan shouted, let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Siyu chuckled, of course. We must celebrate. We'll wait for Lung Bo to join us. How much did you get from the demolition? Chen Zhuo inquired. Not much, just a few tens of thousands. An old house in my hometown's county, not much to be gained. Chen Zhuo questioned, is your family at ease letting you spend that money? Siyu reassured him. I'm not wasting it. I discussed my plans with them, and they are quite supportive. What short video projects are you considering? Tell me about them. Chen Zhuo asked with keen interest as he plopped down on the desk. Siyu replied, I want to create several short video accounts on Douyin. Some for myself and others inviting girls to dance. He pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and showed them his latest work. Within just an hour, he had garnered 800 followers. They stared at the phone in astonishment, bombarding him with questions. Was this filmed on a phone or animated? Who edited it? Who conceived the idea? Siyu explained his editing process, leaving them in awe. The stunning visual effects were astonishingly achieved with a mirrorless camera. They incessantly asked Siyu when he had learned such knowledge, when he had conceived the entrepreneurial idea, and why he had never mentioned it before. Siyu replied that he had been self-studying. It didn't require extensive technical knowledge, just enough to be effective. Studying electronic music necessitated learning about music software and hardware operations, which provided him a solid foundation for video editing, making his learning curve much steeper than that of an average person. Siyu added, I've always wanted to start a business. And now with the funds from the demolition, I've decided to act on it. After discussing the entrepreneurial venture for 20 minutes, Chen Zhuo suddenly recalled Xiao Rong's question. Did Xiao Rong ask you if you are no longer pursuing Wu Tong? Siyu replied, yes, I'm no longer pursuing her. I'm focusing on my career. I'll treat you to dinner the night after tomorrow, and we can invite Xiao Rong to join us. Dong Wenxuan asked, are you still joining us for gaming tomorrow? I want to be going. You all have fun. I'm giving up gaming and women to concentrate on my account. Nonsense. As if you've ever had any experience with women, Chen Zhuo bluntly retorted, exposing Siyu's exaggeration. Don't hit the face. Siyu, exasperated, pushed Chen Zhuo, provoking a hearty laugh from him. In a dormitory inhabited by 4 individuals, Chen Zhuo, Lung Bo, 2 affluent young men who have recently begun dating, and Siyu and Dong Wenxuan, 2 impoverished souls who do not harbor disdain for their financial status. The contrast is particularly evident in their dynamic. The 2 inexperienced young men often find themselves the targets of jest from their wealthier counterparts. In this realm, Siyu remains, without a doubt, an untainted and innocent youth. Chapter 009. The Enigma of Aesthetic Appeal. Last night, 3 members of the dormitory engaged in conversation until the early hours, succumbing to slumber only when the sun had ascended high in the sky. By 10 o'clock, Chen Zhuo was roused from his slumber by a call from Xiao Rong, who implored him to accompany her on a shopping excursion. With a heavy sigh, he reluctantly arose, pulling the covers off Siyu and Dong Wenxuan as he declared, I am awake. Do you still wish to sleep? Siyu, dismissive of his remarks, remained in bed, engrossed in the relentless data on Douyin. After 14 hours of uploading, his video had garnered 1.98 million views, 610,000 likes, 430,000 followers, 130,000 comments, and 140,000 shares. A quick mental calculation revealed a like-to-view ratio of 0.31 and a follower-to-like ratio of 0.7. Siyu smiled with satisfaction. True prowess reveals itself in the numbers. The data analysis of Douyin's content is a complex and extensive system. Beyond basic metrics such as views and likes, it encompasses a myriad of ratios. Presently, videos are restricted to a mere 15 seconds, rendering the data relatively straightforward. However, with the anticipated extension to 1-minute videos later this year, the complexity of the data will undoubtedly increase. Major internet corporations and elite firms have established specialized data analysis positions, with top-tier experts earning nearly $1 million annually. CU's analytical skills rank at level 6 on the Cat Tao network, placing him among the elite few in Jiangsu province. Upon reviewing the figures, it was clear that his efforts had borne fruit. A follower-to-like ratio exceeding 0.7 signifies a masterpiece, while a like-to-view ratio surpassing 0.2 is considered exceptional, with 0.3 denoting outstanding performance. This indicates that among every 10 individuals who liked the video, 7 chose to follow as well. CU clicked on the details page of his work to examine the most crucial metric, the completion rate. Among all metrics, the completion rate holds the highest evaluative weight, representing the work's ability to engage users and indirectly reflecting its capacity to retain user attention on Douyin. The platform's most formidable competitor is not merely the craftsmanship of its videos, but rather the myriad distractions vying for users' fragmented attention, be it WeChat, Weibo, poker, fishing, gaming, or watching films. A piece of content that can captivate users to the point where they cannot bear to part with their phones, even during mundane moments like using the restroom or waiting for public transport, is deemed exceptional. The completion rate assesses this very capacity. The higher the rate, the stronger the ability to attract users. Moreover, the cost of manipulating this data is the most substantial. Wherever there is traffic, there is profit, and where there is profit, there are transgressions. The platform must inevitably consider both cheating and anti-cheating measures. While all data can potentially be inflated or manipulated, the completion rate remains one of the most challenging to alter, given its high cost and intrinsic value. The completion rate is an astonishing 61, which is remarkably high. Among every 100 viewers, 61 have watched it in its entirety. Such a masterpiece will undoubtedly continue to be promoted by the algorithm. The upcoming data curve is poised to rise steadily, and the follower count will continue to increase for several days. Only 14 hours have passed thus far. Patience is key. CU has exited from Xiao CG and logged into AI Zhao Xiao Bai, eagerly gazing at the screen. Views at 231 million. Likes at 740,000. Followers at 540,000. Comments at 170,000. And shares at 190,000. The like-to-view ratio stands at 0.32, and the follower-to-like ratio at 0.73. The completion rate has reached a staggering 65. All 3 key metrics surpass those of the previous work. Only a 15-second video could yield such extraordinary statistics. Indeed, a video capable of garnering millions of followers is truly exceptional. The impact is immediate and explosive. Bai Jing's rendition of the Hipsway dance boasts numerous upgrades compared to Dai Gu Lai's version. Enhancements in beauty, dance skill, and attire are all evident. The allure of the dance practice attire surpasses that of ordinary short skirts by several folds. However, the current user base of Douyin is not as extensive as when Dai Gu La was popular, likely only a quarter of that size. It is improbable to achieve the same explosive follower growth. CU casually browses the comments section, which is bustling with activity. Even a blind man would open his eyes. As long as the blind man is male, strongly urge a change. Please quote a price. I will respond to any bid you dare make. Release a Black Stockings version. Is she a college student? Is this for real? I want to track you down. With a smile, CU uploads her second video, titled 5 Kills of Dance Students. Description: do you know the 5 kills of dance students? Which one is your favorite? Let me know in the comments. Accompanied by hashtags AI Zhao Xiao Bai, Huyin, Hipsway Dance, 5 Kills of Dance Students, Dance Students. Click to upload. The second piece by AI Zhao Xiao Bai is completed. CU gets out of bed, washes her face, and brushes her teeth. Chenhua has already left. Have you really quit gaming? Dong Wenxuan inquires with a hint of melancholy. Yes, I have. I need to work. Dong Wenxuan sighs deeply. Lung Bo has gone home, and Chenhua is out shopping with his girlfriend, leaving CU to focus on her work, making him feel quite solitary. After a moment of hesitation, he decides to visit an internet CAF, as Summoner's Rift is the fated realm for single men. CU opens her laptop to create her second account, Chun Shui Tang. This account is positioned as a technical beauty account, modeled after the leading accounts in the beauty sphere of Douyin from her past life, Shuang Yen Go. Its content is singular yet diverse, featuring various staged and street shots of beautiful models. The styles are eclectic, ranging from fashion to national trends, and even cheap-how aesthetics. under normal circumstances. Such accounts would only emerge after 2019. This type of account is costly to maintain, primarily due to expenses for models and clothing. Scenic setups, makeup, and props also incur significant costs, necessitating the use of various graphics and clothing models. At most, a single project may require over 20 models. Currently, CU lacks the financial resources to hire models, so he begins with a simplified approach, initially creating a beauty-focused account featuring female celebrities, and later inviting female models to produce beauty videos. He seeks out free high-definition images of female stars, complementing them with music and special effects to craft themed albums dedicated to these celebrities. The themes are diverse, encompassing topics such as a feature on the renowned Lee Jia-sin from Hong Kong, a focus on the Mao girl, a spotlight on star girls, a tribute to the female characters from the 007 franchise, and a celebration of Taylor Swift, among others. With proficient visual effects paired with high-quality images, the results are equally stunning. Presently, there are no similar accounts in the market, leaving a void that is likely to capture the hearts of many men. As lunchtime approached, CU, feeling too lazy to venture out for breakfast, worked diligently for 2 uninterrupted hours. High-definition resource websites are few, and the average person remains unaware of them. Only those in the advertising and media industry are privy to such knowledge. Fortunately, CU is well acquainted with all of them. The websites host a plethora of images of female stars, ranging from domestic entertainment to Hong Kong cinema, and even international celebrities. Today, he focused on a theme dedicated to Japanese actresses, starting with well-known film stars before transitioning to famous female characters from anime, rotating through them methodically. He downloaded over 100 high-definition images of female celebrities and, by 12:30, edited 5 videos. Curious to assess the results, he clicked on one. Amid the sultry sounds of saxophone music, images of female stars appeared, accompanied by twinkling stars and shimmering effects, each one gracefully transitioning into view. Clicking on another, he was met with upbeat, rhythmic music as photographs spun into view, one after another, creating a dazzling spectacle. The transitions and animated visual effects were of the highest caliber. After reviewing the outcomes, CU inserted a newly acquired SIM card and registered a new account, Chunshitang, Spring Waterhall. He uploaded his creations, adding a description. Do you recognize this female star? Let me know her name in the comments. He included hashtags, Chunshitang, Simple Life, Beauty, Female Stars, and clicked upload. The beauty account, Chunshitang, was officially launched. Closing his laptop and tucking it into his bag, he grabbed his mirrorless camera and headed to the cafeteria for a combined breakfast and lunch. At 1:30, having satisfied his hunger, he made his way to the lawn in the West Garden, lighting a cigarette and basking in the sun while awaiting his female companions. The first to arrive was Zhou Chuanrue, a sociable individual who sat down with CU at the stone table from yesterday's interview, engaging in lively conversation without any sense of distance. After chatting for 5 minutes, she inquired eagerly, "Have you uploaded the video from yesterday?" "Yes. It's up and has received tens of thousands of likes," CU replied casually. "What is the account name?" "Show me," she exclaimed with enthusiasm. CU opened the employee group chat and messaged, "Little Siki, Chunshitang, and the Cheerful Little Bai. Everyone should check these accounts out." She quickly pulled out her phone, read the message, and swiftly exited to search for the Cheerful Little Bai. "Wow, 70,000 followers," she exclaimed in astonishment. She stared at the screen in astonishment. Asking CU, "Did you upload this last night?" CU nodded. The Cheerful Xiao Bai had 540,000 followers upon waking, and by 2 o'clock, it had surged to 690,000, with a continuous increase. She had released an additional dance video, and with 2 videos gaining momentum together, the growth would be even more rapid. In disbelief, she cast a glance at CU, then turned to the screen again, her head bobbing like a pendulum. Her eyes wide open, her expressions and gestures comical. Is this speed truly possible? Can one become a mini-internet celebrity overnight? After watching Xiao Bai's cheerful demeanor, she turned her attention to Xiao Ciji and then to Chun Shui Tang. "Did you create all of this?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, fingers incessantly scrolling. After a few minutes, Bai Jing bounced into the room, her phone emitting the sounds of the dance video. Upon entering the garden, she had received a group message and, after following the account, discovered it had reached 70,000 followers. She was utterly flabbergasted. During the summer, she had uploaded 20 pieces of work and only gained 300 followers. Yet, in just one night, with 2 pieces, she had accumulated 70,000. Having dabbled in the art of clever hands, she understood the difficulty of gaining followers. The creators she followed during the summer grew their followers at a turtle's pace. Her heart raced wildly, almost leaping to her throat, her cheeks flushed with excitement. After standing in place for a while, studying the account, she finally composed herself and made her way to the Siju Ting, repeatedly watching the dance video as she walked. "Senior brother, you're amazing," she exclaimed as she plopped down on a stone bench, gazing at Siyu with admiration. Having engaged in clever hands for 6 months, she had never heard of anyone gaining 70,000 followers in a single day. Oh wait, it hasn't even been a full day. It was uploaded at 8 last night, and it's only been 18 hours. It's because your dancing is exceptional. Siyu replied with a grin. "Hello, boss." Luo Xian entered, softly greeting Siyu. As she walked, she pondered how to address him. In the group chat, Bai Jing sweetly called him senior brother, while Zhou Chunrui boldly referred to him as boss. She couldn't bring herself to utter either title. Upon seeing him in person, she felt even less inclined to address him. He was merely a sophomore, 2 years her junior, and undeniably a junior brother. How could she possibly call him that? It felt too much like servility. After all, she was the proud school belle. Throughout her 4 years at university, she had always been held in high esteem, constantly pursued and adored, looking down upon the boys. Could she really lower herself to fawn over a second-year boy just before graduation? The psychological disparity was significant. I cannot bring myself to do it. However, what else could she call him if not boss? Mr. C? That sounded just as formal and distant. Junior brother? Even less appropriate. The messages in the group chat prompted her to reconsider. After viewing 3 accounts, she resolved to humbly address him as boss. She decided to set aside her pride and willingly pay homage. Incredible. Yesterday afternoon, the freshman filmed a video, which she edited that evening, garnering an impressive 70,000 followers. She pondered whether, had she agreed on the spot, it might have been her in the video instead of Bai Jing, thus claiming those 70,000 followers as her own. She firmly believed she was not inferior to Bai Jing. This young man possessed something remarkable. No wonder he had the audacity to start a company, recruiting girls with a monthly salary of 3,000 to cultivate internet influencers. He truly had substance. Upon examining 2 other accounts, Xiao Ciji with 50,000 followers, and the newly established Chunshitang account, which amassed 2,000 followers within mere hours, the growth in followers was as delightful as play. It was almost miraculous. She had a classmate who had been on Douyin for 3 months, tirelessly posting music videos, yet only managed a pitiful 600 followers. In comparison, Luo Xian sighed and exclaimed, "Let us call him boss." After all, he was indeed the owner of the company, disbursing salaries each month, and what else more? He would even be distributing iPhones post-Spring Festival. The way she addressed him as boss was filled with genuine respect. Chapter 010. 3 divine melodies. As the 3 girls gathered, they commenced their work, refilming the 10 vintage hits shared in the group chat the previous day. Each participated, wearing casual attire, simply shedding their outer jackets. Siyu led them around, specifically seeking out landmark buildings on campus for their shoot. Wuksong Square, the Arts Building, the Performance Center, and the Central Garden. The sight of 1 male and 3 beautiful girls filming attracted a crowd, especially at Wuksong Square. The sun shone brilliantly, and many students basked in its warmth, forming a large circle around the 3 beauties as they danced. Several enthusiastic boys were beside themselves with excitement. Isn't that the newly crowned campus flower, Bai Jing? And there's the long-legged senior, Luo Xian? These were the topics of conversation for the boys before sleep. They observed eagerly, with several pulling out their phones to capture the moment. One person opened WeChat to send a message. "Hurry to Wuksong. Don't say I didn't warn you. And bring along a candid photo." Another directly inquired of Siyu, "What are you filming, classmate?" Siyu replied, "Short videos for Douyin." "What is the account name?" "I also use Douyin." Siyu responded, "Chunshitang." The boys in the crowd, upon hearing this, eagerly opened Douyin and searched for Chunshitang. A minute later, someone exclaimed, "Wow! Come quickly, your favorite artist." Siyu laughed heartily, leading the 3 girls to their next location. After completing the vintage hits, they headed to the Arts Building, where Luo Xian and Zhou Chunrui changed into practice attire. She instructed them to refilm the 5 kills. The twerking dance was withheld from them, as Siyu intended to have it become Bai Jing's signature piece, to be filmed again once Bai Jing attained fame. Luo Xian donned a striking ensemble of a rose-red top paired with pure black bottoms, with her shoes mirroring the color of her top, creating a dazzling visual coherence. The fitted, cropped top and high-waisted trousers, which reached above her navel, accentuated her legs, offering a stunningly elongated silhouette. Zhou Chuanrui donned a dance outfit characterized by a white top and black bottoms. The white blouse was puffed out, causing concern about her stability. Among her peers, her physique was notably curvaceous, which explained her persistent remarks about wanting to lose weight. After the photo shoot, which concluded around 6:30, just in time for dinner, Siyu announced the end of work, and Bai Jing suggested they dine together, offering to treat. She had intended to invite him for dinner since the previous day when she had collected his phone. However, she hesitated to speak up in the presence of two female classmates. Later, she learned that only she had a phone while the other two did not, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Coupled with the surge of followers her newly opened account had garnered, she felt quite upbeat and extended her invitation for dinner. Siyu readily agreed, saying, "Sure, let us eat together, I'll treat." Bai Jing objected, "I was planning to treat you last night. I'll take care of it." Siyu, chuckling, replied, "Today is a work gathering, I'll pay. When you hit 1 million followers, you can treat us to a grand feast." Conceding, Bai Jing relented, and the group proceeded to the nearest cafeteria for dinner. They did not make a fuss by reserving a private room. Instead, the four of them took a table for four, ordering a sumptuous array of dishes while engaging in lively conversation. Siyu glanced at Bai Jing, then at Luo Xiyan, and finally at the jovial Zhou Chuanrui, relishing the moment. Bai Jing and Luo Xiyan, mindful of their figures, consumed little and soon turned to their phones. Zhou Chuanrui, unwilling to set her chopsticks down, kept exclaiming, "You two are being excessive, eating so little." It seemed her round physique was a consequence of her indulgent appetite. Suddenly, Siyu heard someone call his name and turned to see an old classmate standing nearby. Two boys, one of whom was Yang Hui. Yang Hui, along with Siyu and Su Shu, had been classmates in high school at Xiangqing No. 22 Middle School, Class 6. Among their cohort, for students had progressed to the same music school, 2 boys and 2 girls, Siyu and Yang Hui representing the male contingent. Siyu pursued electronic music, while Yang Hui specialized in vocal performance. The 2 girls were studying music education. Their relationship was amicable, having shared the same high school class and now being university alumni. Though they weren't particularly close friends, they rarely socialized, merely exchanging greetings when they met and participating in occasional gatherings during winter and summer breaks. Yang Hui was taken aback to see Siyu dining with 3 stunning young women, his eyes wide with curiosity and surprise. The simultaneous attention from the 3 beautiful girls rendered him nervous, causing a slight flush to creep across his face. Observing his discomfort, Siyu chuckled and rose to pat Yang Hui on the shoulder, exchanging a few pleasantries. With his food tray in hand, Yang Hui felt it inappropriate to linger longer. So he mentioned a desire to reunite during the upcoming winter break before taking his leave. After he and his classmates settled at their table, one inquired, "Who was that?" "He was my classmate in high school, studying electronic music." "How did he end up dining with 3 girls? Is the one in white Bai Jing?" "I believe so. I felt a bit shy to look too closely." "Did you catch a glimpse?" "I caught only a fleeting glance." His companion remarked, "Your classmate is impressive. Managing 3 at once. What is his background? A second-generation rich kid?" Yang Hui pondered, expressing confusion, stating that he had no notable background, much like himself. As he ate, he reminisced about Siyu, who indeed lacked any prominent connections. They had shared 3 ordinary years in high school. So how had she suddenly transformed into someone with 3 stunning companions? No matter how he contemplated, he could not fathom it. He sensed that Siyu's demeanor had changed entirely since their last encounter, as if she had become a different person altogether. After dining with the 3 beautiful women, they returned to the dormitory, where he took a moment to rest and smoke, harboring a desire to indulge in some gaming. With the Spring Festival approaching in a month, and the anticipated surge in Douyin users during this time, Siyu sighed, opened her laptop, and resumed her work. Seizing the opportunity was crucial. Time was of the essence to rapidly increase her follower count. In March and June, Douyin was set to undergo 2 significant updates. In March, the platform would initiate the beta testing of its short video e-commerce feature, requiring 100,000 followers for eligibility. A larger follower base would yield more effective sales. By June, the video duration could extend to 1 minute, allowing for upgraded verification and increased traffic support. At that time, a minimum of 5 major accounts and a year of registration would be necessary for certification. Although her registration time fell short of a year, a substantial follower count could warrant special approval from the officials. Both updates demanded a considerable follower count. The more, the better. Now was not the time for leisure. She was in the foundational stage of her endeavors. Diligently working was essential. Once the company structure was established and staffing was in place, she could free herself from the burdensome technical tasks, focusing solely on creativity and management. Logging onto the Copyright Office's official website, she filled out the application form for copyright registration, uploaded her identification, the scores for 2 songs, and completed the work description to apply for song copyrights. The process was extensive, taking an hour to finalize the registration. Done. CU contentedly lit a cigarette, savoring a puff, eagerly anticipating the approval of her 2 songs copyrights the following workday. Everything was proceeding according to plan, seeking beautiful women to craft an influencer account, producing technical videos, and most importantly, leveraging her mental repository of memories to find suitable songs, aiming to quickly secure her first pot of gold, repay her online loans, and achieve her initial life goal, thereby transitioning her company into a formal operation. With a plethora of future hits swirling in her mind, she could not afford to waste them. In her current phase, with only a modest sum of money, earning through music was the swiftest route to financial gain. Establishing a short video account required time, and amassing followers to a commercially viable level would take another 2 months. Furthermore, it was less lucrative compared to releasing songs. Pursuing all 3 paths was a strategy CU had devised on the day of her rebirth. The first song she selected was Good Night, Dragon Returns, the most popular track of 2023. Initially obscure, it gained traction during the World Cup when a fan from the province used it to accompany footage of Messi receiving an award, uploading it to online platforms. As Messi gracefully strides to receive his award, his rhythm impeccably synchronizes with the climactic essence of the song, creating a seamless blend that inadvertently captures the public's attention. In no time, it has taken by storm all online platforms within the country. Not only domestically, but the cadence of Good Night, Dragon Return has also traversed borders, with Messi's video of bowing and stepping forward to receive his award resonating overseas. A whirlwind of Dragon Return swept through numerous mainstream online platforms abroad, amassing an astonishing 60 billion views internationally, with even greater figures domestically. Back in the day, he graced Mango TV's New Year's Eve Gala, followed by an appearance on the Spring Festival Gala, maintaining an unbroken wave of popularity. By mid-2023, the cumulative view count across all domestic platforms reached an astounding 140 billion, a staggering record, unparalleled in history. With the song's meteoric rise, allegations of plagiarism arose, claiming it borrowed elements from at least 4 other songs, including the domestic hit The Brightest Star in the Night Sky and Germany's Onward. However, from the perspective of professional music connoisseur CU, it cannot be deemed plagiarism, but rather a clever homage, artfully intertwining the most exquisite melodies from 4 different compositions. A master of musical fusion, the ultimate Frankenstein of sound. Forgive me, but in this world, let me embrace that title. I must seize the opportunity. This is a male vocal piece. The second song is a female vocal piece, Possibility. Indeed, it ranks 4th in the 2023 charts, with Good Night, Dragon Return at the forefront. The second position belongs to Actually, None, by the fiery Xiao Yuan Go. The third is Madame Xixiang, a classic by Phoenix legend that has resurfaced. Fourth, we find Possibility, where every line suggests possibility, yet simultaneously conveys impossibility. The entire composition employs the term possibility 30 times. This is CU's favorite song. With its softly melancholic melody and unique lyrical style, each line narrates a story, subtly plucking at the heartstrings with a captivating voice that ensnares listeners, making it endlessly enjoyable. The lyrics paint a picture of enchanting, romantic yet solitary locales, from the Hohai of Beijing to the quaint taverns of Chengdu, from the city walls of Xi'an to the picturesque views of Xiaoli, from fishing boats on the Gue River to the vast grasslands. It may drift for half a lifetime, ultimately finding no refuge. It may encounter countless souls, yet remain intertwined with the ethereal. The artistic conception is breathtaking, a classic work where melody, lyrics, and imagery coalesce in perfect harmony. CU intends to unveil it ahead of schedule to charm his not-so-first love, his high school goddess, Su Shu. She studies vocal performance at a prestigious institution, possessing an ethereal and exquisite voice perfectly suited for this song. Every singer yearns to encounter that one golden track that catapults them to fame, and she is no exception. She will undoubtedly recognize the intrinsic value of this piece. This song is sure to resonate deeply within her, leaving her both yearning and entranced, unable to resist its allure. Yet it is not over. CU has a third objective, Meow Meow Call, the most sensational pop single of 2018. In a past life, the musician Chung Dong penned this song, which languished unsold on a lyrics and composition trading platform for 5 months. By February 2018, a company acquired it at a low price, enlisting a sweet-voiced online singer to hastily release it in April of that year, a decision made with little care. Unexpectedly, it became the most popular track of 2018. The short video featuring this song amassed an astounding 3.9 billion views, while its music streams reached 8.2 billion, igniting a nationwide trend of cuteness and playful antics. Countless renowned artists and internet celebrities, including the esteemed male singer Zhou Huajian, covered this song. Among them, the rendition by the prominent internet star Hong Xiaoma garnered the most acclaim. CU logged onto the lyrics trading platform, Tao Guang, in search of Meow Meow Call. To his delight, he found it listed, yet it remained unnoticed, priced at 160,000 with a 20 revenue share and a buyout option at 30,000. Without hesitation, CU clicked to purchase, securing all rights aside from the original author's credit, including adaptations, performances, and revenue shares. He uploaded the necessary documents, filled out the copyright agreement, and signed the electronic contract. Payment was made. The original file of Meow Meow Call appeared on the download page. He downloaded and saved it to his cloud storage. All set. The rights to the viral song were now entirely his. CU felt elated, having effortlessly secured 3 potential future hits in his rebirth. He eagerly anticipated the performance of these 3 songs. Absolutely explosive. Oh, and not just these 3 songs, but also the videos he filmed for 3 girls, which were equally groundbreaking. Hip Dance, 5 Kills, and Desperate, all of them. Additionally, several upcoming projects in the pipeline promised to be equally sensational. The Reborn short video maestro was wholly audacious, treating explosive content as commonplace, indulging in extravagance. After a brief respite, CU spent 2 hours editing over a dozen clips from the afternoon shoot. He inserted a new SIM card, registered a new account named Longlegs Yen, dedicated to Luo Xian. He uploaded Luo Xian's 5 Kills, incorporating dance student tags and relevant topics, along with a project description. He then created another new Douyin account, naming it Cute Spring Spring, which belonged to Zhou Chuanrui. Following the same procedure, he uploaded the dance student 5 Kills piece, complete with topics and descriptions. Mission accomplished. Luo Xian is now live. Zhou Chuanrui is now live. The 5 major accounts required for the June version update were prepared. The technical focus Chunshitang, Xiao Ciji. The dance tracks I Xiao Xiao Bai, Long Legs Yen, and Cute Spring Spring. CU was utterly exhausted. He closed his notebook and collapsed onto his bed, humming. From the moment he rose until now, he had been busy all day. In the morning, he created videos for Chunshitang in the field of aesthetics, filmed in the afternoon, worked on song copyrights in the evening, and edited for 2 hours. One day, 3 new accounts were created. In such a fulfilling yet exhausting life, it feels more laborious than being a mere worker. When will there be enough funds to hire people and become a true boss? Chapter 011. Have you really become more handsome? On January 4th, the first day after the New Year's holiday, Luo Xian rose at 9 o'clock. Now in her senior year, she had nearly completed her coursework, while many classmates had already begun their internships. She planned to pursue an internship next semester. Thinking it best to enjoy the remaining days of this semester, she leisurely got out of bed, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and made her way to the cafeteria for breakfast. Yet a sense of unease lingered in her mind. The video featuring Bai Jing was recorded the day before yesterday, and her account had likely been activated that very night. The video I shot yesterday afternoon should have also gone live by now, right? She sipped her milk slowly, her thoughts swirling as her phone screen lingered on the employee group chat. Last night, she wanted to ask CU whether her account had gone live, but no one in the group had spoken, so she refrained from inquiring. Even as she lay in bed, she continued to ponder it, and the thought persisted until now. Unable to contain herself, she opened the messaging box, ready to type a question to CU when she noticed Zhou Chuanrui chiming in. Boss, has my account been registered? Ah, it seems I am not the only one in a hurry. Luo Xian awaited a reply in silence. Finally, at 10 o'clock, CU responded. Long-legged Yen, Meng Chunchen. You two should take a look. Long-legged Yin must surely be my account. Luo Xian swiftly opened Douyin and searched for long-legged Yin, holding her breath as she examined the search results. The first entry was indeed long-legged Yin, proudly displaying followers 210,000. She exhaled deeply, the weight of her own breath echoing in her ears. This figure evoked a mix of joy and disappointment within her. 20,000 followers overnight is quite impressive, a number worthy of celebration. Yet, with Bai Jing's astonishing achievement of 70,000 followers in a single night, her own results felt somewhat lackluster. Her emotions were tangled, leaving her uncertain whether to celebrate or not. She clicked on the account, using her personal profile to give it a quick threefold like. Then opened the video to watch it repeatedly. The more she watched, the more she adored it. This is my dance piece, she thought, experiencing a maternal fondness akin to that of a mother gazing at her newborn. A smile graced her lips as she opened the comment section, eager to see what the audience had to say. Dance girl, everyone says it's great. The black paired with fuchsia looks surprisingly appealing. What a charming girl. Those legs are both stunning and practical. Little tyrant, what sheer joy. Junior, which school are you from? Can we get acquainted? At Guangdu Square. CU emerged from the accounting agency, holding the company name approval document and a receipt for 48. He had risen early, arriving at the agency as soon as it opened. After filling out the necessary forms, verifying the company name, and submitting his identification and bank card among various materials, he had successfully completed the one-stop company registration for just 48. Capital verification and the housing lease contract are entirely managed by an agency. The company name has long been decided, CU Culture, with CU being a homophone for CU. The entire process will be completed within 35 working days. Mounting an electric scooter, he sped towards Zhongnan University of Economics and Law, where numerous law firms could assist him in drafting contracts. Contracts are of utmost importance. Leaving any gaps could lead to future complications. He sought out a law firm, paid a consultation fee of 12, and requested them to draft a standard artist management contract. The next day, they would deliver it, and he would receive the electronic version directly. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found his 3 companions present. As soon as he entered, he was met with a forceful punch from Lung Bo. What the hell? Quietly working on something big, skipping classes. And now you think you're impressive? He shot a disgruntled sideways glance. This morning, CU had not attended class, and he had heard from Chun Zhua about CU's entrepreneurial endeavors. He could hardly believe it. So much had transpired in just 3 days since the new year. A family relocation? Starting a company? Quitting gaming? No longer pursuing Wutong? Come on, I'm now a second-generation demolition heir, not any less affluent than you, all right? CU replied with a grin, echoing Chun Zhui's catchphrase. Dong Wenxuan cast a longing glance at CU. Previously, the dormitory boasted both second-generation wealthy kids and factory heirs, and he and CU had relied on each other. Now, however, CU had transformed into a demolition heir. Wealthy, factory, demolition, it's all second-generation nonsense. Where's the fairness? He felt like an isolated individual, burdened by his solitude. Lung Bo inhaled sharply, provoked by CU's bold words. How many have you demolished? You dare compare yourself to me? A second-generation wealthy kid? He scrutinized CU, sensing a dramatic transformation in his demeanor after 3 days apart. Once a low-key, unremarkable boy, he now radiated confidence. His eyes glinting with a rebellious spirit, embodying the essence of a second-generation heir. Moreover, he seemed to have become more handsome. Have you noticed that CU has become more attractive? He inquired, astonished, of Chun Zhua and Dong Wenxuan. CU proudly lifted his chin, attributing it to the aura of a demolition heir. The 3 of them circled around him like spectators at a zoo, examining him closely. Had he changed in appearance? Or was it merely an illusion? Chun Zhua murmured, there seems to be a slight difference, but I can't quite pinpoint it. Dong Wenxuan nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. After 3 days without seeing CU, Lung Bo felt the alteration was quite evident, exclaiming, I believe he has changed. CU's heart stirred. Could it be? Get lost. I've always been handsome, he retorted, pushing Lung Bo aside and rushing to the restroom to scrutinize himself in the mirror. His eyes appeared slightly larger, his nose somewhat higher, and the contours of his face seemed altered as well. Everything was vague, lacking definitive proof. Was it merely a psychological effect triggered by Lung Bo's comments? Or had the changes been so subtle that they went unnoticed? After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion, he turned to leave but suddenly paused, bending down to press against his shin bone. He felt nothing. With fervent determination, he pressed on, yet felt nothing. "Damn it, my body," he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Once an avid sports enthusiast with a passion for soccer, he had suffered a severe injury last May when he collided with a goalpost during a match, resulting in a fractured calf. The aftermath was grave. He lay bedridden for 2 months and endured 3 months encased in a cast before he could recover. Since then, he had developed a fear of physical activity, shunning exercise altogether. Even the slightest pressure on his shin would evoke excruciating pain, and on rainy days, he would experience lingering discomfort. However, now, no matter how he pressed, he felt nothing. The old injuries had vanished. Rebirth had bestowed upon him a pristine and flawless body, free from the burdens of past ailments. It was not a miraculous gift, but rather a small token of friendship. He stood up, stifling his exhilaration, and spoke to his reflection in the mirror. "Have I truly become more handsome?" For the moment, it was a mystery. After lunch, the 4 of them in the dormitory sat for a few minutes when 3 mischievous friends approached. "Hey, C, I heard you've quit gaming?" Lung Bo asked with ill intent. "Yeah," C replied, feeling an ominous premonition. "Don't drag me into this. I haven't played in 3 days." "What do you mean? We agreed to take it easy together. Are you planning to go solo?" "Damn it, you rich kid, you don't need to strive. Just because I want to surpass you, does that mean I can't?" Cu retorted vehemently. Lung Bo laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Cu's shoulder. "Surpassing me is not impossible, but that's for after graduation. Right now, you must join us for a game." Chunjua interjected. "I've been tolerating you for too long. My hands are itching, you know." Dong Wenxuan chimed in. "I played alone yesterday. It was so lonely and painful. Do you understand?" "I won't go. I need to work," Cu replied, sitting down at his desk to open his notebook. Chunjua pressed his hand against the notebook's cover. "Xiu Rong is arriving soon. Can you bear to leave us one short?" Lung Bo added. "Come on, the semester is almost over. You can quit next semester." Dong Wenxuan agreed. "Right, next semester. I'll quit with you." Cu felt a flicker of temptation. His hands were also itching. After 3 days of rebirth, filled with relentless activity, perhaps it was time to relax? He had been diligently completing his tasks, having created 5 new accounts to gradually build traffic and let the momentum unfold naturally. He had edited numerous videos, sufficient for a week's worth of updates. The company was registered, and the license would arrive in a few days. Was there truly nothing left to do? Just then, Xiu Rong arrived. Chunjua whispered a few words into her ear. She approached Cu, feigning a pitiful demeanor and tugging at his sleeve. "Come on, if you don't join, what will I do?" The 4 of them, along with Xiu Rong, formed a fixed 5-member gaming team. Xiu Rong was the marksman, and Cu played as support, a golden duo in the bottom lane. Cu evaded her pull. "No? You can find someone in the next dorm." Chunjua cast a sidelong glance at Xiu Rong, who, with a playful tug on her superior's sleeve, implored. "You wouldn't be so heartless, would you? I'll treat you to milk tea. Surely that will suffice?" Cu continued to shake his head in refusal. Cold Bo, clearing his throat, leaned in to whisper to Cu, "Just indulge for a few more days. I'll treat you to a full experience tonight." Cu was not so easily swayed. He had always enjoyed teasing Cu and Dong Wenxuan, 2 innocent souls, with promises of such indulgences, only to follow through in their junior year. It wasn't that he was stingy. Rather, Cu was reluctant, preferring to reserve his first intimate experience for his girlfriend. After all, a man's first time is a treasure not to be squandered on a mere technician. Who could have anticipated that on the fateful night, when Cu relinquished Wu Tong in a drunken stupor, Chunjua, in an attempt to console him, inadvertently arranged for it to happen, resulting in a haphazard loss of that precious experience. Failing to share it with his girlfriend became one of Cu's lingering regrets. After that, Cu, in a state of carefree abandon, succumbed to Cold Bo's persistent teasing, and without a second thought, agreed to go along. "Spare me your tricks. I have no interest," Cu scoffed, "unlike you, who is forever preoccupied with such frivolities." Xiu Rong shot Cold Bo a disapproving glare, disliking him for the influence he had on Chunjua, always dragging him out for experiences. Growing impatient, Chunjua wrapped his arms around Cu's waist from behind, tugging him toward the door. "Come on, today you're going whether you like it or not." "Indeed, you have no choice," Cold Bo chimed in, pulling Cu along as well. Dong Wenxuan, adopting a comical tone, exclaimed, "Oh come now, just give in." Xiu Rong, laughing heartily, encouraged, "Let us go. Milk tea and cigarettes, it's all on Chunjua." Chenjua nodded in affirmation. Absolutely, it's all on me. Red soft. Faced with their relentless persuasion, Siyu found himself cornered, surrendering with an exaggerated air of reluctance, playfully adding his final stipulation, but not red soft. I want soft Jun. Laughter erupted around the table. I thought you were some virtuous maiden or a widow, unable to withstand a little teasing. Siyu chuckled. What can I say? I'm just a little rascal, easily tempted by allure. The five of them, a merry group, spent the evening at an internet CAF, joyfully engaged in their games until 6:30, at which point they ventured out for dinner. Chenjua reminded Siyu, you did promise to treat us today, don't forget. He had been left feeling disgruntled after Siyu had tricked him into buying a pack of Huangalu softgin cigarettes for 60 yuan and sought to recoup his losses. Siyu readily assured him, of course, I won't forget, today's treat is on me. Having experienced a rebirth, his personality and approach to life transformed. He felt compelled to provide his roommates with a rationale for his newfound demeanor. Seizing the moment with his friends present, he decided to elaborate on his entrepreneurial aspirations, foreseeing a future where he might not have time for classes and would rely on their discretion. He also reiterated to Chiu Rong the importance of refraining from playing matchmaker. This dinner served as a convenient opportunity to clarify everything. They arrived at their favorite Hunan-style eatery, settling at a round table. While awaiting their meal, Siyu recounted the conversation from the previous night in the dormitory, particularly emphasizing to Chiu Rong, I have no interest in a girlfriend. Please stop trying to set me up. I'm focused on my career. The only bachelor, Dong Wenxuan, gave a thumbs up to Siyu, exclaiming, until the Xiongnu are vanquished. How can one speak of home? I support you. He feared that if Siyu were to pursue a girlfriend, he would find himself alone. Chiu Rong timidly announced, I've called Wu Tong to join us for dinner. Lung Bo and Chenjua erupted in laughter, teasingly glancing at Siyu. Frustrated, Siyu pressed his forehead and retorted, didn't I tell you? I'm no longer pursuing her. How can I be sure you're serious? Just on New Year's Eve, you asked me to help you invite her out for the countdown. Chiu Rong asserted. Fine, I admit it, I was foolish before. I shall no longer be a fool. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Let us leave it at that, shall we? Siyu gazed earnestly at Chiu Rong. Having been reborn, why would one squander the opportunity to engage with prominent influencers, merely to remain a fool as in the past? Are you serious? Chiu Rong mused, feigning regret. Indeed, I am quite serious, Chenjua intoned dramatically. To abandon one's initial intentions, Siyu, I never imagined you to be such a person. Now that you have become a second-generation rich, you no longer appreciate Wu Tong. Lung Bo chimed in, a despicable man. Can a man possess wealth? You were once so pure-hearted, a lovesick youth, and now be gone. Siyu interrupted, a dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. A lovesick youth. You make me want to retch. The three roommates burst into laughter. Chenjua and Lung Bo laughed joyfully, while Dong Wenxuan smiled bitterly. The only one who was not a second-generation rich felt so lonely, so desolate, so cold. The laughter abruptly ceased as Lung Bo glanced behind Siyu, winking at him. Siyu turned to see Wu Tong approaching. She wore an elegantly applied light makeup, donned a pinkish-white North Face-down jacket, and black jeans, exuding an enchanting charm. Siyu turned back, adopting an expression as if he were facing a stranger. Chapter 12. A startling revelation seeing Siyu's aloof demeanor. Chiu Rong quickly stood and pulled Wu Tong to sit beside her, greeting her warmly. Siyu engaged in lively conversation with his roommates. Lung Bo asked Siyu for the account he had created, eager to take a look. 2 days prior, Siyu had only shown Chenjua and Dong Wenxuan his account, Little Siki, but had not shared it with the cheerful Little Bai. Yesterday, he had created 3 new accounts, of which they were unaware. Let us show them all, he declared. Siyu listed 5 account names in one breath. Little Bai, Long-Legged Yen, Cute Chun Chun, Little Siki, and Chun Shui Tang. Slow down, one at a time. Lung Bo exclaimed, holding his phone, searching for each account. Goodness, you created so many accounts? Chenjua and Dong Wenxuan also opened Douyin to search. Chiu Rong and Wu Tong, overhearing, quietly raised their phones to search for the accounts as well. 10 seconds later, Siyu was inundated with astonishment and admiration. 250,000 followers? In just 2 days? Is gaining followers this effortless? Wow, you actually collaborated with so many female celebrities. This voiceover is fantastic, haha. I adore those legs. Where did you find such beautiful girls? You've set up 5 accounts in just a few days? While we play, you toil away. Incredible. Old C. You've secretly made progress, you little rascal. Shaoski has reached 130,000 followers. Just the night before last, it was only 2,000. Dong Wenxuan exclaimed, pointing at the screen in astonishment. 130,000. Siyu felt a stir in her heart, opened her account, and indeed saw the figure. 130,000. This account had only posted once, and after that, it was left unattended. In just 2 days, it had surged to 130,000. What a delightful surprise. Chenjua stared at the screen, swallowing hard. Qiu Rong reached out and pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Haha, Spring Breeze Hall, I adore it. Lung Bo was beside himself with joy. He glanced at his phone, occasionally lifting his gaze to Siyu. His eyes reflecting not only fervor for the artist, but also profound astonishment. 3 days apart feels like an eternity. How did you manage to create so many accounts? The new campus beauty Xiaobai, the long-legged senior sister, the adorable Chun Chun, and so many other female celebrities. Wu Tong was left speechless, watching the video repeatedly. The visuals were exquisite, the voiceover exceptional, and the overall effect was astounding. Did you actually create this? How is that even possible? On New Year's Eve, he had invited me to the riverside to watch the fireworks, pleading insistently. Now, merely 3 days later, he had undergone a transformation, becoming an aloof deity, not even blinking in my presence. The 3 enchanting beauties he attracted were all more stunning than her, each becoming a little internet sensation. Xiaobai with 250,000 followers. The long-legged beauty with 580,000, and Chun Chun with 510,000. The collective reaction was one of astonishment and disbelief. How could one possibly generate such remarkable accounts? One account going viral is one thing, but he had managed to create 5, each gaining thousands of followers. This was just the beginning. The potential for further growth was limitless. Amidst the gasps of admiration and shocked expressions, the dishes were served, an abundant feast laid out before them. Let us dig in. Siyu clapped her hands, reminding the group of phone-clutching friends. Lung Bo had scrolled through the videos of all 5 accounts multiple times, reluctantly putting down his phone, blinking as if lost in thought. How much have you invested in this? He asked, all ears for Siyu's response. Nonchalantly, she replied, around 300,000. I'm just a shell of my former self now. Wu Tong's hand, hidden beneath the table, twitched slightly. 300,000. Have you really cashed out? You make it sound so casual. Lung Bo pondered for a moment before asking, how do these accounts generate income? After all, being a rich second generation, his perspective on matters was distinctly different, focused not solely on beauty. Siyu answered with a laid-back tone, by accepting advertisements, commercial performances, anything really, much like traditional entertainment. What is the outlook? He inquired. I'm quite optimistic. The future is vast, filled with opportunities. Lung Bo fell silent, continuing to scroll through the accounts Siyu had created. Dong Wenxuan poured the wine, serving each person in turn, just as Siyu prepared to raise her glass. Lung Bo abruptly slammed his phone down on the table and exclaimed, Old C, let me invest a bit too. Count me in. It seemed to remind Chenjua, who paused for a moment before quickly adding, yes, I count as one too. Siyu was taken aback by Lung Bo's sudden remark. She inhaled deeply and fell into contemplation. In her previous life, these 2 second-generation individuals had not fared well. After graduation, Chenjua had established the largest musical instrument shop in Xiangshan, idling away his days in the store and reveling in nightlife at bars. One fateful day, he and his companions, intoxicated, found themselves embroiled in a scuffle with another group. Amidst the chaos, he was struck by a beer bottle, and in retaliation, he hurled one at another. Fortune was not on his side. While he remained unscathed, the shattered bottle left a deep gash on another's face, which was classified as a minor injury. In legal terms, such an injury necessitated criminal liability. The individual involved was a scion of a powerful family, unwilling to accept any settlement, leading to Chun Jui's family being unable to contend with the situation, resulting in a 4-year prison sentence. By the time Siyu was reborn, he was still toiling away behind a sewing machine. As for Lung Bo, his fortunes had also crumbled. His father, once thriving in the real estate business in Lake City, had, at the end of 2018, become embroiled in a major cultural tourism project spearheaded by the wealthiest man in Huagua, Mr. Su. This venture proved disastrous for their family. With a total investment of 28 billion, Hung Da was the principal investor, enlisting a dozen local real estate firms to participate. Hongda had never experienced a failed project. And with unwavering confidence in both the venture and Mr. Su, his father invested all their funds and even borrowed millions from outside sources. The unfolding events are well known. Mr. Su turned out to be the largest financial fraudster in Huagua, deceiving banks, suppliers, and, most significantly, his partners, more than he had from banks. Midway through the project, Mr. Su's empire collapsed, leading to his imprisonment and the subsequent downfall of all Hongda's projects. Their family was swept into the same catastrophe, not only losing all their earnings, but also incurring debts to banks and friends. By the time of CU's rebirth, they had yet to recover, having plummeted to dire straits. In contrast, CU and Dong Wenxuan, both from modest backgrounds, found themselves thriving, one flourishing in his corporate role and the other working as a sound engineer at a television station, comfortably situated in their circumstances. In their previous lives, these three individuals had treated each other well. During their freshman year, CU and Chun Zhui played soccer together, where a conflict arose between CU and an opposing player, escalating into a shoving match. Chun Zhui, eager to defend his friend, bravely stood up against several upperclassmen without yielding. From that moment on, their friendship blossomed rapidly, evolving into a deep bond. With Chun Zhui's affluent background and generous nature, CU enjoyed a life of indulgence alongside him, benefiting greatly. Lung Bo was equally considerate. After CU began working, he spent freely. When he found himself short of funds for a house, he approached Lung Bo, who without hesitation lent him 200,000. Dong Wenxuan, on the other hand, became the classmate CU interacted with the most after entering the workforce, often gathering together. There were numerous occasions when CU, having overindulged, called upon him for assistance. He had even borrowed money from him for a down payment on a house, and upon his rebirth, he still owed him 80,000. CU remembered the importance of giving back to those who had supported him, as he had long envisioned a path for their future. Chun Zhui suggested steering him towards a celebrity influencer trajectory, ensuring he did not return home, lest he revert to old habits. Lung Bo insisted on reminding him midway through the year to advise his father against involvement in the Hongda project. As long as his family stayed out of it, there would be no risk of collapse. How to deliver this reminder, and whether his family would heed it, could be addressed later. He understood that subtle persuasion was key, and if they remained obstinate, there was little that could be done. Dong Wenxuan proposed that he take on the role of a senior music director, simultaneously managing a non-appearance music account. He envisioned music compilation accounts, such as Cantonese Golden Hits or One Song, One Fame, which required no on-screen presence, merely the expertise of a music director and operations manager. This dual role promised lucrative commission opportunities, and given his professional background in digital music technology, it was a perfect match. After 3 years as a recording engineer, earning a salary of 100,000, while respectable, would pale in comparison to the potential earnings as an account manager under CU's guidance. Their shared experience as roommates had forged a connection. With CU's rebirth, should he find success, he could potentially uplift those around him, not aiming for universal prosperity, but hoping to lend a hand to those deserving. It was merely a way of compensating for past debts and favors. However, he did not anticipate Lung Bo's astute business acumen. As a child of privilege, he immediately proposed an investment. Should CU accept? He was indeed in need of funds to launch his project. As CU pondered, the entire table fixated on him. Lung Bo outlined 3 reasons for the investment proposal. First, he believed CU possessed remarkable talent, as evidenced by the 5 flourishing accounts he had developed in just a few days. Second, he yearned to experience the entrepreneurial spirit himself. Seeing his otherwise unremarkable roommates embark on ventures made him feel compelled to participate. Third, with wealth at his disposal, he was unconcerned with the loss of 10 or 20,000. If the project succeeded, he could bask in reflected glory among his parents' friends, boasting of his discernment. Conversely, if it failed, the loss would be minimal, merely a costly lesson akin to an unsuccessful romantic endeavor. Chun Zhui, alerted by Lung Bo, felt inclined to join the venture. Despite lacking Lung Bo's privileged background, a modest investment would not pose a significant challenge for him. The two exchanged glances, awaiting CU's response. After a brief contemplation, CU reached a decision. He would decline. Friends were one matter, while business was another. Having witnessed numerous partnerships devolve into disputes, he knew his company required a singular voice. With too many opinions involved, even the strongest friendships could fracture over time. According to his plan, He expected to gradually earn money post-New Year, and after 2 months, financial concerns would be a thing of the past. Why then should he share the spoils? Resolutely determined. Siyu chuckled and, with a joking tone, remarked, "Long Mao, come on, are you feeling the urge to relieve yourself in the presence of others?" His humor elicited laughter from the crowd, with Chiu Rong being the most amused. A flustered and amused Lung Bo pointed at Siyu, saying, "I'm being serious, okay? Stop joking around. With such a small project, incurring merely 10,000 in monthly expenses, why would we need an investment? What makes it worthy of Long Mao's involvement? Weren't you just saying we need 300,000? Lung Bo inquired, his skepticism evident. Siyu scoffed. Theoretically, yes, 300,000 is required for renting a venue, hiring staff, and purchasing equipment. However, I am merely a shell company, a lone commander handling everything personally. I hardly require that much. My only monthly expense is paying 3 female employees a total of 10,000 in wages, with no other costs involved." He gestured to himself, stating, "I manage all affairs by myself. Even if you invested, there would be no funds to allocate." Unwilling to concede, Lung Bo tentatively suggested, "Then let us formalize the operation. Chunjua and I could invest a bit, hire employees, and you could oversee it. Isn't that better than your small-scale antics?" Siyu shook his head. "No need for that. I can cover a few tens of thousands myself. If it exceeds that, I wouldn't dare to accept it. What if I incur losses? It's all still in the conceptual stage." He insisted, "I'm experimenting for fun, taking it step by step. There's no need for grandiose investment efforts." Upon hearing this, Lung Bo conceded. According to Siyu, aside from the girls' wages, there were no other costs involved, so there was no reason to spend excessively. The matter was thus settled. They commenced their meal, sharing a bottle of rice wine among the 3 male roommates, while the 2 girls sipped on yogurt. Siyu opened a bottle of beer to accompany them. He was allergic to alcohol, only indulging on major holidays or special occasions, and typically drank just 1 or 2 bottles for socializing. The atmosphere was peculiar. The 4 boys were animated while the 2 girls whispered to each other, maintaining a clear divide. As Siyu neared the end of his beer, Wu Tong raised her yogurt cup and looked at him, saying, "Siyu, I wish you success in your entrepreneurial endeavors." Siyu stared at her in astonishment, not expecting her to initiate a toast. Her expression was gentle, with a subtle smile that exuded calmness and sincerity, though her small hands clenched tightly beneath the table. Since the night before last, when she witnessed Siyu handing his phone to Bai Jing at the girls' dormitory entrance, she sensed a change in him. His gaze felt frigid and indifferent, as if they were strangers. This was the most unsettling expression in a relationship, more daunting than hatred itself. Detached and composed, her heart was like still water. Previously, she felt no attraction towards Siyu. He pursued his path, while she followed hers. However, that had shifted. Siyu's sudden halt and disregard for her sparked her interest, particularly as he transformed into a second-generation demolisher, having created 5 wildly popular short video accounts in just 3 days. How had she not realized his hidden talents and wealth before? Once dismantled, his brilliance shone through. His figure instantly grew taller, and he appeared markedly more handsome. The expression of indifference transformed into an alluring air of coolness. A sense of calm and poise emanated from him, and his confident gaze captivated those around him. Reflecting on the sweet smile that Bai Jing had directed towards him, she felt an overwhelming regret. He had recruited 3 female employees, each more beautiful than she, mingling together. Had she known he would evolve into such a person, she would have readily accepted his advances. With a defined relationship, she would have held an advantage against potential rivals. Fortunately, there remained a chance for redemption. After pursuing her for 2 to 3 months, surely some emotional ties had formed? Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, causing her meal to lose all flavor. Seizing the moment while 4 young men indulged in drinks and banter, she discreetly observed him. The more she looked, the more undeniably handsome he appeared, embodying the essence of an ideal boyfriend. Had she been blind to this before? Why had she not accepted him? How had things escalated to this point? After much contemplation and wavering, she felt as though she might dig her toes into the ground in frustration. As the drinks neared their end, she finally summoned the courage to feign a composed demeanor and raised her glass to toast Siyu. She hoped to extend an olive branch, signaling her interest, so that Siyu might reciprocate and reignite their connection. Alas, fate had other plans. He cast a cold glance her way, drained his glass in silence, and turned back to his boisterous conversation without so much as a polite word. Wu Tong had not anticipated such indifference. He seemed utterly devoid of sentiment for their past. Since her arrival, Siyu had not exchanged a single word with her. Even in a gesture of goodwill, he hadn't offered a simple thank you. She felt more like a stranger than a former acquaintance. Even strangers tend to uphold basic courtesies. Should he not have said something? Wu Tong quietly set down her glass, her face burning with embarrassment, feeling like a fool. The mocking glances from Lung Bo and Dong Wenxuan pierced her like daggers, deepening her distress. Qiu Rong noticed her friend's discomfort and pretended to offer her some food to alleviate the tension. Wu Tong forced a smile, pretending as though nothing had transpired. "Boss." A girl's exclamation halted the lively banter of the four young men, who turned in unison. It was Zhou Chunrui. She approached with a bag of fruit. Peering curiously, "Boss, is it really you?" Zhou Chunrui dashed to Siyu's side, greeting him enthusiastically. "Are you eating?" "Uh-huh," Siyu replied, standing. "Are you alone? Have you had dinner?" "I just finished eating and came out to buy some fruit when I happened to see you." Lung Bo's eyes lit up. Wasn't he this the charming senior from the videos? He was even more welcoming than Siyu. "Come, take a seat. Let us add some more." Siyu pulled a stool closer and invited her to sit. "These are my roommates. Let me introduce you." He introduced his three roommates, omitting Qiu Rong and Wu Tong. Then continued, "This is our senior, Zhou Chunrui, a junior." Cold Wave, with a sweet tongue, exclaimed, "Senior sister, your dancing is truly marvelous." Qiu Rong cast a disdainful glance at Cold Wave, retorting, "Such a vile demeanor." Zhou Chunrui, covering her mouth in laughter, gracefully seated herself beside Siyu and inquired of Cold Wave, "Have you seen my account?" Cold Wave, with a playful grin, replied, "I have indeed seen it. You have amassed tens of thousands of followers. Quite impressive. Not as remarkable as senior sister and the other. They are both ahead of me, and it vexes me." She puffed out her cheeks, feigning annoyance, which elicited hearty laughter from the boys. Where is the demeanor of a senior sister? Clearly, she resembled an adorably naive high school student. With her arrival, the boys' atmosphere grew even more animated, surrounding her with incessant chatter. Cold Wave, with her clever wit, caused her to tremble with laughter. She even suggested that Zhou Chunrui partake in a drink, to which Zhou shook her head in refusal, stating she did not drink. Qiu Rong shot a fierce glare at Chenjua, silently warning him to refrain from intervening. Chenjua, trembling, wished to speak but dared not, merely watching as Cold Wave amused the senior sister. Wu Tong observed Siyu engaging in cheerful banter with Zhou Chunrui, feeling a pang of bitterness. The day before yesterday was Bai Jing from the freshman year, and today it was Zhou Chunrui from the junior year. Zhou, warmly calling Siyu boss, chatted joyfully for 20 minutes before the gathering dispersed. As Zhou Chunrui waved farewell to Siyu, she asked, "When shall we film another video?" Siyu replied, "Once a week. Filming once guarantees a week's worth of content." She obediently agreed and bid farewell to everyone, including Qiu Rong and Wu Tong. Cold Wave, watching her retreating figure, cheekily remarked, "Old senior sister is so endearing. May I treat her to dinner tomorrow? Could you help me arrange it?" "Get lost." Siyu retorted candidly, "Do not provoke my colleague." Cold Wave found the term peculiar, but, upon reflection, acknowledged that indeed, she was his colleague. As his subordinate, she could be considered a colleague. The four boys and one girl continued their gaming session at the internet CAF for a golden 2 hours. Wu Tong returned to the school alone. She wished to avoid the dormitory and wandered to Wuxong Square, circling the lawn time and again. Exhausted, she sat on a park bench, staring vacantly at the grass. She could not fathom why Siyu's demeanor had shifted so dramatically. Just after a single night of New Year's celebration, he had transformed from being fervently warm to chillingly distant. "I did not offend you, yet why treat me thus?" She felt utterly wronged, her mind filled with the lingering image of Siyu. On the afternoon of January 5th, in the capital city of Beijing, within the office of the general manager of Kaiwa Entertainment, the agent Jin Shirkai was scrolling through Douyin on his phone. "Netizens are truly talented. They have cleverly utilized my original voice in this footage," he remarked. "Indeed, the video is superb. Many are discussing it on your Weibo, and its popularity is soaring." His agent Jin Shirkai noted, "If it continues to spread, it may very well trend." Intriguingly, the short videos transmitted via Douyin have exhibited substantial viral potential. With a smile gracing his lips, he shifted the topic. Which individuals are inclined to join Douyin? Reports from Douyin indicate that Doraba Dilmarat and He Jiong have confirmed their participation, while others remain contemplative. One wonders when they shall inaugurate their accounts, likely within the next few days. Setting aside his phone, he inquired, "How do you feel about this? Should I go?" My perspective is affirmative. Douyin's promotional strategies mirror those of Weibo in their nascent days, leveraging celebrity influence to engage ordinary users. They have promised substantial traffic support, and significant actions are anticipated during the Spring Festival, presenting ample opportunities for exposure. Very well, let us proceed and strive for additional resources. Jin Shirkai assured, "Splendid. I shall converse with them personally." At that moment, Siyu was leisurely wandering in the gym, preparing to acquire a fitness card for his workout regimen. In this new era, it is imperative not only to pursue wealth and romance, but also to manage one's physique diligently. Holistic development is essential to live life to the fullest. In a past life, following a fracture, he succumbed to a psychological fear of sports, never again kicking a football or engaging in any form of exercise. His muscles had become visibly obscured by layers of fat. After graduation, he spent his days seated in an office, drafting account proposals and analyzing data, neglecting physical activity, and consequently deteriorating into an overweight state. He had resolved to commence exercising and shedding weight as the weather warmed, reminiscent of 2018. Heaven had granted him a new, healthy physique, and he felt compelled to honor this blessing by diligently sculpting his body, striving to rectify the regrets of his former existence and restore the glory of the son of the wind on the football field. Thus, whenever Siyu found himself with free time, he frequented the gym, intent on acquiring a membership. Accompanied by a receptionist, he explored the expansive fitness center. This establishment, known as King Fizi, is a branch of the largest chain fitness brand in Lake City, situated on the 6th floor of Wanda Plaza amidst Lake Sound, Lake Body, and Lake Beauty universities. The facility is vast, occupying an entire floor, with a modern decor characterized by cool tones. The flooring is a gleaming silver. The ceiling features a black and silver design, and the gym is furnished with an array of imported Connor fitness equipment in striking black and red. While lacking a swimming pool, it boasts a comprehensive suite of amenities, including an aerobic zone, strength training area, spinning room, yoga studio, dance exercise room, showers, and relaxation zones. All meticulously organized. Siyu expressed satisfaction with the infrastructure and strolled to the reception area, perusing the wall adorned with trainer profiles. In any endeavor, having a mentor accelerates the learning process far beyond solitary exploration. Fitness is a highly specialized field, and this holds true here as well. He resolved to seek out a trainer and purchase sessions to swiftly immerse himself in the realm of physical activity. The wall displayed photographs and brief biographies of over 10 trainers, arranged in 4 rows of 4. He examined each one, promptly dismissing the male trainers. Just as one might find it uncomfortable to receive a pedicure from a male technician, the same sentiment applied to fitness training. As you engage in your fitness regimen, a male trainer applies pressure to your muscles, assessing their strength, which likely feels quite uncomfortable. After your workout, the thought of being treated by a burly man is even more unsettling. Excluding 10 male trainers leaves you with merely 6 female trainers. Without considering their expertise, you decide to filter the professional trainers based on their attractiveness, as their skill levels are generally comparable. Guiding a novice should pose no challenge. Since you are the one investing in this service, it is only fitting to seek someone pleasing to the eye. With a charming female trainer addressing you as daddy, your ability to perform push-ups could certainly increase, and the experience would be visually delightful. You scrutinize each profile, 75, 78, 72, 70, and 86 points. Wait. Tucked away in that corner, you discover an 86-point beauty of a trainer. Siyu gazes intently at a photograph in the last row, diligently reading the introduction. A college student yet to graduate, Zhu Zhu, from Qianhu Sports College, majoring in physical education, in her 4th year, proficient in guiding clients through strength, aerobic, and functional training. Noticing Siyu's unwavering attention to Zhu Zhu's profile, the receptionist hesitates before saying, "Handsome, this trainer's situation is a bit unique. May I explain?" Siyu turns to her. Intrigued. She lacks a professional certification and a nutrition certificate, which the other trainers possess. Siyu responds casually, "Oh, that's all right. I don't mind." She has just begun her career as a trainer and has yet to take on any clients. Siyu chuckles. Every woman has her first time. She works part-time as a college student and is available for lessons only from 6 to 10 in the evening. This trainer and I are destined to cross paths. Siyu beams, realizing that his workout schedule perfectly aligns with her availability. How much does she charge? Siyu inquires, pointing to her photograph. Her classes are priced at a discount, 120 yuan per session or 1,000 yuan for 10 sessions. Calculating in his mind, Siyu notes that there are 40 days until the Spring Festival, and if he trains with her for 20 days, he will be well prepared to practice independently by the time he returns home for the holiday. All right, I'll activate the card and purchase 40 sessions. The receptionist, delighted by the straightforward customer who didn't even need to meet the trainer before purchasing, cheerfully registers his information and processes the gym card. What time will you be coming in tonight? She asks. At 7 o'clock, for 2 hours, he replies, and she promptly calls Zhu Zhu to arrange the time. Having secured his gym card, Siyu returns to school and picks up the props he ordered from Taomao e-commerce. Back in his dormitory, he finds his roommate Lung Bo out socializing and Dong Wenxuan absent, while Chen Zhua is engrossed in a live stream, chuckling to himself. Siyu unpacks 4 packages, retrieving the props as he prepares to shoot a technical video masterpiece. This particular project stands out among technical videos, having garnered 11 million likes for a single video and gained 4 million followers. It is the only technical piece among the top 10 most viewed videos of 2018. Siyu does not intend to replicate the original version, but aims to adopt its concept while enhancing the cinematography, props, and special effects for an even more impressive outcome. A multitude of props is required for this endeavor. A traditional folding fan, an elegant black Chinese-style long robe, a red and white Ming Liang Peking opera mask, a pair of luminous finger cots, and 2 ring-shaped cold lights the size of a wrist. From the sports bag, I retrieved a bouquet of plastic flowers and a pair of high-stem glasses purchased on the way back. I found a roll of toilet paper and tore it into shreds for later use. Where's your tablet? Let me borrow it, Siyu urged Chen Zhua. By the pillow. Help yourself, Chen Zhua replied, rising to curiously inspect the chaotic array of items. What on earth are you doing with this junk? Filming a video. Change into this outfit and play the lead, Siyu said, handing him the black hanfu and the Peking opera mask. I'm the lead. How much is the appearance fee? He held the mask up to his face, pretending to ponder. To be the lead is already a compliment. You still want a fee? Forget it. No fee, no filming. He grumbled, tossing the mask onto the table and pretending to leave. Typical, Siyu sighed, reluctantly pulling him back. All right. How about a pack of cigarettes? What kind? Be specific. Red Golden Dragon won't do. I want Yellow Crane Tower. He shot a sidelong glance, exuding an air of arrogance. Your wish is my command. Yellow Crane Tower it is. Siyu stuffed the props into his arms. Hurry up and change. After negotiating the terms, Chen Zhui donned the black robe, adorned himself with the red and white Ming Liang mask, and gazed into the mirror. So handsome. Siyu snatched the mirror away. Outlining the actions, Chen Zhui's task was straightforward. With a hanfu, put on the mask, and follow Siyu's instructions for the movements. This 15-second technical video would comprise 16 shots. Siyu had prepared a detailed storyboard, ready to shoot in sequence. The first shot, Chen Zhui elegantly waved the folding fan. The second, he held a wine jug, mimicking a gesture of drinking to the heavens. The third, a close-up of clinking high-stem glasses. The fourth, he tossed paper shreds into the air, capturing a close-up shot. The fifth, he typed Zhujiao in flowing white script on a black background on the tablet. Zooming in on the screen, the last 2 shots would be filmed in a dim environment. Siyu closed the door, pulled the curtains, had him wear the luminous finger cots, crossing them beneath his chin to strike a cool pose. He then picked up the ring light to capture a shot of it floating in midair. Though these shots appeared simple, they required a great deal of technique. The entire filming process was conducted in fast mode, ensuring that each shot began and ended in motion, maintaining a seamless and natural flow. Each individual shot employed various special techniques, such as swift zooming in and out, careful selection of shooting angles, light choices, and deliberate shaking of the camera. Half an hour later, it was done. You're off the clock. After utilizing Chen Zhua as a mere tool, Siyu packed away the camera and opened his laptop to edit the video. Curious, Chen Zhua stood behind him, eager to see the editing process. Can you step back a bit? You're disrupting my focus. Siyu waved him away in annoyance. Get lost. Look at you being all smug. Chen Zhua grumbled as he ran off to continue watching a live stream of a girl. Siyu launched the software and imported all the captured footage. He first edited each shot individually, refining the 16 clips before placing them onto the timeline. Each shot was enhanced with special effects, followed by the creation of composite animated effects. Subtitles were added, adorned with their own effects. From the sound effects library, He sourced the sound of clinking glasses to accompany the highball glass scene. Finally, he imported the pre-prepared track Parting Sorrows, aligning the audio with all visual elements on the timeline. Task completed, he concluded his work. The filming took merely half an hour, while the editing consumed a full 2 hours. Chapter 014. Coach Juju. See, you clicked play to review the outcome. In the vast world, I sip from a jug of muddied wine, intoxicated, gazing at the sorrow hidden among the blooming flowers. Do not leave a beauty waiting by the wilderness. Set against the melodious tones of a male voice steeped in traditional style. A young man clad in a flowing black robe and adorned with a white mask featuring red patterns executed a graceful gesture as he turned to depart. The scene transitioned smoothly. In a similar visual, the man stood enveloped in darkness, wearing luminous finger gloves, his hands crossed. The pace of the scene accelerated dramatically. The camera spun, transitioning to a pitch-black void where 2 white circular lights floated. With a chime, the highball glasses clinked. The footage accelerated before gradually slowing down in a curvilinear manner. The scene transitioned with a flash of white. The man, holding a wine jug, performed a bold drinking gesture. In a dimly lit environment, he cast a shower of shimmering white particles toward the sky. The words "muddied wine" appeared in swirling smoke, gracefully departing the scene. Finally, the man waved a folding fan, exuding an indescribable elegance and charm. The entire video spanned 15 seconds, comprising 16 shots, employing 8 transition effects, 6 distinct filters, and 4 varying speeds, with countless special effects enhancing the narrative. It portrayed a spirited moment of a traditional gentleman indulging in drink. The visuals were striking, the camera work inventive, the interplay of light and shadow captivating, while the special effects were ethereal and fitting, with the subtitles impeccably handled. It resembled a grand animated film imbued with traditional aesthetics, a visual feast that captivated the viewer, making it difficult to look away. Bravo! CU applauded himself. After his revisions and upgrades, the outcome surpassed that of its predecessor. A masterful technical creation had emerged. Go forth and claim your glory. CU, filled with pride, opened Douyin, logged into his Zyacg account, and uploaded his new masterpiece, tagging it with Parting Sorrows. Protect our technical flow and technical flow. He clicked publish. Task completed. He wrapped up his work. At 6:50 in the evening, clad in simple athletic attire, CU arrived at the gym. Upon entering, he spotted a tall woman conversing with the receptionist. CU's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, she is so tall, so striking, such an impressive figure. CU held his breath, unable to resist slowing his pace to observe. She stood tall and elegant, even taller than CU, clad in a snug, full-coverage black yoga ensemble, leaning against the front desk. The ultra-stretchy yoga pants accentuated her alluring curves, her delicate waist inviting a gentle embrace, creating a captivating silhouette. Her legs were remarkably long, not the commonplace long legs, but genuinely astonishing in their length. Adorned in yoga pants, she was truly a sight to behold, reminiscent of a divine goddess. Such an extraordinary physique requires not only innate talent, but also an immense dedication of time, energy, and perspiration to cultivate. CU felt both admiration and concern. The admiration stemmed from a desire for her to possess a face that matched her devilish figure. The concern arose from the fear that she might have a devilish face, thus wasting such a splendid body. Just as CU was about to turn to glimpse her profile, the receptionist noticed him, waving and greeting him. "Hey there, handsome. You've arrived. This is your coach, Juju." "Yes, my coach too. My judgment is impeccable." A sense of pride swelled within CU, though he maintained a composed exterior as he approached the front desk. Just as she turned to face him, his worries dissipated. Her beauty exceeded the mere 86 captured in photographs. She appeared to possess a score of 87 or 88. The images not only failed to do justice to her beauty, but also only showcased her upper body, neglecting to convey her height and form. She possessed an elegant and beautiful oval face, with a prominent nose and lips that radiated a healthy crimson hue, vibrant and enticing. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality, fixated upon CU. "Wow, coach, how tall are you?" CU leaned against the front desk, taking in her stature from head to toe. 183 centimeters, she replied, her voice clear and cheerful, revealing her lively spirit. CU smirked. "Had I known you were this tall, I wouldn't have chosen you. You're even taller than I am." She smiled. "Don't worry, I'm taller than many boys. Not just you." "Haha," CU chuckled. "Your joke isn't funny. It's quite disheartening, you know. Not funny, yet you still laugh? I'm grimacing. Can't you tell? They both shared a laugh with the receptionist, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Shall we begin? She asked, raising her hand to glance at her sports watch. It's 7 o'clock. All right. Siyu replied, picking up his sports bag and heading toward the gym. What shall we start with? Let us begin with a body assessment. Follow me. She led the way toward the yoga studio. Siyu trailed behind her, entering the lounge adjacent to the yoga room, where a body measurement device stood in the corner. We'll gather various data for comparison, she explained as she activated the device, instructing Siyu to step onto it to record his height, weight, body fat percentage, and score. She noted the data in a small notebook, retrieving a soft measuring tape. Standing beside Siyu to measure his arm circumference. Siyu raised his right arm as she wrapped the tape around his bicep, lowering her gaze to observe the numbers. She was standing quite close, and as Siyu turned to look at his bicep, his gaze inevitably fell upon her. She was ample in every aspect, except for her remarkably slender waist, a truly striking contrast. After measuring the arm circumference, proceed to measure the upper abdomen, lower abdomen, waist, hips, thigh, and calf circumferences. There was a slight awkwardness while measuring the thigh. Siyu promptly took the soft tape measure and measured herself, inquiring, "How long have you been training? Your physique is remarkable." She discerned Siyu's intention behind taking the tape and speaking, and with a gentle glance, she replied brightly, "I've loved sports since childhood. I started strength training in high school, so it's been many years. How long will it take for me to develop muscle like yours?" Siyu asked. While recording the data in her notebook, she responded, "That's hard to say. It requires talent, effort, and discipline. All are indispensable." "Oh," Siyu pondered. "How can one tell if they have talent?" "You can discern it after training for a while," she stated. Quoting a famous saying, "Fitness is the only endeavor where effort guarantees reward. Those with higher talent receive greater returns." Siyu contemplated this phrase, feeling more intrigued by fitness. Pointing to her notebook, she asked, "So how do we assess that? By these data?" She nodded in affirmation, "Exactly. We record data weekly, observing changes in your muscle dimensions and strength metrics. After training, you'll be able to feel the difference yourself." Siyu nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I can hardly wait to begin." For beginners in fitness, enthusiasm is typically high. The key lies in perseverance and self-discipline to achieve desired results. She closed her notebook and inquired, "By the way, have you ever worked out before? Are you familiar with the equipment?" Siyu shook her head. "No, I've never used any equipment." "All right, I will guide you through familiarizing yourself with the machines." Zhu led Siyu to the cardio area beside the treadmill, explaining its usage. After her explanation, she stepped onto the machine, saying, "Let me demonstrate." The treadmill gradually started, and she began to jog, her form impeccable. Her upper body was straight, head held high, maintaining stability, with her arms powerfully swinging. Her long, shapely legs moved with vigor. Each stride was expansive, covering ground effortlessly. Resembling a female leopard galloping across the African savanna, majestic and commanding. She exuded an aura akin to the Amazonian huntress from Diablo, embodying the primal beauty of raw strength. Siyu watched in awe, reminded of two fitness influencers from her past life, Lu Yangyang and Chi-Chi. Zhu's physique, poise, and presence rivaled theirs. Yet her beauty surpassed them. After a couple of strides, she halted and stepped off the treadmill, saying, "Now you try it. Come over here." Moving to the nearby elliptical trainer, she pointed out, "This is an excellent warm-up machine. I always spend 5 minutes on the elliptical before strength training to get my body warmed up. Let me show you how it's done." She stepped onto the elliptical trainer, patting her knees as she explained. The key point is to maintain a slight natural bend in the knees throughout the entire exercise. They must not be fully extended. An excessive force should be avoided. Hold the handles with relaxed arms, keep your shoulders loose, and maintain a straight back. Gripping the handles, she began to pedal, her body moving in harmony with the rhythm of the machine. The frequency, speed, and resistance can be adjusted here. She indicated the control panel. For warming up, we typically use level 6, while for fat burning, level 8. With a slight bend at her waist, she stood on the pedals, her body forming an elegant arc as her long legs glided smoothly through the motions. After demonstrating, she instructed Siyu to step up and pedal at resistance 6 for 10 minutes. Once he had worked up a slight sweat, she had him dismount and began teaching warm-up exercises for the chest, shoulders, and arm joints. After completing the warm-up, she led Siyu to the Smith machine, stating, "Let us focus on the chest today. We will practice the bench press." She reclined on the long bench, facing the ceiling, her hands gripping the barbell as she explained the essentials of the bench press. Your arms should be shoulder-width apart. Grasp the barbell firmly at the base of your palms, and maintain a 30-degree angle with your arms. Focus on engaging your chest muscles rather than your arms, envisioning your arms squeezing inward. Lower the barbell until your upper arms are parallel to the ground, but not too low, as that could strain your shoulder joints. Remember to hold your breath during the exertion and inhale as you bring the barbell back up, maintaining a steady breathing rhythm. Her instruction was thorough and meticulous. With each movement, she clearly articulated the key points and precautions. Do you understand? Can you follow what I'm saying? She asked Siyu, who nodded repeatedly, his gaze filled with admiration for her alluring figure. Now, demonstrate for me, she said as she stood up. Siyu rolled his shoulders and assumed her position on the bench, gripping the barbell. She stood behind him, observing his form from above, occasionally offering reminders. Widen your grip a bit. It's too narrow. Don't fully extend your arms. Lift to the threshold. Lying back, Siyu gritted his teeth and pushed up. Good. The form is excellent. Continue. She moved to the side, hands on her hips, offering continuous guidance. Slow down. Don't rush. Hold the peak contraction for half a second. Great. Focus on the contraction. Very well. Take a 3-minute break, and then we'll proceed to the second set. Under the careful supervision of Coach Peach, Siyu completed his first set of bench presses, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Feel your chest muscles. They're warm, she observed with a light chuckle. Yes. It feels heated and tingly, he replied. That indicates you've executed the movements correctly and effectively stimulated your chest muscles. Coach, how long do you think it will take for me to achieve his level? Siyu inquired, gesturing toward a nearby man performing free barbell chest presses, whose chest muscles were impressively defined. She chuckled and shook her head. It's hard to say. Some take 6 months, while others may never achieve it. It requires diligence, self-discipline, and a balanced diet to see results. As she spoke, she picked up her phone from the adjacent chair. What is your WeChat ID? I'll add you and send you some materials to review carefully, ensuring adherence to the dietary regimen within, she suggested. After exchanging WeChat contacts, she guided Siyu through a chest workout comprising 4 exercises: bench press, machine chest press, butterfly machine, and dip bars. Each exercise consisted of 5 sets. With the expert guidance of the attractive female coach, Siyu approached the session with vigor, meticulously completing each movement. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was 8:30 and announced, "Let us conclude the equipment training here. I will now teach you some stretching and relaxation techniques." After 10 minutes of stretching, they proceeded to a 20-minute jog, marking the end of the training session. As they prepared to leave, she inquired, "Do you come at 7 every day?" "Yes. Barring any unforeseen circumstances," Siyu replied. "All right. Should you need to change the timing, do inform me in advance. I'm off now." She cheerfully waved goodbye to Siyu. Afterward, Siyu hurried to the shower, feeling the soreness and swelling in her chest muscles while the image of the coach's striking silhouette lingered in her mind, eagerly anticipating the next day's workout. Upon returning to her dormitory, Siyu refrained from boasting to her roommates and climbed into bed, retrieving her phone to enter Lu Yuning's live streaming room. For 4 consecutive nights, Siyu had frequented 2 live sessions, Lu Yuning's and the skilled hands of internet sensation Zhang Qingyang, gifting over 100 tokens. Engaging in casual chatter to establish familiarity, laying the groundwork for future collaborations. Today, she intended to confront Lu Yuning directly. Having uploaded the details of 2 songs yesterday, she received notification this morning that the copyright registration was complete. The lyrics of Good Morning, Dragon Return had been modified to Good Morning, Lake City, and she was preparing to ask Lu Yuning to sing it. His vocal prowess was exceptional, his appearance striking, and he possessed a solid fan base, making him the ideal choice for the song. Siyu would not have dared to approach him had the copyright not been secured. First, without bait, he would be difficult to entice. Second, there was concern about the song leaking. With the copyright settled, Siyu felt emboldened to send him the score, subtly enticing him. She performed the customary gesture of sending a couple of small gifts, then typed in the public chat, "Please share your WeChat with me. I need to discuss something." Lu Yuning promptly provided his WeChat ID, which matched his account name, Happy Brother. He concluded his broadcast each night at 10 o'clock. After adding him on WeChat, Siyu transitioned to Zhang Qingyang's stream, where he was engaged in light banter, awaiting the end of his session. Currently, the future TikTok sensation had not yet launched a TikTok account, and continued to thrive on the platform of skilled hands, boasting 750,000 followers. Zhang Qingyang had been active on this platform since 2017, and after inadvertently creating a viral hit last summer, his followers surged from a few thousand to 300,000. However, he had not produced notable works in the subsequent 6 months, relying on the momentum of his viral success, gradually settling at 750,000 followers. If left unchecked, he would likely transition to TikTok in April of this year, spending 6 months in hiding before soaring to prominence in 2019, ultimately becoming an unstoppable force in the TikTok realm, never to decline again. CU, having been reborn, certainly would not overlook this influential figure. Currently, he lacks the necessary capital, but he aims to establish a presence and lay a foundation, planning to entice him after the Spring Festival, devising methods to secure a contract. Signing a prominent figure presents considerable challenges. A man capable of becoming a leader is undoubtedly mature in his mindset, transcending the ordinary, and is unlikely to be lured by trivial gains. At this moment, CU has yet to conceive an effective strategy. He must first ascertain Zhang Qingyang's background, thoroughly understanding his income and career development to tailor an appropriate approach. No matter how formidable a person may be, identifying their weaknesses can render them manageable. For instance, in the case of Lu Yuning, as a singer, what captivates them most? It is, indeed, music. A remarkable song, a signature piece, can catapult an unknown artist to fame. I believe Lu Yuning would be genuinely interested. Therefore, as soon as CU secures the copyright for the new song, he eagerly reaches out to him. CU lingers in Zhang Qingyang's live stream until after 10 o'clock, when a WeChat notification alerts him. It is Lu Yuning. Hello, Brother G, this is Lu Yuning. May I ask what you need from me? CU has generously rewarded him with a total of 1,500 yuan over 4 days, establishing him as the top male fan. Hence Lu Yuning addresses him as Brother G. CU, cutting through the pleasantries, states directly, I possess a splendid piece of music. The copyright belongs to me. I am seeking someone to perform and release it, and I believe you would be an excellent fit. Are you interested? So, the big shot is a music producer. Sure, what is the song? Could you send it over for me to review? CU promptly sends the lyrics and score, saying, please give it a try and contact me once you've finished. All right, just a moment while I take a look. In a 3-bedroom rental in Dandong, Lu Yuning opens the score. He is mildly nearsighted, wearing black-framed glasses, and leans slightly forward, bringing his phone closer to scrutinize each note and lyric meticulously. After 2 minutes, his lips part slightly as he begins to hum the melody. Initially, it is a bit awkward and disjointed. However, after several repetitions, it flows increasingly smoothly. Let me gaze at you with deep affection. Good morning, my dear. Accompany me in welcoming the glorious dawn, embracing a brand new day. After singing it twice, his focus transforms into excitement, his eyes shining with fervor. He types, Brother G, please hold on a moment. I need to study it a couple more times. Setting down his phone, he fetches a guitar from within the room, resting it on his lap. Taking a deep breath, he accompanies his singing with the guitar. A masterpiece is not to be underestimated. As a professional singing host, Lu Yuning quickly realizes the melody of this song is extraordinarily beautiful, blending ease with fervor, exuding an infectious energy that instantly captivates the audience and draws them into its allure. The more he listens, the more enchanting it becomes. The more he sings, the more he desires to sing. Suppressing his excitement, he puts down the guitar and types, Brother G, this is a fantastic song. Are you a music producer? This marks the second time he inquires if CU is indeed the producer. Soon enough, CU responds, sort of, are you interested in singing it? Happy brother, of course there is. What are the conditions? Little Ski, you need to sign with my company first, and then I will record and release the song. It's standard industry practice, and Lu Yuning understands this. He asked, which company are you with, if you don't mind sharing? What are the signing conditions? Little Ski, I am from a startup company that you probably haven't heard of. We will sign an exclusive management contract for 10 years, the first 3 years at 37, the next 3 years at 46, and the last 4 years at 55. You will receive a fixed salary each month. It's hard to explain everything over WeChat. If you are interested, fly to Lake City, and I will meet with you in person. I'll cover all travel expenses. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuning was taken aback. The information was overwhelming and hard to grasp at once. This little Ski had been gifting, chatting, and listening to music in his live stream for several days. apparently assessing Lu Yuning's singing skills with the intention of signing him. It would certainly be a great opportunity to have a company interested in him for recording and release. However, is there even a management company in Lake City? Apart from Dosha Live, he is a startup and wants to sign an exclusive contract for 10 years, a long time indeed. Lu Yuning felt a mix of excitement and conflict, with an overwhelming desire to understand the strength of CES company. So, he inquired, "Brother Ski, what is the name of your company?" A minute later, Little Ski sent a transfer of 3,000 yuan, responding, "Don't ask so many questions. When you arrive in Lake City, you will know everything. This 3,000 yuan is an advance for your travel expenses. If you're not interested, just return it to me." How domineering. Lu Yuning opened the WeChat transfer, his finger hovering over the confirm button, hesitating as the situation was too sudden to fully accept. Little Ski's straightforward style left no room for doubt. He sent the transfer without fearing Lu Yuning would back out. Should he go see what kind of company this is and what the contract entails? After all, travel expenses would be reimbursed, and if it didn't work out, there would be no loss. Lu Yuning opened the sheet music, his gaze fervently scanning it again, as if a hook were tugging at his heart. Confirm the receipt. He messaged, "Thank you, Brother Ski. I have to live stream these 2 days and didn't request leave in advance. Can I come in a couple of days?" Little Ski, "Sure, no rush. The accompaniment isn't ready yet. You can come in 3 or 4 days. Just let me know the time once you book your ticket." Happy brother. "All right, I will contact you after I take leave tomorrow." Little Ski, "Okay, practice the song more in the meantime. I'm off now." P.S. Leaving just like that? Lu Yuning was once again bewildered. Didn't he fear Lu Yuning would abscond with the money? Such a bold move. C exited the chat with Lu Yuning and opened Su Shu's WeChat. Her username was Little Crispy, and her profile picture was an open book. The chat history showed that their last conversation was during National Day, 3 months ago. After much contemplation, C typed not a single word. He was pondering the right moment to tell Su Shu about the song he had prepared for her. Her voice is fresh and natural, with an ethereal quality that perfectly suits the folk genre. However, there exists a dilemma. The song cannot be entrusted to her. Emotions aside, business must remain distinct, and company rules cannot be compromised. Just as with Lu Yuning, a contract must be secured before she can be offered a song. She is well acquainted with Cu. Fully aware of his lack of stature, a hasty approach to persuade her to sign would surely be futile. As a top graduate from the Central Conservatory of Music, her standards are exceedingly high. One cannot be as abrupt with her as with Lu Yuning. Patience is paramount. It is imperative to wait until one has a solid advantage before making a move, lest the negotiations falter and jeopardize their camaraderie. The timing is not yet ripe. The foundation is too shallow, lacking the strength to create allure. A girl of her caliber cannot be won over solely by pursuit. One must cultivate personal strength and employ the law of attraction to draw her in gradually. After much contemplation, Cu sighed, exited WeChat, and entered Dosha Live, seeking his next signing target. Just when he believed he could afford a couple of days of respite, he realized there remained a plethora of trivial matters demanding his attention, leaving no time for rest. The following morning, while his roommates attended class, Cu naturally skipped his own. He logged into 5 accounts in succession, uploading the day's updates and scheduling them for release at 6 in the evening. The accounts were thriving, experiencing a commendable growth trajectory. The most rapidly rising among them was Xiaobai. The impact of the twerking dance was gradually becoming evident. The super hit from his past life was no mere fluke. The twerking dance was among the most sensational short video phenomena of 2018. With Cu's clever adaptations, the allure of the twerking dance was heightened. Releasing it early was a strategic move that guaranteed a significant advantage. Currently, no similar content exists in the market. It's a sweeping victory. These 2 new hits, combined with the revamped classic, alongside 2 daily videos documenting the lives of beautiful university students, resulted in an astonishing daily follower growth of 120,000. This is merely the beginning. The trend will continue to soar. Once Douyin launches its spring festival strategy and university students take their holidays while migrant workers return home for the new year, the growth will accelerate even further. Why is Cu so eager to establish his accounts at such a rapid pace? It is precisely to harness the overwhelming traffic surge that the Spring Festival brings. Following closely is Xiao CG, with an impressive daily follower growth of 80,000. Xiao CG released 2 major hits, Desperation and Love and Hate. effectively tapping into the traffic and achieving a successful cold start. Love and Hate, released with a solid follower base, broke through the 7th level traffic pool in just half a day and continues to gain momentum. The visually stunning Love and Hate stands as a benchmark for all technical works, destined to dominate the landscape of technical productions for the next 2 years. Patience is key. We have only just begun. The Spring Festival is the true time for an explosion of creativity. Once again, we turn to Chunshitang, which boasts an impressive daily output of 60,000. The creations of Chunshitang are straightforward to produce. C can craft 10 pieces in just 1 hour, facilitating the fastest updates, 3 times a day, delighting the audience. Not only does C work swiftly, but the quality remains high, with each piece's viewership steadily increasing. His rapid output is attributed to his exceptional skills and clear thought process. With a vision of the final product already formed in his mind, eliminating the need for repetitive editing. Changtian and Meng Chunshin are on a similar trajectory, averaging 30,000 views daily and consistently maintaining a high level of engagement. Their works are almost indistinguishable, featuring dance covers and trending remakes. They have yet to produce a major hit like the hip-shaking dance, nor have they documented their daily lives through mobile captures, resulting in a somewhat slower pace compared to newcomers. C plans to create 1 or 2 viral pieces for each of them before the Spring Festival, aiming to capitalize on the surge in viewership during this festive period. These 5 accounts exemplify C's extraordinary prowess as a short video strategist. The phrase elevated awareness. Dimensional Strike aptly describes C's approach to content creation, employing a forward-thinking mindset to establish his presence in the current landscape. His content is refreshingly innovative, presenting the audience with experiences previously unseen and unheard. The featured performers are meticulously chosen professional dancers of exceptional caliber. The works produced are either phenomenon-level hits or exceptionally high-quality ordinary videos. In every metric, creativity, update frequency, average quality, editing techniques, and special effects, his output outshines that of competing accounts. Coupled with C's savvy utilization of celebrity trends and clever tactics, achieving popularity is almost inevitable. After releasing the content, C takes a moment to browse through the comments section. Managing fans and comments is a crucial aspect of operations, enabling timely feedback from users, adjusting creative directions, and enhancing fan engagement. Each account's comment section is lively, with Chunshitang being the most active. Fans are eager for the creator to showcase real models rather than merely posting photos of fashion artists. C contemplates that continually posting from albums may not suffice. To quickly increase followers, he must adopt a more provocative and daring approach. Currently facing financial constraints, he plans to alternate between model photo shoots and high-definition albums. A single photo shoot can yield dozens of videos if executed efficiently, with a daily schedule of 5 updates. He intends to share 3 high-definition artistic albums and 2 model photo shoots, ensuring sufficient content for half a month. With a plan in mind, C goes online to a model trading platform in search of freelance models. Models can be broadly categorized into 2 types: those from talent agencies and freelance models seeking work. Agency fees are substantial, often exceeding 50% of earnings, which means a significant portion goes to agents. Given his limited budget, C finds that working with freelance models is more economical. The models vary in function: runway models, print models, fashion models, and promotional models, with further distinctions between lingerie and regular clothing, each commanding different prices. Chapter 16. The Wild Model King. Gentlemen, should you observe any disjointed phrases, abrupt transitions, or narrative inconsistencies, please understand that these are remnants of extensive revisions. The alterations have been substantial, rendering certain sections challenging to smooth over seamlessly. Your understanding and patience are greatly appreciated. See you meticulously browse through the profiles of models on the platform, ultimately selecting one known by the moniker Ali. Her profile indicated that she was 26 years old, with retouched images showcasing a beauty score of 92. Her actual attractiveness likely ranged between 88 and 90, standing at 172 centimeters and weighing 106 pounds. Her fee was set at 600 yuan per hour, or 4,000 yuan for a full day, among the highest rates for freelance models. In contrast, a model from a reputable agency would typically charge at least double that amount. Ali boasted a high conversion rate, receiving unanimous praise from clients who, despite the expense, deemed her services worth every penny, earning her the nickname Wild Model King. Intrigued, Siyu decided to meet this renowned model. He added her on WeChat and sought 2 additional backups. All 3 models were awaiting verification, presumably still asleep. Today's paramount task was to produce a backing track for Goodnight Lake City, while waiting for responses from the models. Siyu made his way to the largest recording studio at the school's entrance. He rented the space for 2 hours and efficiently completed the arrangement and orchestration. Once finished, he approached the owner and specifically requested a teacher from Lake Sound to create the accompaniment, adhering to music publishing standards. A basic electronic version would cost 2,000 yuan, a rustic accompaniment 3,000 yuan, and live instrument backing would start at 6,000 yuan. A teacher from Lake Sound would undoubtedly be pricier, and the owner quoted Siyu a sum of 20,000 yuan. After some haggling, the owner, recognizing Siyu's expertise, offered a fair price of 15,000 yuan, assuring him that a qualified teacher from Lake Sound would produce the accompaniment to the highest standards in Zhejiang province. After paying a deposit and agreeing on a 3-day delivery timeline, a notification from WeChat interrupted him. It was Ollie. Her voice was languid as she sent a voice message upon seeing Cus note. They conversed for 10 minutes, primarily clarifying what exactly was to be filmed. Ollie found it difficult to comprehend Cus description, as she typically photographed clothing products and had no experience with short videos. Cu shared his account details via WeChat, and after reviewing them, she agreed to a trial shoot at a rate of 1,500 yuan for half a day. Ollie's real name was Lu Qianqian, a graduate of the modeling department at Lake City Textile Institute. She had begun her journey as a part-time fashion model since her sophomore year, possessing notable beauty. She embodied the traditional aesthetic of a Chinese beauty. However, the mainstream standards of beauty on stage favored slanted eyes, high cheekbones, flat features, and a subdued temperament, which rendered her appearance less favorable in that context. After graduating, she continued her career as a fashion and print model. After mingling in the industry for 2 years, she became somewhat of a veteran, unwilling to endure the commission cuts imposed by agencies or to comply with the unspoken rules prevalent in the industry, which led to conflicts with 2 companies. The modeling world, much like the entertainment industry, harbors its own shadows. To access greater client resources, one must often acquiesce to higher-level unspoken rules. In a fit of anger, she resolved to embrace the freelance modeling path. After years of experience, she had amassed a considerable client base. The greatest fears of a model lie in encountering client harassment, unforeseen safety incidents, and delayed payments. Today, she seemed to have faced such a predicament. At 3 in the afternoon, she stood at the doorway of the luxurious couple's room themed Angel City at the Vienna Lovers Hotel, dragging a large suitcase behind her, her heart racing with unease. Hesitating to step inside, this was the location sent by Showski for the shoot. Shooting in a hotel was already an unconventional request, which he had explained at length, and she had reluctantly acquiesced. However, what was the deal with this entire couple's room? At a rate of 588 per night, the hotel was splendidly decorated, shrouded in mystery and romance. What was the intention behind booking such a room? Was it truly for the purpose of photographing a model? Or was it a guise for more dubious activities? Lu Qianqian stood at the entrance, her vigilance heightened as she observed the door opening to reveal Siyu, whose youthful countenance appeared innocent. He was alone in the room. Had he presented a more menacing demeanor, or if there had been several individuals within, she would have undoubtedly turned on her heel and departed, adhering to the principle of not standing in the face of danger. Siyu scanned her up and down, confirming her status as the renowned model. Her raw beauty rated an impressive 88, and with makeup and retouching, it could reach 92. Her features were exquisitely refined, adorned with sultry, smoky makeup, captivating peach blossom eyes, and long, wine-red hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a black wool sweater paired with sleek legging-like attire and a black skirt, topped with a light khaki wool coat, fashionably dressed in luxury brands. She exuded a mature, sensual, and enchanting aura, complemented by the faint, alluring scent of Jo Malone's Midnight Amber perfume. Noticing her wary and scrutinizing gaze, Siyu took the initiative to clarify, stating that the ambience he sought for his work necessitated this particular room. Lu Qianqian's eyes drifted beyond him, surveying the interior as she leaned against the doorframe and sweetly inquired, "Hello, handsome, are you the one I've been in contact with?" Her tone was soft and sugary, yet her stance remained rigid, brimming with caution. Understanding her mindset, Siyu turned back into the room, retrieving his student ID from his bag to show her, reassuringly declaring, "Rest assured, I am a student. It's quite safe." Lu Qianqian's bright eyes widened in surprise. How did he know what she was thinking? The proactive gesture of presenting his identification piqued her interest. Siyu's attempt to instill a sense of security eased her apprehension significantly. She accepted the ID, inspecting it closely, jokingly remarking, "This wouldn't be a fake, would it?" before handing back her own identification. Upon viewing her ID, she felt reassured. He was merely a 20-year-old university student. As someone well-versed in the ways of the world, she perceived his youthful student status as a significant disparity, akin to looking at a younger brother. Before Siyu could respond, she stepped into the room, glancing around curiously. She took a moment to inspect the bathroom, confirming that he was indeed alone, which allowed her to relax completely. She then inquired, "Are you the owner or the photographer?" "Both," Siyu replied, as he dragged her suitcase inside and closed the door. "Are you the only one shooting? No assistants?" "Quite simple, no assistants are needed," he said, adjusting the settings on his mirrorless camera. "Are you the one shooting and editing as well? Are all the works in your account created solely by you?" Siyu replied, "All of them." "Really? Are you that talented?" She gazed at Siyu in astonishment. Siyu had shown her the accounts of I Xiao Xiaobai, Shaoski, and Shun Shitang, all exceptionally well-crafted, demonstrating not only remarkable creativity, but also high levels of filming and editing skills. She had assumed it was a collaborative effort. To her surprise, it was the sole endeavor of this young man before her, encompassing filming, editing, and creativity. Intrigued, she eagerly inquired, "Can one earn money doing this?" Holding his camera, Siyu curtly responded, "Miss, could you please be a bit quicker? I need to hit the gym by 7. "All right, let's settle the payment first," she smiled sweetly. The practice of upfront payment before filming is not standard in the industry. Understanding her apprehension, having come alone, worried that she might not receive payment after the shoot. Fearing the possibility of being stiffed, Siyu decided not to argue. He promptly sent a WeChat red envelope of 2,000, advising, "Please provide excellent service." "Rest assured, boss," she acknowledged. Accepting the payment, her spirits lifted. Siyu glanced at his phone for the time. "Hurry, I need to start timing." "All right, let's get to work," she said, rising to open her suitcase, filled with her spring and summer wardrobe. "What should I wear?" she asked while rummaging through her clothes. "Mix and match as you please. A combination of a fitted slip dress and stockings. Choose whatever looks best," Siyu instructed, moving a standing lamp to the corner and setting up a portable light panel. Moments later, she emerged in a black fitted slip dress, exuding alluring charm. Siyu complimented, "Splendid, let's begin." Chapter 017, The Ugly Face of Capitalism. Every minute equates to money. Siyu wasted no time, directing her to sit sideways with her legs crossed at the foot of the bed, her feet resting on the white velvet carpet. He positioned the mobile lamp beside her, dimming the light to illuminate her face. She glanced at the window, tossed her hair, smiled, then shifted her gaze to the camera, changing legs. She complied with his instructions. The first shot was complete. "Good, stand up. And slowly walk from the doorway to sit on the bed, crossing your legs." The second shot was done. She lay sideways on the carpet, gazing at the camera, biting her lip and displaying a captivating expression. With a light cough, she obediently reclined on the carpet, propping herself up on her elbow, embodying the expression Siyu desired. "Excellent," Siyu remarked, putting away his camera and praising her. "Wonderful." The third shot was completed. After shooting more than 10 frames in this outfit, they changed clothes. The stepmother dress accentuated her overall figure, while the newly changed outfit highlighted her legs, a silver-gray camisole on top, and a black fitted miniskirt below. "All right, let's repeat the shots we just took." They filmed continuously for an hour and a half before Lu Qianqian, feeling exhausted, asked, "Can we take a break? I'm so tired." Siyu glanced at the time and realized how long they had been shooting. "All right, let's take a 5-minute break." Holding a mirrorless camera, Lu Qianqian reviewed the shots she had just taken. She took a couple of sips from the water on the bar and approached Siyu, glancing at the camera's screen. "Let me have a look." Siyu handed her the camera, and she eagerly flipped through the images. The reflections of herself were enchanting, graceful, and increasingly delightful with each glance. "Hey there, could you edit a video for me? I'm afraid I'm quite busy and don't have the time. However, I can send you the short clips I've edited," Siyu replied, holding a bottle of mineral water and taking a few gulps. Was she really turned down? Lu Qianqian was taken aback. Editing a longer video wasn't particularly laborious. She had never faced rejection when making similar requests to other photographers. Many eager photographers had even offered to take her photos for free, eager to win her favor. Unexpectedly, she met a wall with Siyu. This young man was intriguing. Despite his youth, he exuded the composure of an experienced veteran, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life, displaying an air of sophistication and maturity. Unlike the typical overzealous photographers. Feeling disgruntled by the refusal, Lu Qianqian huffed quietly. So stingy. Siyu chuckled lightly. I can edit dozens of short clips from today's footage and send them all to you. She proudly tilted her head, ignoring him. After reviewing the images, she returned to the bed, lying down comfortably, and sighed. Your photography skills are quite impressive. How long have you been doing this? For several years, he replied. You're quite generous to spend so much on models. Just a small amount. I'll be spending even more on models after the Spring Festival. Oh, quite the audacious claim, Lu Qianqian said, raising her chin to look at Siyu. Young man, remember to invite me for future shooting opportunities. Her titles for him varied. At times calling him boss, then young man, and even little brother, reflecting her playful nature. Siyu inquired, do regular customers receive a discount? Weren't you just saying it's a small amount? Why ask for a discount now? It's about knowing when to spend and when to save. It's not contradictory. How about I give you a 5% discount next time? Siyu scoffed, such a meager discount is hardly worth it. I'd rather not have one and maintain my pride. How about a 10% discount? That should suffice. Let us discuss it later, Siyu replied noncommittally. The spring water pavilion thrived on its splendid array of offerings. No matter how beautiful Lu Qianqian was, she could not solely represent it. The request for a discount was merely a casual remark. Before she could respond, Siyu raised his hand to check his phone, declaring, time us up. Let us get to work. Humph. The ugly face of capitalism. Exactly 5 minutes had passed. No second more. Young man, I request a break, she said, exhausted. Her facial muscles strained from forced smiles. Just 5 more minutes. Let us finish everything in one go, Siyu said, rushing to the bathroom. Upon his return, she picked up the rose petals scattered on the sheets, appreciating the merchant's attentiveness. Siyu tossed her the room key, saying, you might as well stay here to avoid waste. Now let us get to work. With a sigh of resignation, she climbed up and continued her tasks. Extended hours of shooting proved to be quite exhausting. She took her time changing outfits, subtly prolonging the process as a means of procrastination. Siyu had no choice but to remind her not to be lazy and not to waste time. By 7 o'clock, they wrapped up. Lu Qianqian was utterly fatigued. Sprawled on the bed with soft whimpers, Siyu hastily gathered his belongings and prepared to leave, fearing he would be late for his workout. Before departing, he remarked, I'm off, beautiful. It's been a pleasure collaborating. Let us connect again in the future. Just as he was about to exit, Lu Qianqian called after him. Don't you need the room card? He replied, you can keep it. I won't require it. The deposit will be refunded automatically upon checkout. Farewell. With that, Siyu dashed away. Lu Qianqian lay on her birdcage bed, indulging in a moment of rest. Feeling hungry, she ordered takeout and messaged Siyu. Make sure to send me the edited videos once they're ready. After finishing her meal, she joined her friends for a game of mahjong. Returning to the hotel around 1 in the morning, at the front desk, she inquired about how many room cards had been issued. The receptionist informed her that only one had been given out, which eased her mind. Had there been 2, it might have indicated something suspicious. Upon returning to her room, she retrieved her makeup remover from her suitcase, cleansed her face, took a shower, and climbed into bed. Opening WeChat, she discovered a plethora of edited short videos sent by Siyu at midnight. Smiling, she perused each one. They were skillfully crafted, with cleverly arranged shots. The afternoon session had yielded over 100 clips, all edited by theme. The same outfit was paired with different colors and styles of stockings, while the same set of clothes was juxtaposed against various locations and actions. Each piece had a distinct thematic essence, enhanced by alluring effects that created a captivating atmosphere. Watching them filled her with excitement. What a miser! She chided herself internally. What is wrong with helping me edit a long video? After viewing the entire collection, she logged on to Douyin to check out Chunfeng Hall. To her delight, the follower count had surged by over 10,000 since the morning. At midnight, a new video, part of the afternoon's bodycon dress series, had been uploaded. Curious, she opened the comments section, and within just over an hour, there were hundreds of remarks. Stepmother dress. Those yearning eyes and unsatisfied expression, splendid. Finally, a video instead of a photo album. Thumbs up. Great legs, lovely face, fierce vibe. You truly understand men, blogger. What an incredible bed. I've never seen anything like it. Lu Qianqian wore a knowing smile as she read through the comments, thinking to herself, this little artist has quite the talent. In the following 3 days, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. Lu Yuning had arranged a meeting for the 12th in Jiangxing for an in-person discussion. By then, the company's business license and accompaniment tracks would be ready, perfect for testing the sound in the recording studio. CU diligently updated various accounts at scheduled intervals, managed the comments section, watched live streams in the afternoon, and maintained his fitness regime in the evening. In the Spring Breeze Hall, updates are made 4 times a day. The cheerful Xiao Bai updates 3 times daily, while Xiao CG posts twice, and both Chang Tue Yin and Meng Chun Chun contribute once a day. All 5 accounts are experiencing a rapid and stable increase in followers, with Xiao Bai leading the charge, followed closely by Xiao CG, who has adeptly capitalized on trending traffic. Under the star promotion strategy of Douyin, they have been invited by the official platform to establish accounts alongside renowned figures such as Di Li Ri Ba, He Jiong, and Chen He, rallying their fans on Weibo to follow them on Douyin. The influence of these celebrities is profound, with their follower counts soaring by 800,000 daily, many of whom are newly registered users drawn in by the stars. The growth rate of Xiao Bai's followers is second only to that of Di Li Ri Ba. Fans are fervently engaging in discussions in the comments section, reveling in the enjoyment Douyin provides over Weibo. Their curiosity leads them to explore Douyin, where they discover they have only followed 4 individuals: Di Li Ri Ba, He Jiong, Chen He, and Xiao CG. Who is Xiao CG? Why follow him? Fans eagerly click to investigate and discover his remarkable work titled Desperation, a brilliantly edited video using original audio, which wins them over. After watching, they promptly engage in a flurry of likes and shares, continuing to explore his other videos, where they find his content truly impressive: Desperation, Liren Xiao, and a variety of technically proficient effects and perfectly timed music, with each piece standing out. This leads to a surge in Xiao CG's interactive metrics, attracting 20 new followers who successfully subscribe to him. The operations team is well-versed in the art of traffic management, promoting Xiao CG and boosting the visibility of Desperation, which quickly gains traction and trends within 2 days, a delightful outcome. In the mornings, CU schedules all updates for the day, while in the afternoons, he wanders through various live streaming rooms in search of a particular individual. This individual is the former gaming overlord blogger, Tuan Tuan. The gaming sector cannot be overlooked, with prominent figures like Zhang Dexian and Su Bao Bao already making their mark. Thus, Tuan Tuan remains the only viable option, as she has yet to find her fortune and still holds potential for signing. CU recalls that she gained some notoriety only after mid-2018, having previously been obscure. He scours platforms like Douxia and Langya, yet finds no trace of her. CU laments that his desire to rescue her may not come to fruition. In his previous life, Tuan Tuan was ensnared by the owner of Douxia and became embroiled in a money laundering scandal. The owner, Du, not only faced the consequences, but also implicated dozens of prominent streamers under his banner. Tuan Tuan was likely to be penalized for her earnings and faced a high probability of imprisonment, having remained off the air for nearly a year by the time of CU's rebirth. If he could find her, there might still be a chance to save her. If not, he could only leave it to fate. Little did CU know, at that moment, Tuan Tuan was thriving as a music blogger on the Kugo platform. She is currently relatively unknown, and Kugo is merely a small platform. It was not until mid-2018, when she transitioned to Douxia to play PUBG, that she finally found her path and soared to great heights. CU, unable to locate her, realized he could not remain fixated on a single tree and decided to seek out a newcomer to cultivate according to her template. For several consecutive days, he roamed various major live streaming platforms, traversing the gaming and music sections, yet he could not find a suitable candidate. With no options available, he resigned himself to waiting for the company to be established before conducting a large-scale recruitment and selection process. However, on the evening of the 9th, Chen Zhuo approached him with fervor, declaring, "I've discovered a girl who perfectly meets your criteria." In recent days, not only had CU been searching on his own, but he had also enlisted Chen Zhuo's help. An avid live-streaming enthusiast, Chen Zhuo primarily focused on gaming and the ACG, anime, comic, and games culture. He recommended several individuals in the same enthusiastic tone, but CU was unimpressed by any of them. Suspecting this instance would yield the same result, a classic case of the wolf is coming. Without lifting his gaze from his phone, CU simply murmured, "What type is she?" She's from the ACG scene, Chunjua replied, noticing Siyu's indifference. He held out his phone for Siyu to see. Look, it's her. After watching for less than 10 seconds, Siyu's interest was piqued. In the live stream, a cute girl with a youthful appearance, dressed as a dragon maid, was sweetly interacting with her fans. Her voice was soft and melodious, exuding both innocence and charm, leaving listeners enchanted after just a few words. Siyu snatched Chunjua's phone, perusing her profile. Her username was Ilyalu, with several thousand fans, having only recently begun her broadcasts. Chunjua's voice, laden with implication, reached Siyu's ears. Her figure is fantastic. Without needing further affirmation, Siyu could tell at a glance. Her development was impressive and undeniably eye-catching. Exceptional, he noted. Her appearance is rated at 86, with a youthful face, a curvaceous figure, and a voice rivaling that of a voice actress. Siyu eagerly inquired, does she possess any talents? How is her singing? Chunjua, brimming with pride, replied, she sings beautifully, then teasingly paused, his expression inviting further questions. With a hint of exasperation, Siyu played along, asking, and what else? She studies Japanese, Chunjua winked, casting a knowing glance. What? She studies Japanese? Siyu was momentarily taken aback. A voice actress in Japanese? When did you discover this? I've put in so much effort to find someone. And Dosha and Wolf Tooth had nothing. I had to resort to this platform. Platform? Siyu then noticed that Ilyalu's platform was indeed the station. The epicenter of ACG culture. Bro, you're amazing. Siyu gave Chunjua a thumbs up. I'm going to reach out to her. Siyu downloaded the station app, registered an account, and found Ilyalu. She wore a silver-white wig, topped with a pointed round wizard hat, and was clad in a maid outfit, engaging with her fans. After listening for 20 minutes in the live stream, Siyu was truly impressed by her vocal talent. Her words danced in the air like feathers, stirring deep emotions. Glancing at the gift price list, Siyu charged 1,000 yuan and rewarded her with a purple gold treasure box worth 10 yuan. Ilyalu beamed with joy, cupping her chin with her hands in a gesture of astonishment, exclaiming, Thank you, Brother G. Thank you, Brother G. Siyu chuckled as she typed, Sister, sing a little tune for me. Brother, I lack the necessary equipment for singing. I can only sing a cappella. Siyu silently scoffed at this unprofessionalism and replied, No worries, just sing the chorus. How about Take You to Travel? Take You to Travel was the most popular earworm of the previous year, sweet in melody. Originally sung by a male voice, but equally delightful when performed by a female. All right, brother. She cleared her throat, searched for the song on her phone, and began to sing. I want to take you to the romantic Turkey, then together we'll travel to Tokyo and Paris. In truth, I particularly adore Miami, as well as the vibrant Los Angeles. Her voice was enchanting, sweet, smooth, and melodious, with a wonderful sense of rhythm. Siyu was overjoyed. She was the one. She raised her hand and scattered virtual flowers worth 66 yuan. A flurry of blossoms danced across the screen, shimmering with a crystalline sheen. Thank you, brother. Wishing you joy and happiness every day. Ilyalu stood up, hands clasped over her heart, bowing in gratitude. That evening, Siyu remained in Ilyalu's live stream until she signed off at 11 o'clock. She successfully logged onto the gifting leaderboard. Adding her on WeChat, the 10th was indeed a fortuitous date. After a prolonged wait, the company business license had finally been processed. At 10 in the morning, Siyu collected the completed license from the accounting firm. With the license in hand, the world was hers. At last, she was a bona fide boss. Haha. Siyu was thrilled. After 5 days of anxious waiting, it was finally done. She had already arranged a series of plans that could not be executed without the license. Now that the company was officially registered, it was time to implement her strategies one by one. The first step was to secure office space. Next to Lake Een was the Hungtong Business Park, featuring well-decorated office buildings furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. These offices were relatively modest, primarily housing small to medium-sized enterprises, with a high turnover rate allowing for flexible rental agreements. The price was affordable, at 9 yuan per day. Siyu rented 200 square meters for a short term of 6 months, paying half a year's rent along with a 3-month deposit, totaling 50,000 yuan. This would serve as a temporary office space, avoiding the need for renovations at the company's inception, should her plans proceed smoothly. She would transition to a Grade A office building in 6 months. After signing the contract and completing the payment, Siyu surveyed the modest office, too excited to reflect, and immediately commenced her second task, recruitment. She logged onto the largest talent recruitment website, registered an account, and uploaded her identification along with the freshly minted business license. Awaiting verification, without the license, registration for a recruitment account was impossible. The verification required manual review, typically taking 1 to 2 hours. After lunch, her recruitment verification was approved. CU deposited 688 yuan to activate her account and eagerly began the hiring process. To build a complete team, in addition to conventional positions such as human resources, administration, and finance, she also needed photographers, editors, artist managers, copywriters, and other technical roles. Nearly 20 positions in total. Could not possibly recruit individuals one by one. Thus, he must first enlist a human resources manager. This individual is of paramount importance, as they will shoulder the significant responsibility of team formation alongside. Therefore, it is imperative to find a seasoned expert from a prominent company, particularly one well-versed in interactive entertainment. Those solely knowledgeable in internet operations will not suffice. Major corporations such as, and have branches in, all serving as research and development bases. However, their human resources personnel are not suitable. Their business models differ from typical internet companies, involving aspects such as artist management, actor recruitment, and entertainment content creation, positions that ordinary internet firms do not offer. Only companies specializing in interactive entertainment possess such expertise. For instance, firms like and the human resources professionals emerging from these companies are fitting, as they comprehend operations, data, and technology within traditional internet firms, while also being familiar with management, streamer operations, and actor oversight in entertainment companies. Otherwise, without an understanding of the roles, how can one recruit the right individuals? By fortunate coincidence, Province is home to a major interactive entertainment firm, the only prominent internet company in the area. The human resources team perfectly aligns with requirements. They possess knowledge of the entertainment industry, having interacted with various streamers, influencers, and performers, while also being acquainted with internet operations and technical roles. Therefore, they can commence work immediately without the need for adjustment. Consequently, drafted the following recruitment requirements. Urgently seeking a human resources manager with a minimum of 3 years of experience proficient in recruitment, and skilled in at least 4 areas of human resources. Gender and educational background are not constraints, and compensation is negotiable. The recruitment account, once funded, possesses precise search and targeted messaging capabilities, enabling the dispatch of up to 200 messages daily for a fee of 1,688 yuan, all aimed at poaching talent from. Employed as a keyword, set the age criteria, and filtered through the resume database, identifying over 200 individuals who had worked in human resources both current and former employees. Today, he planned to send out 200 messages, with the remainder to follow the next day, efficiently executed. Recruitment skills are commendable. Capable of handling half a human resources role or functioning as a recruitment manager, honed during his previous life when he assembled an operational team and personally selected talent. He then swiftly moved on to the third task, signing contracts with 3 young women, followed by the fourth task, filming this week's video, which is done weekly. The artist management contracts had already been drafted by the law firm and were ready for printing. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, arrived with the contracts and his camera, where the 3 women had already gathered. Ladies, come, let us sign the contracts, jested. In chapter 19, makes her entrance. At a stone table, the 4 of them sat, one at each corner. The 3 women reviewed the contracts while occupied himself with his phone, perused the document swiftly, skimming through the key details before signing within 3 minutes. Was the second to sign, taking an additional 2 minutes. Examined the contract meticulously, reading every word. Once she completed her signing, they began filming the video. This time, we are remaking an old hit. And the template was shared with them by CU yesterday for practice. After 3 hours of hard work, they wrapped up. Bai Jing called CU to join her for a meal at the cafeteria, but CU politely declined, stating that she had an important filming task the following afternoon and needed to head to the recording studio to prepare the dance moves to send to them later. An important filming task? Zhou Chuanrui inquired excitedly. What are you filming? Luo Xian did not voice her question, but conveyed the same curiosity through her gaze. Only Bai Jing's train of thought diverged. Senior, you're amazing. You can adapt things on your own? How come you can do everything? CU, feeling a sense of pride, teased, haha, it's a big hit. I'll give you a little hint. It's a group dance. I'll arrange for a few backup dancers to support you. So wait for my updates. With that, she left for the music studio. renting a recording booth for 2 hours at a cost of 600 yuan to prepare the material needed for tomorrow. The dance to be filmed tomorrow is the immensely popular Axe Gang dance from her previous life, made famous in Stephen Chow's classic comedy Kung Fu, where Feng Dagong portrays the leader of the Crocodile Gang, uttering the iconic line, "Who else?" After his failed bravado led to his demise at the hands of the Axe Gang leader Chen Guo, the latter and his subordinates celebrated with a classic dance. This dance belongs to the street dance genre, blending elements of black culture, Latin, and jazz, characterized by its dynamic and unique steps that resonate strongly with audiences. The original accompaniment, titled "I Don't Enter Regions," features a relatively slow rhythm and outdated arrangements. CU aims to create an entirely new version, reminiscent of the firestorm success of Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens, albeit version from her past life. The dance track includes a catchy, hypnotic narration that captivates listeners. The original song hails from Italy, and CU has incorporated her own male voiceover for Albi, reworking the arrangement and mixing to give it a more contemporary flair. After 2 hours of dedicated effort, she unveiled her freshly crafted piece, now named Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens, Lake Sound version. This new version boasts a vigorous rhythm and melody, presenting a distinct and refreshing auditory experience that perfectly complements the movements of the Axe Gang dance, a match made in heaven. Having completed her work, CU also collected the finished accompaniment for Goodnight Lake City and dashed to the cafeteria for a meal. While eating, she posted a recruitment notice in a forum, seeking 4 female dance students to cameo in a street dance group performance to be completed in 1 hour, with a remuneration of 100 yuan. The shoot is scheduled for 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon at the music hall entrance. Interested students are invited to send their WeChat IDs to this email. It's an easy opportunity to earn 100 yuan just by shaking a little. And CU was sure many would be interested. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away at Donghu Software Park, a dramatic confrontation was unfolding in the office of the Human Resources Director at Dosha Live. "Are you implying that I should resign?" Senior HR Manager Wang Shifeng's eyes glinted with ice, her tone chilling. At just 27 years old, she never imagined that the newly appointed female director would rate her 2017 performance poorly, placing her in the bottom 10, entirely negating her work from the previous year and leaving her with no year-end bonus. She is indeed the pride of heaven, Wang Shi, a graduate in human resource management from the prestigious Lakeside University, holds a bachelor's degree in management. During her time at university, she participated in the Lakeside 10 University Alliance dual degree program, acquiring a bachelor's degree in psychology from the renowned Central South University. This illustrious combination of dual bachelor's degrees in human resources and applied psychology, both from top-tier institutions, made her a highly sought-after candidate during campus recruitment. Ultimately, she chose to join Huawei, embarking on her journey in the vibrant city of Shenzhen and Hong Kong. In just 4 years, she ascended to a human resources position at Huawei, class of 16. What does it mean to be part of the Huawei 16 cohort? It signifies a potential annual salary ranging between 5 to 8 million, placing her in a position capable of serving as a human resources director in a medium-sized company. At the tender age of 26, she became one of the youngest individuals in Huawei's 16 cohort. Not only is she exceptionally talented, but she is also strikingly beautiful, having been regarded as the belle of the management school during her university years. Upon joining Huawei, she earned the title of the new generation's corporate flower, attracting the attention of numerous executives. However, instead of finding her destined partner, she received the devastating news of her father's grave illness. Hailing from Lakeside, her parents were both high school teachers. Her mother had long battled poor health, and her father had developed kidney disease, requiring regular dialysis. As their only child, with no one else to care for her parents, she reluctantly left Huawei to return home and support them. Once her father's condition improved, she sought employment at Dosha. Despite Lakeside's vastness, Dosha stood out as the only viable option. As the leading internet company in Zhejiang province, Dosha offered a commendable salary. Although it paled in comparison to what she earned at Huawei, her annual package at Dosha was 620,000, a significant reduction from the 780,000 she had previously earned. Nonetheless, she felt content. The cost of living in Lakeside was lower than that of Shenzhen and Hong Kong, allowing her to avoid renting while caring for her parents. After a year and a half at Dosha, where she had been performing admirably, the HR manager who had recruited her switched to Penguin 2 months prior. The new director, a woman who had come from Aichi, brought with her a host of complications. In hierarchical workplace relationships, conflicts often arise, particularly between female subordinates and superiors. Once jealousy takes root, women can become unpredictable. The new director, Lu Fengyi, aged 39, commanded an annual salary of 650,000. Wang Shi, at 27, earned 620,000. With only a 30,000 difference in salary and a 12-year age gap, Lu Fengyi found herself increasingly troubled. Compounding this was Wang Shi's striking beauty, which only deepened Lu Fengyi's insecurities. The sight of male colleagues gravitating towards Wang Shi felt like a dagger to Lu Fengyi's heart. Each time she observed the attention Wang Shi received, Lu Fengyi's envy festered, leading her to label Wang Shi a seductress in her mind. Lu Fengyi could not fathom that Wang Shi's high salary was a reflection of her genuine capabilities, instead presuming that her predecessor had been swayed by Wang Shi's looks. This jealousy clouded Lu Fengyi's judgment, causing her to overlook the fact that Wang Shi had been earning 780,000 when she departed from Huawei. Thus, the machinations of workplace intrigue began to unfold. She assigned the most challenging and arduous tasks to Wang Shi, persistently requiring her to work overtime and frequently finding fault without reason. Wang Shi, a psychology graduate, understood her mindset and endured the humiliation, diligently hoping to win her over with her attitude. She often invited her to meals and conversations, aiming to dissolve the barriers between them. However, the obstinate female director remained unmoved, refusing to dine and continuing to nitpick. The conflict deepened, and after an unforeseen incident, it finally erupted. Wang Shi's recruited artist was poached by Wolf Fong, leading to the departure of several streamers. This infuriated their boss, Du Wenhua, while Lu Fengyi accused Wang Shi of failing in her duties and slandered her before their discord escalated. Lu Fengyi and Du Wenhua were alumni of Zhongda University and shared a close friendship. Consequently, Du believed Lu's claims and accepted her assessment of Wang Shi's low performance. Wang Shi thus suffered an undeserved misfortune. With Wolf Fong raising salaries to lure away artist executives, what could she do? She had cautioned Lu Fengyi when the artist's deputy director was hired, advising that the salary was excessively low and could provoke backlash. Lu Fengyi not only ignored her, but also mocked Wang Shi, questioning why she was advocating for the candidate. Lu Fengyi, having sown the seeds of her own failure, refused to acknowledge her responsibility and instead shifted the blame onto Wang Shi, who could no longer tolerate it, and finally retaliated. "I never asked you to resign. You said you wanted to leave, and I won't stop you," Lu Fengyi stated calmly from behind her grand desk, implying Wang Shi should depart. What a colossal failure. Wang Shi couldn't help but curse inwardly as she reflected on her year and a half at Dousha. Having worked in human resources, she realized that failing to resolve her own conflicts had led to a career setback. Taking a deep breath, she finally voiced the thoughts that had been swirling in her mind for so long. "Fine, I will leave." At 6 o'clock, her verbal resignation was approved on the spot, fulfilling Lu Fengyi's desires. By 7, she was leaving Dousha with a box containing her personal belongings, bypassing any handover and departing with remarkable speed. Wang Shi, devoid of appetite, lingered for a long time in the street park near her home, reflecting on her experiences and assessing her gains and losses. It was time to start anew. She pulled herself together, opened a recruitment platform, and prepared to update her resume. As she logged in, a private message caught her attention, urgently seeking an HR manager with at least 3 years of experience at Dousha, proficient in recruitment, and skilled in at least 4 HR modules. Gender and educational background are not constraints. Salary negotiable. Checking the timestamp, she noted it was posted at noon, and the company was named CU Culture. The word "sure" in her name resonated with her upon seeing CU Culture. She logged out, turned to Tianyanka to search for CU Culture, but found no information. Returning, she opened the company introduction page, which contained a succinct statement, aspiring to become a top-tier enterprise in Huagua. Quite an ambitious claim, even in Lake City. After some contemplation, she updated her resume and clicked send, eager to engage in a conversation. She harbored little hope. Her annual salary was too high, and few companies in Lake City could afford it. Her aspirations were lofty, and she looked down upon smaller firms with no promise. Finding a boyfriend who matched her excellence was equally challenging. As she returned home with a cardboard box, she noted that the caregiver she had hired for her parents finished work at 10 each night, and she typically aimed to arrive before then. Just after finishing dinner, she received a response to her job application, Hello, please add my WeChat for further discussion. Thank you. Her resume dazzled Siyu's discerning eyes. He lay on his dormitory bed, practically drooling over it. With a bachelor's degree in psychology from a 211 university and another in management from a 985 institution, coupled with 4 years of top-tier human resources experience at Huawei and a year and a half at Dosha Live, she was a formidable candidate. Huawei's human resources were unparalleled in the nation. Mr. Rin had invested 40 billion in consulting fees to craft a unique wolf culture that aligned with the national context. With human resource management being a significant component, those emerging from Huawei were always in demand in the talent market. Many companies specifically sought HR executives with Huawei experience, even if it was just a year. Aside from the cost, everything was advantageous. Siyu clicked on her salary section and confirmed it. A monthly salary of 39,000, totaling an annual package of 620,000. Previously, she had earned even more in Shenzhen and Hong Kong, 780,000. A 27-year-old woman in Lake City earning 620,000 annually. Could one even fathom it? He thought to himself, damn it, I want this, even if it means selling my blood. Her comprehensive experience at Huawei Dosha and impeccable professional background were a perfect match for CU Culture's requirements. Driven by desire, CU left a message. Hello. Please add my WeChat for further discussion. Thank you. 10 minutes later, a girl named Wang Shi added CU on WeChat and sent a message. Hello. I am Wang Shi. You sent me your WeChat ID. CU replied. Hello. I am CU, the owner of CU Culture. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I ask if you are currently employed or have you resigned? CU? No wonder the company is called CU Culture. Wang Shi thought to herself, appreciating CU's straightforward communication style. I just resigned today. I wanted to ask why I couldn't find your company information on Tianyanka. CU responded, I am a startup, and our company information may not have been updated in Tianyanka's database. Oh, understood. I received your private message. Do you think my resume meets your company's requirements? CU replied, yes, it is a perfect match. By the way, your resume is truly impressive. Wang Shi smiled knowingly. Thank you. Where is your company's office located? In Hungtong Business Park. Are you familiar with the area? Wang Shi felt a chill run down her spine. The office location offered a preliminary assessment of the company's strength. Hungtong Business Park was a mediocre office district filled with small enterprises. Such companies could never afford her high salary. After some thought, she subtly inquired, I know it, but haven't you been there? Have you finished reviewing my resume? Yes, I have. In this instance of changing jobs, I hope my salary can be on par with that of Dosha. The salary section of my resume clearly delineates her remuneration at Dosha. Her transition to a new position is born out of necessity. I do not expect a salary increase, but merely achieving parity would suffice. With a determined resolve, CU replied affirmatively, it can be done. Her monthly compensation approaches 40,000, a sum that exceeds what CU has in her pocket to cover even a few months of her wages. However, there exists a potential workaround regarding the timeline. Should she commence employment this month, the initial salary payment will only be disbursed the following month, with the second installment slated for March. During the interim 2 months, CU must secure her first tranche of capital to fulfill her initial life goal, to repay all online loans and cover the salaries of all employees. It is imperative to acquire the necessary funds by the end of March, else the nascent CU Culture may face financial ruin and premature demise. A pertinent note. An astute viewer commented that the protagonist, in their WeChat communications, shares creative works directly with others, exhibiting a lack of discretion and apparent disregard for potential misuse, which could lead to leaks. This scenario seems to have occurred 2 or 3 times. However, I could not pinpoint the specific context within which this issue arose, as the original text eludes me. Therefore, I shall take the liberty to clarify. When sending video files via WeChat, the application automatically compresses the videos, reducing their size and altering their format to only a few megabytes. Consequently, videos received through WeChat cannot be directly uploaded to Douyin. Attempting to upload such files would result in significantly diminished quality, rendering the content virtually unwatchable. Thus, the concern regarding video theft or leaks due to WeChat sharing is unfounded. They can only serve as sample clips for assessing quality. Apologies for the inability to locate the relevant context. I merely wish to address this matter to preclude similar inquiries from new readers. With this explanation, the audience may find clarity when encountering those scenes. Thank you all. Chapter 20. The Axe Gang Dance Wang Shi received a prompt and affirmative response, quite unexpectedly. Since parity could be achieved, let us engage in a more profound discussion. If the salary expectations cannot be met, it would be futile to waste anyone's time. She directly inquired, Mr. C, could you kindly elaborate on your company's business? Is there any material you could share for review? CU promptly forwarded the 5 newly established Douyin accounts and followed up with 5 voice messages. In these recordings, CU articulated his foundation within the Douyin ecosystem, offering a succinct analysis of the short video sector and a comparative study across multiple platforms. He predicted an imminent explosion of growth for Douyin, emphasizing his commitment to deeply cultivating within this ecosystem to forge a premier company. He noted that, as a nascent enterprise, there are promising prospects ahead, and he urgently seeks seasoned talent from the interactive entertainment realm to build a formidable team, encouraging her to explore the 5 accounts under the company's banner. The essence of sharing these accounts is to showcase capabilities and reveal strength. Today, he received 4 responses from individuals with experience at Dosha, but Wang Shi stood out as particularly memorable. She is an exceptional talent. Considering her career transition from multiple dimensions such as salary, platform development, and avenues for professional advancement, it is certain that she would not consider joining a small company. She is akin to a golden phoenix, while CU must present himself as a phoenix tree to attract her to join. His company currently lacks any significant achievements. The only asset he can present is a newly established account, hoping to pique her interest. Not only is he engaging with her, but he is also in communication with the 3 other individuals who have responded, sending voice messages. Convincing them to transition from a client-side position to a service provider is no small feat as he evaluates them. They are equally assessing him. Is a fledgling startup worthy of trust? With Douyin still in its nascent stages and struggling to find its footing in the market, what prospects does a company reliant on such a platform truly have? CU, as a reborn individual, is aware of Douyin's impending explosion, a knowledge unbeknownst to them. If they perceive the Douyin sector as lacking promise, they will certainly show no interest in CU culture. No amount of salary would entice them. To attract them, 3 conditions must be met. First, the overall environment for Douyin must continue to ascend. Second, CU culture must possess core competitiveness to carve out its share within the Douyin ecosystem and achieve substantial growth. Third, competitive compensation and career advancement opportunities must be offered. CU has articulated his points, now awaiting to see if he can sway Wang Shi. Upon listening to his voice message, Wang Shi's initial response is that CU is a seasoned expert in the interactive entertainment industry, a knowledgeable boss. His analysis of the platform is profound, with constructive and audacious arguments that are truly unprecedented. She had only heard of Douyin previously but had never engaged with it. She needs to delve deeper before responding. Thus, she replies to CU, "All right, Mr. C, I will research and get back to you." After sending her message, she exits WeChat, downloads Douyin, adds 5 accounts, and begins to browse through them one by one. Once she starts, she finds it hard to stop. Douyin is indeed captivating, with a plethora of content including singing, dancing, humor, and technical expertise. The more she explores, the more engrossed she becomes. After binge-watching for 2 hours, she realizes the necessity of thoroughly examining both the Douyin platform and CU culture, confirming that, as CU mentioned, this sector holds promise. She has a personal group of over 1,000 human resources professionals, comprising individuals from leading internet companies, which serves as a platform for exchanging information. She leaves a message in the group: which friends work at Character or Skillful Hands, or at IO Tongue in interactive entertainment? I have some questions I would like to consult. She also posts the same message in the employee group of Huawei and the human resources group at Hunan University. Additionally, she reaches out to a third-party research company's WeChat, inquiring, "Do you have any investigative materials related to short video platforms?" Both free and paid options are acceptable. As a seasoned HR professional from a major corporation explores all avenues for information on the short video sector, she accumulates a wealth of accurate and significant insights. The following day, she successfully connects with several HR peers working at Character, Skillful Hands, and IO Tongue, even reaching out to a senior sister employed at Character. The third-party investigation company conducting background checks has sent multiple authoritative analytical reports from reputable business agencies. All information converges on a singular conclusion. There is a robust optimism regarding the development of short video platforms, with Douyin and Xiaoshou poised for the brightest futures. Douyin, supported by its parent company ByteDance, is experiencing rapid growth. Xiaoshou has secured strategic investment from Tencent, which is leveraging Xiaoshou and ByteDance to compete fiercely in the short video market. A senior colleague at ByteDance has conveyed that Douyin is currently the company's most critical product, with all resources being directed towards it. This information has significantly piqued Wang Shi's interest. After delving into Douyin, she continued her research on CU culture. She meticulously listed the account initiation dates and follower growth rates of the 5 accounts provided by CU, conducting a horizontal analysis by comparing them with accounts in the same domain to assess CU culture's capabilities. Furthermore, she sought information from various channels to analyze how many companies are relying on Douyin for their livelihood. This research consumed the entire afternoon. While she was engrossed in her study, CU was in front of the art building at Lake Yin, preparing to shoot the Axe Gang dance. Bai Jing, Luo Xian, and Zhou Chunrui were all clad in white jackets, eagerly awaiting their turn beside her. 4 guest performers arrived unexpectedly, dressed in black jackets, waiting nearby. CU fetched 2 chairs from the art building, placing one in the center and the other beside it. She set a portable speaker borrowed from a neighboring dormitory on the adjacent chair, then turned to the girls and asked if they had mastered the dance. The previous night, CU had been exceedingly busy, juggling her phone and tablet simultaneously. She communicated with 4 potential candidates for Do Sha's live broadcast while watching Ilyalu's stream and also conversed with the guest performers. She had sent the dance moves to all the girls, instructing them to practice until they were proficient. This street dance poses no challenge for professional dancers. A little familiarity is all that is required. The girls responded in unison, "We've mastered it." CU then announced, "I'll play the music, and you can dance along to warm up." The dynamic and infectious music of Feng Wu Jiu Tian, Lake Yin version began to play. The 3 main performers and the 4 guests warmed up to the rhythm, with the white-clad dancers in front and the black-clad ones behind, clearly delineating the main and supporting roles. Chen Zhua stood nearby, watching with a cheerful demeanor. The 7 dancing girls, along with the music, attracted a throng of curious students. What are they doing? Are they filming Douyin? So many people dancing? What's going on? Dancing in front of the art building. Wow, so many beauties. Students murmured amongst themselves, with some boys recognizing the strikingly beautiful Luo Xian and Bai Jing, whispering excitedly to each other. A student took out their phone, switched to silent mode, and prepared to capture candid shots. The girls, brimming with curiosity, huddled together, pointing and whispering. After observing for a while, CU noted that their dance moves had become quite proficient and directed them to position themselves. Come, face me, and stand in 3 rows with your backs to the art building. Bai Jing took the front row, with Luo Xian and Zhou Chunrui in the second row, while the remaining girls formed the third row. 7 young women positioned themselves according to the requirements, forming 3 rows in a designated order. Bai Jing took the lead at the front, while CU prepared 2 camera angles. Chen Zhua stood in front of Bai Jing, holding a mirrorless camera to capture static images. He himself stood on a chair behind Chen Zhua, recording dynamic footage. CU placed her hand on the speaker and declared, "The movements must remain synchronized." "All right." The ladies responded in unison. CU placed her hand on the music playback button and shouted, "Everyone, prepare." Once they were ready, she pressed the play button. The music resonated, prompting the 7 young women to dance in rhythm to the choreography from Kung Fu, previously performed by Chen Ge. The 3 in the front wore white outfits, taking on the role of the protagonists, while the 4 in the back donned black attire, serving as supporting characters, distinctly delineated. The music was vibrant, and the dance moves were dynamic, creating a captivating aesthetic as the 7 women performed in unison. Standing atop the chair, CU held her camera aloft, capturing the scene from above. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow and shouted, "Stop!" All motion ceased as they turned to look at her. She leaped down from the chair, turned off the speaker, and addressed one of the girls in the back. "Li, your movements are a quarter beat slow. Can't you feel it?" Li's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered an apology. "Sorry, I didn't notice." CU waved her hand reassuringly. "It's all right. Just keep up with the rhythm and maintain uniformity." Li nodded eagerly, mimicking a chick pecking at rice. The number of onlookers increased, forming a dense crowd around them. Although they could have opted for a quieter, less populated location for filming, CU chose the iconic art building at Lake Yin to amplify the spectacle and generate buzz. However, this choice had its downsides, as the throngs of spectators encroached upon their space. CU noticed that the onlookers were obstructing their view and rushed over. performing a polite gesture. Could you please make some room? Thank you. It will only take a few minutes. The students complied promptly, clearing the view while remaining gathered to watch. Initially, coordinating the group proved challenging. Each individual danced excellently on their own, yet maintaining synchronized movements together was problematic, with errors occurring frequently. After recording 5 or 6 takes, CU finally exclaimed, "Cut. Let's take a 2-minute break before the second round." The previously quiet spectators erupted into lively chatter. An outgoing student called out, "Are you filming for Douyin?" A playful boy commented, "Which girl do you think dances the best?" A girl gazed at CU with bright eyes, whispering to her friend, "What major is he in? I've never seen him before." Her friend replied, "Right? I hadn't noticed either. His directing style is so professional, very impressive." Some students recognized the dance routine and proudly informed those around them. They are performing the dance from Kung Fu. Among the crowd was Yang Hui, a high school classmate and fellow alumnus of CU, who watched him with a complex expression. Holding his mirrorless camera, CU confidently directed the group of beautiful girls, and the sight of their eager adherence to his commands was indelibly etched in Yang Hui's memory. Yang Hui could hardly believe his eyes. Was this his old classmate, CU? Or was it that inconspicuous boy from before? His demeanor and grace had transcended recognition. His gaze was sharper, imbued with newfound confidence. And how had he become so handsome? Yang Hui concealed himself nearby, his eyes flitting over CU's face, contrasting it with his memories of their former classmate. Not only were there onlookers around, but numerous heads were also peering out from the second-floor windows of the arts building, observing from above. Among them was the emotionally volatile beauty, Zhang Ruhan, who had been the first to be eliminated in CU's talent recruitment. She glowered at him, suspecting that the girls he had selected were far superior to her. What was it about them that she lacked? Why was it said she had no appeal? Her fists clenched tighter, wishing to confront CU on the spot. Unbeknownst to CU, who was oblivious to Zhang Ruhan's gaze from above, he proceeded to shoot the second segment of the dance. This choreography would be filmed in 3 versions, featuring Bai Jing, Luo Xian, and Zhou Chuanrui in distinct roles. The first segment had Bai Jing leading as the main dancer, followed by Luo Xian in the second, and Zhou Chuanrui in the third, ensuring each had their own starring version. Once the first segment was satisfactorily rehearsed, the remaining 2 segments went smoothly, completing 4 takes without a hitch. CU expressed his gratitude to the 4 guest performers by sending them WeChat red envelopes, saying, "Thank you, classmates." The girls were elated, eagerly affirming that they would be available for future opportunities. Earning 100 yuan in half an hour was indeed an effortless endeavor. Upon returning to his dormitory, CU imported the 2 camera videos into his laptop for editing. The editing process for this dance was straightforward. He combined static shots with aerial wide-angle views, arranging them harmoniously before adjusting the lighting and color. In just 15 minutes, 3 videos were completed. He uploaded each version to his account, accompanied by the same hashtags: Axe Gang Dance, Dancing Girls, Soul Dancers, and Phoenix Dance 9 Heaven's Lake version. Thus, a sensational hit was born. At 6:50 in the evening, CU arrived at the gym and immediately spotted his captivating coach, clad in shimmering silver yoga attire, warming up on the elliptical. The fabric clung delicately to her form, accentuating her thighs and waist with intricate patterns that highlighted her figure, which was as stunningly voluptuous as ever. One could hardly fathom the concept of legs measuring 112 centimeters without witnessing them firsthand. Whenever she engaged in cardio, there was always a group of admirers lingering nearby, deliberately or inadvertently drawn to her presence. They sipped from their water bottles, their gazes lingering on her silhouette. Some feigned phone calls, wandering behind her, all the while stealing glances from the corners of their eyes. Others positioned themselves at equipment facing her, shamelessly taking the opportunity to observe her. It was no wonder these admirers were captivated. "You are simply too beautiful," they might as well have said. Every part of her body radiated the primal allure of femininity, drawing the gaze of males at a genetic level, leaving them utterly entranced. CU was no exception. He had encountered numerous beautiful women, yet he had never laid eyes on someone of her caliber. However, he exhibited remarkable restraint, regarding her with a gaze of appreciation, unlike some of his friends who looked at her with unabashed, burning eyes. "Hello, Coach Zhu." CU greeted her with a playful smile as he stood beside her on the elliptical machine. Chapter 021. Becoming famous influenced by Zhu Zhu. He had grown accustomed to warming up on the elliptical for 10 minutes before engaging in strength training, and concluding with 20 minutes of cardio on either a stationary bike or a treadmill. Over the course of a week of training together, the two transitioned from strangers to familiarity and eventually to a near silence, sharing insights about their workouts every evening on WeChat. She was an open and straightforward girl. Once acquainted, they could converse freely, making their exchanges quite comfortable. Siyu learned that her father was a retired player from the provincial volleyball team and currently coached the university's volleyball team at Huazhong Agricultural University. Her physique was clearly inherited. With only 6 months remaining until her graduation, she planned to intern as a physical education teacher at a certain high school in the latter half of the year. During her free time, she intended to obtain a certification to work as a part-time fitness coach to earn some extra income. Her knowledge of fitness was derived from years of training and academic learning, surpassing that of most certified fitness coaches, though she had yet to acquire formal certification. She also became acquainted with Cuy's situation, following all 5 of his Douyin accounts, and often chatting with him about the amusing short videos on the platform. Cuyu felt that addressing her as Coach Zhu was lacking in charm. He always referred to her as Coach Zhu, though in his mind, he affectionately thought of her as Piggy. How endearing, plump, and fitting. Your dance you posted this afternoon was so cool, she said, resting her hands on the handles and turning her head, generously offering praise. You saw it. Cuyu, clad in pristine white training attire, adjusted the speed to 8. What does Axe Gang dance mean? She inquired, referencing the phrase Cuyu had included in the description and tags of his work. Cuyu asked, have you seen Stephen Chow's Kung Fu? I have, she replied. This dance is a reinterpretation of the one performed by the leader of the Axe Gang in Kung Fu. I named it the Axe Gang dance, he explained with a chuckle. Haha, you're hilarious. You have a knack for naming things. She laughed heartily. Cuyu grinned, thinking to himself that when it came to creating short videos, novelty was key. He was quite adept at it. They chatted for a while about short videos and their meals for the day until their warm-up concluded. Today's focus was on leg training. Cuyu had endured the session once before, feeling utterly miserable afterward. For 2 days following the workout, he found it painful to ascend stairs and even felt discomfort while lying in bed due to his sore thighs. I'm so afraid of leg day. It's just too painful, he lamented, bending over with his legs spread apart in a deep stretch, complaining. Men who neglect leg training will inevitably regret it. Zhu teased. Do you have personal experience or feelings about that? Cuyu joked. Less chatter. Zhu frowned, insisting on a serious conversation. Is it my fault then? You were the one who brought it up first. Cuyu feigned innocence. Zhu paused, contemplating, and realized he might be right. She deftly shifted the topic, suggesting they engage in leg press and leg extension exercises today, advising him to stretch adequately to avoid injury. 5 minutes later, after completing his warm-up, Cuyu reclined on the leg press machine, his back against the seat, his feet elevated and resting on the platform. She stood nearby, instructing him on the stance, feet positioned in a V shape, shoulder width apart. After a few attempts, Cuyu's foot placement was incorrect, being somewhat impatient. She bent forward and adjusted his feet, insisting, widen them a bit. From the side, her curves were strikingly accentuated, her waist elegantly curved, which was rather distracting. While her allure certainly heightened the motivation to train, it also made it difficult to concentrate. After warming up with 2 sets using light weights, she gradually increased the weight on the barbell to 160 pounds. Let us go. Cuyu reclined, gripping the handles tightly, gritting his teeth, and exhaling softly through his nose as he pushed his feet upward with great effort. 1, 2, 7, 8. Good, stop. Breathing heavily, Cuyu paused, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. After a minute of rest, they continued, completing 4 sets before changing the stance. Feet apart, twice shoulder width, she instructed. Cuyu complied, adjusting his stance, and inquired, this position feels odd. Which muscle group does it target? Inner thigh muscles, she replied. Oh, understood. Let us begin. Once again, Cuyu donned an expression of sheer determination, his brow furrowed as he exerted himself. Just as he approached the peak of his exertion, she commanded him to halt. Extending her right hand, she gently pressed on his thigh, remarking, this is the muscle. Can you feel it working? Cuyu quickly lowered his feet, chuckling lightly. Oh, that tickles. Initially taken aback, she shot him a disapproving glance, her cheeks slightly flushed, and retorted, what do you mean, tickles? Are you out of your mind? Cuyu offered no reply, continuing to chuckle to himself. Maintaining a stern demeanor, she turned away to grab her water bottle, taking a few sips, before bursting into laughter herself. After finishing the leg press, they proceeded to the leg curl machine. Approaching the seated leg curl apparatus, she demonstrated the proper form. She lay down on the machine, grasping the handles, with her legs secured beneath the foam padding, instructing, "Position your ankles behind the pad. Do not let your calves do the work, understood?" This position is no walk in the park. What could have been a monotonous workout transformed into a vibrant and engaging experience. When Siyu returned to the dormitory, fatigued yet exhilarated, he was met with a playful jab from his friend, Cold Wave. "You're quite the celebrity now, did you know?" Long Mao's eyes sparkled with excitement and envy. "What is going on?" Siyu plopped down onto a chair, grabbing a cup and drinking greedily. "Just check the forum, and you'll see." Siyu logged onto the school forum, where a post had garnered significant attention, prominently featured at the top, a wave of beauties dancing outside the arts building. The post detailed how, in the afternoon, someone had brought 7 beautiful women to dance outside the arts building, complete with photographic evidence. 5 images of Siyu directing the women in their dance adorned the post. The post was made at 3 o'clock, and now it is 7 hours later, with over 300 replies, creating an overwhelming buzz. "Missed it, what a pity. What is this? A TikTok short video? Is the dance department hosting an event? What kind of dance is it? Street dance? Contemporary? Jazz?" I witnessed it live. It was truly a delight. The campus beauty leads the dance. Remarkable. Why didn't I see it? Sob. A male student from the dance department commented, "What is this group? All dance performances, featuring senior students and freshmen. How did they come together?" An astute observer remarked, "They are filming short videos. Please share the account." Someone replied with the answer, "Classmates. Quickly search for a laughing little white, Meng Chun Chun, long-legged Yen, Chun Fong Tang, and little CG on TikTok. Who are they?" Siyu focused his gaze and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's the unique Chunjua's account." Siyu chuckled and called out to Chunjua, "Hey, handsome. Can you help me with some advertising?" He proudly raised his chin, saying, "How about it? I'll help boost your traffic. Just remember to treat me to a meal." "And me," Lungbo added, unwilling to be outdone, "I've replied to so many comments for you." Dong Wenxuan, lying on his bed, softly said, "You should check the class group." The class group was even livelier than the forum, with dozens of participants. See you, not bad, old C. See you, you're quite fortunate. See you, when did you start choreographing? See you, is it for TikTok? What is the account?" There were also comments from Chunjua, "Handsome, not bad, you've become a photographer now. Take me along next time. Didn't you take the opportunity to flirt with a couple of girls? That is not like you." Chunjua was chatting with classmates in the group, revealing all 5 of Cuy's accounts. Everyone was taken aback, sparking an even greater wave of inquiries. "Cuyu, you managed to create so much without a sound. Cuyu, have you secretly learned so many skills? Not a human being at all. Cuyu, how did you get involved with several beauties?" To be honest, Cuyu did not wish to reveal all his accounts so soon, creating such a stir. He had only informed 3 of his roommates beforehand. He was currently managing debts, spending money like water, renting an office, buying a phone for Beijing, creating accompaniment tracks, obtaining a gym membership, and paying for recruitment memberships. Hiring models. His personal savings had been entirely depleted, all supported by online loans. By February 4th, he would need to repay the loans. At that time, he could make installments or defer for a month. March 4th was the final repayment deadline. If he could not repay, he would either continue borrowing or seek funding from Lungbo and Chinjua. Cuyu did not want to resort to financing unless absolutely necessary. He preferred sole ownership. He was merely putting on a brave face. Every night before sleeping, he would count the money in his pocket, evaluating how long it would last. Thus, he was under considerable pressure and dared not share with others, silently bearing the burden alone. In such circumstances, how could he possibly entertain thoughts of widely disseminating his account, leading his classmates to mistakenly believe he had truly become the heir of a demolished estate? He wished to avoid being addressed as boss by his peers when, in fact, he was burdened with debts and possessed nothing of substance. Until he achieved tangible results and his company was on a positive trajectory, he had no desire to boast. Only after he accomplished the modest goal of repaying his online loans would he stand tall, proudly declaring himself a distinguished heir of a demolished estate. Having embarked on a journey as an entrepreneur, while Cuyu was lost in thought, gazing blankly at the group messages, the dormitory door swung open, and a classmate from the adjacent room entered. Rushing to Cuyu's side, they clapped him on the shoulder, greeting him with warmth and a hint of reproach. "You really ought to be more considerate. You create so many accounts without a word to us. Had you informed us, we could have helped you garner likes and boost your visibility. CU regarded the few likes his classmates offered as a mere drop in the ocean, but he appreciated their goodwill. Haha, thank you. I plan to wait until I achieve some results before discussing it, CU replied gratefully. Isn't having several 100,000 followers considered an achievement? They exclaimed. CU humbly responded, just a small accomplishment, hardly worth mentioning. As waves of classmates continued to visit, the dormitory buzzed with animated conversation until lights out sent them dispersing. CU lay on his bed, staring at the myriad of unread messages on WeChat. There were messages from the employee group, where 3 girls were engaged in lively discussion. He noticed that even the once aloof Luo Xian had shed her pretensions, mingling easily with the others. There were messages from Zhu Zhu, who insisted on conversing with her benefactor, CU, each night about her workout experiences. Given that he was her patron for fitness courses, Ilya Lu inquired why he hadn't watched her live stream that evening. Ali mentioned how quickly the spring water hall was gaining followers. Lu Yuning informed him that she would arrive in Jiangqing tomorrow afternoon, as she had booked her flight. Wang Shi asked if he was free to meet the day after tomorrow. To his surprise, even Su Shu had reached out, asking, "Is the little skibbity on Douyin you?" With a curious emoji. Good fortune comes in threes. CU mused, noting Lu Yuning's visit, Wang Shi's interview request, and Su Shu's message. He chose to ignore Zhu Zhu, Lu Li, and the employee messages for the moment, first responding to Lu Yuning. "All right, I'll pick you up tomorrow." Then he replied to Wang Shi, "How about we meet at Starbucks in Wanda Plaza at 11 o'clock the day after tomorrow?" Lastly, he opened Su Shu's conversation and found himself staring at the screen for an extended moment, lost in memories, her image flooding his mind. In elementary school, they had been classmates, side by side in morning exercises and sharing the stage for performances. In middle school, they were in adjacent classes, and he watched as she blossomed into the school beauty, her reputation growing ever brighter. In high school, they both chose to pursue the arts, entering the same class at number 22 high school as classmates once more. In their final year, they became desk partners. Such a unique bond has forged a close relationship between them, rendering him her confidant with whom she shares nearly everything. C shook her head to dispel the memories and typed a message. "It's me. How did you know?" She received a prompt reply. "I registered on Douyin today, and the system recommended you to me. You also use Douyin? I thought everyone in Dying was into handicrafts. My best friend plays on Douyin, and I join her. What is your account? I'd like to add you. It's just like WeChat." She followed up with another question. "The content you post, is it filmed by you?" "Yes. How does it look?" "It looks amazing. You've become an internet celebrity." "How impressive." Followed by a thumbs up emoji. "I don't show my face, so I'm not really a celebrity," C replied with a smile. She promptly sent 3 messages. "Then show your face. You can't hide forever. As a music major, do you need to learn photography and editing? My best friend's content is filmed by her, and her boyfriend helps with the editing." C responded, "Most of it is self-taught. Many editing software programs are quite similar, so it's easy to learn. Are you interested in creating an account?" "I'm not going to. Just looking to enjoy it casually," came the cheerful reply. C inquired further, "When do you start your winter break?" "January 25th. How about you?" "I'll be off on January 20th, but I want to return home until February. I have some matters to attend to." The two engaged in light conversation for several minutes before bidding each other goodnight. C skimmed over the bland, unremarkable exchange, filled with confidence, and turned off her screen to sleep. It was merely sentimentality, a far cry from the past. When winter break arrives, she would come to understand the nature of her old classmates. Heroes, the enemy is closing in, it's time to strike. Chapter 022. This enterprise must be supported. The following day in Dying, Hating District, the characters danced on the screen as the Douyin team gathered in the Content Management Department's main conference room. The Content Department was holding its weekly analysis meeting for trending works. At the head of the long oval table, which seats 20, sat Tang Hongyang, the content director of Douyin. At the tender age of 35, he is a veteran in the industry, renowned for his exceptional capabilities. He led the headline news content department to victory in the fierce competition against the Penguin platform, which earned him a promotion last August. His boss entrusted him with the significant responsibility of overseeing content at Douyin. He is tasked with steering the overall direction of Douyin products, formulating content strategies, and supervising reviews. His mission is to identify the commonalities and patterns of popular works, to grasp and guide the trends in content popularity, to understand and cater to user preferences, and to devise content policies that resonate with the audience. Since his arrival, Douyin's content style has transformed significantly, gaining the upper hand in the battle against handicrafts, narrowing the ratio from 1:6 to 1:3. The Douyin content team is extensive, with hundreds of reviewers divided into 16 groups. The conference room is filled with the leaders of these groups. Supporting outstanding works and managing the review of inappropriate content are the two primary responsibilities of the content team. Every week, a meeting is held to analyze the most sensational works from the previous week, delving into the reasons behind their viral success. This analysis serves as a foundation for adjusting content policies and identifying suitable works for traffic support. Each participant is provided with a report detailing the newly ranked viral works. Last week, 5 creations broke into the top 10 hot list, including the Hips Don't Lie Dance, Dance Student S Quintuple Kill, and The Grudge of the Departed. Each of these works was meticulously documented in an analysis report and discussed publicly, akin to a subject laid bare for examination. A piece does not become popular without a reason. What factors draw users' attention, engender their fondness, and encourage ongoing sharing? The report contains various dimensions of data and targeted analyses, clearly articulated. The discussion was fervent, predominantly centered on Dance Student S Quintuple Kill. A minority of group leaders expressed concerns that this piece skirted the edges of appropriateness, while the majority deemed it acceptable within controllable limits. Tang Hongyang decisively proclaimed, "No problem. Push it. What's wrong with skirting the edge?" The platform itself thrives on such a strategy, and if it doesn't spark a blaze, so be it. Works that receive positive initial user feedback are automatically given a push by the system. Once a work ascends to viral status, following the analysis meeting, it will receive manual promotion. With Tang Hongyang's command, the 5 works were conclusively determined to be the latest batch of priority promotions, destined for substantial traffic support. The meeting adjourned. Returning to his office, Tang Hongyang spread the analysis report before him, accessed the Douyin backend, and called forth the 3 charts: the hot list, the music chart, and the topic chart. The Hips Don't Lie Dance, released on the 2nd, made its debut on the hot list on the 9th, climbing to 3rd place with a vigorous upward momentum, poised to reach the top soon. Dance Student S Quintuple Kill held the 6th position, while The Grudge of the Departed ranked 10th. He repeatedly watched the works on his phone, pondering over the topics, then glanced at the topic chart. 4th was Hips Don't Lie, 6th was Lake Sound, and 10th was Protect Our Technical Stream. What on earth is Lake Sound? Tang Hongyang furrowed his brow and clicked on the Lake Sound topic, revealing all works associated with it. Here, he stumbled upon a new discovery. 5 accounts: Xiaobai, Long Leg Yen, Meng Chun Chun, Chun Shui Tang, and Xiao CG, had all their works displayed. As Tang Hongyang scrolled through them, he noticed that 3 accounts had released similar pieces just yesterday: the Axe Gang Dance. Further investigation revealed that Long Leg Yen and Meng Chun Chun had also produced the Dance Student S Quintuple Kill. It was evident that an agency was at play. The Adorable Xiaobai monopolized 2 viral hits, Hips Don't Lie and Dance Student S Quintuple Kill, raising suspicions regarding the agency's manipulation. As individual creators rarely sustain a series of viral successes, this model of allowing multiple artists under one agency to replicate a viral hit is a unique strategy, enabling the agency to generate a matrix of successful accounts, producing one viral work that all artists can replicate. The concurrent release of the Axe Gang Dance by 3 accounts further substantiated this, indicating that they likely belonged to the same agency or at least shared the same creative team. Tang Hongyang was exhilarated. This was, thus far, the first institution to voluntarily establish a presence on Douyin. Last August, Douyin had cast a wide net, inviting various prominent organizations to join its platform, including Dayu Culture, Onionhead Media, and Wuyu Media, among others. Regrettably, the response was scant. Their main strongholds lay in Weibo, Douyin, and other live-streaming platforms. Dismissing the seemingly insignificant Douyin at that time, which only had 15 million users, they verbally agreed but were merely observing. A few smaller organizations, however, accepted the invitation to join Douyin. Currently, the number of entities on Douyin remains limited, with only a handful, less than 5, all of which are small institutions. The larger ones have yet to arrive. Huyin is the first civil organization to actively join Douyin. Notably, this organization is quite formidable. Their launches are explosive. The probability of creating viral hits is exceedingly high. Tang Hongyang invigorated himself, delving into the analysis of these 5 accounts. The account Laughing Little White, registered as the 2nd, has amassed 1.75 million followers and published 26 pieces, including trending works such as the Hip Shake Dance and 5 Kills. The potential of the Axe Gang dance is also promising. According to multidimensional data projections, a significant breakout is imminent within a week. Little Ski, also registered as the second account, has 1.42 million fans and has published 8 pieces, including the trending Loner-esque Grief and the soon-to-be trending piece Desperate, currently ranking 12th. Likely to break into the top 10 this week. Spring Waterhall, registered as the third account, has 1.29 million followers and published 35 pieces. Although this account lacks significant viral hits, it updates frequently, with 3 to 4 posts daily, each of high quality, averaging an increase of 40,000 followers per post. Long-Legged Yin, registered as the third account, has 760,000 followers and published 15 pieces. Cute Spring, also registered as the third account, has 640,000 followers and published 15 pieces. Which organization possesses such incredible strength? In just 10 days, they have created 3 accounts with over 1 million followers and 2 near million accounts. Not only is their efficiency remarkable, but their updates are consistent and the quality is high. They have produced 5 phenomenal viral hits: Hip Shake Dance, 5 Kills, Loner-esque Grief, Desperate, and Axe Gang Dance. The most astonishing aspect is their success rate, 100%. The accounts associated with the Huin topic are solely these 5. This implies that this organization has only launched 5 accounts, each one a success. Even the most esteemed top-tier institutions cannot achieve such efficiency, can they? All organizations prioritize success rates when launching accounts. It is impossible to attain a 100% success rate. Typically, multiple accounts are created, employing a racehorse mechanism to filter out the top performers, after which resources are allocated to enhance and strengthen them. Underperforming accounts are abandoned, and new ones are created. Yet, this organization is truly remarkable, boasting a 100% success rate. Furthermore, what does Huin signify? Is it referring to the Huqing Music Academy, one of the 9 major music institutions? Could it be that this organization is incubated by Huin University? Tang Hongyang pondered deeply but could not deduce any connection to Huin. Ultimately, he resolved to confirm his suspicions. Make a call to the technical department. Please assist me in investigating the registrants, hardware codes, and scope of these 5 accounts. The accounts are The Joyful Little White. 10 minutes later, he received a response confirming that all 5 accounts were registered under the name CU, with the hardware belonging to the same mobile device. Located in Hu City, Zhejiang Province. The evidence is irrefutable. It is undoubtedly an organization. What legitimate individual would play 5 accounts simultaneously? Such multiple accounts are characteristic of a professional institution. Currently, there is no enterprise blue function online, preventing the use of a business license to associate multiple accounts. Registration can only be done with one's own mobile card, which leads to the phenomenon of multiple accounts per individual. Tang Hongsheng spent 20 minutes roughly browsing through all the works of the 5 accounts, becoming increasingly alarmed. This entity is extraordinarily professional. They have precisely identified the most lucrative niches. The dance and beauty sectors are the most vibrant arenas. Their entry points are ingeniously crafted. They tap into the perspectives of beauty, aesthetics, and music to establish their presence. They possess a profound understanding of user psychology. They seem to know exactly what men desire. Just look at Chunshitang to comprehend. Their standards are impeccable. They strike a perfect balance. Their musical and dance content control is exceptionally strong. They have created 2 songs and 3 brand new dances. The most astonishing aspect is their creative prowess. The concepts behind 5 Kills, Desperation, and the grievance of a departed lover are simply brilliant. They appear to possess an innate understanding of what users are thinking, consistently crafting short video works that align with user demands. No wonder they have produced so many hit products. Tang Hongyang could no longer remain idle. This organization must be supported. It is imperative. Douyin's streaming mechanism is centralized, in stark contrast to the decentralization of Xiaoshou. This means that the more outstanding the work, the greater the traffic and exposure it receives. High-quality content will be repeatedly promoted over time. Xiaoshou tends to allocate traffic to average works, leading many to perceive its content as subpar. Under the overarching principle of centralization, impressive and viral works must be given more visibility, allowing the remarkable to shine even brighter. This will create more excellent content, attract new user registrations, and simultaneously enhance the loyalty of existing users. Tang Honyang called in senior content manager Chen Jincheng, instructing him, reach out to Huyin, gauge their foundation, establish a long-term communication channel, and maintain close contact. Chen Jincheng set off as instructed. As Douyin content director Tang Honyang decided to promote Huyin, the marketing department of Douyin was also busily at work. At exactly noon, the advertising campaign for the Douyin Spring Festival was launched in its entirety. Sponsorship for variety shows such as China Has Hip Hop Every Day and Happy Base Camp has been significantly increased. On the busiest railway line, Jingxiang, all advertisements on the back of seats have been replaced with Douyin promotions. Across multiple news platforms, including Character, Penguin, Suhu, and Zhalong, advertisements are being launched with an average daily budget of 600, totaling a staggering 200 million yuan in advertising expenses over the Spring Festival. The strategy for star promotion is also in full swing, with more celebrities like Liu Yixiao joining Douyin. All works of renowned celebrities have received a significant influx of traffic. A multitude of fans have flocked to Douyin to register new accounts. Douyin's strategy for these new fans is to prioritize the promotion of the most exceptional works, aiming to capture their attention at the earliest opportunity and enhance user engagement. Consequently, the current most popular pieces, such as Hip Shake Dance, Desperation, Lover's Grudge, and 5 Kills, are relentlessly pushed towards new users, leaving them awestruck and exclaiming in delight. It is not just CU. All content creators are witnessing a surge in followers. Many new users, upon entering the platform, follow dozens of accounts within mere hours, with some enthusiasts following hundreds in a single day. This unprecedented wave of traffic is expected to persist until the end of March, only to subside when the government implements stringent regulations on the chaotic content of short video platforms. CU may very well be among the select few creators to benefit most from this surge. At the headquarters of Dying Chunsitang Health Technology Company, Limited, Market Director Wang Lingbo sat on the reception sofa, engaging in a brief meeting with 3 subordinates to discuss the Douyin account of Chunsitang. Director Wang, we cannot ignore this. It is gaining an average of 100,000 followers daily. The distributors are inquiring whether this is due to our efforts, one subordinate remarked. Indeed, they have utilized our brand. Otherwise, how could they grow so rapidly? Imposters are infringing upon our rights. If we remain passive, our users will mistakenly assume this is our account. Wang Lingbo's perspective diverged from that of his colleagues as he questioned, have you noticed that the content style of their short videos aligns closely with ours? How could it not? Chunsitang is the leading brand of adult couples products in Huaghua and the only publicly listed company. Their customer base is well understood. The 3 nodded in agreement, acknowledging that aside from the appropriation of our brand, their audience overlaps significantly with our clientele. Given this alignment, why don't we create an account for promotional purposes? Wang Lingbo suggested, crossing his legs and scanning the room with keen eyes. His subordinates remained focused on the issue of account infringement, while Wang contemplated the idea of establishing an authentic Chunsitang presence on Douyin, utilizing the platform for promotional endeavors. The company allocates tens of millions annually for advertising and marketing. They might as well spend it on effective advertising. The subordinates exchanged glances, grasping Wang Lingbo's line of thought. Director Wang's perspective is indeed astute. Why didn't I think of that? One mused. Yes, this idea is brilliant. We could promote the brand on Douyin, driving followers to place orders on Maotao. Using our brand name for the account will serve as effective advertising once we grow. After a brief discussion, Wang Lingbo instructed each subordinate, let us proceed with this plan. We'll invest a modest amount of money to gauge the results. Reach out to an advertising agency to create an authentic Chunsitang presence swiftly. Additionally, contact the current Chunsitang account holder and request a name change, maintaining a cordial approach to avoid antagonism. There may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Further investigate the advertising expenditure on Douyin and determine an appropriate budget for promoting the counterfeit Chunsitang. The 3 subordinates promptly took their leave. Chapter 023. 5 Life Goals. In the office of the General Manager of Kaiwei Entertainment, the agency representing Dying, she casually chatted with her manager, Jin Shirkai. While scrolling through Douyin, you've amassed 5 million followers in 7 days, which is only slightly less than Dilly but surpasses others, she remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction evident as she pouted. Have the operations team brainstorm some strategies and shoot some new content to boost our engagement? After pondering for a moment, Jin Shirkai cautiously suggested, There's currently a trending dance challenge that many influencers are recreating. Perhaps you could try your hand at that? No, that style doesn't suit me, she replied with a shake of her head. Jin Shirkai, deep in thought, lamented, if only we could create a couple more pieces like Striving. Indeed, Striving was exceptional. Its innovative concept and unique creativity, flawlessly blending the original film audio with voiceovers, created a seamless masterpiece. It was truly a short video crafted specifically for her, generating significant buzz and visibility. Why not reach out to the creator of that piece and see if they could help us produce two similar works? She inquired. All right, I'll have someone look into it. Jin Shirkai instructed the operations director, saying, contact the author of Striving to see if they have any other brilliant ideas and can help us create two more pieces. Also, discuss whether we could directly post Striving on our account to leverage this opportunity for some publicity and aim for trending status. We are just 3 spots away from breaking into the top 10. However, directly using someone else's work could lead to copyright disputes, as it would constitute video theft, necessitating the original creator's consent. Indeed, we need to generate some buzz. The operations director understood and set off to execute the plan. The inclination to recreate the dance challenge was not limited to major stars. All dance influencers harbored the same ambition. This dance had become wildly popular, soaring to the 3rd spot on the charts in a mere 9 days. A remarkable feat. A minority of influencers deemed it too provocative and opted out, while the majority participated, hoping to ride the coattails of the trending dance. Numerous beauty influencers and ordinary users also joined in the recreations, leading to hundreds of similar videos surfacing. The original creator of the dance, Bai Jing, found herself living in a dream over the past few days. Her classmates from high school and middle school were ablaze with discussions, inquiring whether she was indeed the one performing the dance. She shyly confirmed, yes. The group exploded with excitement. Now, everyone was aware of her newfound status as a prominent internet celebrity. Lu, their high school teacher, publicly commented in the group, Bai Jing, upon returning for the winter break, I shall treat you to a meal in celebration. With just 10 days remaining before the winter holiday, eager fans flooded the comments section, asking her what the term Huin meant. Are you a student of Huin? See you. Too busy to respond to the comments, ignored them, prompting fans to rush to Huin's official account, inquiring, is the cheerful Bayan Douyin a student at your esteemed institution? Please confirm. A multitude of fans flocked to the official WeChat account of Lake Music, not merely the fans of the novice influencer. All 5 accounts bore the Lake Music topic, attracting followers from all 5 platforms. The administrator of the official account was bewildered. What was this phenomenon involving the cheerful novice influencer? After engaging with the fans, he realized that a student had risen to become a significant online celebrity. Unsure of how to proceed, the administrator reported the situation to Lu, the director of the Information Management Office. Lu was equally perplexed, encountering a scenario without precedent for the first time. He spent considerable time scrolling through Douyin, reviewing all the works from the 5 accounts, and found himself equally at a loss. Consequently, he decided to escalate the matter to Vice Principal Chung, who oversees ideological work, foreign affairs, publicity, thought, and online information. After reporting, Lu reached out to Li, the head of the Student Affairs Office, and requested that the student with the most followers, Bai Jing, visit the Information Management Office. Half an hour later, CU and Bai Jing arrived at the office. You may take a seat. No need to be nervous. Let's have a casual conversation, Lu said kindly. Bai Jing felt quite anxious, sitting upright with her hands neatly placed on her thighs, fearing that the school might disapprove of her becoming an online celebrity and chastise or deter her. On the way there, CU had reassured her, but her worries were hard to quell. Meanwhile, CU maintained a calm demeanor, patiently awaiting Lu's remarks. Are you CU? Did you create all 5 of these accounts? Lu inquired. Yes, director, CU nodded in response. What inspired you to establish so many short video accounts? Please elaborate, Lu asked with genuine interest, adding, rest assured, I am not here to criticize. This is merely routine inquiry. Of course, director, CU had anticipated this day. With his growth, interaction with the school was inevitable, albeit sooner than he had expected, as he had thought it would occur post-Spring Festival. Clearing his throat, CU began recounting his journey of founding a company, creating new media accounts, and venturing into the entertainment industry. As he spoke eloquently, Vice Principal Chung arrived, quietly listening from behind him. Lu was about to greet Chung but waved his hand, indicating for Lu to continue listening to CU's account. Unbeknownst to CU, the school leadership stood behind him. Upon finishing his narrative, he began addressing Lu's questions. At such a young age, embarking on entrepreneurship is commendable, Lu praised, then inquired, as you mentioned, you are the sole individual involved. Does that mean all the work is solely your responsibility? Yes, Director. I have initiated recruitment and anticipate that the team will be fully established by after the Spring Festival, CU replied with composed confidence. You possess a considerable skill set. Where did you acquire such knowledge? Lu asked, aware that the electronic music program covers music editing software, but does not include courses on photography, editing, choreography, or online operations. CU responded with a friendly fib. I enjoy experimenting and taught myself. It doesn't require deep learning, just enough to be functional. Lu nodded and said, that sounds promising. How many members do you intend to have in your plan team? CU pondered his response. In the initial phase, 20 individuals. In the mid-phase, 100. As for the later stage, he hesitated before proclaiming that it would be difficult to predict, but if development proceeded favorably, there would be at least several hundred. Yet, how could it be merely a few hundred? CU dared not voice the true figure that lingered in his mind. By the later stages, if all went smoothly, there would be thousands of influencers under his purview and a supporting team of several thousand. The e-commerce operations alone would require thousands. Wei's company occupied 2 entire buildings in the Mount Hao Park. Sanyong had purchased a parcel of land in Feizhou to build a live-streaming e-commerce industrial park. Wuyu Media boasted 2,000 employees and 10,000 contracted artists, with 7 branches nationwide. Having been reborn, his ambition was to compete with these industry giants and surpass them. How many employees would that entail? He dared not speculate, fearing the ridicule of Director Lu for being so audaciously naive. Upon hearing CU's response, Director Lu gasped, incredulous at his ambition. You are only a sophomore, and you're aiming to hire 20 people right off the bat? He inquired, seeking confirmation. Do you truly require such a workforce in the early stages? Yes. CU explained, 3 photographers, 2 editors, 5 short video operators, and 3 creative personnel, along with 3 artist managers. This constitutes the technical support team. When accounting for human resources, administration, finance, legal affairs, and other functional positions, 20 may still be insufficient. Director Lu was taken aback. He had imagined CU's entrepreneurial venture to be a modest studio, perhaps a rented apartment with 2 or 3 individuals managing operations. Instead, the reality was starkly different. Furrowing his brow, he asked, you are not running a personal studio? Not at all. It's a legitimate company. The office space is rented. But the staff is yet to be assembled, CU clarified. Director Lu kindly advised, in the beginning, it's best to take things step by step and develop systematically. A larger workforce means greater payroll pressures. We wouldn't want to take too large a leap and risk a downfall. CU was reluctant to delve further into this matter. This was his vision, still unactualized. Speaking at length might lead the leadership to perceive him as unrealistic or merely engaging in fanciful talk. He nodded sincerely. Thank you for your guidance, Director Lu. I will ensure to maintain a balanced approach and gradually refine the team size according to the company's development. Seeing that CU grasped his meaning, Director Lu continued with a sense of relief. Are you quite optimistic about the short video business? Is it truly worth such a significant investment in this direction? Indeed. I am very optimistic, CU affirmed. I foresee the short video sector experiencing exponential growth, potentially eclipsing Weibo to become the foremost public display platform. Oh, will it surpass Weibo? Director Lu jested. Then should we establish an official Douyin account? CU perked up. Director Lu, it is indeed feasible. Currently, official WeChat accounts are standard for all government entities. In the future, official Douyin accounts will also become a norm. This March, several state media outlets will launch official Douyin accounts, while the military will follow suit 2 months later. However, as of January, the trend for official Douyin accounts has yet to gain popularity. It will only follow suit after state media leads the way. CU predicted. I anticipate that after the Spring Festival, several government departments will launch official Douyin accounts. At that time, our school could be the first university to establish an official presence on Douyin, which would be quite remarkable. Director Lu, whose domain includes managing the official WeChat account, forums, and online presence, was intrigued. How can we make it stand out? What benefits would this bring to the school? CU analyzed. Ordinary institutions treat managing their official WeChat accounts as a mere obligation, lacking genuine engagement. Douyin differs from Weibo. It allows for a multifaceted video presentation of the school's charm. reflecting its educational ethos, thereby establishing a favorable image and expanding its influence, as well as boosting enrollment and employment rates. As their conversation progressed, Siyu began to formulate a vision. After his rebirth, he was ambitious and set multiple life goals for himself. His first small goal was to repay his online loans and ensure the company's sustainable operation. The second objective was to win over Su Shu, savoring the allure of the campus belle to rectify past regrets. Furthermore, he aspired to become a proficient master of time management, balancing the growth of his enterprise with the enjoyment of life. His third ambition was to surpass Wei Yu and outshine the competition, establishing the largest and most formidable company in Huagua, becoming a benchmark in the industry. This goal seemed relatively straightforward. All he needed was to secure the top position in the Douyin arena. The fourth aspiration was to expand the company into a robust entity, achieving the status of a unicorn on the internet, defined by a valuation of $1 billion. Wei Yu Media's current valuation stood at $300 million. The fifth goal was to surpass Dousha, becoming the largest internet company in Jiangsu province. Dousha was set to go public in mid-2019, boasting a market valuation of $36 billion, peaking at $68 billion, ranking among the top 10 listed companies in Jiangsu province. Achieving the third goal would already mark him as a significant winner in life, fulfilling his minimum expectations. Whether he could reach the fourth and fifth ambitious goals remained uncertain, contingent upon fate, as they represented long-term aspirations with no guarantees of success. The pursuit of the fourth goal would significantly increase in difficulty. Douyin was merely a novice's playground. Progressing further would necessitate venturing into new territories, requiring the establishment of independent ventures and the exploration of new business avenues. Though the time was still early and opportunities abundant, he had a clear direction. He needed time to realize these ambitions. For now, he would focus on the first three goals, advancing steadily, step by step. Beyond these objectives, he harbored many beautiful ideas. For instance, once he achieved success, he wished to give back to his hometown, Xiangqing, ensuring his name resonated in the hearts of every local resident. His role model was the illustrious Dog Dongs de Qiangzi, who, after his success, invested $18 billion in his hometown of Suqian, creating thousands of jobs and significantly elevating the local economy, transforming it into a nationally renowned e-commerce hub. Siyu, though humble, was determined that if he were to prosper, he would emulate this example. Furthermore, he envisioned making Hucheng the largest internet celebrity city in the nation. Just one small influencer could draw countless internet users to Chengdu, resulting in a tourism surge. A simple mention of urban could make Hucheng a nationwide sensation. A family with 3 sheep can contribute $300 million in tax revenue to Feizhou and create over 10,000 jobs, establishing it as the foremost city in e-commerce live streaming. Our enterprise, Rebirth, surely cannot fall short compared to these 3 sheep, can we? I aspire to transform Hucheng into the leading city for internet celebrities across the nation, which I believe is not an overreach. Inspired by director Liu, I have conceived a new ambition to elevate Huyin into the premier internet celebrity university in the country. What renowned online personalities exist within the realm of higher education? There is Zhang San, the unconventional law student from Huawei University of Political Science and Law, and Principal Wang Shuhua, the prominent figure from Xi'an University. Zheng Chang, the president of Taiyuan University of Technology, and Zhang Xiefeng, the top expert in academic planning, along with Director Zhang, an arts examination instructor. Yet, no university has truly shone in the digital sphere. The only one that could be considered a phenomenon is the fictitious Shanhua University, conjured by netizens. Huyin, as an esteemed art institution, ranks among the 9 premier music conservatories in the nation, nurturing talents in the fields of literature, performance, and entertainment. It is entirely reasonable to envision it as a celebrated institution on the entertainment platform, Douyin. This is merely a fledgling idea that has taken root in my mind, still far from being articulated. The time is not yet ripe. The Douyin craze has yet to crystallize. Once Rebirth flourishes and our 3 dance influencers ascend to prominence, Huyin will naturally gain nationwide recognition. At that juncture, I shall effortlessly steer the momentum in our favor and execute some clever strategies to propel Huyin into the limelight. Vice President Chung has been quietly observing me from behind, and as I spoke of enrollment rates and employment statistics, he could no longer contain his curiosity. He wondered what sort of students could elevate such issues to this level of discourse. Approaching Director Zhang, He turned his gaze toward me. I am a young face, handsome, with well-defined features and striking, dark eyes that radiate the unique vigor of youth. Beneath my seemingly humble demeanor lies a profound pride and an audacious spirit, akin to an unsheathed sword. Impressed, Vice President Chung inquired, "Are you suggesting that our institution should diligently manage its official WeChat account rather than treating it as merely a task?" As he oversees external affairs, publicity, and online presence, my earlier remarks resonated deeply with him. The notion of not investing genuine effort into management, articulated by an ordinary student, creates a striking contrast, showcasing the school's vibrancy, reflecting its educational ethos, establishing a favorable image, and amplifying its influence. These are concerns typically reserved for students. The tone in which I spoke hardly resembled that of a typical student. It was mature, sophisticated, and innovative. Though it may sound somewhat abstract and ethereal, there is indeed wisdom to be found within. Chapter 024. This student is truly remarkable. Vice President Chung is well-versed in internet platforms. After Director Liu reported on the emergence of several prominent figures from our school, he delved deeper into Douyin and found the platform quite intriguing. Coupled with my assertion that multiple governmental departments would soon launch official Douyin accounts, it seems plausible that Douyin could indeed establish its own official presence on this platform. Vice Principal Cheng's tone, though seemingly interrogative, was far from it. His face bore a benevolent smile, exuding an air of ease and casualness. Upon recognizing him, Siyu thought to himself, "Goodness, is that not Vice Principal Chung?" Though he had never encountered the man in person, his photograph adorned the school's official website. Siyu promptly stood, offering a slight bow as he greeted, "Good day, Vice Principal Chung." Vice Principal Chung gestured for him to take a seat and inquired, "What do you envision as the ideal official social media presence?" Siyu sat down and responded, "The operational scope of an official account is rather limited, restricted to text and images, with a constrained capacity for information. In contrast, an official Douyin account offers a different realm of possibilities. It allows for video content, showcasing the school's strengths and characteristics in a comprehensive manner. Our institution nurtures artistic talents, and Douyin serves as an entertainment platform, thus presenting a harmonious intersection. If executed skillfully, it can elevate the school's visibility and enhance its appeal to prospective students. Once the national team launches its official Douyin account, our school should promptly align with it, dedicating time and effort to cultivate it. Students can also produce Douyin content, applying their learning in practical exercises." Siyu spoke fervently, articulating numerous points. Vice Principal Chung nodded thoughtfully and turned to Director Liu, saying, "If we proceed as he suggests, it seems your workload in the Information Management Office will significantly increase. Will it not?" Director Liu chuckled. "Indeed, the traffic to the official account has surged tenfold. The online community is quite enthusiastic, and their comments are very engaging. Ignoring them would be unwise. Yet both of us are overwhelmed. If we were to establish an official Douyin account, the responsibilities would multiply." He added, "Not only has the official account seen a rise, but the forum's traffic has also doubled. In recent days, WeVE had hundreds of new user registrations daily, all from outside the school." CU interjected, "Our follower count will continue to grow through the Spring Festival. The influx to the official account will only increase." WeVE surpassed 1 million, and there's more to come. Director Liu and Vice Principal Chung exchanged a glance, with Director Liu remarking, "The visitors to the official account primarily inquire about your backgrounds and whether you are affiliated with our school. Once we respond, they are likely to settle down." "Indeed." Vice Principal Chung instructed, "Please compile answers to their concerns and share them on Weibo." Turning back to Siyu, he continued, "I have viewed your short film. Your choreography is remarkable, and your mastery of camera work and color is commendable, worthy of praise. However," he raised his voice, adopting a stern tone, "as artistic practitioners, we must uphold our principles and refrain from producing vulgar, lowbrow, or pandering content. We are to create quality, positive, and uplifting works. As a student of this institution, any poor quality output you produce may indirectly tarnish the school's image. Do you understand my meaning?" Having reviewed CU's work, Vice Principal Chung perceived potential transgressions and felt compelled to issue a warning. CU promptly affirmed, "Understood, Vice Principal. I assure you I will produce exemplary work." He vowed earnestly, "I will only bring honor to the school, never disgrace." Principal Chung nodded with satisfaction, offering a blend of critique and encouragement. Your entrepreneurial endeavors within the school and the early commencement of social practice activities are wholeheartedly supported by the institution. Should you require the school's assistance, do not hesitate to express your needs. CU promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Vice Principal Chung. Upon the commencement of the next semester, I intend to recruit numerous talents in dance, singing, costume design, and performance. At that time, I would appreciate the school's endorsement. Vice Principal Chung became intrigued. You plan to recruit such a diverse range of talents? Please, share your thoughts with me. CU elaborated on his developmental vision for the future. Initially, he aimed to focus on dance and technologically driven accounts, nurturing leading talents. Following the Spring Festival, he planned to significantly expand recruitment across multiple avenues, fostering mid-tier talents. After June, he would concentrate on creating narrative performance accounts. CU only outlined a 6-month development plan. He believed in doing more and speaking less. It was not the principal's request that prompted him to share these plans. He had no desire to divulge them otherwise. He still felt like an outsider, lacking confidence to speak freely. Once he repaid his loans and established his team, he would feel more empowered to voice his opinions. As CU spoke confidently about his plans to the two leaders, his demeanor was composed, his thoughts clear, and his presence steady and assured. Bai Jing sat beside him, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration as she observed him. Despite her own nervousness, she maintained a proper posture and did not utter a word. Spending the entire time watching CU's presentation, he faced the esteemed Vice Principal Chung with ease, showing no signs of intimidation, even suggesting that the school's official WeChat account had been inactive. He exuded an air of eloquence, as if articulating grand ideas and charting a course for the future. How impressive my senior is. He is merely one grade above me. How does he possess such knowledge? What gives him such audacity? How can he engage in an equal dialogue with Vice Principal Chung? The principal listens earnestly, nodding in contemplation and approval. After finishing his exposition, CU, under Vice Principal Cheng's guidance, began discussing the distinctions between online artistic programs and traditional cultural performances, as well as the developmental trends in internet entertainment content. As a music and arts institution, Huyin was particularly relevant to Vice Principal Cheng's responsibilities, making this topic of utmost importance. Their conversation lasted approximately 20 minutes. The more Chung listened, the more astonished he became, akin to a tumultuous sea within his heart. This student was genuinely remarkable. He was well-versed in music, the arts, and entertainment specialties. He had a grasp of internet dynamics, operational matters, and corporate management. He understood major policies, overarching trends, and directional issues. His predictions regarding the future of internet entertainment were lucid, audacious, and distinctly articulated, supported by sound reasoning. Many of his insights were refreshing and enlightening to Vice Principal Chung. No wonder he had amassed 5 new media accounts with over 1 million followers in just 10 days. Regardless of his future academic performance, based solely on today's conversation, he was undeniably an exceptional talent. Why had no one mentioned such an individual within the school before? He surpassed the student council members by leaps and bounds. Vice President Chung eagerly anticipates the future entrepreneurial endeavors of his student, hoping that he is not merely a dreamer, but a pragmatist capable of both discussion and action. By 11:30, Vice President Chung announced the conclusion of their exchange and, for the first time, shook hands with CU in a rare gesture of farewell. He had never before shaken hands with a student, yet CU's demeanor was anything but ordinary. He exuded the poise and sophistication of a seasoned professional in the entertainment industry. Consequently, Vice President Chung made an exception, extending this extraordinary courtesy to CU, while also allowing Bai Jing to share in the same privilege. After their departure, Vice President Chung and Director Liu exchanged incredulous glances. Director Liu, equally astonished, shook his head in disbelief, lamenting that he could not comprehend such an exceptional student whose capabilities seemed far beyond those of his peers. CU's astounding attributes extended beyond his vast knowledge and professional expertise. His graceful demeanor and magnetic presence left a profound impression. Engaging in conversation with him felt as if one were conversing with a veteran of the business realm rather than a mere student. Vice President Chung remarked that such a student should have already emerged prominently. Had he not been known before? Director Liu mused that he was familiar with prominent students within the student council, yet had never encountered anyone of CU's caliber, suggesting that perhaps CU had previously chosen to conceal his talents. Indeed, he should stand out in any setting, rising above the crowd. I hope he possesses even greater practical abilities, Vice President Chung instructed, and becomes a beacon for entrepreneurship among our students. Our institution has few entrepreneurial students. We must provide as much support as possible. Maintain contact with him, and if he requires assistance, you will be responsible for liaising with the various departments on campus. In larger comprehensive universities, there exists a specialized entrepreneurship guidance office dedicated to advising and supporting student ventures, facilitating communication. However, at Huin, a smaller institution with a student body of 6,000, such an office does not exist. Thus, Director Liu will step in, as his expertise aligns with CU's needs. Before Director Liu could respond, Vice President Chung continued, issue an announcement on our official WeChat account to confirm the identities of the 4 student influencers. You must increase your oversight of him, consistently monitoring his account to ensure he does not veer off course. The influence of a prominent influencer in society is significant, and his account, in many respects, represents the image of our school, so it must be managed prudently. After the Spring Festival, take the time to visit his company and assess the situation. We must determine whether CU is merely a dreamer or a capable entrepreneur whose words and actions align. Upon exiting the Information Management Office, Bai Jing was filled with exuberance. I thought the school was going to reprimand us, she exclaimed. Silly girl, CU chuckled. I told you not to worry. Look how anxious you were. Bai Jing playfully stuck out her tongue, recalling how the counselor's phone call had sounded accusatory, which had terrified her. She patted her chest, her expression indicating a sense of relief. Dressed in a light green sweater paired with faded blue pencil jeans and a short, pale yellow down jacket, topped with a baseball cap, she radiated a playful and lively style. With an endearing gesture of playful innocence, she captivated the attention of passing students, who couldn't help but steal glances at her. As noon approached, the 2 friends decided to dine at the second cafeteria. On their way, she received a call from the class life committee, inquiring about her lunch plans. She responded, informing them that she was en route to the second cafeteria. The life committee member suggested joining her for lunch and promptly hung up. Just as she ended that call, a second call came in. Ah, it's my mother, she exclaimed, shaking her phone and asking for a moment. She stepped aside to a nearby garden to take the call, while CU waited for her on the lawn. After 5 minutes, she rushed back, her face flushed with excitement, exclaiming, my mom found out that I've been making Douyin videos and becoming an internet celebrity. She had kept her Douyin activities a secret from her family, but someone recognized her on the platform and informed her mother. Well, she's bound to find out eventually. What did your mom say? CU remarked as he stood up. She asked who filmed me and advised me to do fewer videos in my practice outfit. Oh. It is our duty as artists to present captivating works that the audience desires, CU declared, his words dripping with grandiloquence. In truth, Bai Jing was not particularly fond of filming videos in her practice clothes, especially the revealing ones, but she had been swayed by CU's arguments. You'll get used to it. It's really not a big deal. They chatted amiably as they approached the entrance of the second cafeteria. Suddenly, they heard someone call out, Bai Jing. Turning around, they saw a boy and a girl waiting by the roadside. CU recognized the boy as Wang Lingfeng, a third-year student who came from a well-off family and was quite handsome. His father was a government official, and his mother held a mid-level position in a state-owned enterprise. Wang Lingfeng was notably more accomplished than the affluent and less ambitious Lung Bo, who indulged in trivial pursuits like gaming and nightlife. Influenced by his father's ambition, Wang Lingfeng was quite active on campus, having joined the party in his freshman year and now serving as the vice president of the student council. He was a prominent figure that most students recognized. CU was familiar with him, though Wang Lingfeng did not know CU. The girl beside him, Chen Sahan, was a life committee member from Bai Jing's class and a student council officer. Wang Lingfeng was interested in Bai Jing and had enlisted Chen Sahan to facilitate an introduction. Chen Sahan approached Bai Jing to inquire where she was dining and brought Wang Lingfeng along, clearly taken aback by the sight of Bai Jing with a male companion. Chen Sahan scrutinized CU and said to Bai Jing, Jing, let me introduce you. This is President Wang Lingfeng. We ran into each other on the way and decided to have lunch together. CU felt a wave of discomfort at the formality of the title. After all, they were just students, and the title President Wang grated on him. Bai Jing responded politely, Hello, Senior Wang. Chen Sahan enthusiastically suggested they all dine together. Turned to CU to greet him, and then asked Bai Jing, what major is this classmate in? CU politely nodded at her, and Wang Lingbo, remaining silent. Bai Jing remarked, This is CU, a sophomore majoring in electronic music. Wang Lingfeng extended his right hand towards Siyu, saying, "Hello, Siyu. I am a junior in the dance department." Siyu felt annoyed. It was as if students were trying to act like adults, engaging in affectations like handshakes, as if to flaunt their status as vice president of the student council. Internally agitated, he maintained a composed exterior and shook Wang's hand, replying, "Hello, Senior Wang." Chin Sahan, curious, asked Bai Jing, "How do you know Siyu?" She was probing for information regarding Wang Lingfeng. Bai Jing, lacking discretion, replied, "He helps me shoot videos. He is my boss." Both Chin Sahan and Wang Lingfeng were aware of her aspirations to become an internet celebrity. When classmates had inquired about who filmed her videos, she had mentioned a senior, which turned out to be Siyu. Wang Lingfeng, now alert, glanced at Siyu. "Boss? You are her boss? You wouldn't be exploiting your position, would you?" He speculated, smiling condescendingly. "Oh, has Siyu started a studio?" If it were merely a favor among classmates, the term boss would not be used. Such a title implied an employer-employee relationship. Siyu humbly responded, "Sort of, just a fun little venture." Wang Lingfeng nodded in approval, saying, "Siyu, you are impressive. Starting a business at such a young age is commendable." Siyu bristled internally, thinking, "Who needs your praise?" Chapter 25. Is this inappropriate? No, it's quite splendid. Wang Lingfeng's expression of approval, his condescending tone, coupled with words of commendation, projected an air of superiority, as if an authority figure were validating someone beneath him. It was unclear whether this tone was intentional or a product of long-standing habit. Though his demeanor appeared courteous, it was undeniably irksome. With a forced smile, Siyu replied, "At 20, I am no longer a child. My classmates back home are already married with children." Without any subtlety, Bai Jing chimed in, "I have middle school classmates who are married too, though they haven't had kids yet." Wang Lingfeng, taken aback by Siyu's unexpected response, wondered if he was focusing on the wrong aspect. "Is that really the crux of your argument? Your reasoning is rather peculiar." He could only respond, "Those from less populated areas marry early, while city dwellers marry later." Siyu and Bai Jing were inadvertently categorized as being from the lower strata of society by him, as if they hailed from a rural background. Chun Sahan's line of inquiry was similarly derailed, asking, "Can one obtain a marriage certificate if they are below the legal age?" Siyu replied earnestly, "Those from less privileged backgrounds do not require a marriage certificate. Cohabitation suffices." Wang Lingfeng sensed something amiss in this statement. It carried an undercurrent of dark humor and a critique of societal norms, serving as a retort to his earlier remark about early marriages among the less privileged. "I suspect you are subtly mocking me, though I have no proof." He cast a contemplative glance at Siyu, his expression inscrutable yet earnest. Suppressing the questions swirling in his mind, he deftly shifted the topic, suggesting, "Shall we go for a meal first? It might be difficult to find a spot if we wait too long." "Yes, let's go," Chin Sahan replied, turning her gaze toward Bai Jing. Bai Jing, in turn, looked to Siyu, awaiting his response. Wang Lingfeng observed Bai Jing's actions with a tightening in his chest. Did she care for Siyu? Wasn't the focus supposed to be on the girls? Why was she seeking his approval with a mere look? Time had passed, and the past was now gone. Before Siyu could voice his opinion, his phone rang, the melodious strains of a lifetime of love from the classic film A Chinese Odyssey filling the air. It was Chen Zhua, calling to invite Siyu to dine with him after class. Truly a good brother. The timing of the call was impeccable. Siyu was reluctant to dine with Wang Lingfeng, pondering an excuse to leave, when Chen Zhua, yawning, offered a pillow. He ended the call, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry. My roommate called me to eat. Why don't you all go ahead? I need to discuss something with them." Wang Lingfeng felt a mix of annoyance and joy. Annoyed that Siyu seemed to disregard the opportunity to dine with him, so prideful as to leave at will. Was dining with his roommate more significant than sharing a meal with him? Which student wouldn't he take pride in knowing him, eager to get closer? Yet, there was more joy. With Siyu gone, the third wheel was eliminated, allowing him the freedom to flirt with Bai Jing, to foster a connection, and perhaps invite her for a chat in the garden under the sun later that afternoon, and if all went well, a dinner and movie that evening. He felt elated, feigning regret as he said, "If you have matters to attend to, go ahead. Perhaps we can dine together another time." Siyu chuckled awkwardly, addressing Bai Jing, "Xiao Bai, I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything." As he feigned departure, Bai Jing's face displayed hesitation, her brows furrowing as she paused for 2 seconds, then innocently asked, "Can I go with you?" Wang Lingfeng was flabbergasted. "What did you say? You wish to dine with him? Abandoning me and Chin Sahan? Have you no emotional intelligence? Chin Sahan had called, inquiring about where he would be dining, specifically waiting for him at the entrance of the cafeteria. Now, with the meal about to commence, he was leaving? What did he think of her, the esteemed chairman, waiting for him for 20 minutes? Chin Sahan was equally dumbfounded. She was Bai Jing's dorm neighbor. Their relationship decent, and here she was, neglecting her friend to cozy up to a boy. Could she not exhibit a modicum of restraint? Bai Jing, however, was oblivious to the underlying dynamics. Her thoughts were pure. She simply wished to dine with CU, expressing her desire plainly and straightforwardly, nothing more. CU provided her with a salary, gifted her a mobile phone, and transformed her into a prominent internet celebrity within 10 days, garnering admiration and praise. With a future brimming with potential. In her heart, CU's status was immeasurably high, and his image loomed large. Furthermore, the elegant demeanor he displayed this morning while eloquently conversing with two school leaders, exuding confidence and the bearing of a youthful hero, continued to shine brightly in her mind. Unbeknownst to CU, Bai Jing, disregarding her classmates' wishes, lifted her gaze to the pallid-faced Wang Lingfeng and inquired with certainty, "Do you wish to join me?" With a gentle nod, her bright eyes fixed on CU, she asked, "Is that all right?" Observing her radiant beauty and the innocent, romantic way she gazed at CU, Wang Lingfeng felt a pang of heartache and cast a meaningful glance at CU, his voice soft and cool. "Is that appropriate?" "What is inappropriate?" she retorted. "Is it wrong to dine with him? Or to have him take me along?" If CU were attuned to the situation, he would decline her company, thus affording Wang Lingfeng an opportunity. After all, they were both men, and such understanding was expected. Wang Lingfeng could discern that CU held no interest in Bai Jing. Otherwise, he would not have suggested leaving at this juncture. Conversely, it appeared Bai Jing harbored some feelings for him, though not in a manner that indicated deep affection. No girl would so openly cling to a boy, disregarding the opinions of others, her intentions laid bare. Unable to fathom her thoughts, CU interpreted Wang Lingfeng's gaze. 3 parts warning, 3 parts insinuation, and 4 parts gratitude. The warning implored him not to let Bai Jing depart with Wang Lingfeng. The insinuation urged him to refuse, and the gratitude acknowledged Wang Lingfeng's effort to create an opportunity, should it arise. CU understood, yet feigned ignorance. Wang Lingfeng's words, once spoken, had the opposite effect. His expressions, his gaze, his dialogue made CU acutely aware of Wang Lingfeng's intentions toward Bai Jing. Initially, CU had regarded the gathering as a mere classmates' dinner. With such a charming girl like Bai Jing, he would not only abstain from eating himself, but would also guard his interests. After all, she was his employee, and he bore the responsibility to protect her. What is inappropriate about it? It's splendid. CU smiled and replied to Bai Jing, "Very well, let us go together." Before Wang Lingfeng could react, CU turned to him and said, "Apologies, Brother Wang, but Bai Jing and I must take our leave. I'll treat you to a meal another time." CU spoke rapidly, his movements swift, showing no inclination to linger and leaving no room for Wang Lingfeng to retain him. Turning to Chin Sahan with a faade of insincere courtesy, he said, "My apologies, junior sister, but something has come up, and I cannot accompany you. I will make it up to you another day." Bai Jing mirrored his behavior, addressing Wang Lingfeng and Sahan, "Brother Wang, Sahan, I'm leaving now. Please enjoy your meal. I apologize, and I'll treat you another time." Wang Lingfeng stood utterly dumbfounded, bewildered by the unfolding scenario. What is happening here? He thought. CU must understand my intentions. His pretense of ignorance is so disingenuous. He simply took Bai Jing and left without a thought for my feelings. And he has the audacity to claim he'll treat me to a meal another day? Wang Lingfeng encountered a young man who displayed a blatant disregard for his dignity for the first time. Although he appeared courteous and modest, he was, in truth, a cunning individual, hiding his malice beneath a veneer of politeness. Wang Lingfeng was agitated, his breath becoming erratic, and his complexion oscillated between pallor and anger, feeling as though he had been reduced to a mere clown. When CU mentioned she would be dining with her roommate, he feigned delight and urged her to go, only to be painfully confronted with reality 30 seconds later. He had indeed gone, accompanied by Bai Jing. As he watched CU and Bai Jing saunter away, he coldly inquired about the young man's background. Chen Sihuan, with a hint of uncertainty, replied that she was unaware. Is it him who bought Bai Jing a new phone? Wang Lingfeng's gaze turned sharp, akin to flying daggers directed at CU, his teeth clenched in resentment. It must be him. he concluded, suppressing his fury. You know nothing. In this entire semester, you haven't heard a whisper of his name? Chen Sihuan innocently explained. I truly haven't heard anything. Bai Jing only released her work during the new year, so they must have met around that time. Left speechless, Wang Lingfeng stood in silence for several seconds before his tone softened slightly. You should inquire with Bai Jing about her feelings towards Ciyu and what his studio is like. Meanwhile, I shall seek out the second-year student leaders to dig into Ciyu's background. Chen Sihuan obediently affirmed her compliance. With that, Wang Lingfeng turned to leave, ignoring her call of whether he would join her for a meal. Who had the heart to eat? Wang Lingfeng had harbored feelings for Bai Jing for quite some time, having become infatuated with her since her military training photos surfaced on the forum. Having just broken up with his ex-girlfriend, he eagerly sought out Chen Sihuan, asking her to facilitate an introduction to Bai Jing. The plan was meticulously crafted. Chen Sihuan would invite Bai Jing to dinner, and by extension, include him, leading to a natural gathering where they could enjoy the sun in the garden after their meal. Wang Lingfeng was confident that with his looks, eloquence, and the stature of being the vice president of the student council, coupled with Chen Sihuan inadvertently revealing his affluent background, he would undoubtedly attract Bai Jing's interest. Once they were engaged in lively conversation, he would invite her to dinner, followed by a stroll and a movie, perhaps even gifting her a small token of affection. Was that not the path to love? Alas, the arrival of the oblivious Ciyu shattered the promising atmosphere. Bai Jing seemed to hold a fondness for him, gravitating closer, leaving Wang Lingfeng perplexed by her motives. Was it affection? The allure of a new phone? Or perhaps her admiration for his status as a boss? Wang Lingfeng sensed impending danger. The charming Bai Jing was now in the company of a rival, a potential threat to his aspirations. Such a splendid campus beauty, undoubtedly the unattainable dream of many young men. She seemed so naive, clearly inexperienced in matters of the heart. Securing her affection would bring him an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Having observed her for half a semester, he had already envisioned her as his own. Little did he know that just as he initiated his pursuit, Ciyu emerged as an unforeseen obstacle. No young man could resist the allure of Bai Jing. It was inconceivable that Ciyu remained unaffected. Such were Wang Lingfeng's thoughts. Bai Jing, so exquisite and vibrant, embodies the perfect girlfriend. Her allure is simply overwhelming. How could he possibly resist if she were to show a hint of affection towards Ciyu? Wang Lingfeng, retreating to a secluded corner of the garden, indulged in 2 cigarettes before retrieving his phone to contact a student council member from his second year. There's a student named Ciyu in electrical engineering. Please investigate his background, where he is from, his family circumstances, and any relevant details. Leave no stone unturned. Meanwhile, Ciyu met up with his roommates, Chen Zhua and Leng Bo, at the cafeteria. This is my roommate and brother, Chen Zhua, and Leng Bo. Allow me to introduce Bai Jing, a student from Dance 1. Leng Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Ciyu, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Hey, cheerful Bai. I'm your biggest fan. Indeed, I am as well. Chen Zhua chimed in. Bai Jing, blushing, shyly replied, Please don't tease me. Really, Leng Bo said earnestly, your dancing is exceptional, especially that hip-swaying routine. Thank you. Senior Leng, she responded. All right, let us go grab some food. This meal is on me, Ciyu interjected, aware that if he didn't interrupt, Leng Bo would continue on indefinitely. Even a miser can have a moment of generosity, Chen Zhua quipped, turning to Bai Jing. We're lucky to be in your company. He is usually quite stingy. Are you eating or not? If not, scram. Ciyu shot back. Bai Jing chuckled behind her hand, finding the boys' camaraderie amusing. Seizing the moment while Bai Jing was busy selecting her meal, Leng Bo leaned into Ciyu and whispered, You're quite the charmer, aren't you? First Meng Chun, now Bai Jing. Colleagues, it's perfectly normal, Ciyu replied with composure. Bai Jing is wonderful. What do you think? Are you interested? Leng Bo's eager gaze followed Bai Jing's retreating figure, his unspoken implication being, If you're uninterested, I shall pursue. Let me warn you. Do not entertain any notions about my colleagues. Ciyu's tone was light, yet serious. We can all enjoy meals, singing, and fun together, but no frivolous entanglements. The future internet sensation must maintain an impeccable reputation. Do you understand my point? Leng Bo grasped the gravity of the situation. He must not tarnish her image. He sighed dramatically. What a pity. Pity my foot. Chen Zhua retorted, unrelenting in his critique. What is it to you? Is she your type? It's certainly not your turn. Leng Bo forced a laugh and shot back. You're just a henpecked fool with no backbone. Since you can't have her, you're just spewing nonsense, right? Lung Bo saw through Chun Zhuo entirely. If he weren't in a relationship, he would undoubtedly be more of a flirt. Siyu felt it necessary to clarify his stance regarding the female internet personalities under his purview, to quell any lewd speculation. He spoke softly. It is a grave taboo for a boss to engage with female artists. I will not harbor any intentions towards them, nor will I permit them to date early on. Their personas are that of innocent university students, and relationships would hinder their personal growth. In a previous life, as the operations director, Siyu had witnessed the chaos wrought by his boss's indiscretions with the female internet stars, which led to a toxic company culture. He had followed suit, accepting the advances of those who offered their bodies for resources without a second thought, maintaining a new girlfriend each quarter while indulging in casual flings monthly. In this contemporary era, he must learn his lesson through practical experience, striving to refrain from entangling himself with female internet celebrities. Aside from Su Shu, she represents a regret that Siyu wishes to amend, as well as a prospective singer he plans to sign under his label. Naturally, should he find himself unable to resist temptation, it is imperative to adopt a strategic approach and master the art of time management. The common folk must not ignite flames, while officials are permitted to light the lanterns. Upon hearing these words, Lung Bo and Chunjua comprehended Siyu's stance, a peculiar sensation swelling within them. He had matured too swiftly, contemplating matters from the elevated perspective of a company owner. His mindset and vision were entirely distinct, unlike their own, who were preoccupied with the frivolities of chasing women and playing games. In comparison, they felt rather base. The two exchanged glances, each discerning the same sentiment reflected in the other's eyes, shaking their heads in resignation. The second-generation rich had surpassed their predecessors, leaving the wealthy and factory heirs behind in their wake, a source of shame. Chapter 26. Lu Yuning with Bai Jing present. The meal was filled with joy and harmony. Observing a pure and stunning beauty with a score of 90 in attractiveness dining was undeniably a delightful experience. Her delicate lips parted gracefully, exhibiting elegance and poise, each movement a reflection of beauty. Occasionally, she would lick her lips, stirring thoughts of allure. Lung Bo's appetite surged, as he devoured 3 bowls of rice and playfully engaged his sharp tongue, causing the delicate Bai Jing to tremble with laughter. Once they had nearly finished, Lung Bo inquired of Siyu, "When shall we depart?" At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Yuning from Dandong would arrive at Galaxy Airport, and Siyu requested Lung Bo's assistance in driving to fetch her. Lung Bo, who drove a top-tier Cadillac worth 400,000, utilized his vehicle to enhance the company's image. Checking the time, Siyu urged, "Let us hurry, we should leave by 1:30. We have half an hour. Let us take a stroll in the garden." The 4 of them made their way to a secluded corner of the West Garden lawn, where the 3 boys smoked and engaged in light-hearted banter while Bai Jing sat at a distance, avoiding the smoke and listening to their conversation. With her attentive presence, Lung Bo and Chunjua displayed exceptional wit and vigor. After finishing 2 cigarettes, Siyu stood up, brushing off his trousers. He addressed Bai Jing. "Lung Bo and I are heading to the airport to pick someone up. I want to be accompanying you." "Oh," Bai Jing replied demurely at first, before tentatively asking, "Would it be convenient for me to join?" The individual they were to greet was a singer and internet celebrity, who would be heading to the recording studio for auditions and contract discussions, as Siyu had briefly outlined. With nothing planned for the afternoon, she felt quite bored. Soon to be on holiday with no academic obligations, and returning to her dormitory only to play on her phone. Being with Siyu was far more interesting, as it offered a chance to visit the recording studio and broaden her horizons. Before Siyu could respond, Lung Bo chimed in. "It would be convenient, wouldn't it? Having more beautiful company on the journey would certainly make driving smoother." Siyu observed Bai Jing's eager gaze, sparkling with hope, and smiled, "Of course. If you wish to go, then do so." Chunjua interjected, "If you both are going, what about me? I want to join." Siyu promptly dismissed him. "You can go back and sleep. There's no room left." Chunjua merely sought to voice his discontent, not genuinely wishing to accompany them, but rather expressing his frustrations. 10 minutes later, Siyu and Bai Jing boarded the strikingly flamboyant Crimson Bath Emperor driven by Lung Bo, setting off for the airport. The car was indeed as ostentatious as its owner. Upon completing his college entrance examination, his family rewarded him with a vehicle, and he chose not just any Cadillac, but one that catered to both technicians and models, opting for the most vibrant shade of dynamic red. His flamboyance was perfectly paired with his audacious choice. After entering university, he let his long hair flow, tying it into a sleek ponytail that exuded an artistic flair. It must be said, his style was quite captivating to the girls at the art school, leading to a string of fleeting romances, despite knowing his reputation as a heartbreaker. They were irresistibly drawn to him, enamored by the allure of a wealthy young man. Siyu Lungbo and Bai Jing shared laughter and stories from their school days during the 40-minute drive, which seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. At 3 o'clock, Siyu spotted Lu Yuning in the terminal. His tall stature and handsome features made him stand out distinctly among the crowd of travelers. "Ninggu, over here," Siyu called out, waving. Lu Yuning, aged 26 and 6 years older than Siyu, turned toward the sound, his glasses glinting with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. "Is that Jigo?" Dressed in a black down jacket, with a radiant smile lighting up his youthful face. He appeared remarkably young. Could he possibly be under 25? Wasn't he a music producer and the owner of an entertainment company? Lu Yuning struggled to believe his eyes and ears, doubting he had made a mistake. Siyu approached, extending his right hand. "Ninggu, I am Xiao Ciji." It truly was him. Lu Yuning suppressed his curiosity and warmly shook Siyu's hand, exclaiming, "Jigu, I didn't expect you to be so young. I hardly recognized you." This straightforwardness left a lasting impression on Siyu, as Lu Yuning was refreshingly candid, a typical forthright personality from the Northeast. Generally, one would keep thoughts about someone's youth to themselves, yet he boldly voiced it. Siyu appreciated such frankness, as he himself shared that trait. "Haha, I'm younger than you. I'm 20, Siyu replied with confidence, turning to Lung Bo and Bai Jing, introducing them. "This is Lu Yuning, Ninggu." In unison, Lung Bo and Bai Jing greeted, "Hello, Ninggu." Siyu's respect towards Lu Yuning was evident, causing him to blush and wave his hand dismissively. "Just call me Yuning." Arriving with the mindset of meeting an entertainment mogul, he never anticipated being addressed as Ninggu. Even though Siyu was indeed younger, he did not adopt an air of authority. He was down to earth and even encouraged his friends to address Lu Yuning similarly, leaving him feeling quite appreciated. After exchanging pleasantries, the group descended to the parking garage and boarded the Bath Emperor. Bai Jing took the front seat, while Siyu and Lu Yuning settled in the back. During their journey back to the city, Siyu got straight to the point, succinctly introducing his situation. He had founded a startup focused on creating short video influencers, while also dabbling in music, entertainment, and talent management. Siyu spoke, while Lu Yuning listened intently. Ahead, Bai Jing and Lung Bo remained silent, but perked up their ears to eavesdrop. After providing an overview of the situation, Siyu instructed Lu Yuning to log onto Douyin and observe 5 accounts. Lu Yuning watched a beautiful woman on the screen performing a captivating dance and pointed towards Bai Jing, who was seated in the passenger seat. It was then that Siyu recalled he had not introduced Lung Bo and Bai Jing. "Yes, that's her. Her name is Bai Jing, my junior sister. The one driving is Lung Bo, my roommate." Roommate? Lu Yuning blinked, pondering the implications of that term, when he heard Siyu continue. "I am a sophomore at Huqing Music Academy, majoring in electronic music." Lu Yuning's mind exploded. His thoughts raced. "Huqing, sophomore?" He turned to Siyu and exclaimed, "Brother C, you're still a student?" Siyu nodded. "Then who wrote Good Morning, Huqing?" he inquired, considering that Siyu was a music student, and suspiciously asked, "Could it be you?" Siyu modestly touched his nose and replied, "It's merely my humble work, a stroke of good fortune." "What on earth is good night, Huqing?" Lungbo wondered to himself, gripping the steering wheel. "Can my senior actually write songs? Is he heading to the studio to test his own compositions?" Bai Jing couldn't help but glance back at Siyu in the rear seat. Lu Yuning was even more bewildered. "You're only a sophomore and can write a song like Good Morning, Huqing? A genius, boss." He extended his thumb towards Siyu, gesturing, "Impressive, talented." Siyu chuckled softly and shook his head. "Not at all. Take a look at the accounts I shared with you." The journey back encountered some traffic, taking an hour from the airport to the entrance of the music academy. Siyu spent the first half hour explaining the situation, while Lu Yuning spent the latter half scrolling through Siyu's 5 accounts. When the car stopped at the school gate, Siyu asked Lu Yuning whether he wanted to rest at a hotel or head to the recording studio. Without hesitation, Lu Yuning replied, "The recording studio." Siyu felt the same way. Once Lung Bo completed his task, he departed. Bai Jing followed closely behind Siyu, like a devoted follower, heading to the recording studio. The distance from the school gate to the recording studio was merely 300 meters, a 5-minute walk. Upon entering the door, a bearded owner welcomed them. "Junior brother, you've arrived." The owner was also a graduate of Huqing, exactly 1 year older than Siyu, age 32. Siyu had visited his studio several times and had conversed with him. Yes, running a studio is the best, Siyu remarked. All right then. The bearded owner led Siyu to the entrance of a wooden soundproof recording room, stating, the best, top-notch in the province. I guarantee your satisfaction. Lu Yuning sat down in a chair, curiously surveying his surroundings. While he was indeed a professional singer and internet celebrity, he had never before entered such a professional recording studio. The ceiling and floor were adorned with specialized acoustic materials, the ground covered with carpet, and the walls hung with sound-absorbing and diffusion panels. A thermometer and hygrometer were affixed behind the door. A large Yamaha 7 mixing console dominated the control panel, surrounded by an equalizer, compressor, reverb, and other equipment arranged in order. In the center of the room stood a complete professional recording system, featuring multiple high-quality microphones, including large diaphragm condenser microphones, small diaphragm condenser microphones, and dynamic microphones, all from the renowned brand Sennheiser. In this room, the atmosphere is electric, as it requires 25 dazzling elements to truly shine. Sitting beside Lu Yuning, Siyu skillfully adjusts the equipment. Brother G, this place is absolutely amazing, Lu Yuning exclaims, his excitement palpable as he examines the iron-gray microphone, his musical instincts surging within him. Well, it's decent. This studio is of Lake City caliber, Siyu responds, donning his monitoring headphones and testing the sound quality with a melody. The sound produced by the top-notch audio system is ethereal, exquisite beyond measure. After savoring the music for half a minute with his eyes closed, Siyu removes the headphones and encourages Lu Yuning, find your rhythm. Lu Yuning gazes at the array of high-end equipment, slightly bewildered, as he has never handled such luxury. Siyu, taking on the role of sound engineer, selects a microphone suspended from above and brings it before Lu Yuning. In a quiet corner, Bai Jing watches in awe, captivated by Siyu's manipulation of the devices. As the session begins, Siyu deftly navigates the mixing console and initiates the playback of Good Morning, Lake City. Lu Yuning, microphone in hand, closes his eyes to immerse himself in the accompaniment. Siyu has upgraded the original arrangement, crafting a backing track with live instruments from Lake City's finest musicians, creating a standard suitable for publication. The rhythm is soothing, the melody enchanting. The deep bass resonates with a joyful cadence, while the bright main guitar shines with clarity. Lu Yuning keeps his eyes shut, gently nodding to the beat as he ventures to sing. Let me gaze deeply at you. Good morning, my dear. As you accompany me to greet the radiant dawn, welcoming the brand new day, I want to express my gratitude to you. Good morning, my Lake City. As he sings, a delightful shiver courses through him. The quintessential lyrics, exquisite accompaniment, and top-tier hardware culminate in an unparalleled vocal experience. It is a feeling he has never known before. Some women only discover such peaks a decade after marriage, while he has spent 10 years searching for true love. This is it. Good morning, Lake City, my destined soulmate. Siyu, after just a few lines, feels compelled to applaud. Lu Yuning's voice is an exceptional lyrical tenor, resonant and warm, imbued with a profound emotional depth and magnetism. His vocal prowess surpasses that of the original singer of Good Morning, Longwei. With Siyu's enhancements to the arrangement, the overall effect is far superior to the original. Bai Jing, standing behind Siyu, gazes in astonishment. Ninga sings so beautifully. The song written by my senior brother is incredible. What is there that he cannot do? Upon finishing the piece, Lu Yuning releases the microphone and, filled with hope, inquires of Siyu, how did I perform? Siyu responds non-verbally, raising his hands and gently applauding. Bai Jing joins in, exclaiming, Ninggu, that was truly wonderful. Lu Yuning nods in gratitude towards Bai Jing, his face flushed with exhilaration. I have sought numerous singers and discovered that your voice is most suited for this song. Siyu, unabashed, declared that his initial ambition was always Lu Yuning. Thank you. Brother G, Lu Yuning replied, I also feel quite suited for it. Sing it twice more. Once you're done, we shall have a serious discussion. I shall await you outside. Siyu instructed. At that moment, the bearded man in the corner of the hall, adjusting his guitar to the sheet music, noticed Siyu's emergence and promptly set aside his instrument to greet him. Junior brother, come, let us enjoy some tea. He guided Siyu to the tea table, where he began to brew tea. Since we have some time, let us sip some tea, Siyu suggested, inviting Bai Jing to sit beside him and observe the tea preparation. Junior brother, what business are you engaged in? The The bearded man had long wished to pose this question, and today he finally seized the opportunity. When the soundtrack for Good Morning, Lake City was presented to the teachers as background music, it received unanimous praise. With many inquiring about the composer, he could not provide an answer, only that the individual was a student, proficient in their craft, and despite their youth, spoke and acted with remarkable composure and expertise regarding all equipment. I am involved in short videos, CU remarked, taking a sip of the freshly brewed Dansung tea. Short videos? Douyin or Xiaoshou? The bearded man inquired, perplexed. Primarily Douyin. Does creating content for Douyin necessitate songwriting? The bearded man was bewildered. Douyin is a music community that has recently launched an original musician program with traffic support, CU explained. He responded with an inquisitive "Oh, so that song is your masterpiece?" CU humbly replied, "I wouldn't call it a masterpiece, merely an experimental work." Junior brother, impressive. The bearded man raised his teacup in salute to CU. Who would have thought a talent would emerge from this cohort of Lake Sound? Flattered, flattered. CU politely raised his cup in return. The two engaged in casual conversation over tea, exchanging WeChat contacts. 20 minutes later, Lu Yuning emerged, and upon seeing CU at the tea table, approached him directly to inquire, "Brother G, what are the conditions for signing?" The allure of Good Morning Lake City was immense, and he was eager to become its proprietor. CU remained silent, sipping his tea. The bearded man, perceptive to the atmosphere, stood up and said, "You two discuss. I shall get back to work." Bai Jing also rose, intending to excuse herself, but CU gestured for her to stay. "You sit. It's nothing." CU leisurely poured a cup of tea for Lu Yuning and said slowly, "If you sign with my company, I will record your song and release a digital single, additionally assisting you in establishing a short video account, just like her," as he gestured towards Bai Jing. "You will become a Douyin sensation. Your contract will offer a revenue share that is 10% higher than Xiaobai's, 37% for the first 3 years, 44% for the next 3, and 55% for the last 4. CU paused, allowing Lu Yuning to absorb this information, while Bai Jing interjected, "Ningguo. My contract offers only 28% for the first 3 years, the same as hers." "Thank you, Brother G." Lu Yuning, having done his homework prior to arriving, expressed satisfaction with the revenue share and asked, "Where will the digital single be released?" "On Penguin Music," CU replied. "I have promotional strategies to ensure the song garners significant popularity." Chapter 027. Securing the Superstar, Apologies for being confined in a small dark room for 3 days. I have just been released. I understand that some friends may have struggled to find the book during this time, leading to an unpleasant experience, and I sincerely apologize for that. I kindly ask everyone to assist in urging updates and boosting my data. Thank you. Lu Yuning's eyes sparkled with surprise behind his glasses. Really? What is the method? CU smiled and said, "You excel in singing, and I excel in promotion. Just focus on singing. Leave everything else to me." The ease and nonchalance encapsulated in those 4 words revealed an extraordinary composure and confidence. As Lu Yuning gazed upon the youthful face before him, he felt as though he were in the presence of a business mogul, exuding an innate aura of authority. Despite his youth, his capabilities were beyond question. In just 10 days, he had crafted 5 accounts, each boasting 1 million followers. Lu Yuning had toiled in live streaming for nearly 2 years, and his own followers barely numbered a meager 780,000. Comparisons like these were utterly disheartening. Moreover, he could compose songs and possessed a flair for creativity, even establishing a company to cultivate internet celebrities. In comparison, his own 26 years of life seemed utterly insignificant. If I were to sign with his company, could I also become a major internet sensation with 1 million followers in just 10 days? Lu Yuning mused internally, voicing aloud, "What will happen to my current live streaming account?" CU waved dismissively, "Discard it. What use is it? Aside from the business profits, I will provide you with a monthly base salary of 30,000, which includes the expenses for your 2 bandmates. You can decide how to distribute it. Xiaobai only receives 3,000. CU had analyzed Lu Yuning's income. Lu was the lead singer and guitarist of a band known as the Happy Brothers, which also included a keyboardist and drummer. Their collective monthly revenue hovered around 25,000. CU was unsure how they divided their earnings, but he offered Lu Yuning 30,000, leaving the distribution to him, as CU intended to sign only Lu Yuning. Before Lu Yuning could respond, CU continued, "You will need to relocate to Lake City for your development. I will find you a place to stream live, just like before." I will provide you with a 3-bedroom apartment and arrange for a team to shoot short videos and manage your accounts. You need only to develop according to my guidelines. You won't have to worry about anything else. Once your followers reach 10 million, I will seek resources to help you transition into the entertainment industry. Singing, acting, or variety shows are all possibilities. Singing will be the main focus, while the others will serve as secondary pursuits. 10 million followers? Lu Yuning could hardly fathom such a figure. His eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting a sense of incredulity. He barely had 780,000 followers. And now he was being urged to set his sights on 10 million. Wasn't that a stretch too far? He hesitated, lips pursed, offering an awkward smile. See you, fully aware of Lu Yuning's thoughts, replied resolutely, "Do not doubt my words. I assure you, I possess the confidence. Just review the contract." The contract was meticulously crafted, addressing every aspect, from base salary and profit sharing to future development strategies and pathways. Even the minor details concerning accommodation and the comfort of team members had been thoughtfully considered. It promised to fulfill the long-held dream of releasing songs and pursuing the path of a Douyin internet celebrity. With a monthly salary of 30,000. It surpasses the income from live streaming, offering stability and accommodation, along with additional revenue sharing. Regardless of the present or future, it is undoubtedly an improvement over his current circumstances. With unwavering confidence, one might even aspire to gain millions of followers. What more could one desire? Let us proceed. Lu Yuning pondered for a mere few seconds, his voice quivering slightly as he said, "Go brother. Thank you. I agree to work with you." Indeed, his promptness was delightful. See you, wearing a playful smile, inquired, "Are you certain? Would you not like to visit my company for an inspection?" Prior to his arrival, Lu Yuning was most concerned about the strength of CU's company, having inquired multiple times via WeChat. Yet upon arrival, he mentioned it not at all. Lu Yuning found himself captivated by CU's professionalism, feeling as though no inspection was necessary. His adept handling of equipment in the recording studio and the songs he composed indicated his expertise in music. The 5 accounts boasting millions of followers showcased his proficiency in cultivating internet celebrities. The contracts he presented and the future he described reflected his acumen in management. Coupled with his charming demeanor and commanding presence, such a professional warranted no further investigation into the company. To be candid, Lu Yuning felt deeply moved. The contract he was offered was not only superior to Beijing's, but also featured a fixed salary tenfold greater. What truly won his heart was the thoughtful and long-term vision CU had crafted for his future. Lu Yuning's dreams revolved around singing and acting, and it seemed CU was acutely aware of his aspirations, articulating a future that mirrored his own dreams precisely. Even before formally joining the company, the consideration shown was remarkable. What would happen once he signed the contract and became part of CU's team? A warm current surged within Lu Yuning, and he exclaimed with excitement, "No need for further thought. I am certain." "Excellent." CU laughed heartily, raising his teacup. A wise decision indeed. How could one not rejoice? Lu Yuning was, after all, a rare supernova from a past life, a man who had amassed nearly 10 million followers in a single month and 30 million in 3 months. A remarkable feat. He was the hottest male artist on Douyin in 2018, without exception. From 1 million followers to breaking into the top 10 of the Douyin follower rankings in merely 2 months. Astounding. Even after 2018, he consistently dominated the top 10, transitioning into acting and earning the title of the most talented actor among internet celebrities. Now he belonged to me. In fact, CU felt even more exhilarated than Lu Yuning. This was the first future superstar he had secured since his rebirth. Under his meticulous planning, he successfully won him over with a perfect contract and an exquisite song. CU had 3 guiding principles for cultivating superstars. The first, to leverage his own experience, abilities, and memories to create an unprecedented talent. This approach demanded substantial financial investment and time to be attempted once the company was established. The second, to replicate successful models from his past life, allowing for better control over those being groomed. Like Beijing, who is modeled after Daegu LA's template, there have been upgrades and refinements, promising a brighter future and greater potential. Similarly, for the ongoing project with Ilyalu, the intention is to replicate a large-scale template. The unfortunate de Tuan Tuan has transformed into a large captive. Her most remarkable quality is her vocal prowess. Her appearance and figure are rather unremarkable. In contrast, Ilyalu, while equally talented vocally, boasts a higher aesthetic appeal and possesses an irresistibly youthful charm, with an astonishing allure. Thirdly, the irreplaceable talents must be sought after for one's own roster. Lu Yuning is the first, with many more to follow, such as Zhang Qingyou and Hong Xiaoma. It is essential to identify weaknesses and demands, alternating strategies to secure them. Securing contracts would be ideal. If not, one must seek individuals to benchmark and emulate, competing to see who excels. Siyu took a sip of tea, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he mused that under his guidance, Lu Yuning would undoubtedly achieve greater success than in his previous life. Following their verbal agreement, both Siyu and Lu Yuning were elated, excitedly discussing work arrangements. Siyu announced, "Tomorrow morning we will sign the contract, and afterwards, we will record the song. In the afternoon, I will reach out to the platform for resources. Where will we record? Who will guide us? Who will handle the audio?" Lu Yuning inquired, bombarding him with questions. "We'll record here. I can handle everything. Just leave it to me," Siyu confidently assured him. Lu Yuning, with unwavering faith in his capabilities, eagerly asked, "Go, can we record now? I'm in great shape." Siyu looked at him in surprise. Recording is a serious endeavor that requires a high level of mental focus, something Lu Yuning should understand. Sensing Siyu's hesitation, Lu Yuning quickly reassured, "I had a nap on the plane, and I feel great. I even had throat lozenges on the way." He pulled a box of candies from his pocket and shook it in front of Siyu. Siyu chuckled in amusement, pointing at him. "Well prepared." He nodded in agreement. "Indeed, well prepared. Haha." Checking the time on his phone, Siyu noted it was 5:30, a rather awkward hour. Recording could be completed in half an hour if all went smoothly, but if the conditions were not ideal, it could take several days of refinement. Given Lu Yuning's previous enthusiasm, it should likely take about 2 hours. "Let us have dinner first, something casual. After we eat, we can give it a try," Siyu suggested. "There's no need to rush the recording. We'll experiment first and find our rhythm. If we can't finish, we'll continue tomorrow." "Okay, I understand." Lu Yuning eagerly nodded, his hands rubbing together in excitement. Siyu turned to glance at Bai Jing, feeling inspired, and said, "Please call Luo Xian and Zhou Chuanrui. Let us have a casual meal together." This gathering was to celebrate Lu Yuning's joining the team. Bai Jing happily picked up her phone to make the call, and Siyu said to Lu Yuning, "Let us head to dinner first." As they approached the bar, Siyu asked the bearded man, "Would it be convenient for me to work overtime tonight to record?" The bearded man nodded in response, "Absolutely. What time do you expect to finish?" "After dinner, we'll arrive around 7. If we can't finish by 10, we'll come back tomorrow." "All right." Iwon-T closed the door. "I'll wait for you here," Luo Tsaihu readily agreed. "The afternoon expenses will be pending. We will settle them together in the evening." Siyu gestured with her hand. 20 minutes later, Siyu, Bai Jing, Lu Yuning, Zhou Chuanrui, and Luo Xian gathered at their usual roadside eatery. After exchanging introductions, Siyu raised her cup filled with yogurt and proclaimed, "Welcome, Brother Ning, to the fold." "Welcome, Brother Ning." 3 delicate voices chimed in unison. "Thank you, Brother Ji." "Thank you, beautiful ladies." Lu Yuning felt a surge of excitement and joy as so many called him Brother Ning, finishing his yogurt in one swift gulp. Setting down his cup, Lu Yuning inquired of Siyu, "When will I move to Lake City?" "There are 40 days until the Spring Festival. You can spend the holiday at home and come after the Lantern Festival. Let's focus on releasing the song first. Moving can wait. Continue your live streams during this time." Siyu replied. "So, I'll be moving to Lake City to develop in 2 months, Lu Yuning concluded. Siyu's arrangement stemmed from 3 considerations. The first and foremost was his financial constraints. He lacked the funds to rent a place for Lu Yuning or pay him a salary. By continuing his live streams in Dandong, he could avoid salary payments for 2 months, creating some financial breathing room. Secondly, Siyu was eager to sign him, aiming to release the song as swiftly as possible to secure initial earnings to repay his online loans, an urgent matter indeed. The process of establishing his account could wait until after the Spring Festival. Thirdly, the team was not yet fully formed, without a solid team in place. He wouldn't have the bandwidth to oversee Lu Yuning, produce videos, and provide support. They would need to wait until the team was built. To assuage Lu Yuning's potential concerns, Siyu explained, "Once the song is recorded, I will upload it to the platform immediately. I estimate that within 1 to 2 months, we will start receiving royalties, and you can take a share of 30%. However, your base salary will commence only after you move to Lake City." All right. Lu Yuning eagerly agreed, finding great comfort in Siyu's plan to arrive after the Spring Festival. Luo Xian and Zhou Chuanrui, Upon hearing Siyu mention the song release, curiously leaned in to whisper to Bai Jing. Bai Jing recounted their visit to the recording studio and also shared her meeting with Vice Principal Chung earlier that morning. Zhou Chuanrui playfully chided Bai Jing. Why didn't you invite me to such an exciting event? You're keeping all the fun to yourself. In contrast, Luo Xian harbored a different thought. Why did the school only consult Bai Jing and not me? Is it because I lack enough fans or influence? Upon hearing Bai Jing's account of the morning, Siyu recalled her conversation with Lung Bo during lunch. She tapped the table, adopting a serious tone. Sisters, I need to discuss something with you. The three immediately fell silent, focusing intently on Siyu. Siyu continued earnestly. Vice Principal Chung reminded me this morning that we must maintain a positive image and avoid negative news. I have a request for you all. During our time at the school, try to refrain from romantic relationships. The persona I've crafted for you is that of pure, innocent female university students, and dating could jeopardize that image and lead to scandals. Having boyfriends can create jealousy and imbalance, leading to unnecessary complications. If you can avoid dating, do so. If you can delay it, then wait. If we must discuss it, let it be after graduation, and do ensure to inform me in advance. Should you fail to notify me and any scandal arises, the consequences shall be yours to bear. This is a standard requirement in the entertainment industry, easily understood. The three young women displayed varied expressions. Zhou Chuanrui, carefree, readily agreed, stating she had no boyfriend nor plans for one. Bai Jing, taken aback, took a moment before responding with a hesitant, okay, thinking to herself, graduation? That is still 3.5 years away. Luo Xian, astonished, opened her mouth to speak, glancing at Siyu, but hesitated. What is the matter? Siyu observed her struggle to articulate her thoughts. What if I have a boyfriend? She asked. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Then break up with him. There will be plenty of good men in the future for you to choose from, Siyu replied callously. Oh. Luo Xian's mouth widened further, shocked by Siyu's apparent coldness. After 2 seconds, she pursed her lips, her gaze dropping, eyes dimmed with contemplation, silently nodding in agreement. Siyu's words once again reshaped Lu Yuning's perception of him. The image of a stern manager came vividly to life. The phrase "the consequences shall be yours to bear," though lightly spoken, carried a weighty implication: blacklisting, shelving, limiting exposure, withholding resources. How could a sophomore possess such seasoned tactics? The authoritative tone in his speech, coupled with the decisiveness of Luo Xian's breakup suggestion, was far from what one would expect from a 20-year-old. Musical talent may be innate, but knowledge in business management, internet operations, and artist management must be cultivated over time. How had he acquired such insights? Lu Yuning found it perplexing. Siyu pondered briefly before adding, once our team is fully assembled, I will implement a code of conduct for artists, which you must adhere to, as long as you avoid mishaps. I assure you a prosperous future awaits. Consider this. In my past life, 2 of the original TikTok stars, the parking lot girl and Li Gu, faced downfall. The original influencer Xiao Shou fared even worse. 9 out of 10 failed, and the sole survivor was still throttled by restrictions, leading to a total collapse. It appears that in the realm of influencers, the competition is not who shines the brightest, but rather who endures the longest. The 3 young women remained silent, nodding vigorously in acknowledgement. Chapter 28. Profound sayings. Noticing the atmosphere had grown rather tense, transforming what should have been a casual employee gathering into a somber affair, especially for Luo Xian, who appeared quite despondent. Siyu offered her some words of comfort. College boyfriends seldom lead to lasting outcomes. It's merely an experience. Once you become a prominent influencer, your environment and expectations will naturally elevate, and I need to urge you to end things. Experience merely? What kind of experience? Was the purpose of dating merely to gain experience? Luo Xian wanted to argue, but Siyu continued without granting her the opportunity. The days ahead will be splendid. Do not sacrifice future prospects for trivial gains. Discern what is truly important. A man will only affect your pace in wielding your ambitions and accumulating wealth. Once you achieve success and bask in glory, you will have your pick of quality men. As I observe the stars of the entertainment industry, I ponder which young souls dare to indulge in romantic entanglements. For the sake of their careers, what significance does love hold? Away with it. Siyu's voice grew increasingly fervent, culminating in an impassioned declaration as she slammed her palm against the table. Love? Even a dog wouldn't engage in it. The waiter, startled, nearly spilled the soup all over Siyu. Her words rendered the room speechless, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. The notion that women only hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword emerged in 2020. It has yet to fade from existence. CU merely substituted women with men, conveying a similar sentiment, albeit somewhat obscure. Yet, to assert that love hampers the speed of amassing wealth is rather blunt, is it not? How crude, yet how delightful. I aspire to be an internet celebrity, and my intent is simply to earn money. There is no shame in stating it outright. That final proclamation about even dogs not engaging in love is truly outrageous. Among the 3 young women present, each is at an age rife with romantic aspirations and youthful longing. How could they not be affected? Luo Xian has at least experienced a taste of it. Bai Jing and Zhou Chuanrui, however, remain innocent, abruptly quashing any sweet dreams they might harbor. To uphold moral principles while extinguishing human desires? Such a ruthless stance. Bai Jing lowered her gaze, staring blankly at her cup, her mind in disarray. How could her senior be like this? It felt so unfair. Zhou Chuanrui gazed at Siyu, wide-eyed, feeling that her words were profound and her thoughts uniquely cold and audacious. Only Luo Xian contemplated deeply, weighing the pros and cons, softly repeating. Even dogs wouldn't engage in love, her eyes brightening as she resolutely declared, "All right, I shall propose a breakup upon my return." Haha. To be unencumbered by love is to feel light, yet to be in love transforms one into a bundle of nerves. Congratulations on your epiphany. Siyu laughed heartily, raising her glass to her. What kind of divine philosophy is this? Lu Yuning chuckled. Brother Ji, you are like a little cow steaming in a bamboo basket. Absolutely amazing. Luo Xian also smiled brightly. I wish to be as light as a swallow. To be unburdened by love? To become neurotic in love? Your thoughts are refreshingly unique. Dear Senior, Bai Jing gazed at Siyu in admiration, pondering how such a mind could possibly function. As the dishes arrived, Siyu focused on her fitness, aiming to reduce her weight to 18, adhering strictly to the dietary regimen prescribed by the curvaceous Zhu Zhu, hardly touching her chopsticks. Bai Jing and Luo Xian, intent on maintaining their figures, ate sparingly. Lu Yuning, preparing to record a song, refrained from overeating, savoring only a taste. Only the gluttonous Zhou Chuanrui feasted heartily, persistently urging, "Aren't you all going to eat? Why aren't you eating? Dining with you is rather dull." To counteract the negative influence of her anti-love rhetoric, Siyu engaged them in conversation, elaborating on the promotional strategies and traffic plans for Douyin during the Spring Festival, assuring them that their fan base would continue to swell, encouraging them to brace for an onslaught of immense traffic. With each injection of enthusiasm, they were invigorated. Each bowl of motivational soup filled them anew. By the time Zhou Chuanrui patted her belly and declared herself full, they had all feasted sufficiently on their dreams, while Lu Yuning listened with rapt attention, filled with envy. Siyu expressed that each of them should conservatively aim to increase their fanbase by 5 million during the Spring Festival. 5 million indeed. It sounded almost whimsical. Lu Yuning glanced at Siyu with a hint of hesitation and asked softly, "Should I start my account before the Spring Festival?" He too wished to embrace this tremendous wave of traffic. Siyu patted his shoulder and encouraged him, saying, "Follow my plan, and rest assured, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your song will undoubtedly gain popularity by the Spring Festival. Do you still want to ride a bicycle with plucked feathers?" Lu Yuning grinned widely. Being from Northeast China, he felt a warm familiarity with the local dialect and nodded eagerly. The 3 young women exchanged glances, their expressions incredulous at the unexpected language. As their familiarity deepened, the boss's demeanor became increasingly unpleasant. At 6:30, the dinner gathering concluded, and the 3 young women returned to school. Siyu and Lu Yuning walked to the recording studio, taking a 20-minute tea break to adjust their mindset. At 7, Lu Yuning splashed cold water on his face to invigorate himself, ready to begin recording. During his days back home, he had meticulously refined his song, practicing and singing it countless times, making him quite adept. On the way to the studio, he had prepared himself thoroughly for the soundcheck, having adjusted his mental state perfectly. With his spirits high, the recording process progressed swiftly. Siyu had a clear vision of the song's optimal version in his mind, identifying minor imperfections in Lu's vocals, adjusting the emotional tone, and guiding him according to the standard, completing the recording of Good Night, Lake City in just an hour. All done. You should head to the hotel and rest. I will handle the post-production, Siyu said, handing Lu Yuning the room key card. You can do this too? Lu Yuning received the key card, surprised. Just joking. Siyu replied. As a top student in electronic music with 2 years of experience as a music director, managing post-production mixing was hardly a challenge for him. Not only mixing, but he was also capable of mastering, albeit not at a professional level. Nowadays, songs merely need to be released on online platforms, eliminating the need for physical albums or cassettes, simplifying the entire process considerably. The technical requirements have consequently diminished, and CU was more than capable of handling it. Hiring a bearded boss for the task would cost 3,000 yuan, an expense Lu Yuning could hardly afford. Lu Yuning did not leave. Instead, he pulled up a small chair beside CU, watching him work for an hour and a half, increasingly impressed by his expertise. He seemed to understand everything and was proficient in all aspects. By 9:30, everything was completed, and they copied the master track before settling the bill. They had rented the recording studio for a total of 3.5 hours, with the bearded boss waiving half an hour, charging them 1,800 yuan. CU accompanied Lu Yuning to the hotel, where they chatted in his room until 11, discussing his future development plans, which left Lu Yuning feeling exhilarated and inspired. CU returned to the dormitory just in time to avoid the closing of the gates. He had no time to spare chatting with the 3 girls and eagerly flopped onto his bed, opening the Douyin backend to explore the Original Music Creator Support Program. Original musicians have always been a highly contested territory across all internet platforms. Whether traditional digital music platforms like Penguin Music and NetEase Cloud Music or emerging musical platforms, they all strive to create an ecological closed loop for the growth of musicians. Douyin, in particular, harbored ambitious aspirations. The family operates a music video community where music serves as the pivotal essence of short videos, placing significant emphasis on the protection of music copyrights and the nurturing of musical talent. In early 2018, they launched a program to support original musicians, which evolved in 2020 into the Seeing Music Initiative, continuing until 2024. The inaugural Seeing Music program invited celebrities like Zheng Jun and Xiao Jinting to act as star discovery officers, collaboratively unearthing high-quality musical works and artists, with all participating songs garnering exposure amounting to billions of streams. Those who attain certification as original musicians and possess commendable original songs will receive promotional support and traffic boosts from Douyin. On this particular day, CU had been waiting for quite some time. Successfully navigating the backend, he located the entry point for the Original Musician Support Program. CU clicked through, uploading his identification card, student ID from Huyin, and filling out the necessary information, along with his freshly created digital song, awaiting validation. An expert review committee, composed of professional musicians, collectively assesses the qualifications of applicants and their songs. Should an applicant be confirmed as a high-quality original musician with a worthy song, the Douyin platform will designate their profile with the label of an original musician, alongside substantial traffic support for their songs. Why did CU assure Lu Yuning that he would gain popularity during the Spring Festival? It was precisely because he was aware that the program had only been launched for 5 days. Once certified, the official traffic, combined with CU's own promotional efforts, could significantly shorten the time for song promotion. Securing Douyin as a platform, he proceeded to engage with Penguin Music. Douyin serves merely as a promotional avenue. Monetization relies on Penguin. Upon entering the creator backend of Penguin Music, he applied for an account, uploading his company's business license, identification card, bank card, and other documents, before submitting the digital master of Good Morning, Lake City, and awaiting verification. Once validated, he could apply to release a digital single and earn revenue. After completing these tasks, CU opened WeChat. Having not logged in for an entire evening, he found messages from 6 individuals. Zhu inquired about his activities that night and the reason for his absence. Ilulu asked if he would watch the live stream. Bai Jing questioned whether the song was recorded and if he had a finished product to share. Luo Xian reported that she had broken up with her boyfriend, who was adamantly resistant. Childhood friend Gao Fei asked when he would return home for winter break, and Lu Qianqian simply asked if he was available. Additionally, there was a friend request notification from Chun Jincheng, a staff member at Douyin, requesting to connect and stating he needed to discuss something. Upon seeing Douyin's staff member's request, CU felt a jolt of surprise, accepted the request, and began browsing through his moments. The content was unremarkable, consisting of typical daily life posts interspersed with 2 photos from the workplace. Upon viewing the images, he noted they featured a small team gathering, showcasing 4 or 5 middle-aged men, casually draped over one another, all clad in denim and plaid shirts. the quintessential attire of internet workers. As Siyu glanced at the clock, it read 12:30. He was undoubtedly asleep. He sent a text message. "Apologies, I just saw this. I was busy with something last night. Let's chat tomorrow." While Siyu was leaving a message for Chun Jincheng, the model Wang Qianqian was engrossed in her phone. An hour prior, she had uploaded a short video that Siyu had filmed for her onto her personal Douyin account. What a bold maneuver. Strictly speaking, the ownership of the edited footage belonged to Siyu, and she had no right to utilize it. Concealing this from him, she had surreptitiously employed those works to establish her own account. Over the past few days, she had watched as the Chunshitang account amassed tens of thousands of followers daily, igniting a sense of longing within her. Chunshitang posted 5 pieces each day, 3 photo albums of female celebrities, and 2 short videos showcasing her beauty as the model. The comment section of these works was bustling, elevating her to dizzying heights of praise and adoration. She couldn't help but muse. I am the leading lady. If I were to upload to my own account, could I also gain such a following and become an internet celebrity? Just look at Xiao Bai, with 2 million followers. Who wouldn't want to be an internet sensation? Once this thought took root, it gnawed at her relentlessly for several days. She initially intended to discuss it with Siyu, to gauge his thoughts. However, when she inquired if he was available that evening, he did not respond. After waiting a while, feeling his indifference and realizing he was not easily swayed by beauty, she presumed he would likely disapprove. Resolutely, she decided to upload the content anyway. What of it? After all, I am the star of this show. What is wrong with sharing my own footage? With that, she uploaded her first video, embarking on her journey. Gradually, she began to see a trickle of traffic. The first like appeared, followed by the first follower and the first comment. Clutching her phone, she incessantly refreshed the data, her heart racing with every numerical fluctuation. After uploading her content, she soon discovered that the creator center on Douyin was quite complex. Aside from basic traffic analysis, there were a plethora of features she found utterly bewildering. She began to delve into the functionalities, but within minutes, she was overwhelmed and decided it best to engage with her fans in the comments section instead. The following day, as Siyu opened his eyes, he immediately reached for his phone to check if his Douyin and QQ music verifications had gone through. As expected, they had not. It was only 9 o'clock. Others were just starting their workdays, so it was no surprise. This indicated a processing time of 13 working days. Concern can often lead to confusion. He then opened WeChat to check for messages, and found a reply from Chun Jincheng at 7:30. "Hello, I am Chun Jincheng, a senior manager in the Content Management Department of the Douyin Operations Center, responsible for content operations. May I ask if you are the creator of the account Xiao Bai who loves to laugh in Xiao CG?" Instantly, Siyu's spirits lifted. Douyin has 8 primary departments, each containing numerous subdivisions. The Content Management Department of the Operations Center oversees Douyin's overall content strategy and review, a direct leadership department. In addition to the content department, the channel department also holds managerial functions. At this juncture, the first-level department, the e-commerce center, has yet to be established. Siyu replied, "Hello, I am Siyu, the founder of Siyu Culture, the creator and owner of 5 accounts, Laughing Xiaobai, Long-Legged Yen, Meng Chunchun, Chunshitang, and Zaya CG. How may I assist you?" The approach from Douyin's officials was something Siyu had long anticipated, surely a result of his viral works capturing their attention. 3 of his pieces prominently occupied the top 10 rankings. If the officials overlooked them, it would be a dereliction of duty on their part. His succinct introduction of himself was met with a swift response. A voice call from the other party came through. Siyu cleared his throat and connected the call. After warm introductions and pleasantries, the other party subtly elucidated their intent to ascertain Siyu's background and gauge his capabilities. This was a splendid opportunity to showcase his strengths, secure resources, and cultivate relationships, which Siyu seized with grandiloquent assertions. He proclaimed himself a seasoned expert in the interactive entertainment industry, having invested heavily in his fledgling company. Intending to thrive within the Douyin ecosystem, he boasted formidable content creation, production prowess, comprehensive operational capabilities, and influencer incubation management skills, among other accolades. Every word was, indeed, the unvarnished truth. Before his rebirth, he had been a distinguished talent in the interactive entertainment sector. Establishing Siyu Culture with substantial online loans certainly qualified as a significant investment. He possessed all the skills he claimed, and indeed excelled in them. The only aspect he chose to conceal was the scale of his team. From top to bottom, inside and out, There was no need to disclose the company's size as the other party had not inquired about it. Chapter 29. Yuning's contract. Furthermore, I will provide intermittent updates as time permits. I write in my spare moments, and I wish to clarify this. Thank you. CU's adept use of internet jargon left Chun Jinsheng momentarily stunned, leading him to assume that CU was an interactive entertainment elite returning from a first-tier city to start a business, speaking in the most courteous manner. CU concluded, I applied to join the original musician program on our platform yesterday and uploaded my latest original music work. Could you kindly check on the progress? Chen Jinsheng asked. Is it your own work? CU affirmed, indeed. No wonder your works have produced 3 viral dances and 2 hits. It turns out you are a musician. I will promptly facilitate your connection with the relevant department. After a lively exchange, Chen Jinsheng hung up the phone with satisfaction and hurried to knock on the office door of the content director, Tang Honyang. Following a 5-minute briefing, Tang Honyang inquired, what is his relationship with Huyin? He is a graduate of Huyin, possessing formidable musical composition abilities. The initial batch of influencers will be selected from Huyin's current students, and we will continue to incubate influencers from this student body, Chen Jinsheng explained. CU's own words were, Huyin is my alma mater. He wished to avoid being underestimated due to his age and student status, thus concealing the truth and employing linguistic finesse. Chen Jinsheng naturally interpreted this as CU being a graduate of Huyin. Tang Honyang finally grasped the significance of the highly ranked topic of Lake Sound, which occupied the 5th position on the trending list. Satisfied, he nodded in understanding, reflecting, indeed, selecting students from prestigious art institutions to nurture influencers is a brilliant idea. With exceptional professional skills and high overall quality, the success rate naturally increases. Excellent. This organization is a promising prospect. The owner is professional and bold, willing to invest significantly in us. We must not disappoint. Filled with excitement, Tang Honyang rose from behind the grand desk and approached Chen Jinsheng, offering direct advice. Assign a dedicated person to monitor their accounts and maintain close observation. Coordinate with the technical team to arrange top-tier streaming. Connect with the music committee. Expedite the approval for his original music submissions and ensure that any progress is communicated to me immediately. Upon receiving his orders, Chen Jinsheng turned to leave but was called back by Tang Honyang, who added, I almost forgot to mention, I just received a report from the data analysis department. The new Axe Dance data is extraordinarily impressive, showing immense potential for a viral hit. It's already being circulated, so ensure they are prepared for maintenance and fan engagement. A joint report from the content monitoring and data analysis teams revealed that the topic propagation rate, re-upload rate, and completion rate of the Axe Dance were alarmingly high, predicting it would become a phenomenal sensation, second only to the hip sway dance. Tang Honyang was elated. Having entered the year 2018 for less than half a month, the platform had already witnessed the explosive rise of 3 dance phenomena, the hip sway dance, the 5-kill, and the Axe Dance. Truly, a new year heralded new prospects. Regrettably, nothing of equal stature had yet emerged. Shiyu culture had done a commendable job pairing music with the hip sway and Axe dances, yet something was still lacking. The quality was not quite at the desired level. If only 2 more songs could be added, the content for this spring festival would be secure. Meanwhile, in the 435 girls' dormitory of Lake Sound, Bai Jing finished her breakfast and sat at her desk, exhausted from responding to the incessant barrage of messages in her high school group. Bai Jing, we surpassed 2 million fans. Bai Jing, hurry back for the new year. We have a holiday in 2 days. When do you get off? Bai Jing, who exactly choreographed the dance for you? Was it a school teacher? The Axe Dance is amazing. Bai Jing, Sister Jing, please mentor me. In the 327 girls' dormitory of Lake Sound, Zhou Chuanrui was also replying to group messages, but from her university cohort. Zhou Chuanrui, next time, include me when filming your dance. Chuanrui, is your company still hiring? The Axe Dance is definitely going to be a hit. My high school classmates are all asking if the students at Lake Sound want to become influencers. In the 218 girls' dormitory of Lake Sound, Luo Xian was messaging her boyfriend. How am I being superficial? I just feel that we are no longer suited for each other. Her boyfriend, Wang Junjia, angrily replied, haven't you become inflated in your ego since becoming an influencer? How were we compatible before, and why are we not now? Luo Xian replied, I wanted to say goodbye 2 months ago. It has nothing to do with becoming an internet celebrity. Why didn't you say anything during those 2 months? Why now? I wish to clarify things with you before the holiday. to avoid enduring another winter break in uncertainty. Come out. I need to talk to you face to face. I'm feeling low and don't want to go out. What are you hiding from? Can you keep avoiding me? At Huin, room 566, boys' dormitory. After satisfactorily ending the voice call with Chun Jincheng, Siyu washed her face, brushed her teeth, and rode her beloved Merida Duke 600 to a printing shop, where she printed 2 copies of the artist management contract. She bought a takeout of hot dry noodles and brought it to the Kempinski Hotel where Lu Yuning was staying. Here is the contract. Take a good look. Siyu tossed the contract and a pen to Lu Yuning and sat beside him to eat her noodles. By the way, I've uploaded the song. It needs 2 working days for review. Once it's approved, I will start promoting it, Siyu said, her mouth full, speaking indistinctly. That was fast. When did you upload it? Right after I returned from your place. Impressive efficiency. Lu Yuning shifted his gaze back to the contract. The agreement was comprehensive, spanning all platforms and channels, with a decade-long term. The revenue-sharing ratio was 37 for the first 3 years, 46 for the next 3, and 55 for the final 4 years. The basic salary was set at 30,000 per month, including accommodation, with a breach penalty of 10 million. Lu Yuning inquired about a few minor details, to which Siyu responded succinctly. Once Siyu finished her noodles, he too laid down his pen after signing. Siyu tossed the bowl into the trash, wiped her mouth, lit a cigarette, and picked up the contract to check the signatures. All is well. It's settled. In high spirits, Siyu proclaimed, the 4th employee of Siyu Culture is on board. Ninggu, I'll add you to the group. She pulled Lu Yuning into the employee group chat and updated her business card to reflect his name. Lu Yuning complied. What time is your flight? I'll have Lingbo take you. Siyu had spoken with him until 11 the previous night, instructing him to finalize the contract and return home today. With the song recorded and the contract signed, there was nothing more for him to do before the new year. He could return home and focus on his live streaming. It's at 2. There's no need to send me. I can go by myself, Lu Yuning replied, raising his head as he typed a message in the group chat. Siyu disregarded his words, calling Lung Bo to come help escort Lu Yuning. She also called Bai Jing to keep him company. I have an important interview at noon and can't accompany you. I'll have Xiao Bai go with you to the airport, Siyu said as she hung up the phone with Bai Jing. Seeing that Siyu had made arrangements, Lu Yuning felt it inappropriate to refuse. His face slightly flushed as he gratefully said, Go. You're too kind. Thank you. Siyu's demeanor was seasoned and adept, always providing a refreshing atmosphere. His meticulous arrangements, whether in work or life, conveyed the utmost respect for Lu Yuning. In less than a day, Lu Yuning sensed a seamless rapport with Siyu, feeling no generational gap or hierarchical divide, an atmosphere deliberately cultivated by Siyu. Bestowing him with a sense of humility and respect, Siyu lightly reassured, no need for thanks, Ning. We are family. There's no need for formality between us. Here, it's all about joy and profit. With an encouraging pat on the shoulder, he added, indeed, life is about striving tirelessly for happiness and unending wealth. As Lung Bo and Bai Jing arrived, they engaged in light conversation until the clock struck 11, prompting their departure from the hotel and heading towards the airport. Siyu then made his way to the Starbucks in Wanda Plaza to meet the distinguished HR professional, Wang Shi, who had recently emerged from the ranks of the Dosha. In recent days, Wang Shi had immersed herself in the study of the short video market, particularly focusing on the Douyin platform and the accounts associated with Siyu Culture. Transitioning to a new job is a matter of great seriousness and deliberation. Each decision carries the potential to alter one's career trajectory and life path, necessitating careful consideration. Through extensive data compilation and analysis, Wang Shi concluded that the short video market holds immense promise. Douyin boasts a bright future, and Siyu Culture exhibits remarkable potential and substantial strength. Consequently, she reached out via WeChat to request an in-person discussion with Xiao CG. In the city of Lake, few companies could afford her salary, and even fewer piqued her interest, yet Siyu Culture was one of them. Although modest and newly established, operating within an unremarkable industrial park, it possesses formidable capabilities in developing new media accounts. During her tenure at Huawei, Wang Shi distinguished herself by being the first among her cohort to ascend to level 16, earning an impressive annual salary of nearly 800,000, a feat she accomplished due to her exceptional professional expertise, remarkable self-motivation, and learning ability. Over the past few days of data gathering and study, She had become a semi-expert in the realm of short videos, adept at discerning the capabilities of CU culture through various data metrics. In a mere 2 weeks, the creation of 2 accounts boasting 2 million followers each, alongside 3 accounts with 1 million followers, showcased an astonishing speed and level of achievement. Wang Shi scoured through available resources, but found no comparable case studies. Thus, she felt compelled to meet the owner for a deeper dialogue. It is essential for executives to resonate with the owner's vision and share an emotional connection. Otherwise, collaboration becomes untenable. Conversely, lower-level employees are less particular, focusing solely on completing their tasks for compensation. Scheduled for 11:30, Wang Shi arrived at 11:15, ordered a hot latte, and settled into a quiet corner of Starbucks. Engrossed in her phone, suddenly, there was a gentle tapping on the table. She looked up to see a youthful visage adorned with a warm smile, who softly inquired, "Is it you?" "Yes," Wang Shi replied, standing to mask her surprise, furrowing her brow as she calmly asked, "Are you Mr. C?" It was astonishing how young he appeared. "Indeed, I am CU," he replied, extending his right hand. Wang Shi reciprocated, and as their hands met, his grip was subtle, gently encompassing her 4 fingers, conveying warmth before he quickly withdrew his hand. In that moment, Wang Shi felt a wave of disorientation, struggling to reconcile the youthful countenance before her with the composed demeanor he exhibited, and even more so with the tall figure she had envisioned from the voice messages exchanged on WeChat. He addressed Wang Shi by her English name, a common practice in major internet companies where nearly everyone possesses an English moniker, such as Ma from Penguin and Li from Chengdu. This informal approach allows individuals to forego frequent titles like director or manager, directly opting for English names instead, fostering a more relaxed atmosphere where class distinctions are less pronounced. His handshake was tailored for women. He did not grasp her palm, but merely brushed against 4 of her fingers, a fleeting touch that signified respect and politeness. Wang Shi, well-versed in behavioral psychology, discerned from these 2 gestures that he was a seasoned professional, a demeanor not easily emulated by the average individual who may lack such awareness. The interactions on WeChat further affirmed this notion. Wang Shi had listened to his voice messages multiple times, and like Chen Jincheng, she perceived CU as a veteran of the entertainment industry returning from a major company to venture into entrepreneurship. However, his appearance was perplexing. How could he look so youthful? Despite his composed demeanor and graceful movements, his face still bore the innocence of youth. 22? Or perhaps 25. Could someone naturally possess such a youthful visage? As CU took a seat, he seemed to hear Wang Shi's silent thoughts and confidently explained, "I am a student at Huqing Music Academy, 20 years old, in my 2nd year, and starting a business while studying." Wang Shi felt an urge to curse. It seemed her 4 years of psychology studies had been in vain. Her 3.5 years in human resources felt wasted. Time and again, she had constructed his profile in her mind based on his texts and voice messages, only to find it starkly divergent from reality, rather than aligning with her psychological sketch. It was a complete contradiction. He was not a veteran of the entertainment industry, but an undergraduate student. How could a student possess such a vast knowledge base and skill set? Where had he cultivated his professional experience and poise? Wang Shi was baffled and found it inappropriate to inquire further, so she concealed her bewilderment behind a mask of astonishment, her voice cool as she remarked, "I apologize. I did not realize that you were still a student. Your age and profession are entirely different from what I had imagined." CU waved his hand dismissively, equally astonished as he took in her beauty and cool demeanor upon their first encounter. She appeared completely barefaced, exuding an attractiveness of 85, yet in reality, she was at least a 92. The oversized, unisex black-framed glasses she wore obscured a quarter of her face, hiding her beautiful eyes and elegant brows, though they could not conceal CU's discerning gaze, honed from experiencing a multitude of beauties. He was convinced that if she removed her glasses or swapped them for a conventional pair, her true, flower-like visage would be revealed, undoubtedly earning a score of 92. She possessed innate beauty but eschewed embellishment, preferring a natural look. Her bangs were poorly shaped and in need of trimming. Her long, unstyled hair was carelessly tied back with a rubber band, lacking any form of dye or styling. Dressed in a pitch-black bosseting-down jacket, complemented by a sleek black sweater beneath, CU observed that beneath the table, her legs were clad in ordinary black casual pants, with her feet encased in black jogging shoes. From head to toe, she exuded an entirely monochromatic aura, devoid of any accessories. an embodiment of androgynous fashion. The only item of luxury in her ensemble was a classic Chanel black mini backpack perched on the table, valued at $50,000. It is often said that a woman of her striking beauty, adorned in such a neutral attire, likely harbors complexities beneath the surface. The allure of her visage was simply breathtaking, surpassing Bai Jing's beauty by a notch or two. Not even the oversized black-rimmed glasses could obscure her captivating charm. Chapter 030, Princess Xiangxiang, Wang Shi. With a perfectly oval face, alabaster skin, a graceful nose, and eyes as clear as water behind her lenses, she was a vision of beauty. Most striking were her lips, full and rounded, with prominent lip pearls, their natural rosy hue glistening enticingly, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss. Regrettably, her demeanor was one of aloofness, her expression lacking warmth. Even when Siyu greeted her with a radiant smile, she merely managed a stiff, fleeting grin, responding with reluctance. Her voice bore no warmth, icy and detached, an aloof goddess, a paragon of restraint. She was both mature yet unseasoned, innocent yet not naive, and likely an old maid. Though she was not truly aged, merely 27. Siyu suspected that her glasses were merely a facade, much like her androgynous attire, perhaps concealing something deeper. Siyu was unconcerned about any potential psychological issues or whether she was indeed nearsighted. What mattered was her professional competency. In her previous team, there were varied personalities, including the company's most renowned makeup artist, whom she had encountered frequently. Siyu initiated the conversation, inquiring, "What aspects of my company would you like to learn about?" This interview was not so much Siyu assessing Wang Shi, but rather Wang Shi evaluating Siyu culture. Siyu had already acknowledged Wang Shi's capabilities and acquiesced to her salary expectations, having explicitly expressed her desire to hire her via WeChat. "Is there only you in your esteemed company?" Wang Shi inquired, her lips parting with polite diction, yet her tone remained flat. "If we exclude the artists, it's just me. There are 4 artists, Xiao Bai, the Leggy Yin, Meng Chun, and who else?" Her response was prompt. Siyu raised an eyebrow, indicating that Wang Shi had done her research. Earlier that morning, they had signed a male internet celebrity singer, and Siyu took out her phone to share 2 photos of Lu Yuning with her over WeChat. Wang Shi opened the images, scrutinizing them intently, and asked, "An idol singer?" "Not strictly an idol. He possesses formidable singing prowess. I've recorded a song that is about to be released. If you have time, you can give it a listen," Siyu replied, sending her the track titled Good Morning, Lake City. Wang Shi appeared momentarily taken aback, tilting her head slightly as she inquired, "Is it a released song? A digital single, or an album?" Communicating with knowledgeable individuals is a delightful experience, eliminating much unnecessary discourse. Siyu responded, mentioning her single, which debuted on QQ Music, with promotional efforts on Douyin. She remained silent for a moment, resting her alabaster hand against her chin in contemplation before inquiring, "Is it truly possible for one person to manage so many endeavors?" The realms of cultivating short video influencers and releasing songs are distinctly divergent fields. One embodies interactive new media entertainment, while the other aligns with traditional entertainment. The requisite knowledge, experience, and skills diverge significantly. How could Siyu, operating solo without a team, possibly navigate this? She shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Have you forgotten that I am a graduate of the conservatory? Music is my primary vocation, while short video production is merely a secondary pursuit and passion." Wang Shi nodded, signifying her understanding of the concept of versatility, what is termed as a multifaceted talent in human resources jargon. However, her body language remained devoid of expression, lending an intentional air to her demeanor. "See, may I inquire about your commercialization strategy?" Her gaze, sharp and intent behind her glasses, fixed upon Siyu. This question bore significant weight, pertaining to the longevity and developmental prospects of Siyu culture. Rather than addressing the convenience of her inquiry, Siyu commenced her exposition. The digital single is set for imminent release, with projections indicating the potential for the first commercial revenue within a month, though precise figures remain uncertain. In March, Douyin will launch a beta feature for short video e-commerce, with accounts boasting 1 million followers qualifying for participation in the beta test, expected to yield around 100,000 per video. Accounts reaching 5 million followers will begin receiving private advertising contracts, with each advertisement bringing in approximately 150,000. By June, Douyin will unveil an advertising platform, allowing for official ad placements, though at a slightly elevated price, inclusive of a 20 service fee. Once follower counts reach 10 million, considerations for commercial performances will arise, and at 20 million, endorsements will be contemplated. CU recounted the critical milestones, adding, short video e-commerce is an intricate field. I am confident in being among the pioneers who will reap its rewards. Her expression remained unchanged as she blinked, seemingly unfazed, while her mind raced with thoughts. How do you foresee the future modifications and updates of Douyin? What if it deviates from your timeline? Her astuteness quickly pinpointed the crux of the matter. CU had not anticipated this question, momentarily taken aback before gesturing toward the ceiling. I have connections above. With an enigmatic demeanor. She refrained from clarifying what above referred to. Was it the Douyin platform, a supervisory body, or perhaps financial backers? After her statement, CU leaned back in her chair, observing her with an air of calm, akin to a pressure tactic in negotiation, though in reality, she was mentally scheming to decipher her intentions. Wang Shi met CU's gaze directly for 3 seconds, seemingly attempting to extract the answer from his countenance, employing her genuine ability to exert pressure through her stare, striving to elicit involuntary body language from CU, thus revealing his inner thoughts. For someone with dual degrees in psychology and human resources, this was merely standard procedure, a commonly employed tactic in the realm of human resources. Regrettably, as soon as CU finished speaking, she sealed her lips tightly, showing no signs of further elaboration. Her gaze was gentle yet resolute, fixed intently upon Wang Shi, devoid of any other action. This displayed an inner strength and extreme confidence. After confirming their eye contact, Wang Shi lowered her eyelids, refraining from further probing into the implications of CU's words, and softly inquired, if things do not go smoothly, how long can your funds sustain you? CU replied slowly and firmly, the likelihood of setbacks can be dismissed, as the most challenging part is securing a project number. And I have successfully achieved that, with multiple numbers concurrently. She added, I forgot to mention, my family is part of a redevelopment project, which provides ample financial resources for my endeavors. Her conviction was so strong that it almost convinced her own self. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. Without hesitation, she followed up with a question, what is the initial size of the team, and what is the salary budget? Within 3 months, 20 people. With a budget of 200,000, CU responded. In 6 months, 60 people, with a budget of 500,000. How many influencers can a team of 20 support? Over 50. Their exchange was rapid, a volley of questions and answers, akin to seasoned experts engaging in a thrilling duel. Each inquiry hitting the mark. 5 minutes later, Wang Shi had comprehensively grasped CU's plan and thought process. She pushed her large glasses up her nose and said, Mr. C, I have no further questions. Upon finishing, she raised her gaze to meet CU's, awaiting his response. CU pondered for a moment before stating, the initial recruitment task will be quite demanding, and overtime will be frequent. A fleeting glint of what seemed to be disdain flickered in Wang Shi's eyes. Discussing overtime with someone from Huawei? Isn't it the norm? Yes, no problem. I have a strong sense of purpose. Tasks come first. CU straightened his posture and solemnly expressed, I am seeking long-term business partners, not mere employees. Let's focus on our work and grow together. When we secure our first round of funding, I will allocate shares to you. CU had long had this plan. Core executives would receive shares based on their capabilities, performance, and contributions, tying them to the chariot of CU culture. Wang Shi halted her hand, which was stirring her coffee, contemplating such a long-term vision. She found CU increasingly inscrutable, her reading skills failing her completely. His diverse business acumen aside, he exhibited a maturity and composure in his demeanor and speech that belied his youth, possessing a touch of the unique audacity and humor of young people. Yet more so the demeanor of a business tycoon. He was no less impressive than the renowned Du from Dosha Live. How had he developed so rapidly? Regarding matters like equity allocation, he seemed remarkably well-versed, speaking candidly about shares, not just dividends or options. Setting aside her doubts, Wang Shi simply stated, this is your business, but it is also mine. Her words encapsulated her intent to establish her stronghold within CU culture and strive for significant accomplishments. This is not merely a job. It is my career. It is yours. And it is mine. CU remained utterly still, a smile slowly spreading across her lips, widening with a sense of ease and joy as she playfully inquired, shall we have a pleasant collaboration? Wang Shi, maintaining her impassive demeanor, resolutely echoed, a pleasant collaboration. In an instant, Siyu sprang to her feet, extending his right hand towards her once more. She hesitated for a brief moment before rising to meet him, and they clasped hands. This time, Siyu did not shy away from her femininity. Instead, he enveloped her delicate, soft, and fair hand within his palm, giving it a gentle shake while firmly holding on. He articulated each word with care. "I shall ensure that you do not regret your decision today." She stood there, petite hand resting in his larger one, motionless and silent, gazing at him with calmness as a tender and radiant smile blossomed on her enchanting face. It was her first smile, a beauty beyond compare. In that instant, Siyu felt the bustling noise of Starbucks fade away into silence. The light in the room softened and brightened, and all that remained in his vision was her breathtaking smile. A subtle, refreshing fragrance seemed to pervade the air, permeating deep into the recesses of his mind and soul. After holding her hand for just a second, he released it, and they both took their seats. Following their agreement on her employment, her countenance appeared considerably softened, no longer carrying the aloofness it had moments before. Siyu savored the lingering warmth and smoothness of her touch and inquired, "When can you start? When do you wish?" She retorted, "The sooner, the better." Siyu replied instantly, "Then I shall report tomorrow morning." "Is it at 9? "Yes," Siyu responded, a hint of embarrassment touching his voice. "I have a bit of a situation. I must prepare for my final exams over the next couple of days. Tomorrow morning, I have a music theory exam that concludes at 10, so I will arrive at the office by 10:30. I will leave the keys with you. Please assist in organizing some office supplies for about 20 people," she instructed. "Initially, it will be rather rudimentary. We have not procured anything yet, and the company currently consists of just the two of us." A bashful smile crept onto Siyu's face as he awkwardly rubbed his hands together, saying, "Let us make do with simplicity, relying on one another as we strive for our common endeavor." His words rendered Wang Shi momentarily speechless. Though you are a startup, could it truly be to such an extent of desolation? No office supplies at all. Siyu had overlooked the implications, having not anticipated securing such a desired candidate so promptly, leaving him unprepared. "And what do you mean by relying on each other?" Wang Shi gazed at him in disbelief, resting her hand on her forehead, sighing silently. In that moment, she faintly regretted her hasty decision. Yet, having already committed to joining him, what could she do? She could not retract her promise. Raising her gaze, she said nothing, extending her smooth, pale hand. Siyu was momentarily bewildered, staring at her in confusion. She maintained her outstretched hand for a couple of seconds, and seeing that he did not comprehend, she almost gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Key. Realization dawned upon Siyu. "My apologies." Swiftly retrieving the office keys from her bag, she placed them in her right hand and said, "Please wait for me for 20 minutes. I am going to purchase an office computer for you. After that, I must hurry to my 2 o'clock exam." "Which brand of computer do you prefer?" Siyu's gaze fell upon the smartphone displayed on the table, the newly released Huawei 10 Porsche edition from October 2017. A veritable powerhouse among domestic smartphones, priced at 12,000 yuan. "Anything but fruit will suffice," she replied expressionlessly, retracting her right hand and placing the keys into her Chanel backpack. "Wait here for me. Do not leave," Siyu said as she stood up briskly, exited the Starbucks, and hopped onto the bicycle parked in the corner by the door, with the computer city just a short distance away. Siyu headed straight to the Huawei flagship store, acquiring a Huawei 150, the latest model released for New Year's, spending 500 yuan in an instant. Being a former Huawei employee, she held a psychological affinity for their products, evident from her choice of smartphone. When she placed the laptop box before Wang Shi, she raised her hand to check the time. 18 minutes had passed. Turning the box around, she examined the specifications: an Intel Core i5 processor, a GTX 150 graphics card, and a 15.6-inch 1080p display. "The computer is quite good," she remarked calmly, feeling a slight comfort. At least her boss was willing to invest in a decent machine. Had Siyu returned with a Shenzhou model, she would likely have been devastated. Since her rebirth, Siyu had not attended a single class. She could not afford to miss the final examination. After hastily returning from Starbucks, she rushed to the examination hall. Upon seeing her, her classmates expressed surprise, accompanied by compliments. "Haha, you truly are a little driver. The model from Chunshitang is impressive. All right, Siyu, you've been mingling with so many beauties. Introduce us sometime." "A major internet celebrity. That's incredible. We thought you were skipping class, yet here you are, secretly improving. You're something else. It's been a while. How did you become so handsome?" How many followers do you have now? Are you here to experience life? Impressive, impressive. How do you come up with so many interesting ideas? Almost everyone approached her to greet her, or to pat her shoulder or thump her chest, expressing warmth through their gestures. Siyu smiled, her face aching from the effort. Today's exam posed no challenge for her. It felt effortless. With half an hour remaining, she submitted her paper, found her phone in the storage box, and excitedly returned to the dormitory. Before entering the examination hall, she received a text notification from Penguin Music confirming that her account verification had been completed, allowing her to proceed with business processes, which left her distracted throughout the exam. Chapter 031. Launch and sales. Seated at her desk in the dormitory, Siyu opened her computer, logged into the Penguin Music Creator backend, signed the electronic contract, designed the cover for her song, filled in the description, and clicked confirm. Done. Good morning. Hooching is now live on Penguin Music. Priced at 3 yuan. Launching her work marked the first step towards monetizing her efforts. The key would lie in promotion and publicity, a strategy Siyu had long since devised. He intends to utilize Good Morning Lake City to produce a plethora of videos, including an album featuring the body artist from Chunchitang and a music video showcasing Xiaoxiji's technical flow. Tomorrow, he will gather the three beauties together to film the dance for Good Morning Lake City. Currently, he manages 3 accounts with 2 million followers and 2 with 1 million, making promotion rather effortless. Should these 5 accounts fail to elevate the song, he would contemplate investing in assistance from others, though that would be a last resort, ideally. He wishes to handle it independently. Siyu Dian lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and commenced editing the album featuring the body artists for Good Morning Lake City. After completing 6, the 3 mischievous ladies returned from their examinations. I tossed a pin at Shenjua, tapping Siyu on the head. You finished your exam early? Can you not be so arrogant? Lung Bo stood behind him, staring at the screen. You came back just to do this? Their arrival disrupted the workflow, leading to considerable noise. Siyu saved his editing progress, exited the application, opened QQ Music, and searched for Good Morning Lake City. Come on, brothers. Let's listen to this song. Siyu banged on the table, calling out. What the hell? Shenjua abruptly pulled him up. He took over the chair, fixating on the playback interface. Good Morning Lake City. Lyrics by Siyuz, composed by Siyuz, performed by Happy Brothers. This isn't right. Siyu? Is that you? Shenjua exclaimed in disbelief, spinning around to face Siyu. No way. Lungbo noticed Shenjua's altered expression and leaned in to scrutinize the screen, stunned. 3 seconds later, he mirrored Shenjua's reaction, eyes wide with shock as he looked at Siyu. No way. When he had driven to pick up Lu Yuning, he had heard that Siyu had composed a song, but he hadn't paid it much mind. Little did he expect that just days later, it would be available on QQ Music. The electronic music major indeed has a composition course, but that's only offered in the 3rd year. How could you have composed a piece? Moreover, studying theory and applying it practically are worlds apart. Dong Wenxuan was equally incredulous, mouth agape. Old C, is this really you? He pointed at the screen, speechless. Yes, it is indeed me. Siyu proclaimed confidently. Let me hear what you've concocted. Shenjua cranked up the volume, listening intently. Lung Bo and Dong Wenxuan joined him at the table, keenly focused on the sound. Siyu moved to a nearby desk, ignoring them, and opened the staff group chat, inquiring, what time are you all available tomorrow? Please report back. Just as he was sending the message, a text arrived. Douyin, your application for original music creator certification has been approved. Please log into Douyin for further details. So soon? They had mentioned it would take 1 to 3 business days, yet it was completed in a day. Siyu was overjoyed, logging into his Xiaoxiji account on Douyin. Clicking on his profile picture, where a yellow icon now adorned the bottom, accompanied by 5 words, Douyin musician. This was expedited due to Douyin's content director, Tang Hanyang, urging the music committee to accelerate the review process. Currently, Douyin's music division has yet to be established as an independent department and falls under the purview of the content management department, overseen by Tang Hanyang. With grand ambitions, Douyin aspires to evolve into the largest platform for music exchange and promotion in the nation, hence the initiation of its original music program. However, since its launch a week ago, the number of applicants among musicians has been disappointingly low, with scant works produced, resulting in minimal influence within the music community and an inability to gain traction. Douyin has extended invitations to renowned music producers and singers nationwide, yet responses have been few. The platform is in dire need of prominent musicians to join and release impactful original songs, thereby establishing a benchmark for promotion. See you. A student from Huin and a well-trained musician, possesses significant expertise. His uploaded piece, Good Morning, Lake City, serendipitously aligns with Douyin's urgent needs and serves as an exemplary model for promotion. Moreover, the song is indeed commendable. Experts from the music committee unanimously recognize its potential for great success. The melody is melodious, the lyrics are exquisite, and the singer's vocal performance is nearly flawless. Thus, the song swiftly passed the review process, leading to a decisive plan for extensive promotion of Good Morning, Lake City. Chen Jincheng had just concluded a meeting with the music department, wrapping up discussions regarding Xiao Ciji and Good Morning, Lake City. After approving Xiao Ciji's work, he promptly messaged CU, "Please upload more music pieces for Good Morning, Lake City. The expert group holds high expectations." CU quickly replied, "Understood. Thank you, Manager Chen." He comprehended the underlying message from Chen Jincheng, indicating support for increased visibility, and promptly set to work. He dismissed 3 companions, instructing them to listen on their phones as he took a seat to focus. Chen Zhua, unimpressed, scoffed, "Look at your swagger." He pulled out his phone, opened Penguin Music, located Good Morning, Lake City, and clicked to purchase the single. Priced at 3 yuan each, he adjusted the quantity to the maximum, discovering he could purchase up to 100 copies. Payment processed, 300 yuan. He bought 100 copies to support CU. Patting CU on the shoulder, he displayed the payment page, saying, "Look at my generosity. I'm helping you climb the charts." CU chuckled, "Brothers are brothers, Zhuge? You're magnificent." Chun Zhua retorted, "How realistic. You used to call me Xiao Zhua, now it's Zhuge." Cold Bo, seeing Chun Zhua's purchase, unwilling to be outdone, also bought 100 copies. CU stood up to stop Dong Wenxuan, advising him not to compete with them and suggesting he only buy one as a token gesture. Dong Wenxuan, coming from an ordinary family with a monthly living expense of merely 16 yuan, faced a dilemma if CU didn't intervene. With both Chen Zhua and Cold Bo purchasing 100 copies, it seemed unreasonable for him not to contribute as well. Ultimately, CU could not restrain him. Dong Wenxuan pushed past CU, declaring with determination, "With your new song released, I'll support you even if it means selling my possessions." His fingers flew across the screen, adjusting the quantity to the maximum, and he too purchased 100 copies. CU chuckled heartily, giving Dong Wenxuan a supportive pat on the shoulder, praising, "Impressive." The spontaneous support from his roommates warmed CU's heart, especially from Dong Wenxuan. Chen Zhua and Lung Bo, coming from well-off families, were indifferent. 300 yuan was still somewhat excessive for them. "The exams are over. I will treat you to dinner." CU uttered no more than this. In truth, CU did not place much importance on his roommate's support, compared to the quantity needed for the rankings. It was but a drop in the ocean. Yet, their goodwill was something to be cherished. Their actions further solidified CU's resolve to lead them down the path of internet fame and fortune. CU picked up his phone and sent 2 voice messages. One was for Lu Yuning, notifying him that the music was now available, urging him to sing Good Morning, Lake City during his evening live stream and promote the single for fans to purchase and support. With nearly 1 million followers, if just 1/20th of them bought the song, that would amount to 50,000 orders, enough to make a splash on the new song charts. The other message was for Zhu Zhu, informing her of an engagement that would prevent him from attending the gym, thus requesting a day off. After sending the messages, CU worked tirelessly for 4 hours, creating 20 pieces of content based on Good Morning, Lake City. At 9 o'clock that evening, Xiao Ciji released 4 videos, scheduled to be uploaded at half-hour intervals. The first video announced his official recognition as an original musician on Douyin, revealing that his first original song was now available on Penguin Music. Calling upon his friends and fans to listen, he did not urge them to purchase it. Mere listens and views would suffice as support. The subsequent 3 videos were standard technical music clips, synced to the beat. He saved a few for tomorrow's release. Chunchitang, in addition to releasing albums of Japanese artists, had expanded its catalog to include a survey of well-known female celebrities from both domestic and international realms, Hong Kong, Taiwan, America, and Europe, rotating through each region, primarily focusing on glamorous stars. They began with the likes of Li Lizhen and Chiu Sujin, notable figures from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Similarly, they released 4 videos, scheduled to upload at half-hour intervals. This was merely the first step. Tomorrow would bring the second phase, where 3 dance accounts would film promotional and dance videos. After completing these tasks, Siyu's stomach churned with hunger, prompting him to head to the snack street behind the school for a bite to eat. Once he ordered his meal, he finally turned his attention to WeChat messages. The employee group and class group were abuzz with excitement. Lu Yuning had shared news of the song's release in the employee group. Good morning, Lake City had a vibrant rhythm, making it perfect for dance. Luo Xian, recalling Siyu's inquiry about their availability for the next day, had even guessed they might be using this song for a dance promotion. Asking Siyu if that was indeed the case. Siyu was busy working and did not respond, while the 4 of them engaged in fervent discussions within the group. Bai Jing remarked, I have shared the song in my class group. Her action prompted Zhou and Luo to do the same in their respective class groups. Almost everyone in Siyu's class group was supportive of him. Chen Zhua exploded with excitement in the group, posting on the school forum with the title, New song by our school's student available on Penguin Music. Please click to support. With the release of a new song, promotional efforts are paramount. The rankings on the Penguin Music platform are determined by metrics such as clicks, streams, and comments, making these figures crucial. Siyu did not enlist Chunjua's assistance for promotion. However, as a devoted friend, Chunjua willingly took on the task. Not only that, but he also voiced in his high school class group, my brother has released a new song. Do take a listen and share it within your respective classes. Thank you, dear classmates, and I look forward to treating everyone to a meal when we return home for the winter break. The students from the arts program are indeed enrolled in specialized art classes, with graduates dispersed across prominent art institutions. In Siyu's high school class, there are 4 attending the Lake Music Conservatory, 2 at the Central Music Conservatory, 3 at the Sichuan Conservatory, 3 at the Western Music Conservatory, and 2 at the Shanghai Conservatory. Chen Zhua, known for his generosity and affluence, enjoys a robust social network. Thus, his high school classmates eagerly shared the song in their university groups. Following suit, Lung Bo and Dong Wenxuan also disseminated the song link within their high school group, encouraging peers to share it within their university circles. Consequently, links to Good Morning Lake City began to proliferate across the class groups of the second-year cohorts in the 9 major music conservatories. Upon listening, students remarked, "Oh, this is genuinely impressive." Enthusiastic classmates continued to share it, spreading it across various groups, including hometown groups and club affiliations. In this digital age, whether good or bad, anything that captures attention and possesses a sensational quality spreads rapidly. For music students, peers producing new songs and making them available on platforms is a topic of intrigue, generating buzz and discussion. Moreover, the song in question is indeed commendable and worthy of recommendation. The word-of-mouth phenomenon escalated, as one person shared it with 10, and then 10 shared it with 100, creating a viral effect that first took root in the Lake Music Conservatory. Chunjua's post garnered an astonishing 600 replies within mere hours, catapulting it to the top of the trending posts. Who is the lyricist? Is it from the composition department? Does anyone know? I searched for Happy Brothers and found that they are a live-streaming sensation with millions of followers. How did they connect? And why not let students from our school sing? It's delightful. I'm listening to it on repeat. Really, why are some students so exceptional while others are not? I saw on Penguin that single sales have surpassed 1,000. Is this student from our school? What year are they in, and which class? It appears not everyone is as frivolous as I am. Some are quietly achieving great things. A student familiar with Chunjua, distinguished among his peers, inquired, "Who wrote the song? It can't be someone in your class, can it?" After posting, Chunjua engaged in conversation in both the high school and university class groups. The classmates felt as though a light had been illuminated in their minds. A student who had seemed unremarkable for a year and a half had suddenly become a prominent internet sensation and even composed and released a song. Is this proper etiquette? We are majoring in electronic music, not composition. In the group chat, messages flooded in as members expressed their sentiments and inquired about Siyu's situation. Unbeknownst to him, Siyu had missed the influx of messages. Chunjua willingly assumed the role of an informal spokesperson, addressing the inquiries. By the time Siyu finally glanced at his notifications, he was greeted by several hundred unread messages, prompting him to refrain from responding and embrace silence. He understood that any attempt to engage would likely result in an overwhelming barrage of messages that he could hardly manage. While Siyu partook in a meal that combined dinner and late-night snacks, the vibrant scene of Dandung's pedestrian street came alive with the live broadcast of Kuai Lu Brothers. Lu Yuning was performing Good Morning, Lake City. Upon concluding the song, The screen was inundated with comments. "How do you feel about this song, siblings?" he queried, cradling his guitar and addressing the microphone. Responses erupted in the chat. "Is this really your original? Not bad. We support you. Blogger, your path is widening. This is the best pop song I've heard in the past 2 years, no exaggeration." With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Yuning replied, "Friends, please help by saving, liking, and commenting on this song on Penguin Music. Those who enjoy it can purchase the digital single. A one-time purchase grants lifetime access. A fantastic deal." During that evening's broadcast, Lu Yuning sang "Good Morning, Lake City" every half hour, encouraging fans to listen and buy his music. He streamed for 4.5 hours each night, promoting his work with relentless vigor, ensuring he reached as broad an audience as possible. On his live stream's homepage, he updated his personal description. "Friends, my latest original single Good Morning, Lake City is now available on Penguin Music. I welcome everyone to listen, and those who appreciate it can support by purchasing the digital single. Thank you." The pinned comment in his section was also updated to reflect this message. The promotional effect of this million-follower influencer was remarkably significant, far surpassing the dissemination from CU's school, with fans eagerly purchasing the music. A staggering 95 opted to buy a single song. Lu Yuning was a striking figure, with an appealing appearance rating of 86 and considerable height. Among the top 10 in the fan donation rankings, 9 were women, with the only male being Xiao Ciji. The purchasing zeal of female fans greatly exceeded that of their male counterparts, with some acquiring 10 or even 20 songs. A handful of devoted fans, enamored by Lu Yuning, akin to Chen Zhua and his friends, made bulk purchases of 100 songs, declaring in the chat, "I've bought 100 songs. Keep it up, blogger. I will always support you." Others chimed in, "My resources are limited, so I bought 20 songs to show my appreciation." Thus, within the first night, Good Morning, Lake City experienced a remarkable surge in sales, landing on the New Songs 100 chart and the top 500 chart by the following morning. Chapter 032. Kindred Spirits. At 10 in the morning, the operations team at Penguin Music conducted their routine data assessment and discovered that the previously uploaded single Good Morning, Lake City had skyrocketed in performance. All metrics, including sales, clicks, collections, and comments, shone brilliantly. They promptly reported this to Lu Zhenrong, the senior manager of the operations department. After reviewing the data analysis, he remarked, "The high rate of repeat purchases does not necessarily reflect the song's quality. Let us observe for another couple of days. If it is indeed a quality song, the platform will allocate advertising space and recommendation resources for a robust push." The prevalence of repeat purchasers indicates a reliance on personal connections and fan promotion. The platform pays more attention to the number of buyers. After a small operator departed, Lu Zhenrong pondered the situation and deemed it inappropriate to remain passive. Thus, he searched for Happy Brothers online. This singing streamer boasts an impressive following of 960,000 fans. It is no wonder there are so many repeat purchases. The fans are driving the engagement. Lu Zhenrong, stroking his chin in contemplation, discovered the contact number of the uploader, Xiaociji, and added him on WeChat, sending a friend request. At the moment, CU was receiving the friend request while engaged in a WeChat conversation with Chun Jincheng in the newly opened office at Hengtong Business Park. Nearby, a cleaning lady was tidying up. On her first day at work, the HR representative Wang Shi was assuming administrative duties, stepping out to order company signage and procure office supplies. The inaugural day of CU Culture's official operations was rather unremarkable. Seated in a corner office, CU had WeChat open on the computer, typing swiftly. She messaged Chun Jincheng, "I uploaded a batch of works for Good Morning Lake City yesterday. I will shoot another batch today and upload it this evening." She then messaged Lu Zhenrong, "Hello, I am CU from CU Culture." Lu Zhenrong inquired about standard matters, seeking to understand CU and her company's background, and expressed, "If the song data continues to perform well, the platform will recommend advertising placements. Let us observe for a couple of days." "Thank you, Manager Lu," CU replied succinctly. The initiative for Good Morning Lake City had yet to gain momentum. She planned to approach Penguin for promotional resources once the data improved in a few days. After just one night, excessive conversation seemed futile. The platform would respond to the performance of the works. As long as the creations excelled, they would approach her without solicitation, much like Tang Hongyang and Chen Jincheng on Douyin. Conversely, if the works were subpar, no amount of persuasion would help. One must possess solid credentials. CU harbored unwavering confidence in Good Morning Lake City. However, Achieving results requires time. The process of dissemination and fermentation necessitates patience. Once the song gains traction on Douyin, she would negotiate with Penguin, ensuring a more efficient outcome. Just as the conversation with the platform representatives was nearing its conclusion, Wang Shi returned. She was still clad in the same outfit from yesterday, a gender-neutral black ensemble, with oversized black-rimmed glasses obscuring her striking features. With only a mobile phone and a handbag, her attire appeared rather lackluster. How could such a stunning woman with remarkable poise choose such a plain appearance? Siyu sensed a hint of the reason, but could not confirm it. Time would tell. Siyu sent the edited job requirement form via WeChat, seated herself beside Wang Shi, and said, "Let us discuss the job recruitment requirements." "All right," Wang Shi replied, opening her computer to display the document on the screen, awaiting Siyu's elaboration. "These positions are all open for recruitment. We will start by hiring for the ordinary specialists, prioritizing the recruitment of operators and photographers. I have detailed the specific requirements within. Please review them and let me know if you have any questions." As the conversation unfolded, Siyu's expression turned hazy, overwhelmed by an exquisite and alluring fragrance. A delicate, youthful scent emanated from her, not reminiscent of cosmetics or any perfume, but a pure, unadulterated feminine aroma. It was subtle yet enchanting, reminiscent of orchids, sweet and ineffably delightful. In that moment, he felt his senses intoxicated, his heart fluttering, lost in reverie. There exists a belief that if one can perceive a woman's natural scent, it signifies that one's genes have chosen her, a destined connection. This is the essence of pheromones. The mutual attraction of scents between men and women encapsulates this notion. Siyu was unaware of how others perceived her scent or what feelings it evoked in them. All he knew was that the aroma wafting into his nostrils was rich, fragrant, and lingering, akin to the most beautiful woman depicted in Jin Yang's narratives, the enchanting Princess Xiangxiang. Was it possible that such a naturally fragrant beauty truly existed, rather than being mere legend? When he had encountered her the previous day, seated across from her at a Starbucks table, the scent had been faint, almost an illusion. Now, sitting beside her and gazing at the computer screen, her fragrance infiltrated his senses uncontrollably, refreshing and invigorating. Zong, Wang Shi's voice, unlike the previous day's serene clarity, now carried a hint of bashfulness. She was aware of her potent allure. Every man who found himself beside her for the first time reacted similarly to Siyu. On public transportation, those seated nearby would often twitch their noses, seeking the source of her scent. Some would even hide behind her amidst crowds to indulge in the fragrance. Consequently, she seldom utilized public transit. She bore no resentment towards these individuals or Siyu. She only chastised herself. Since her maturation in middle school, she had encountered such attention frequently, becoming rather desensitized to it. Observing Siyu's entranced demeanor, a stark contrast to his previous composure and grace, she felt compelled to remind him of his surroundings. Snapping back to reality, Siyu turned his head to Wang Shi. For the first time, a blush of feminine shyness graced her stunning face, erasing her usual aloofness and pride, radiating unparalleled beauty. How exquisite she was! One could only imagine the effect of her removing her glasses. Wang Shi, on the verge of speaking, hesitated and quickly averted her gaze to escape Siyu's eyes. Embarrassed, Siyu chuckled to himself. "I apologize. Your fragrance has left me quite flustered." With her head bowed, she softly replied, "It's all right. Please continue." A worldly man like Siyu had indeed lost his composure. In his past life, he had encountered numerous women. Yet none had captivated him as she did. It was a revelation. No matter how stunning a beauty might be, even if a celestial figure like Lu Tianxian were to descend from the heavens, Siyu would remain unshaken. As for Wang Shi, in this rebirth, he had encountered two extraordinary beauties, the first being the alluring Zhu Zhu, and the second, the enchanting Wang Shi. Zhu Zhu possessed a tempting physique that could awaken primal instincts in men. Wang Shi, perhaps due to the shock of encountering such beauty for the first time, had caused his worldviews to shatter, leading to his momentary lapse. He believed that once he became accustomed to her presence, such reactions would cease. It is also possible that her natural fragrance captivates Siyu more profoundly than it does others. For most, it is merely a fleeting allure. For Siyu, it is a genuine wound, a poignant strike that pierces the soul. When two individual souls resonate and their genes align, the scent they perceive becomes all the more intense. Could it be that his very genes have chosen her? Siyu's candid admission of her momentary lapse significantly enhances Wang Shi's perception of her. To confront a shocking reality and to acknowledge an alluring scent takes a certain bravery. Is this not the hallmark of a true warrior, a manifestation of grace? To be poised and forthright is far superior to cowering behind excuses. With sincerity and candor, Siyu cleared her throat, redirecting the conversation. Very well, let us proceed. Please examine the requirements for the photographer position. Wang Shi lifted her gaze, the blush on her cheeks fading slightly. As she turned her attention to the screen, a degree in photography or film production is mandatory. Candidates must be under 26 years old and must have experience with platforms such as Douyin, Kuaishou, Weibo, Huya, Dakashou, Miaopai, Zaihongshu, or Zhihu. They should possess substantial practical shooting skills, an understanding of scripts, and a keen sense of the internet. Her brows furrowed as she noted the stringent qualifications outlined, and she inquired, "What does it mean to have a sense of the internet?" The term internet sense gained popularity post-2020. CU explained, it refers to a strong awareness of online trends and currents, embodying a particular style. For instance, the ability to swiftly capture trending information, to predict popular trends based on online data, and to comprehend the psychology and needs of internet users in order to create content that resonates with them. The requirement for internet sense is not limited to the role of a photographer. It applies universally across all positions. We seek vibrant, dynamic individuals who are passionate about the internet and possess creativity. For roles such as photography, creative direction, and copywriting, the demand for internet sense is paramount. Siyu paused, allowing Wang Shi to absorb her words. Wang Shi's brow slightly knitted as she gradually grasped Siyu's intent. In essence, they are in search of lively and adaptable talent that aligns with the trends of the internet age, eschewing traditional mindsets. The phrase internet sense, though simple, aptly encapsulates the requirement. Understood, she replied softly. Strangely, after the earlier exchange, her voice had lost its usual chill, sounding much more normal. After discussing the photographer role, Siyu continued about operations. For the operations position, I only want someone who can extract talent from Dosha. This role corresponds to a senior manager there. With an age limit of 32, you should target the current operations managers. The criteria for junior operations can be slightly relaxed. Prior experience at Dosha is acceptable. Not only for operations, but for all our positions, our ideal candidates are from Dosha. Dosha is our primary benchmarking company and the only one of its kind in Chujin province. You are to leverage your connections at Dosha to assist in talent acquisition. Siyu turned to Wang Shi, fixing her gaze on the eyes concealed behind her black-framed glasses, and said, "If necessary, we can offer a commission to the intermediary. Feel free to report the budget." Wang Shi looked at Siyu in disbelief, pondering, "You actually comprehend such underhanded maneuvers?" Every position harbors gray areas and hidden agendas. Utilizing contacts from a previous employer to recruit for a new one is one of the clandestine practices in human resources. Additionally, there are those who divulge salary details of core employees, provide talent information to competitors for consultation fees, akin to commercial espionage. There are also conspiracies with headhunting firms, bypassing conventional recruitment channels to obtain commissions. These matters are seldom discussed openly within the HR realm. In the vast group of over 1,000 individuals from major internet companies, this is precisely what they engage in: mutual exchange, assistance, and harm. But how does CU understand this? It is inconceivable that someone at his level of experience, a sophomore with no prior social practice, could grasp such unconventional operations. After a moment of silence, Wang Shi gently inquired, "You didn't summon me just to help you poach talent from Dosha, did you?" "For multiple reasons," CU replied candidly. "Recruiting from Dosha is indeed much more convenient. They are familiar with our business. No wonder they offered an annual salary of 700,000 to entice me. The focus is here." Wang Shi recalled the domineering HR director Lu Fengyi and the gullible Dosha owner Du Xiaohua. A surge of resentment welled within her. Whether from the perspective of dedicating herself to the new employer or her personal feelings, assisting CU culture in recruiting from Dosha was a moral obligation. "All right, I will proceed," she declared, biting her lip with determination, and then asked, "Do we still need HR personnel?" CU pointed to the job requisition form and said, "Yes. It clearly states we need 2 specialists. You cannot handle this alone. What about the compensation?" she queried, aware that Dosha's salaries were notably high. It would be challenging to entice candidates without a premium. "Raise it as necessary. You can approve anything up to 40. For amounts exceeding 40, consult with me. CU responded without hesitation. Such significant authority, such profound trust. Wang Shi maintained an impassive demeanor, yet was deeply moved internally. At this juncture, she recognized CU as an astute leader, well-versed in business, corporate management, and human resources. He could not possibly utter nonsensical remarks. His straightforward stipulation regarding salaries not exceeding 40 for her approval was undoubtedly a well-considered decision. Bestowing upon her such considerable power was an evident display of trust. Wang Shi felt touched, though her expression remained neutral, and she calmly asked, as an assistant at Dosha, "Would it be permissible for me to bring someone along to work with me?" After leaving Dosha, she had faced relentless suppression from the female director toward her trusted subordinate, who had recently lamented about the unbearable situation. Perfectly, this could facilitate a seamless transition to CU culture. CU May raised her brow. "All right, welcome. I shall not interfere with any positions in the Human Resources Department. You may take the lead." Wang Shi pondered for a moment before stating directly, "If she comes over now, she won't receive this year's year-end bonus. I propose a salary increase of 20 to compensate for her losses. It is a common issue to lure away talent before the year ends. The end of the year is the time for performance evaluations and year-end bonuses, usually distributed in parts before and after the Spring Festival. Those who resign before the festival undoubtedly miss out. Some large companies even assist in covering the losses of the year-end bonuses when poaching talent at this time." "Well," CU smiled, "did I not mention it? You may decide on a raise below 40 without consulting me. Do you think I jest?" Wang Shi rarely felt a blush creep to her cheeks for the second time. In an instant, a bright and charming smile illuminated her delicate face, akin to flowers blooming, enchanting the soul. Chapter 033. A meeting of minds. CU and Wang Shi sat together, analyzing the job requirements on the screen. They occasionally diverged into discussions on related topics. By the time they had analyzed 3 positions, it was already noon, the time for lunch. CU dashed out to Kai Linji to fetch 2 portions of Chinese fast food. After a brief respite following their meal, they resumed their discussion. After a series of intermittent explanations, they finally concluded around 3:30. With a long sigh of relief, CU exclaimed, "Ah, finally done. I must leave now. I am off to the school to shoot a video. I want to be back later." Wang Shi, without lifting her head, logged onto the talent website, preparing to post the job openings. She turned to CU's departing figure and called out, "What is the company's recruitment account number?" CU slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this detail. He picked up his phone and sent her the recruitment account via WeChat. Noticing new messages in the employee group, he casually added Wang Shi to the group and sent a message, "Our HR beauty, Miss Wang Shi, has arrived. Please extend her a warm welcome." Setting down his phone, he informed Wang Shi, "I forgot to mention, our company has released a song titled Good Morning, Lake City. It is available on Penguin Music. You should give it a listen when you have time." "Okay, I'm off then. Goodbye." "Goodbye." As CU departed, Wang Shi downloaded Penguin Music on her Huawei notebook, installed it, and searched for Good Morning, Lake City. Upon opening the song's description, she found lyrics and music by CUJ, performed by Happy Brothers. CU Culture. CUJ. Could it be? Is he the creator of this song? Wang Shi furrowed her brow, recalling that his primary focus was as a sophomore student at the music academy. Most likely. What a prodigy. Wang Shi removed her oversized clear glasses, revealing a pair of captivating and beautiful large eyes. Her brows resembled new moons, and her gaze was like autumn waters, instantly bringing her entire face to life, elevating her beauty to a score of 92. Her skin was as white and smooth as if translucent. Her delicate nose and soft, petal-like red lips, with their vibrant hue, were irresistible, evoking a desire to kiss and savor them. Her visage was as exquisite as a pearl, akin to a beautiful jade. She rubbed her eyes, blissfully reminiscing about her earlier exchange with CU. Through an analysis of 8 positions, it has been further confirmed that CU is indeed an expert in the interactive entertainment business and a master of corporate management. Regardless of the topic at hand, he articulates his thoughts with clarity and substantiation. He possesses a comprehensive understanding of various industry tactics and clever maneuvers. Beyond corporate management, he is also well-versed in technology, encompassing filming, editing, creativity, copywriting, operations, and data analysis. Recently, he has also ventured into songwriting and composing. What is there that he does not excel at? At merely 20 years of age, Wang Shi recalled the moment she first caught a whiff of her own fragrance, accompanied by an expression of infatuation and an entranced demeanor that made her cheeks flush. What is happening to me? Wang Shi felt an inexplicable sense of unease. If another man were to regard her with similar admiration, she would feel repulsed and wish to distance herself. Yet, in the presence of Siyu, she felt none of that. Instead, she experienced a long-forgotten sense of shyness, awkwardness, and fluster, akin to a young girl encountering a captivating boy for the first time. Moreover, their exchanges flowed effortlessly and joyfully, reminiscent of two masterful practitioners engaging in an intricate dance of ideas, intuitively understanding one another with ease. A moment of mutual understanding? A term that filled her with dread suddenly surfaced in her mind. It must be that their perceptions align on the same wavelength, thus facilitating such pleasant communication. Wang Shi reminisced about her time at Huawei, where she felt equally at ease with her colleagues, sharing a similar sense of connection. The sensation of understanding is never one-sided. Siyu mirrored Wang Shi's feelings, perceiving their exchanges as harmonious and fluid, as if lubricated by a smooth oil. As he rode his bicycle back to school, images of Wang Shi's bespectacled face danced in his mind, and he could almost still sense her enchanting fragrance lingering in the air. Her breath was delightful, and the phrase breath like orchid seemed crafted for her. Engaging in close conversation with her was an exquisite pleasure, as her fresh and fragrant scent mingled with her body's aroma, infused with the essence of femininity, leaving an indelible impression. At 4:30, Siyu convened with the three beauties to commence filming the promotional video series for Good Morning, Lake City. Their examinations were scheduled from 2 to 3:30 in the afternoon. As previously arranged the night before, each participant was to film a brief introductory segment facing the camera. Bai Jing sat gracefully on the lawn of the South Garden, kneeling, as the warm winter sun cast a gentle glow upon her, creating shimmering patches of light. Siyu found the perfect angle, adjusted the lighting, and readied the shutter, positioning himself at a 30-degree angle to capture her profile. Bai Jing faced the camera, revealing her signature, soothing sweet smile, waving her hand as she spoke. Hello everyone. I'm Xiao Bai. My senior has just released an incredibly beautiful song titled Good Morning, Lake City. I invite you all to listen and leave your comments on Penguin Music. You won't be disappointed. After listening, please return to the comment section and let me know how it sounds. Thank you. Click. Siyu reviewed the footage. Satisfied with a single take, Bai Jing, Luo Xiyan, and Zhou Chunrui practiced twice before switching. The first task was completed. What type of dance do you both study? Siyu inquired of the two. Zhou Chunrui specialized in folk dance, while the other two were uncertain. Bai Jing replied, I practice ballroom dance. Luo Xian added, I am trained in ballet. All right, understood. Let us proceed to the practice room, Siyu declared, putting away his camera and leading the way to the arts building. He recalled several distinct dance pieces from Good Morning, Lake City from his memory vault, all of which were quite commendable. These dances emerged post-2022, and there were currently no videos available for imitation. Thus, they would have to learn them on the spot. After finding an empty practice room, Siyu animatedly demonstrated the dance moves to the three of them, particularly emphasizing to Luo Xian, you must perform this ballet piece. It will shine brightest in your capable hands. Although Siyu's dance movements were somewhat awkward, as he was not a professional dancer, his expressive gestures sufficed, and he was able to guide and refine the details of the three girls' postures. Luo Xian executed her ballet, while Bai Jing and Zhou Chunrui performed modern dance, mirroring the same movements. In previous shoots, all rehearsals were completed the night before, with filming commencing the following day. This marked their first experience of learning the choreography live, resulting in a significantly slower pace, taking half an hour just to learn. Fortunately, the required dance duration was brief, 20 seconds sufficed, allowing for a 15-second edit. The three dances they practiced were among the most renowned from the previous Life's Good Morning, Dragon Returns, each boasting millions of views. The current rendition was unlikely to disappoint. After rehearsing, they commenced filming. Within half an hour, they completed the three dances for Good Morning, Lake City, followed by several remakes of popular past works. Glancing at the time, it was already 8 o'clock, and their stomachs grumbled in hunger. The quartet headed to the late-night food street at the school's back gate, but halfway through their meal, an urgent thought struck Siyu. He suddenly smacked his forehead. I left my notebook at the company. It was imperative to edit and upload the video tonight. Promotional efforts could not be delayed. Thus, Siyu had no choice but to return to the company to retrieve his notebook. Pedaling swiftly to Hungtong Business Park, he arrived just before 9 o'clock, ascended to the 5th floor, and was surprised to find the lights still on at the company. Was Wang Shi still there? Siyu opened the door and immediately spotted Wang Shi in the corner, engrossed in her computer. Aren't you home yet? He called out as he made his way to his workstation. Upon hearing the door open, Wang Shi ducked her head behind her computer screen, hastily donning her black-framed glasses, and replied, "Yes, I was just about to leave." Since Siyu had departed, she had been diligently working, posting 8 positions on the talent website. Each listing required 20 minutes to edit the information and fill in the requirements. After that, she drafted the employee handbook and company profile, basic tasks that needed to be addressed. With only herself and Siyu at the company, it was crucial to ensure new employees were not bewildered during interviews, lacking any informational materials. Just as she finished and prepared to clock out, Siyu arrived. Having forgotten her notebook, Siyu placed it into her bag, secured it, and approached her, saying, "Let us go, it's 9 o'clock." After speaking, he did not leave but stood beside Wang Shi, seemingly waiting for her to depart together. Wang Shi was reluctant to walk alongside him, softly murmuring an acknowledgement as she slowly shut down her computer. She took her time to tidy up her desk, organize her handbag, and pack her laptop, all while Siyu stood motionless beside her, engaging in casual conversation as he waited. "What did you have for dinner? How was your first day at work? Where do you live?" Wang Shi responded absent-mindedly, and seeing that he wasn't leaving, she reluctantly picked up her handbag and laptop bag, heading out with him. In the elevator, Siyu maintained a polite distance of 1 meter, continuing their lighthearted chatter. However, he couldn't help but subtly inhale her alluring scent. Upon exiting the building, Siyu pushed a bicycle stationed at the entrance and suggested, "You should take a taxi back. The company will reimburse the fare." Wang Shi glanced at the Duke Merida 700 and calmly replied, "Thank you, but I drove here." Siyu awkwardly rubbed his nose, conceding, "All right, forget I said anything," and chuckled. She waved goodbye, "I'm leaving now, bye-bye," and turned toward the parking area beside the office building. As the Hungtong Business Park lacked an underground garage, Siyu mounted his bicycle and leisurely rode toward the entrance. As he approached the gate, a white BMW 5 Series passed by slowly. With a honk, the driver rolled down the window, and Wang Shi waved at Siyu. He remained silent, reciprocating her farewell gesture. Watching the iconic tail lights of the BMW 5 and the license plate D666969, a thought flickered in his mind. A license plate from Pingcheng? Did she purchase the BMW 5 while working at Huawei? Meanwhile, seated in the driver's seat, Wang Shi felt an absurd sensation wash over her. Her boss, who paid her salary, rode a bicycle worth 3,000 yuan, embodying a typical studentess demeanor, while she drove a BMW 5 worth 500,000. It presented a surreal sense of magical realism. Upon returning to the dormitory, Siyu had no time to engage in idle chatter with his friends. "Editors, let us get to work." He tirelessly edited all the videos filmed that evening until lights out. He uploaded the promotional videos featuring the 3 beauties to their respective accounts, adding hashtags like Good Morning, Lake City, Soul Dancer, and Lake Sound. He then uploaded dance videos using Good Morning, Lake City with the same hashtags. This batch of dance videos, interpreted by the 3 beauties, surpassed the visual effects of previous iterations. The professional dancers chosen in the beauty contest possessed a much stronger foundation. CU's command of lighting and camera work matched that of a professional photographer, resulting in an even more impressive outcome. Particularly striking was Luo Xian's ballet rendition of Good Morning, Lake City. With her tall stature and long legs, as she pointed her toes and arched her pristine neck, moving gracefully to the music, she executed the ballet crafted by Siyu, reminiscent of a beautiful and elegant swan dancing gracefully. The music was vibrant. The dance movements were exquisite, and her ethereal presence was simply breathtaking. Tomorrow morning, Siyu has an examination and is unable to update his videos. He hastily schedules the release of all the videos intended for tomorrow. By the time he completes this task, it is already 12:30. Exhausted, akin to a weary dog, his eyes ache from long hours spent gazing at the screen. He quickly showers and leaves a message for Chun Jinsheng on Douyin. The promotional video for Good Morning, Lake City has been half published tonight, with the remaining half to be released tomorrow. Thank you. He then responds to a plethora of unread messages on WeChat before preparing to sleep. Despite his fatigue, slumber eludes him. He has toiled throughout the day, from the moment he arrived at the company until now, engaging with platform personnel, discussing positions with Wang Shi, filming videos, editing, and releasing content. He hasn't even had time to exercise and has taken a leave, overwhelmed by busyness. As Siyu closes his eyes to reflect, he realizes why sleep evades him. A shadow lingers in his mind, swirling incessantly, causing him to feel restless. He seems to still sense the intoxicating fragrance of a woman wafting around him. She is clad in a black, androgynous trench coat, adorned with large black-framed glasses, undeniably beautiful yet disinterested in adornment. Siyu's imagination sparks. He yearns to remove her glasses to behold her true visage. Why does she wear such unflattering spectacles? Why does she don attire devoid of femininity? Could she possibly harbor issues regarding her sexual orientation? Unable to find answers, Siyu finally succumbs to a deep slumber. Chapter 034, Copyright Buyout. The following day, in Pengcheng at the Nanshan Technology Park, at the headquarters of Penguin Music, it is 9:30. Lu Zhenrong furrows his brow as he scrutinizes the freshly compiled data analysis of the charts. The name Good Morning, Lake City is highlighted boldly. Positioned at the top of the list. Uploaded the night before, within 36 hours. It has surged to the 45th rank on the new song chart and 433rd on the overall chart. The total number of digital single purchases stands at 87, with 68 unique buyers, each song priced at 3 yuan, culminating in a total revenue of 26. The discrepancy between quantity and unique buyers indicates that over 1,000 individuals have made repeat purchases. Below the sales figures lies a graph depicting the dissemination curve, a sharply ascending line, strikingly vivid. Lu Zhenrong has witnessed such curves numerous times. They typically precede the eruption of a major hit. The data analysis department at Penguin, employing mathematical models, indicates through multiple dimensions of data that Good Morning, Lake City is poised to explode. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Zhenrong clicks on the comment section for Good Morning, Lake City, diligently perusing the most popular remarks. The commenters are predominantly music students and fans of the Happy Brothers. Recalling CU's mention of promoting the song on Douyin the previous day, he retrieves his phone, opens Douyin, and searches for Good Morning, Lake City. Nearly 20 videos appear, all created using Good Morning, Lake City as the soundtrack. The first, authored by Zai proclaims himself the creator of Good Morning, Lake City, urging everyone to listen on Penguin, garnering 70,000 likes. The second, yet another of his works, is a music sync video, receiving 30,000 likes. The third video, authored by Chun Shitang, features a visually stunning female celebrity and has garnered 20,000 likes. The fourth, which is particularly intriguing, is created by Chang Yuyan, showcasing her elegantly captivating ballet performance, also receiving 20,000 likes. The fifth video, by the cheerful Xiaobai, is a dance piece that has accumulated 18,000 likes. Lu Zhenrong noted that the upload times of the first 3 videos coincided almost perfectly with the release of the song on the platform, both occurring the previous evening, while the dance video was uploaded just last night. Remarkably, it has already amassed 18,000 likes within a single night. Lu Zhenrong, despite lacking expertise in TikTok's data analysis and operations, instinctively recognized the astonishing nature of these figures. With the song only having been uploaded for 2 days and TikTok just beginning its promotional efforts, the statistics were already impressive. He surmised that with continued dissemination over the next few days, the potential for viral success was tangible. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Zhenrong hurriedly knocked on the door of the operations director, Mr. Kai, armed with an analysis report. He presented the report and elaborated on the situation surrounding Good Morning, Lake City, detailing its promotion on TikTok. Mr. Kai, setting down his papers, pondered and inquired, "What are you suggesting?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhenrong asserted with conviction, "I recommend a buyout of the copyright. The sooner, the better. Given the imminent potential for explosive success and the anticipated sales surge of the song, a copyright buyout would undoubtedly be beneficial for the platform. To illustrate, if the platform anticipated that a particular song would sell 100,000 copies at 3 yuan each, the revenue would amount to 300,000 yuan. With the platform and the author splitting the proceeds evenly, the platform would net 150,000 yuan. If they could secure the copyright for less than that amount, it would be a lucrative deal. The platform's robust data analysis capabilities allow for a nuanced prediction of the song's sales trajectory, an insight that the author lacks due to an information gap. Early in the sales cycle, they might be able to acquire the copyright for a mere 20 or 30,000 yuan. Lu Zhenrong was confident that Good Morning, Lake City would achieve significant sales, and if they could purchase the rights for several 100,000 yuan, the platform would certainly profit handsomely. This was a test of analytical foresight. The ultimate sales figures for Good Morning, Lake City would determine the profitability threshold. Mr. Kai readily nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. You and the business team can discuss it. What price are you considering?" Lu Zhenrong hesitated to provide a specific figure. Carefully considering his response, this company is a specialized music institution. Although it is a nascent startup, their promotional capabilities are quite formidable. They are leveraging 3 channels for promotion: the student demographic, the fanbase, and TikTok, all managed by a professional team. Mr. Kai, grasping the underlying implication of Lu Zhenrong's words, that acquiring the rights for a minimal sum was implausible, asked, "How many fans does the artist have?" "I checked, and there are over 900,000 during live streams," Lu Zhenrong replied, noting that TikTok's promotional campaign had only just begun but was yielding promising results. Mr. Kai, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "Can TikTok really promote music? Is there a conversion rate?" "Certainly, but the efficiency remains uncertain. They have initiated an original music artist program, which is quite ambitious," Lu Zhenrong replied with a smile. "Humph, it seems they aspire to become a promotional platform, yet their approach appears rather chaotic, attempting to tackle everything without a clear developmental direction." Mr. Kai shakes his head, evidently dismissing Douyin. Currently, Douyin is quite insignificant, likely only a tenth the size of Tencent Music. Lu Zhenrong steers the conversation back. "According to my data model analysis, the final sales figure for Good Morning, Lake City is projected to be around 6 million. I intend to negotiate for the copyright at a price of 800,000. If sales reach 6 million, both CU Culture and Tencent will each receive 3 million. Should we secure the copyright for 800,000, Tencent stands to gain an additional 220,000, culminating in a total of 520,000 from the 6 million sales. This effectively transforms CU Culture's 3 million profit share into an 800,000 copyright acquisition. In the realms of music and online literature, the profit margins from copyright operations are astonishingly vast. This is the crux of the matter. Whether it be Tencent, Wang Yi, Jijian, or Yang Shixi, they are all adept in copyright operations. Lu's The 3-Body Problem rights were initially sold for a mere 100,000. 9 years later, the purchaser held on to it and sold it for 1.2 billion, yielding a staggering 1,200 times return. Comparatively, Lu Zhenrong is relatively conscientious. He primarily recognizes that CU Culture is a professional entity, which is why he refrains from aggressive negotiations. If it were an independent musician, he would dare to offer merely 100,000. Independent musicians, unaware of the potential of their songs and driven by a desire for immediate security, would likely acquiesce. Mr. Kai repeatedly murmurs about 80,000, reflecting for a moment before stating that this price is indeed quite high. Based on last year's buyout price rankings, it would likely place in the top 5, wouldn't it? Indeed, Lu Zhenrong nods. I have conversed with the owner of that company, and he has high hopes and considerable confidence in this song, which is why the price is lower than I anticipated. Mr. Kai raises his hand, interrupting him. I understand your point. Proceed to negotiate at your price. If we can truly reach 6 million in sales, 100,000 is acceptable. Lu Zhenrong, invigorated, responds, excellent. I will contact them immediately. Mr. Kai points to the curve on the data analysis chart, urging, we must act swiftly. I observe that this trend is surging rapidly, and the longer we delay, the more challenging it will become. The more time passes, the clearer the sales outlook will be, and the lesser the information gap will be, which may lead CU Culture to realize the potential. If CU Culture can deduce from the sales data over several days that it will sell in the millions, then securing 80,000 will be impossible. This is a game of strategy, a wager on both parties' judgment of the song's ultimate sales figures and the psychology of securing immediate gains. A copyright buyout ensures quick payment, with funds entering the account immediately, unlike revenue sharing, which may require a lengthy wait, potentially dragging on for 1 or 2 years. If 100,000 can be divided over a year, with payments spread across 12 months, the choice between that and an immediate payment of 80,000 is indeed a difficult one. Mr. Kai's instructions were anticipated by Lu Zhenrong, who rushed to report, eager to seize the moment and secure CU Culture with utmost speed. The song has only been uploaded for 36 hours. And they could hardly have anticipated that it might sell 6 million copies. If they could secure a buyout price of 800,000, they would surely be overjoyed. This morning's examination saw CU, as before, submit his paper half an hour early. Upon retrieving his phone, He noticed a missed voice call and a missed call from Lu Zhenrong, the senior operations manager at Penguin Music, from 10 minutes prior. What could be the matter? Why the urgency? CU retreated to a corner of the South Garden, igniting a cigarette as he returned the voice call to Lu Zhenrong. As soon as the call connected, CU promptly explained, "Hello, Manager Lu. I apologize for missing your call. I had my phone on silent due to some matters." Lu Zhenrong replied with enthusiasm, "No worries at all. I called to discuss something with you." CU responded, "Yes, please go ahead. I'm listening." Lu Zhenrong continued, "The feedback for your uploaded song, Good Morning, Lake City, has been quite positive. It has surged to the 45th position on the new song chart. Congratulations." CU, who had risen early at 7 to prepare for the exam after a late night, had not had the chance to check the data from Penguin Music. Hearing that the song had climbed into the top 50 so swiftly brought him great joy. "Really? Haha, that's wonderful. Thank you for your concern, Manager Lu. I hadn't even noticed the rankings." Lu Zhenrong chuckled, saying, "I only discovered it because the operations team presented me with the report. By the way, given the song's impressive performance, I brought it to the attention of the evaluation department, and they unanimously praised it." CU, appreciating Lu Zhenrong's diligent work, remarked, "Once I'm in Pingcheng, I must treat you to a meal." Lu Zhenrong replied, "Certainly. However, an expert has suggested we consider a buyout for Good Morning, Lake City. What do you think?" CU was momentarily taken aback. A buyout? That seemed feasible. He had never contemplated a buyout, having always thought of revenue sharing, as his previous experiences had solely involved the latter. However, he refrained from immediate agreement and sought clarification. "What is the buyout price?" Lu Zhenrong explained. "After the expert's recommendation, I reviewed the data and felt the song could ultimately sell for over $1 million. After discussing it with the business department, they suggested a reference price of $600,000. However, he emphasized, considering that the Spring Festival is approaching, sales data may be slightly elevated. I advocated on your behalf and negotiated the price up to $800,000. An $800,000 buyout price would rank 5th among the buyout prices of songs on our platform last year. The top 4 were all works from renowned artists. Initially, the business team was hesitant, believing the price to be too high, but I argued that our operations department urgently needs quality songs to chart, and after much persuasion, they finally agreed." Lu Zhenrong eloquently painted the $800,000 figure as a hard-won result, hoping CU would feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude and agree without hesitation. He did not receive the enthusiastic response he had hoped for, only hearing the calm and courteous voice of CU. "Thank you, Manager Lu, for your efforts. Is there any room for negotiation on this price?" 800,000 is somewhat below the figure CU had envisioned. This was a remake of Good Morning, Longwei, known as Good Morning, Puching, a phenomenon that had swept the nation and even gained popularity overseas. Good Morning, Longwei boasted an astonishing 200 billion views globally. The unit is in billions. It holds the record for the highest online viewership ever and is hailed as the foremost internet anthem in the Chinese-speaking world. The original singer, Teacher Yuan, amassed millions in copyright and performance revenue from this divine melody. Furthermore, this song brought immense promotional benefits to his hometown, Longwei County, generating direct and indirect publicity and economic value exceeding 100 billion. Of course, at this juncture in January 2018, it could not be compared to 2023. The disparity was 20-fold, lacking the hype surrounding events like the World Cup and the allure of a star like Messi, resulting in revenue that would certainly be far less. How much less, CU could not ascertain, as the influencing factors were too numerous to estimate. Yet, it was undeniable that it would not merely be 800,000. When Lu Zhenrong heard CU immediately inquire about any potential for negotiation, he was momentarily taken aback. 800,000 is such a lofty figure, and you remain unsatisfied? There was hardly any joy or hesitation, merely an instinctive question that revealed the considerable gap between 800,000 and his psychological expectations. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhenrong cautiously replied, "It's difficult to find any room for an increase. I can send you last year's buyout price list. 800,000 is the going rate for top-tier singers." CU remained silent, giving a slight hum in acknowledgement. Lu Zhenrong continued, "The song has just been uploaded, and selling it for 800,000 allows you to avoid promotional expenses and waiting time. Isn't that advantageous? Your singer's fame is minimal, and the potential is limited. Relying solely on revenue sharing might not even yield 800,000. A buyout means immediate payment, alleviating financial pressure, allowing for a pleasant new year. The Spring Festival is approaching. Receiving funds before the holiday brings comfort. These words stirred a longing within Siyu, striking a chord deep in his heart. His private savings and the initial batch of online loans had been completely exhausted, leaving his pockets empty and financial pressure mounting. Opting for a buyout would allow him to take off immediately, fulfilling a small personal goal and ensuring a comfortable and joyous spring festival. After a moment's hesitation, Siyu decided to wait, as he had not even seen today's song data yet. Manager Liu, I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate your consideration. I'd like to ponder this a bit further. May I give you a response tomorrow? Liu Zhenrong, feeling helpless, could only say, all right, but please be prompt. It's year-end, and soon the finance department will halt fund approvals. Okay, I will contact you as soon as I make a decision. You have your tasks to attend to. Siyu ended the voice call and promptly logged into the back-end of Penguin Music to check the sales data. Total units sold. 91, with revenue amounting to 270,000. Siyu couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. He was finally making money. Half of that revenue belonged to Siyu Culture. As soon as he nods to choose the buyout, a sum of 800,000 will be transferred instantly. The dilemma lies in whether to opt for revenue sharing or a buyout. Chapter 035, a remarkable creative idea. The song was uploaded a day and a half ago, selling nearly 30,000 copies. A substantial portion of this is attributed to friends and fans making repeat purchases and support. The subsequent sales represent the genuine revenue generated. The promotional efforts on Douyin have only just begun. According to the dissemination curve, the sales should progressively increase. Currently, we are still at the nadir, but it is certain that the trajectory will rise. Much like a stock market chart, the current daily sales may not even account for a fraction of the future peak. Based on Penguin's valuation, a sales figure of 1.6 million is the break-even point. Reaching 1.6 million results in equivalent income from both revenue sharing and buyout. Sales exceeding 1.6 million favor revenue sharing, while those below 1.6 million favor a buyout. Penguin, with a wry smile, lights a cigarette and takes a deep drag. The platform is quite astute, engaging in no and profitable ventures. Their offer of 800,000 suggests a forecast of sales surpassing 1.6 million. What could their projected sales be to justify such a price? After 2 puffs of smoke, he finds himself at a loss. The variables are too numerous to make a sound judgment. He can only bide his time for a couple of days, observing the sales data from tomorrow and the day after to gauge future trends. However, one thing is certain. Good Morning, Lake City undoubtedly possesses potential far exceeding the 800,000 buyout. That amount is far too low. Were it not for his financial constraints, he would hardly consider it. He rushes to the office and connects WeChat to his computer, reaching out to Chen Jincheng. Have you started promoting it? Chen Jincheng, whose English name is readily recognized, quickly replies, yes, we are promoting it. Siyu inquires, how many days will the traffic you provide be released over? Douyin has committed to vigorously promoting Good Morning Lake City, and their traffic allocation is certainly not a one-time event. It is typically distributed over several days. They might initially provide a tentative wave of traffic, and if the feedback is positive, they would subsequently increase the flow. Chen Jincheng, true to his name, is straightforward. Responding honestly, the first wave of recommended traffic will be released over 3 days, and subsequent actions will be determined based on interaction data. Siyu comprehends. As he had surmised, they will not provide a massive influx of traffic from the outset. It will be gradually ramped up. Only top-tier celebrities like D. Li can afford to disregard every work and allocate millions in initial traffic. After some contemplation, Siyu decides to share the news about Penguin with Chen Jincheng, believing it to be favorable for enhancing the stature of Good Morning Lake City, possibly influencing Douyin's traffic allocation. Thus, he states, Penguin just contacted me, wanting to buy the copyright for Good Morning Lake City for 800,000. Far away in Beijing, Chen Jincheng stares at his phone screen in astonishment. Is an 800,000 buyout being offered just after the release? Does Penguin hold such high regard for Good Morning Lake City? He quickly types a response. Haha, congratulations. A great start. Have you accepted? Xiao Siki, I have not made a decision yet. The current sales figures are nearly 30,000. I wish to observe for another couple of days. Our streaming efforts have only just commenced, and we have yet to witness any results. When we refer to Siyu, we mean his association with Douyin, as he shamelessly claims to be linked with the platform. Chen Jincheng, I believe that choosing to wait is prudent. Your second batch of works was uploaded only last night and began streaming this morning. It is still far too early for widespread dissemination. Perhaps in a few days, it may soar to daily sales of 100,000. Chen Jincheng's reasoning is sound. During work, he noted that the batch of works CU uploaded the previous night garnered tens of thousands of likes even under pure fan engagement and organic flow, indicating the high quality of the pieces and positive user feedback. With the additional system-recommended traffic commencing this morning, it will undoubtedly gain even more traction. This is merely the first day. From Chen Jincheng's perspective, he hopes for Good Morning, Lake City to achieve ever greater success. This is the first popular song to utilize Douyin as its primary promotional platform. Should this song gain popularity on Douyin and subsequently redirect traffic to Penguin Music and NetEase Cloud Music, it would create a powerful exemplary effect for other artists. The next time they release new songs, they will likely choose Douyin. Moreover, CU is an original musician that Douyin is eager to promote, which explains the platform's support for him. The interests of Douyin and CU align perfectly. CU replied to Chen Jincheng, "Brilliant. Great minds think alike. I was just beginning to doubt whether my choice was correct, but your words have instilled confidence in me, and my mindset has stabilized instantly." CU spoke this way intentionally to flatter Chen Jincheng. He is well aware of the potential of Good Morning, Lake City, and would never truly doubt it. Maintaining a good relationship with the platform is crucial, as it will yield significant benefits in the future. Indeed, upon hearing this, Chen Jincheng felt elated and typed with a smile, "Haha. Let us wait at least 3 days to see how our first wave of traffic performs and assess the sales figures. Yes, very high. High like Gao Laozhuang." CU continued to praise, expressing gratitude for Chen Jincheng's assistance. "When I visit Beijing, I will treat you to a meal. You must come. No need for thanks. Simply doing your job well is the greatest support you can provide me," Chen Jincheng replied. After exchanging pleasantries, their conversation concluded. Chen Jincheng, filled with enthusiasm, headed to Tang Hongyang's office, where he was engrossed in studying the charts. General Manager Tang, Penguin wishes to secure the rights to Good Morning, Lake City for 800,000. CU Culture has requested 2 days to consider. Tang Hongyang, intrigued, looked up and asked, "Did it not just launch on Penguin?" "Yes, just a day and a half ago." Good. They, like us, have recognized its potential," Tang Hongyang said, leaning back in his executive chair. "Keep a close watch on this song and CU Culture. Their newly released Axe Gang Dance just made it onto the charts today." Chen Jincheng nodded. "Certainly, I haven't reviewed today's chart yet. I will take a look." After Chen Jincheng departed, Tang Hongyang shifted his gaze back to the screen. On the most significant chart, the trending list, the hip swing dance had topped the charts the day before. Wild Dance Student climbed from 6th to 3rd place, and Parting Sorrows rose from 10th to 6th. With relentless effort, they have entered the top 10 for the first time yesterday, securing the 10th position. The Axe Gang Dance, having been uploaded too recently, lacks sufficient circulation and sits at the 18th spot. The ever-charming Xiaobai has made quite an impression, monopolizing 2 spots in the top 10, claiming the 1st and 3rd positions respectively. In a few days, once the Axe Gang Dance surges into the top 10, it will occupy 3 positions. On the trending topics chart, the 1st place is held by the Hip Swing Dance, 3rd by Lake Sound, 5th by the Delightful Xiaobai, and 7th by the Protect Our Tech Stream. Remarkably, CU Culture has managed to dominate the charts, single-handedly claiming a substantial portion of the rankings. Their upcoming work, Good Morning, Lake City, is poised to make waves as well. Tang Hongyang, with a habitual gesture, tapped his fingers on the desk in contemplation, pulling out the newly released data analysis report from the data department regarding CU Culture. The forefront of the report detailed the follower counts and demographics of their 5 accounts. Xiaobai boasts 2.57 million followers, with an average age of 20 years and a male demographic of 64. Xiaoski follows with 2.11 million followers, an average age of 25 and 57 male. Chunshitang has 1.75 million followers, an average age of 27, with a staggering 86 male demographic. Chengyian has 1.26 million followers, an average age of 21 and 65 male. Lastly, Mengchunshan has 1.04 million followers, with an average age of 22 and 66 male. These figures represent the most fundamental data. Following this, there is an analysis and statistics of all works produced by these 5 accounts, detailing the number of works published, average clicks, completion rates, follower acquisition, and various other metrics, all clearly articulated. Each metric is positioned at the forefront of the reference range, indicating the exceptional quality of their works. In addition to the data, there are charts. Each account's follower growth curve ascends uniformly, akin to the trajectory of a hot air balloon rising into the sky. Unlike Bitcoin, which experiences fluctuations and adjustments, these 5 accounts exhibit a relentless upward trajectory, resembling a continuous ascent. The final section features a comparative chart of the 10 fastest-growing accounts on Douyin over the past week. In this singular chart, 10 lines represent 10 accounts, with the top 6 being traditional celebrities invited by Douyin, while the last 4 positions belong to Xiaobai, Shaoski, Chunshitang, and Changyuan, with Mingchunshan falling short of the top 10. Astoundingly, 4 of the top 10 non-celebrity accounts are solely represented by CU Culture, which began its ascent on January 2nd. It has only been a mere 15 days. Tang Hongyang was left nearly speechless, pondering how wonderful it would be if there were 2 more such entities. What could possibly hinder Douyin from thriving? After deep contemplation, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Chen Jincheng. Inquire with the owner of CU Culture if there is a chance for them to come to Douyin. If there is an opportunity, have him contact you. I would like to invite him for tea and a casual gathering. In a cyber cafe located 10 kilometers from the headquarters of Douyin, the original musician Cheng Qi stared blankly at the Tauga webpage on the screen, his heart heavy with despair. A distinguished student from the composition department of the Tianjin Conservatory of Music, he had been drifting in Beijing for 3 years, to the point of struggling to afford meals. His works had languished on the Tauga platform for nearly a year, utterly neglected. Was he truly destined to seek a regular job? Were his creations so inadequate? Surely they were far superior to many of the commercially successful songs. This was utter nonsense. I refused to believe it. Cheng Qi, frustrated, extinguished his cigarette and began to browse Tauga's sales records, sending private messages to every user who had purchased songs in the last 3 months. Hello, esteemed buyer. I am the musician Keys, and I wish to recommend 3 of my original songs to you. Please take a moment to listen to my compositions on Tauga. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Thank you for your time. With no other options available, he resorted to this proactive method to promote his works. If he couldn't find a way to sell them soon, he would be unable to cover next month's rent and food expenses. His first strategy was to target users with purchasing records on Tauga. Since they had previously bought songs, they possessed both the financial means and desire to purchase music, potentially leading him to prospective buyers. There were not many users with purchasing records over the past 3 months. So he copied and pasted the same message to all of them, including a user named Little Siki, who had purchased Learn to Meow. His second step involved logging into the original musician forum to post about his works. The third step was to access the music section of the Baidu Tieba, where he continued to promote his songs. This series of actions took him an hour and a half. If I cannot sell anything by the time the Spring Festival arrives, I might as well resign myself to finding a regular job, he sighed, settling the bill and leaving. When CU received the private message, he had just concluded a review of Wang Shi's resume. Concerned that Wang Shi might misinterpret his hiring standards, he meticulously analyzed the resumes submitted the previous day. Sitting back at his desk, he noticed the notification from Tauga and searched his memory for the name Keys. It sounded familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. CU casually logged into Tauga, opened the private message, and clicked on Keys' profile, revealing his 3 works, A Tune of Longing, The Promise Under the Cherry Blossom Tree, and That Girl. Oh dear, CU chuckled to himself. So it's you. This individual was a trained original musician, known for crafting numerous catchy pop songs, including A Tune of Longing and The Promise Under the Cherry Blossom Tree. Writing catchy songs for the internet inevitably involved imitation and inspiration. Thus, like CU, he too was a master of musical tailoring. His The Promise Under the Cherry Blossom Tree was one of the most popular internet hits of 2018. That year, the most sensational songs included Learn to Meow, Desert Camel, Little Pout, and The Answer, among others. The second tier includes songs such as Let Me Be Your Eyes, 98, and Little Star. The song Cherry Blossom Tree by Keys is positioned in the third tier. Among the second-tier songs, Let Me Be Your Eyes has directly contributed to the fame of one of the original TikTok sensations, Legay, who boasts a staggering fan base of up to 42 million. After his rebirth, CU contemplated signing Legay early on, but ultimately chose Li Yuning due to her questionable character. She rose to prominence through her covers on Douyin, spending 2 months in the top 10 of the fan rankings, rivaling Li Yuning. However, after attaining fame, she became rather arrogant. causing a stir in her live streams and defaming Guoga, which led to her administrative detention and a permanent ban from Douyin. As for Cherry Blossom Tree, Siyu had never considered it. The song lacked substance, was overly simplistic, and embroiled in copyright disputes, raising concerns of plagiarism. He wished to avoid any trouble. However, if Keys indeed possessed the copyright, that presented a potential opportunity. Regardless of how he acquired the rights, that was his concern. Siyu merely needed to purchase the copyright. Siyu pondered, tapping his chin, and opened the song's description. The buyout price was 31,000 for a single, or 70,000 for a package of 3. He felt a flicker of interest in the promise under the cherry blossom tree. After the spring festival, following the Lantern Festival, the annual cherry blossom season would arrive. Huda, a prestigious 985 university, is renowned nationwide as a cherry blossom viewing destination, attracting hundreds of thousands of visitors every March. This song seemed perfectly timed. During the cherry blossom season, singing Cherry Blossom Tree while capturing the ethereal beauty of the blossoms in short videos, combined with the allure of Huda's cherry blossoms, could indeed generate a significant wave of traffic. He envisioned Su Shu as the heroine and himself as the hero, narrating a romantic and tender university love story amidst the stunning cherry blossom sea at Huda, a narrative worthy of a grand production. That girl was particularly fond of romantic and beautiful themes. She would surely be enamored. There would be no need for Siyu to persuade her. This idea alone would draw her in like a moth to a flame. Siyu was quite pleased with his inventive concept. Indeed, Keys had arrived at just the right moment. Chapter 036. A match made in heaven. Siyu immediately added Keys on WeChat based on the information from Tauga. The friend request was accepted almost instantaneously. He was undoubtedly engrossed in his phone. Little Ski. Hello, I received a private message from Tauga. Are you looking to sell your song? Keys, waiting for the subway at a station in Beijing, excitedly replied, Yes, have you listened to my song? This prompted Siyu to click on Keys' works and listen to Cherry Blossom Tree. Ah, the familiar melody. This was it. He had heard it before. It was decent, albeit a bit pricey. Could there be a discount? Siyu inquired. Keys' heart raced with excitement. Proactive recommendations truly worked wonders. Within less than half an hour of posting on the site, he already had a potential buyer. He typed cautiously, Boss, you must be aware of the market. My songs are reasonably priced. Are you interested in acquiring all the rights or just a portion? Siyu replied almost instantly, I wish to purchase the full rights while retaining your attribution. Kuze inquired, Which song do you desire? A package of 3 is quite favorable. After some contemplation, Siyu decided that a song of longing was also quite appealing, a catchy tune by Xiaohong. So he agreed to buy it as well. I would like a song of longing in Cherry Blossom Tree. Boss, why not purchase all 3 for a total of 60,000? Kuze thought to himself, what's the point of requesting that girl if I've never even heard it? He promptly replied, I only want a song of longing in Cherry Blossom Tree for 50,000. If that's agreeable, I can finalize the purchase immediately. Kuze was taken aback by the straightforwardness of the exchange. He quickly moved to a corner of the subway station, suppressing his excitement, and sent a message. Is what you said true? Xiao Cg responded, Of course. It's true. I have no time for jest. Kuze replied, Boss, your decisiveness is refreshing. I accept the price. Are we proceeding with the purchase now? Xiao Cg asked. I need to confirm that there are no issues with the rights to these 2 songs, correct? Kuze assured him, No issues. I possess the copyright documents. Siyu felt relieved, set down his phone, and clicked to purchase on the Taoga website, selecting the buyout option. Filling out the copyright transfer agreement, signing the electronic contract, and sending a message, I've completed the purchase, please adjust the price. Kuze felt overwhelmed with happiness. 50,000. If the deal went through, he would have enough for rent and living expenses, ensuring a joyful year ahead. He hurriedly logged into the backend to adjust the price to 50,000, replying to Siyu, The price has been modified. Thank you, boss. Siyu attempted to purchase, but a notification appeared, insufficient bank balance. Frustrated, Siyu slammed his hand on the table. He was out of money. After his rebirth, he had applied for loans from 18 online lenders, totaling 1.15 million, and with his own 480,000 private funds, he had a total of 1.63 million. He spent 240,000 on a computer and photography equipment, 50,000 on office rent and deposits, 10,000 for a phone for Beijing, 30,000 for learning to meow, 20,000 $8,000 for the production of Good Morning, Lake City, $8,000 for a notebook for Wang Shi, $4,000 for a gym membership, $2,000 for hiring models, and $1,700 for recruitment membership, totaling $150,000. After accounting for daily expenses, he was left with only $110,000. Sighing deeply, Siyu felt a sense of frustration, nearly succumbing to the impulse of agreeing to Lu Jinrong's offer of $800,000 for a buyout. They had already discussed it to this extent. Cherry Blossom Tree was certainly a necessary purchase. Why let a bargain slip away? Procrastination was not an option. If he waited another month, this fellow would resort to desperate measures, borrowing money to produce and release the song himself. Crucially, Siyu envisioned the influx of traffic during the cherry blossom season in March, perfectly aligning with this song, providing an excellent opportunity to attract Su Shu. It would be a splendid chance to entice her to come to Lake City for a shoot. This purchase was imperative. Should he continue to pursue online loans? The process was sluggish. One loan wasn't sufficient. He would need to acquire 50,000, which would require at least a dozen lenders. He has already approached 18 lending institutions, all the major ones having been used, leaving only the smaller ones to turn to. The credit limits of these smaller institutions are quite modest, necessitating a greater number of applications, with some only offering students a mere 2,000. Never mind, I'll just borrow from Chunjua, Siyu thought as he stepped out of the office, avoiding Wang Shi, and dialed Chunjua's number. Given his rapport with Chunjua, along with his identity as a second-generation wealthy individual and a prominent internet celebrity, securing the funds should be effortless. When the call connected, Siyu greeted cheerfully, "Zhuge, my brother, I'm a bit strapped for cash. I need some funds." "Damn it, just hearing you call me Zhuge tells me this isn't good news," Chunjua retorted. Grumbling, Siyu laughed lightly. "My dear Zhuge, I'm looking to purchase the rights to 2 songs, but I'm short 50,000. Could you lend me a bit? I'll repay you as soon as my revenue from Penguin Music comes in, likely around February 10th. Chunjua felt no apprehension regarding Cu's ability to repay. After all, he currently had 2 internet celebrities, each with 2 million followers, 3 with 1 million, and the show Good Morning, Lake City selling on Penguin. Did he really have to worry about Cu's repayment? Still, Chunjua couldn't help but tease. "Aren't you a second-generation rich kid? How could you run out of money so quickly?" Cu casually fabricated a reason. "I only managed to borrow 200,000 from my family, and I overspent on office rent, so I felt embarrassed to ask them for more. Starting next month, I'll have monthly revenue from songs, so I thought I might as well borrow from you to tide me over." "All right, I'll transfer the money to your account," Chunjua replied, adding seriously, "Before the holidays, treat me to a meal. Consider it your interest. Do you hear me?" Cu laughed heartily. "Got it. I'll make sure to arrange it." 5 minutes later, 50,000 was transferred. Cu was on the phone securing the funds while Kuze, anxiously waiting, was burning with impatience. The prices had changed. Notifications were sent, yet there was no response from Xiao CG. "Bro, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" Kuze said, clutching his phone and staring at the back end of Tao Gowang, feeling frantic. He wanted to smoke, but the subway station prohibited it, so he paced back and forth, glancing at his phone intermittently. Just as he was about to send a WeChat message out of impatience, a notification popped up. "You have a new order." In an instant, a rush of exhilaration surged through him, and with trembling hands, Kuze opened the order details, the success notification glaringly apparent. He clenched his fist tightly. Yes, bread is secured, milk is secured, rent is covered, and finally, he could enjoy a peaceful and joyous spring festival. He must celebrate that night. It had been ages since he had savored the scent of milk. Tears of excitement nearly brimmed in Kuze's eyes. While he was on the verge of tears, Cu was drooling at the transaction details on his computer screen, thinking to himself, to acquire such a remarkable piece at such a low price, what a windfall. Kuze sought money, while he craved traffic and sensational works to hype up. It was a perfect match, a fortuitous union. By the arrival of the vibrant March, when the cherry blossoms bloomed, they would unveil the promise under the cherry blossom tree. Meanwhile, capturing exquisite visuals and subsequently editing them into short video segments for simultaneous promotion on platforms like Douyin and QQ. The scenes are not overly picturesque, yet they exude a sense of opulent grandeur. With the rights to 4 immensely popular songs in her possession, Cu is in high spirits, engaging in a vigorous recruitment campaign alongside Wang Shi. The weight of the recruitment tasks is too heavy to be borne alone, and until her assistant arrives, CU must temporarily assume the role of her own aide. Having uploaded all the positions yesterday, resumes are already beginning to pour in. CU is responsible for the initial screening of resumes for entry-level positions and making phone calls, while she handles the screening of resumes for mid to senior-level positions, forwarding the selected ones to her. The two are seated in opposite corners of a spacious office, yet not exchanging a word, communicating instead through WeChat. Their collaboration is seamless, flawless, a curious sensation of being physically distant yet emotionally close, sharing an unspoken understanding. Working tirelessly until 6 o'clock, CU packs her laptop, bids her colleague farewell, and departs for a workout. Wang Shi remains, continuing her efforts until 9 o'clock, having made 40 phone calls throughout the day, her voice now hoarse. The following morning, she arrives at the office before 9, powering on her computer, brewing coffee, sipping milk, and nibbling on bread. At 9:30, the first interview at CU Culture commences. The interviewee, Fan Dafei, is applying for the position of photographer. At 25, he is a graduate of the photography department at Lake City Academy of Fine Arts. After a year as a photographer at an advertising agency, he transitioned to directing commercial advertisements. A passionate anime enthusiast, he enjoys spending time on various platforms. After 2 years, he resigned to pursue a career as a second-dimensional content creator. However, the reality of his earnings from this venture, averaging less than $5,000 a month, has compelled him to seek a day job, hoping to balance both a traditional job and his passion for media. As he prepares to push open the doors of CU Culture at 9:30, he finds the 200-square-meter office eerily empty, save for a single person, a striking woman clad in black. Her glasses framing an elegant face. Though her attire is modest and devoid of makeup, Fan Dafei, having photographed dozens of models, instantly recognizes her as a stunning beauty. The discerning eye of a photographer can swiftly assess even the minutiae, such as the model's undergarment style. "Hello, may I ask if you are Ms. Wang?" he inquires. Leaning against the doorway, Wang Shi rises and responds in a cool tone, "Yes, I am. You must be Fan Dafei." "Yes, I am Fan Dafei. Here for the photographer interview. Please, come in and have a seat." She guides him to a conference room at the back, handing him a document. "Please review the company profile. We will commence in 10 minutes. "Certainly," Fan Dafei replies, taking the neatly printed and bound company overview, delving into the details. CU Culture, an enterprise within the Douyin ecosystem, operates 5 accounts, including the popular Little White, who loves to laugh, after the Spring Festival. The company will embark on a large-scale recruitment for talents in fields such as fashion performance, narrative, dance, singing, beauty, and pet care, among others. As Fan Dafei perused the list of accounts, a familiar name caught his eye, Chunshitang. To his astonishment, he discovered that Chunshitang was indeed a creation of a company from Lake City. Fan Dafei was utterly flabbergasted. He was a devoted fan of Chunshitang, one of its earliest admirers. From the moment he first laid eyes on that cohort of young, talented female artists, his admiration had been unwavering. He particularly cherished the subsequent series featuring stockings, captivated not only by the content, but also by the narrative style and the rhythmic cadence of the videos. Little did he expect that this account originated from this very company. Yet, where were the members of this company? Had they ventured out to fulfill a filming assignment? A sense of curiosity stirred within Fan Dafei as he took out his phone, meticulously searching and adding the accounts listed in the profile, indulging in each video. Engrossed in a captivating world of beauty, dance, and technical prowess, he found himself entranced. The leading lady was stunning, her dance mesmerizing, and the cinematic techniques employed were nothing short of astounding. How on earth was this shot achieved? He couldn't quite comprehend it. He replayed the video Li Renshio 7 or 8 times, immersing himself in the perspective of the cinematographer, contemplating the camera movements. "Have you finished watching?" Wang Shi inquired, notebook and pen in hand, leaning against the conference room door. "Oh yes, I'm sorry. I was so absorbed in this video. It's remarkably well made. I'm learning from it," Fan Dafei quickly responded as he rose to his feet. Wang Shi nodded lightly and took a seat across the conference table, opening her notebook and placing it to the side. "Let us begin." Fan Dafei lowered his gaze, unable to meet Wang Shi's eyes, and replied affirmatively. She was breathtaking, and the bashful photographer found it difficult to maintain eye contact. He belonged to the category of individuals rich in theoretical knowledge, yet lacking practical experience. He had never encountered a woman of such caliber in real life. Those he had seen were merely through the screen. She appeared unadorned and without makeup. Her beauty was already striking. Just a simple perm, an elegant hairstyle, a pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses, and a switch from her black puffer jacket to a more feminine outfit would transform her entirely. In summer, she would be even more alluring, dressed in a crisp white blouse, a form-fitting skirt, black ripped stockings, gold-rimmed spectacles, strutting in crystal heels, and swaying her slender waist. Fan Defy swallowed hard, slightly shaking his head to rouse himself from his reverie, steeling his resolve to answer Wang Shi's inquiries. After the customary rounds of questioning, Wang Shi's inquiries became pointed. Why did you leave the advertising agency to pursue self-media? Fan Defy replied, I have a fondness for subculture and aspire to start my own venture. Why then return to seeking employment? Did your entrepreneurial endeavor fail? Fan Defy hesitated. Well, it's not quite a failure. It's just that the income didn't meet my expectations, and sustaining it proved quite challenging. What was your average monthly income? Fan Defy responded, between $4,000 and $6,000. What if you work with me for a while, and then wish to return to self-media? Sweat beads formed on Fan Defy's forehead as he struggled to articulate. This past 6 months have shown me that self-media is not as easy as it seems. It requires a solid financial foundation. I intend to find a job and commit to it. For those with entrepreneurial aspirations, it is often challenging to quell the ideals that reside within their hearts. Are you preparing to seek employment, accumulate some savings, and subsequently pursue your passions to realize your entrepreneurial aspirations? Wang Shi maintained a tranquil demeanor, her voice cold and composed. She was exceedingly beautiful, and her inquiries were astutely penetrating. Fan Defy endeavored to articulate his thoughts. I find your company's business aligns perfectly with my interests, and I am genuinely enthusiastic about it. I am confident that I would be able to commit to it in a stable manner. What draws you to this? Wang Shi reclined against the back of her chair, gazing intently into Fan Defy's eyes, scrutinizing his every subtle gesture to discern the authenticity of his words. CU had previously informed her of the importance he placed on employee stability, expressing his desire to avoid individuals who would swiftly transition to another company after acquiring knowledge. Therefore, she employed incisive questioning as a conventional means of pressure testing human resources. By posing pointed, high-pressure inquiries, she aimed to elicit revealing responses from the interviewee, analyzing their psychological state through behavioral psychology. Chapter 037. Defy joins the company, 2 chapters today, totaling 83. I hope the gentlemen enjoy it. I am an ardent fan of Chunshitang. Fan Defy seemed to have thought of a way to substantiate his claims, hastily pulling out his phone, opening Douyin, navigating to his list of followed accounts, and clicking on the most recently followed. Wang Shi took the phone and observed that he followed over 20 content creators, with Chunshitang positioned in the middle of the list, indicating he had been a follower for quite some time. She returned the phone, non-committal, signaling with her gaze for him to continue. Fan Defy no longer harbored any secret admiration for Wang Shi. He solely wished to impress her with his words. With a determined bite of his teeth, he expressed his true feelings. I enjoy photographing beautiful women. I appreciate capturing the essence of otaku culture. And I am fond of the stylistic nuances of online content creation. Your company's position offers numerous opportunities to engage in similar styles, which is why I am particularly drawn to it. After stating this, he dared not breathe. Stealing a glance at Wang Shi to gauge her reaction to his admission of enjoying photographing beautiful women, her enchanting face revealed no discernible expression, remaining remarkably composed. Her alluring lips parting slightly. Do you believe you can fulfill the requirements of our position? Indeed, when it came to professionalism, Fan Defy brimmed with confidence, asserting that he possessed ample assurance in his capability to excel. What instills this confidence? Fan Defy cleared his throat, adjusting his demeanor, and articulated clearly, I am a trained photographer, possessing exceptional professional skills, with several works showcased in school photography exhibitions. I am also proficient in editing and directing commercials, boasting extensive experience in capturing various types of footage. I have photographed static product images, created advertisements, covered comic conventions, and taken portraits of numerous models and diverse groups. I possess experience managing a self-media account, understanding the characteristics of online content, and have interacted with followers, gaining insight into their mindsets. I also have a grasp of account management. I personally oversee my account. As he continued to speak, his confidence grew, entirely oblivious to the additional presence by the conference room door who was eavesdropping. Wang Shi was quite pleased with his performance. His skills and experience were well aligned with the requirements, and he perfectly matched Siyu's criterion of having a sense of the internet. Siyu was equally satisfied. Upon arriving at the office, he overheard voices emanating from the conference room and approached to ascertain the situation, only to discover that an interview was in progress. Choosing not to interrupt, he stood quietly at the side, absorbing the key points of the latter half of the proceedings. At that moment, Siyu entered the conference room and took a seat beside Wang Shi, her expected fragrance wafting through the air. "Would you be so kind as to show me your station account?" she inquired. Fan Dafei, captivated by the youthful beauty and mature demeanor of Siyu, quickly acquiesced, saying, "Of course." He retrieved his phone, accessed his account, and handed it to her. Siyu examined his account briefly, scrolled through his works, and asked, "Did you complete these works independently?" "Indeed, I undertook the shooting, editing, and management all by myself," Fan Dafei replied with utmost respect. Although Siyu did not disclose her identity, her casual demeanor as she settled into the interviewer's chair indicated her authoritative position within the company. After 2 minutes of scrutiny, she returned the phone and subtly nodded at Wang Shi before departing without uttering a word. Fan Dafei's heart inexplicably raced at Siyu's approving gesture. Despite his youth, his gaze was sharp and discerning, and his every movement exuded an air of authority, unmistakably marking him as an executive. "Does that nod signify my acceptance?" he speculated internally, feeling a rush of excitement. "What are your salary expectations?" Wang Shi inquired. Fan Dafei had already contemplated a figure during his journey: 6,500. 6,500 is a standard figure for a photographer with 3 years of experience, he thought, recalling that his previous salary was 5,800 per month before he resigned a year ago. After a few more questions, Wang Shi coolly remarked, "I have gathered the necessary information. Please await further news. I will inform you promptly of any results." "Ah, understood. Thank you," Fan Dafei responded, rising and making his way toward the exit. As he walked, his mind lingered on the accounts he had just seen: 3 dance accounts featuring beautiful women, 2 focused on technical prowess, as well as Chun Shitang and a rising female celebrity. The more he pondered, the more excited he became. These were all things he truly cherished. Their photographers were exceptional, producing remarkable work. If he could secure a position here, he would have the opportunity to photograph college girls, models, and create technical videos. His heart raced with anticipation, as if a hook had latched onto his soul. Unable to resist, he abruptly turned back toward the conference room. Wang Shi was in the midst of organizing documents and preparing to leave when she heard a timid voice at the door. "Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption, but I would like to inquire about my prospects. Are they favorable?" According to protocol, she could not disclose anything so early, as several candidates had yet to be interviewed. Gazing into Fan Dafei's hopeful eyes and recalling Siyu's approving nod, she offered a cool yet encouraging implication. "Your performance was outstanding and aligns well with the job requirements. Please rest assured and await further news." These words sent Fan Dafei soaring with joy. The interviewer deemed him exceptional. His heart brimmed with hope, and a flush crept across his face as he quickly bowed slightly and said, "Thank you. Thank you. I won't take up any more of your time." As Fan Dafei stepped out of the company's glass doors, he instinctively glanced back at the empty reception desk, his gaze lingering on the plaque of Siyu culture. Pondering, can I truly work here? In Pengcheng, at Nanshan Technology Park, home to Penguin Music, Lu Jinrong anxiously scrutinized the rankings displayed on his computer screen. Good morning. Lake City had reached the 45th position on the new song chart yesterday, the 433rd on the 500 chart, with total sales amounting to 260,000. Today, it climbed to the 37th position on the new song chart, the 384th on the 500 chart, with total sales hitting 590,000 and a single-day sale of 330,000. The data was comprehensively on the rise. He retrieved his phone, opened Douyin, and began viewing a few saved videos of Good Morning, Lake City, noting the surging views, likes, and comments. This was the song's 3rd day since its upload, 60 hours in, still languishing at the bottom. Given the current trajectory, the song was likely to explode in popularity around the Spring Festival, typically enjoying a 3-month surge before gradually waning. If Siyu culture continued to hesitate, the situation would only become clearer. Unable to await Siyu's feedback any longer, Lu Jinrong finally took the initiative, sending a message. "General Manager C, have you considered the buyout?" Siyu, engaged in a discussion with Wang Shi about Fan Dafei, smiled upon receiving the message and replied, "Manager Lu, thank you for your concern. I would like to wait a few more days before making a decision. Lu Jinrong took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts, and replied, the business side is pressing me. They need to finalize accounts by year-end. If we don't decide soon, we may miss the opportunity. CU's response remained courteous yet firm. All right, I understand. I will observe for another 2 days and notify you immediately once a decision is made. Frustrated, Lu Jinrong tossed his phone onto the table, feeling irritable. That evening, Fan Dafei was in his apartment, editing a video of a second-rate talent. For some reason, he felt restless, struggling to complete a 5-minute video even after an hour of editing. He kept glancing at his phone, hoping for a message from Kai Renli. He was enamored with the job at CU Culture, relishing the responsibilities he was assigned, enjoying a decent salary, and appreciating the presence of the aloof goddess and the beautiful, innocent female university students he could photograph. It seemed that the fates had heard his call. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up with a new message notification. Fan Dafei turned to take a look. Yes. In a flurry, he opened WeChat. Dear Mr. Fan, I am honored to inform you on behalf of CU Culture that you have passed our interview assessment. Welcome to join our production department as a photographer. You will report to CU, and your job responsibilities will be confirmed with him upon joining. Your pre-tax salary upon confirmation will be 62, with a yearly base salary for 12 months and a fluctuating year-end bonus for 14 months. The probation period is 1 month. This notification is formal. Please respond by midnight tonight to confirm acceptance and indicate your availability for onboarding. Thank you. Yes. Fan Dafei clenched his fist tightly, exclaiming in excitement. It's happening. With an exhilarated heart, he perused the simplified version twice, unable to suppress his incessant, foolish grin. His anticipated salary of 65,000, calculated over 12 months, equated to an annual income of 780,000. To his surprise, while the charming HR appeared aloof, her demeanor was surprisingly benevolent, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. She was incredibly considerate in her dealings. She proactively proposed a salary structure of 124, with a fixed amount of 62 and a minimum annual salary of 13 months, amounting to 80,000, matching his expectations. If he were to receive the full 4 months of year-end bonuses, his total would reach 990,000. This not only satisfied his salary requirements, but also granted him an unexpected performance bonus of 20,000, motivating him to work diligently. As Fan Dafei gazed at Wang Shi's WeChat avatar, a surge of gratitude washed over him, and he quickly typed his response. Thank you. I accept. I can start tomorrow. He punctuated his excitement with 3 exclamation marks. Wang Shi replied almost instantly. Great. It's an honor to have you as a colleague. See you tomorrow at 9. Fan Dafei, grinning like a fool, thought to himself, I'm starting work tomorrow. The following day at 7:30, Fan Dafei's alarm rang, prompting him to rise and prepare. Dressed in his most spirited attire, he looked in the mirror and raised his arm, shouting fiercely, Today marks my fresh beginning. As a photographer for CU Culture, this would be his 3rd job. He hoped to excel and forge a promising future, no longer drifting aimlessly. Onward, young man. At 8:50, Fan Dafei arrived at CU Culture 10 minutes early, finding only the cool and charming HR present. Hello, Manager Wang. I'm here to report for duty. He greeted her with slight shyness. Welcome. Wang Shi stood up, offering a precious smile. This young man was the first employee she had personally recruited, the very first brick in her Great Wall. She pointed towards the direction of the workstations. You can choose a spot in that corner. Manager C sits there and will supervise you. For now, feel free to set up your account. He will arrive by 10. All right. Fan Dafei placed his photography bag down, selected a workstation, and began setting up. When 10 o'clock arrived, CU came in, taking Fan Dafei to the computer store to procure equipment. With only 10,000 remaining in his account, C was nearly out of funds. The night before, he had spent 3 hours seeking online loans until the early hours, and upon waking, he submitted all loan applications. He had contacted 10 lenders, but this time the loan amounts were significantly lower, ranging from a minimum of 18,000 to a maximum of 60,000, totaling only 320,000, a sum just sufficient to cover the cost of computer equipment. As a photographer and editor, Fan Dafei required a decent computer, and he assembled a high-performance machine for 120,000. He also purchased a Canon laser printer, a tripod, a gimbal, and various smaller accessories. However, he opted not to buy a new camera, as he had no immediate need for one. He would wait until it was time to shoot the Cherry Blossom Season's grand production. For now, his personal camera was superior to the company's, allowing him to make do. Two individuals returned to the office, burdened with an array of equipment. Siyu installed the printer at Wang Shi's workstation, while Fan Dafei gleefully set up his new computer. On the very first day of work, outfitting oneself with a brand new, top-of-the-line computer is nothing short of exhilarating. From now on, I shall call you Dafei, Siyu jested, likening him to the character portrayed by Anthony Wong in Young and Dangerous, whose image has left a lasting impression. Much like Wong, Fan Dafei possesses a petite square face, a score of 78 in attractiveness, and dons black-framed glasses, bearing a striking resemblance. Chapter 038, Mutual Enjoyment and Fan Rankings. Siyu found himself with only 10,000 yuan left, quickly approaching financial ruin. The previous night, he had spent 3 hours seeking loans, working until the early hours of the morning. He approached 10 lenders, but this time the amounts offered were significantly reduced, ranging from a minimum of 18,000 to a maximum of 60,000, totaling only 320,000. At least he managed to gather enough for his computer. Fan Dafei, a photographer and editor, needed a decent setup, so he assembled a custom-built machine with the latest configuration. Spending 110,000 yuan, he did not purchase a new camera, as there was no immediate need for shooting high-end productions. He planned to buy one for the Cherry Blossom season. Fan Dafei's current camera was quite capable, so it would suffice for now. After their excursion to the computer market, Siyu gained insight into Fan Dafei's character, easygoing and unpretentious, devoid of any boss-like airs. When not discussing work, he was indistinguishable from a university student. But once the topic shifted to business, he transformed into a different persona. With no filming assignments in the coming days, Siyu suggested that Fan Dafei temporarily assume the role of an operator, managing accounts and the comment section. Having swiftly set up the printer, Siyu approached Fan Dafei's workstation, where he sat beside him. "All right, Fan Dafei, your computer is ready," Siyu remarked. He jotted down the usernames and passwords for 5 accounts on a piece of paper and handed it to him. "Go through the back-end messages thoroughly. Note down any constructive feedback from the fans and engage in fan operations. It's akin to managing your own account. I haven't checked messages or comments for these accounts in 2 weeks. Yesterday, 4 candidates had interviewed for the photographer position, and both Siyu and Wang Shi unanimously selected Fan Dafei. While all 4 possessed commendable photography skills and relevant degrees, as Siyu put it, Fan Dafei had the strongest sense of internet culture. A seasoned social media enthusiast, he understood the preferences and habits of contemporary youth, aligning with mainstream online aesthetics, producing content that resonates with netizens and viewers alike. Having experience in self-media and managing his own account with 38 followers, he had dabbled in various online videos. Beyond his professional photography skills, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding fan maintenance and account operation. Thus, on his very first day, Siyu had already designated him for operational tasks. After explaining matters regarding Fan Dafei, Siyu sat beside Wang Shi to discuss the recruitment from Dosha. At that moment, Lu Zhenrong of Penguin Music in Pengcheng was staring blankly at the rankings displayed on his computer screen. Good Morning Lake City, ranked 29th on the new song chart and 353rd overall, had risen by 8 and 31 positions since yesterday. Upon checking the back-end data, total sales reached 1.02 million, with yesterday's sales at 460,000. The daily sales for the previous 3 days were 260,000, 330,000, and 460,000, respectively. The increase was astonishing, with yesterday alone contributing an additional 130,000 in sales. The life cycle of a hit song is difficult to determine. It can be as short as a few dozen days or extend to several hundred, averaging around 140 days. The overall sales trajectory typically begins low, gradually ascends to a peak, and then slowly declines. With sales at 460,000 on the 3rd day, the peak might reach just over 100,000. There are still over 100 days of sales left, and at this rate, total sales could potentially exceed 6 million. Lu Zhenrong continued to scrutinize the song's collection and comment statistics, all of which reflected first-rate data feedback. He brewed a cup of coffee, sipping it slowly while contemplating, his fingers repeatedly gliding over the screen of his phone. After a considerable time, he stood up and entered Director Kai's office for a 20-minute discussion. Upon exiting, he sent a WeChat message to Siyu. "Director C, are you there?" CU replied promptly, "Yes, what instructions do you have?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Zhenrong conveyed his message. After further negotiations, the buyout price had risen to 1.2 million, urging immediate action as the offer would not last. He also mentioned that if they proceed with the buyout, Penguin would vigorously promote the song across all platforms, while without it, only minimal promotional resources would be available. It was a deft combination of both coercion and enticement. CU, smiling, turned to Wang Shi and asked, "Penguin has raised the price to 1.2 million. Do you think we should sell?" CU regarded Wang Shi as a vital entrepreneurial partner, valuing her insights highly. She had previously shared the overarching strategy and future developmental trajectory, ensuring that Wang Shi was kept in the loop regarding significant company developments. The previous day, when Penguin offered 800,000 for the copyright buyout, it was thrilling news that she had communicated immediately to Wang Shi, reinforcing her confidence in the company's commercial progress. Inspiring employees and instilling motivation is an essential art of management for company leaders. When executed well, it can significantly amplify the team's performance. Wang Shi listened intently, remaining silent for a moment before inquiring, "What prompted the 40,000 increase?" It is uncommon for major platforms to change their offers abruptly. Their pricing seldom fluctuates. CU responded, "The promotion on Douyin has commenced, and the song's reputation is gaining traction, leading to a rapid ascent in rankings. They must have sensed the potential." Wang Shi pondered, "Isn't 1.2 million quite high? In 2017, they only bought 4 original songs for over 1 million. She analyzed, since they have raised the price. The projected revenue share must surely exceed that figure. However, the swift return on a buyout has its advantages. Her insight was spot on. CU could not help but admire Wang Shi. The acumen of a knowledgeable professional is indeed remarkable. In no time, she discerned the essence behind the phenomenon, concluding that the revenue from sharing would undoubtedly surpass a complete buyout. Such exceptional experts in human resources are truly invaluable, regardless of the position. They possess a modicum of understanding in various fields. When recruiting for marketing roles, they can engage in discussions with marketing specialists about market strategies and brand promotion. When hiring legal professionals, they can converse with legal experts about corporate law and labor regulations. When seeking technical staff, they can communicate effectively with programmers. Should someone delve deeper into their specialization, their comprehension of the supporting team's operations becomes even more profound. In truth, when CU inquired of Wang Shi whether she intended to sell, it was not a genuine consultation, but rather an indirect notification to keep her abreast of the business process's progression. As the sole executive, it was imperative for her to stay informed about the core operations of the company. CU already harbored a conclusion in his mind. He would not sell, at least not within 3 days. He intended to wait until the initial wave of promotions on Douyin had concluded, assessing the effectiveness of the marketing before making a decision. He indeed found himself in dire financial straits, struggling to make ends meet. Just yesterday, he sought a loan from Chunjua and resorted to online lending in the evening, all in a bid to endure and secure greater returns. That said, the buyout offer from Penguin instilled in CU a tremendous confidence, enabling him to borrow money and engage in online lending without the burden of repayment worries. Once he opened his mouth, 100,000 in cash would be within reach. What was there to fret about? He no longer had to be plagued by anxiety, as he had been days prior, pondering the impending deadlines of his loans. CU retrieved his phone and messaged Lu Zhenrong. "Thank you, Manager Lu. My promotion on Douyin has just commenced, and the initial data has yet to be returned. I would like to observe for a few more days." Lu Zhenrong, gritting his teeth, retorted, "The promotion on Douyin is trivial and inconsequential. Our platform is the main battleground for publicity. After the buyout, we can provide the finest resources for promotion, ensuring the song gains traction swiftly. Otherwise, this lukewarm publicity may lead to the song being overlooked." CU courteously responded, "Understood. Your insights are invaluable, and I shall give them serious consideration. Thank you." Lu Zhenrong, exasperated as before, slammed his phone onto the table, gazing heavenward, wondering how this individual could remain impervious to reason. "I have already raised the price to 1.2 million. How much more do you want?" At noon, the trio from CU Culture casually enjoyed a work lunch, while Wang Shi retreated to her BMW for a midday nap, a habit she cherished. Fan Dafei, filled with enthusiasm, busied himself with his new computer, his excitement akin to that of a tech enthusiast reveling in new equipment, playing with fervor. CU Perusing the backend information and the list of fan feedback compiled by Fandafe, was struck with a headache. He had not reviewed the backend information or comments for 10 days, and was taken aback by the accumulation of such significant insights. The most crucial pieces of information were as follows. 1. The talent agency, Kaiway Entertainment, had contacted Zayasiji, fervently requesting to share his works and inviting him to assist in creating new projects. 2. Li Kuei from Chunshitang reached out to Li Gui from Chunshitang, urging him to change his account name to that of the publicly listed company, the leading stock in adult products, Chunshitang. Multiple merchants have reached out to Chunshitang, eager to promote advertisement videos, including those from gaming, novel websites, video platforms, and alcoholic beverages. Among them, amusingly, is even a request from Li Kuei Chunshitang. 5 accounts have been created, and surprisingly, the most favored by brands is the aesthetically pleasing account of Chunshitang. The genuine Chunshitang seeks to have the counterfeit one advertise. CU is quite vexed with herself for having overlooked such significant information, particularly the initial message. What a splendid promotional opportunity it was. A chance to capitalize on the popularity of leading female celebrities, wasted for a full 5 days. Logging into Douyin, CU observes an account that has been active for merely 13 days, boasting 100 followers. The allure of top-tier stars is indeed remarkable. With just 11 pieces of content, they have surpassed 10 million followers. CU recalls that in 2018, Li, Chunhee, and another individual consistently held the top 3 positions in the Douyin follower rankings. It wasn't until 2019, when narrative accounts surged, that their standings fell, ultimately being surpassed by grassroots influencers. Currently, their follower count hovers just above 10 million, expected to skyrocket during the Spring Festival, surpassing 20 million post-festival, and reaching 30 million by May and 40 million by July. Li maintains the top spot, alternating between 2nd and 3rd place with Chunhee. It seems the operational team is unwilling to remain in Li's shadow and is tirelessly seeking ways to attract traffic. Coincidentally, CU also wishes to leverage her popularity. Thus, a mutually beneficial arrangement appears to be in order. After contemplating for a moment and devising a promotional scheme that would yield shared benefits, CU dials the phone number left in the messages. The call is answered by the operations director of the agency, surnamed Zhao. CU graciously expresses her eagerness to collaborate on promotion. This opportunity to attract traffic must not be squandered. They adhere to protocol, ensuring to communicate before sharing, whereas other companies might have simply proceeded without notice. CU then addresses their mention of assisting in the creation of content, stating that she can conditionally help tailor a hit piece. 10 minutes later, Zhao hangs up the phone, mentally replaying the conversation with CU. This individual, it seems, is part of a professional company, not merely a solo creator. He agrees to assist in crafting a piece that matches the quality of their best work, with the stipulation that a promotional text accompanied by a song link be posted on Weibo. The demand is steep, with 33 million Weibo followers. The quoted price for a text advertisement is 650,000, with a real price of 600,000, equivalent to selling his own creation for 600,000. Moreover, despite the pricing, to maintain their image, they seldom accept advertisements, having only posted 4 in the past year, all from major brands. Zhao instinctively considers declining CU's offer. Yet, recalling his boss Zhun Shirkai's instructions, he decides to make a call to report the situation. An hour later, Zhun Shirkai and another colleague arrive at the company, summoning Zhao to the chairman's office for discussion. Zhao summarized his conversation with CU, stating that he is a professional agency specializing in Douyin and, after some inquiries, he found that there are no such agencies in Lake City. They only focus on Weibo. Lake City? Zhun Shirkai frowned, referring to the provincial capital of Chujiang, a central city that could hardly be called vibrant, an internet wasteland. How can he ensure the quality of his work? Zhun Shirkai asked Zhao. He said he can help with the filming first, and after we see the results, we can assist him in promoting it on Weibo, Zhao replied. Rather forthright, isn't he? Quite confident, Zhun Shirkai remarked with a smile, inquiring further, what kind of results can he guarantee? He assures that it will garner the highest number of likes among all our works, Zhao said solemnly. Zhun Shirkai stood up abruptly, raising his voice. Really? Did he truly say that? Yes, I confirmed it repeatedly. That is indeed his assurance. Interesting, little Sijia, Zhun Shirkai mused as he paced thoughtfully. contemplating the audacity of someone who could guarantee such impressive results and was willing to film for us first, awaiting the outcome before promoting on Weibo. His confidence was palpable. CU's promise to deliver results before advertising on Weibo was born out of necessity. Without such a commitment, he wouldn't have received any consideration for advertising. Who would he a mere small fry? However, the disparity between the top-tier artist and him was vast, rendering any dialogue fundamentally unequal. At that moment, seated on the adjacent single sofa, he interjected, asking, what song link is he planning to promote? Zhao produced his phone, revealing CU's message about a song titled Good Morning, Lake City, available on QQ Music. As he opened QQ Music, the room filled with an upbeat melody accompanied by Lu Yuning's voice. Jin Shikai also accessed QQ Music on his phone, not to play it, but to scrutinize the lyrics, examining each word with diligence. As a manager, he was tasked with thoroughly vetting everything related to his artists. If he were to assist Little Sijia in promoting a song, it was imperative that the track was devoid of any issues. The lyrics were paramount. They must be free from negative content, controversial topics, or inappropriate language. After reviewing the lyrics 3 times, he felt satisfied. It was a song brimming with positive energy. With a spirited and uplifting melody, the song posed no problems. But now they needed to assess the value of their potential exchange. One Weibo post in return for a Douyin engagement from Little Sijia. Was it worthwhile? Jin Shikai and Zhao remained silent, deep in thought, as Good Morning, Lake City played softly on repeat. Suddenly, Zhao's phone vibrated. He picked it up to discover a message from CU. His brow furrowed in surprise as he exclaimed, Little Sijia just messaged saying he can surpass D. Li and become the #1 on Douyin. Chapter 39. What is this? Jin Shikai's expression hardened as he rushed to Zhao's side, snatching the phone to read the message. Zhao, if I manage the account, I'm confident that after the Spring Festival, I can surpass D. Li and become the top Douyin superstar. Such brazen and shameless individuals exist, and such arrogance is astonishing. Jin Shikai chuckled coldly, returning the phone to Zhao and requesting, please provide me with his WeChat ID. I wish to meet him personally. D. Li's status, whether in traditional entertainment or online, slightly eclipses others. With 42 million followers on Weibo, she surpasses by 9 million, and on Douyin, she boasts 14 million followers, exceeding by 3 million. Jin Shikai has always placed great importance on online operations, establishing a dedicated team to manage social media accounts. However, despite his strenuous efforts, he could not outpace D. Li, remaining firmly overshadowed. He subsequently sought multiple Weibo management agencies for assistance, yet still failed to surpass her, rendering his expenditures futile. The same narrative unfolded on the new platform Douyin, where he again could not compete. Unexpectedly, a small, unknown company from Lake City audaciously claimed it could elevate him to Douyin stardom, without the pressing urgency of his previous failures. Jin Shikai would have dismissed such claims as mere jest. However, faced with desperation, he deemed it worthy of consideration. This determination led to a 7-day trending topic on Weibo and 3 days on Douyin, generating significant discussion and goodwill, proving to be quite effective. He inadvertently gained a substantial influx of traffic. Jin Shikai added CU on WeChat and initiated a voice call through a mutual friend. The voice on the other end was that of a young man, enthusiastic, polite, humble, and confident. After a 10-minute conversation, he refrained from discussing pricing or specific promotional strategies, instead articulating his advantages and expertise. His central premise was to collaborate once and assess the results before deciding on future endeavors. CU's demeanor left Jin Shikai with a favorable impression. The focus on initial outcomes rather than immediate pricing discussions was refreshing. If the results were satisfactory and he demonstrated the capability to achieve the desired goals, they would discuss further collaboration. His sincerity and transparency were commendable, eschewing empty boasts. After concluding the call, Jin Shikai summarized the key points of their discussion to Zhao, inquiring, "What do you think?" With a bright smile, she replied, "You have already made a decision, haven't you?" Their long-standing collaboration had forged a unique bond, allowing her to almost predict Jin Shikai's thoughts. The mutual benefit of the promotional scheme proposed by CU appeared disadvantageous at first glance, yet she stood to gain significantly. Her standard advertising rate on Weibo was indeed 600,000, but by sharing CU's song link, the perception among her followers would not equate to an advertisement. Why do celebrities manage the frequency of advertising on online platforms? Excessive posts can provoke fan backlash and loss of followers. By promoting CU's song in the guise of sharing a great tune, she effectively turned what was fundamentally an advertisement into a favorable recommendation, distinctly differentiating it from conventional hard sell ads. If the song were indeed delightful, it might even foster a wave of goodwill. She invested little, yet reaped substantial rewards. CU assured her that the creation he crafted would garner more likes than her previously most popular work, with a promise of payment after results. Should the outcome fall short, she need not promote his creation. Previously, she had shared 11 pieces, the most successful of which garnered 1 million likes. Essentially, she could exchange a semi-advertisement for a short video piece that attracted 1 million likes, an exhilarating prospect. It is important to recognize that works with millions of likes are rare gems, not merely attainable through financial investment. The right timing, advantageous circumstances, and harmonious collaboration are all essential. Moreover, CU dangled an enticing prospect before her. This collaboration would serve as a prerequisite for future endeavors. Do you aspire to surpass Deely? Do you wish to become the reigning queen of Douyin? If so, seize this opportunity for collaboration, should it yield favorable results. We can discuss further ventures in detail. The dream of eclipsing Deely had lingered in her thoughts. After nearly 2 years of managing her Weibo account, she had struggled to achieve comparable success. Could she not also triumph on Douyin? At last, the opportunity had presented itself, offering a glimmer of hope. Thrilled, CU was even more elated. He envisioned a short video inspired by a gesture dance piece he had released in May 2018, which had drawn an astounding 13 million likes, a cumulative total achieved over several years, with an estimated 5 million likes in the month of release alone. It was now mid-January 2018. While it would not reach May's heights, surpassing 1 million likes was certainly within reach. Had CU not crafted this piece for her, she would have eventually devised and published it herself by May. It was as though CU had utilized her own creativity to facilitate her Weibo endeavor. By investing her funds, she acquired his creation while simultaneously nurturing a friendship and gratitude, an undeniably delightful arrangement. Her Weibo following stood at a staggering 53 million, second only to the likes of Xiela, Deely, and Dezue. The promotional impact of her song would undoubtedly be exceptional. For CU, this was a risk-free venture, a lucrative opportunity with no downside, infinitely more gratifying than any alternative. With mutual understanding, both parties were ready to collaborate seamlessly. CU and Jin Shirkai swiftly reached an agreement. CU stated, "You should upload the content urgently. I will craft the script, and you can film it accordingly and send it back to me for post-production." Jin Shirkai, taken aback, inquired, "Mr. C, could you at least come to Beijing? Isn't this rather hasty?" Xiao Ciji replied, "Zhendong, there's no need. You can hire any photographer for filming. The key lies in creativity and post-production. Just follow my script. And rest assured, I guarantee results." Jin Shirkai, resigned, replied, "Very well, please expedite." Xiao Ciji added, "Once this new piece is uploaded and shows signs of going viral, please assist me in promoting it on Weibo. Don't wait until it reaches 1 million likes, as that will take considerable time. I am somewhat anxious, as the song requires promotion. Even a viral piece cannot achieve several million likes within a few days. The essence of CU's intent is to promote a work immediately upon discerning its quality, rather than waiting for the data to surpass 1 million. After CU has secured the funds, Jin Shirkai readily agrees to the arrangement. CU sets down her phone, unable to contain her delight, humming a tune as she searches. The previously successful work from her past life utilized Su Sangeo's What is the Harm? CU need not exert much thought, as she can effortlessly replicate it. The same style, the same dance gestures, the same special effects. It's remarkably straightforward. She locates What is the Harm and trims it to a 15-second clip. Within 10 minutes, she recalls the dance moves and practices them twice, calling out to Fan Dafe, "Dafe, come over and help." Having an extra person in the company makes a significant difference. Without Fan Dafe, CU would neglect the back-end messages and comments, continuously missing opportunities. However, she doesn't harbor much affection for him. He had gone to see the Crazy Horse show, leading many young girls astray. Yet he managed to hold his ground amidst the chaos, demonstrating a certain resilience. Were it not for the need to leverage her traffic during the cold start phase, CU would have little desire to communicate with her. Yet, at this moment, her reputation remains quite favorable, and her robust figure is indeed worth embracing. Siyu sets the track on repeat and instructs Fandafe, help me shoot a short video. I need to demonstrate the dance gestures. Don't worry about the effects. Just film it and edit it later. Fandafe, armed with a camera, assesses the overhead lighting, finds the right angle, and begins recording. Siyu dances along to the music, repeatedly performing the gestures. Wang Shi, hearing the commotion from the corner, curiously approaches. Upon seeing Fandafe filming Siyu, who is animatedly dancing without any apparent direction, she strolls over with her coffee, leaning against the desk to observe. Her expression remains impassive as she watches Siyu execute the dance, causing a slight blush to rise on his cheeks. His movements are rather stiff, serving merely as a demonstration for others to follow, lacking any grace. Could you not look at me like that? It's making me feel embarrassed. Siyu halts, throwing a minor tantrum like a child. Wang Shi rolls her eyes dismissively, taking a refined sip of her mocha before turning to leave. Without the icy gaze of the aloof goddess, Siyu soon captures the desired movements. Upload it to my computer, she instructs, opening her laptop to draft a script. 10 minutes later, Jin Shirkai, situated far away in Beijing and preparing to head out, receives a WeChat message from Siyu, a short video, and a document. Jin Shirkai clicks on the video. To the lighthearted and familiar melody, a young boy in the corner of a room performs the dance gestures. His movements are precise yet devoid of aesthetic appeal, lacking smoothness, clearly indicative of someone who has just learned the routine. Jin Shirkai begins to comprehend that Siyu intends for viewers to follow along with the boy's dance. But is this truly enough? Can this mere spectacle garner 1 million likes? Jin Shirkai felt a flutter of anticipation as he opened the document, revealing a concise script for a short video. Actor, costume, white shirt, black blazer, jeans. Makeup, high saturation first love style. Scene, outdoors, in front of a Gothic architectural entrance, in a serene spot with low greenery in the background. Camera, a single shot, continuous take. Framing, close-up, revealing the waistline. Dialogue, none. Title, Su Sangao, what's the problem? Jin Shirkai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wow, this is professional. The script was astonishingly straightforward. Just 100 words, crystal clear, detailing every aspect of the shoot. What to wear, how to do the makeup, where to shoot. And the camera technique were all thoroughly explained. It was succinct and to the point. Jin Shirkai's previously restless heart settled significantly. This little assistant was undoubtedly an expert. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 2:30. The assistant was remarkably efficient, having completed the task in just half an hour. There would be no outing today. They would practice their dance instead and perfect the short video. He immediately canceled his plans to go out and forwarded the document. After watching the demonstration video and reading the script, he returned to the office, removed his jacket, and began practicing the hand gestures for the dance. The choreography was simple, requiring only familiarity to achieve a smooth execution. While practicing, Jin Shirkai called for the photographer and makeup artist. Once he had perfected the routine, the photographer recorded a segment and sent it to Siyu for review. Siyu corrected several moves, and after refining it twice, he said, "Let us get the makeup done right away." Following Siyu's instructions, Jin Shirkai changed into the appropriate attire and boarded the van with the photographer and assistant. Heading to the embassy district. In the vicinity of the embassy area, there were numerous Gothic buildings, and they found a tranquil corner with a row of greenery just above waist height behind them. Jin Shirkai dialed Siyu for a video call. The screen displayed a young boy practicing the hand gestures. "Hello, handsome. Where's your boss, see?" Jin Shirkai wondered why a junior staff member had answered the call. "Jindong. I am Siyu." The boy on the screen flashed a typical youthful, sunny smile. "No way." Jin Shirkai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dude, are you really this young?" "Haha, I'm not that young. I just have a youthful appearance." Siyu deflected the topic, not wishing to discuss his age. "Have you found a location?" Jin Shirkai shifted the camera to showcase the environment for Siyu. "What do you think of this place? Looks quite good. You can start filming. I'll just watch through the video call." "All right, we're starting." Jin Shirkai held his phone on speaker mode, aimed the camera at the filming scene, and instructed the photographer, "You can begin." Jin Shirkai's dance skills were commendable, having practiced extensively, and he had showcased his moves multiple times in various reality shows, executing the hand gestures taught by Siyu with great finesse. Siyu, observing remotely via video, provided minimal guidance, merely adjusting the camera's distance. It was all quite straightforward. In truth, whether one adjusts it or not matters little. They are not utilizing a mirrorless camera for their filming. but rather a professional digital camera, boasting exceptionally high resolution and frame rates. During post-production editing, one can freely crop, drag, and adjust without fear of distorting the image. Within a mere 5 minutes, they filmed 3 takes. CU exclaimed, "Click. Send me the footage for review." After inspecting the visuals, CU instructed Jin Shirkai to wrap up, allowing him to attend to his own tasks while he proceeded with the editing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jin Shirkai activated the video, finding this method of filming almost childlike in its simplicity, and he had never before experienced remote guidance of this kind. Standing behind CU, Fan Dafei gazed in astonishment at the woman displayed within the software, his eyes widening in disbelief. CU, seated beside him, conversed on the phone with Jin Shirkai, and Fan Dafei understood that CU was remotely guiding someone in video production, requesting the footage to be sent for on-site editing. Upon importing the visuals for playback, Fan Dafei was left stunned, utterly speechless. A top-tier female celebrity, his worldview felt entirely upended. How could it be that this small company, with only 3 individuals, was engaging in business with a leading entertainment star from far-off Beijing? They were actually assisting in the creation of short videos? He had underestimated the capabilities of the world. Indeed, Shiyu culture was shrouded in mystery, concealing its true prowess. Chapter 040. The thrill of little skis upon hearing Fan Dafei's astonished exclamations. CU acknowledged him with a simple stating, "This time, I will edit. For future projects, you shall take the lead." "Understood," replied Fan Dafei, his eyes widening in anticipation as he observed CU in the editing process. He now realized that all the works from the 5 accounts originated from CU's skilled hands. His boss, CU, was not merely an employer but an adept technical expert, a true master of the craft. CU imported the footage, cropping and adjusting the frame to position the subject slightly lower, with verdant plants and the side of a European-style building in the background. He then proceeded to adjust the color, lighting, and saturation. A twinkling starlight animation was crafted to follow the movements of the dancer's fingertips. After importing and adjusting the audio track, he set the fade-in and fade-out effects. Done. Time to wrap up. It took a total of 15 minutes, with 10 of those dedicated to creating the animated effects. "Boss, how did you create that following animation?" "I didn't quite grasp it," inquired Fan Dafei, eager to learn and unashamed to ask questions when in doubt. The effect you had produced featured a sparkling starlight that danced along with the dancer's gestures, creating a captivating synergy. In the video of the gesture dance, this effect served as the crowning touch, imbuing the footage with an ethereal quality akin to magic. The effect could be likened to the magical wand of a fairy in an animated film, where the tip of the wand typically bursts forth with starlight, moving in harmony with the fairy's motions. For professional editors, this effect is not particularly challenging, merely a matter of acquiring the right techniques. Once equipped with advanced editing tools like Jinnying, the process will become even simpler. However, without guidance, one might rack their brains in vain, unable to conceive such creativity. This exemplifies the distinction between adept and novice editors. The same footage, when processed by different editors, yields results that can be vastly divergent. For the average user, the challenge is akin to scaling a mountain, seemingly insurmountable. In 2018 and 2019, many visually stunning videos were beyond the reach of ordinary users. As the technical barriers were exceedingly high, accounts specializing in technical expertise, like Hefface, gained prominence through their skill. However, with the advent of Jinnying, the threshold was significantly lowered, and Douyin subsequently introduced template features, enabling ordinary users to create astonishing works by merely applying templates within Jinnying. Some skilled editors have even managed to earn 6-figure incomes by selling editing templates. By 2023 and 2024, looking back at the works from 2018, one might find them rather unremarkable, simply due to having been exposed to an abundance of visually striking creations, leading to aesthetic fatigue. Nonetheless, at that time, they were indeed visually captivating, shattering the viewer's expectations. CU generously shared his techniques for animation tracking with Fan Dafei, explaining the process twice with great care. Eagerly, Fan Dafei rushed back to his workstation to experiment. CU sent the completed work to Jin Shirkai, along with 2 messages. "Mr. Jin, it's ready for upload. When you upload the work, could you please acknowledge Xiao CG in the description? Also, kindly add a note to protect our technical flow topic. By the way, may I upload this piece on my own account as well?" The black Toyota Alphard sped down the roads of Beijing. Jin Shirkai, seated in the adjacent executive seat, lifted his phone to check the messages, momentarily neglecting to respond to see you. As he immediately opened the video to assess the results. The sky seems to want to rain, and I wish to live next door to you. Standing foolishly beneath your building, looking up to count the clouds. If a piano were to appear in the scene, I would sing for you. To the light, lively, and cheerful melody of What's the Harm? A girl adorned in a white shirt and a small black suit, with a delicate makeup reminiscent of first love, danced her fingers to the music. Her beautiful face radiated joy, her lips moving in sync with the lyrics, exuding an indescribable charm. The hand gestures of her finger dance were meticulously crafted, closely aligning with the rhythm and lyrics, sometimes forming heart shapes, at other times mimicking piano playing, or pouting and leaning to one side in a playful manner, thus showcasing her beauty and allure to perfection. Her fingertips twinkled with a glimmering stardust, swirling and fluttering with her movements, leaving behind a trail of delicate, luminous starry arcs in the frame, resembling a magical princess from a fairy tale, beautiful and enigmatic. Incredible. This effect eclipses the previous 11 works. Jin Shirkai couldn't help but gasp silently, his eyes sparkling with delight. The song choice was excellent, light and vibrant. The design of the hand dance was remarkable, with movements that were exceedingly rare and perfectly aligned with the lyrics. The composition of the visuals was exquisite, and the special effects were simply outstanding. How was this luminous aura created? Moreover, is this not exceedingly swift? They have only just departed from the embassy district for a mere 20 minutes, still en route in their vehicle, yet they have not yet arrived at the office. Jin Shirkai turned his head to glance at his companion, who had also witnessed the video, her eyes gleaming with delight. She took Jin Shirkai's phone to watch it once more. After several viewings, she reluctantly returned the phone to him, exclaiming, "The impact of this short video surpasses all previous ones. Its online reception is bound to be remarkable." Her statement, albeit a mere truism, went unanswered by Jin Shirkai, who, in the WeChat chat box, sent multiple messages in response to see you. "The results are splendid. I am thoroughly satisfied. Kudos. Heartfelt gratitude to you, C-Zone, for your assistance. I shall ensure the operations team incorporates the trending topic. Please, go ahead and post it. There's no issue. We are strategic partners. Haha. Will you visit Beijing soon? If you do reach out. I would be delighted to treat you to drinks. Your company's choreography is truly impressive." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Douyin account uploaded the second piece of the day. The first was reposted at 2 o'clock, fervently tagged with, "Yang Ying, protect our technical flow, Su Sangwa. What has to be objected?" The description of the piece read, "The sky longs to rain. My mood is exceptionally good. Special thanks to Xiao Ciji and Su Sangwa." Almost simultaneously, Xiao Ciji's account uploaded the same piece, tagged with, "Huyin, protect our technical flow. What has to be objected?" The description stated, "Special thanks to the lady and Mr. Su Sangwa. A salute to them." The collaboration was flourishing, no longer requiring stealthy attempts to gain traffic, but rather boldly assembling. Their mutual acknowledgments clearly indicated a connection, and such gratitude positioned him alongside Su Sangwa, on equal footing, truly a remarkable audacity. Thus, together with Xiao Ciji, they went viral. The former boasted 11 million followers while the latter had 9 million, yielding an impressive foundation of millions in traffic. Fans were in a frenzy. The viewers were captivated by her beauty and charm, unleashing a torrent of enthusiastic comments in the section. Xiao Ciji's fans were equally exhilarated, energetically participating in the discussion. "Are you taking her as a guest? Blogger, I must ask, have you received payment?" I gently patted the blogger's head and playfully inquired, "What exactly are you up to? Who exactly are you? Is this your secondary account? Are you assisting her in filming? Come forth and clarify. Why are you helping her with the piece?" I just checked the account. She posted the same piece. Within an hour, both accounts shattered the limitations of the 7th level traffic pool, entering the highest tier of natural streaming mode. In addition to follower traffic and organic flow, there was also Douyin's support for traffic. This was a significant component of Douyin's star strategy, with Xiao Ciji being a company account endorsed by Douyin, both benefiting from the influx of traffic. The amalgamation of 3 layers of traffic yields an effect that is both natural and unparalleled. In this surge of engagement, Xiaoski revels in the delight of his newfound popularity, as his followers are poised to skyrocket. After uploading a dance piece to Xiaoski, Siyu began to contemplate the matter of the Li Kuei version of Chunshitang. Li Kuei sent multiple private messages, conveying 2 primary requests. First, to change the account name to avoid trademark infringement associated with their brand. Second, to provide a quotation, as they are interested in investing in hard advertising for him. CU found himself in a quandary. He was reluctant to alter the name, yet eager to secure future advertising opportunities with them. This was a potential major client, a significant financial backer, one he could not afford to offend. However, he was loath to part with the splendid name of Chunshitang. Moreover, what alternative could he possibly adopt? Chunfengtang? Alas, even Chunfeng would infringe upon trademarks. Wang Yi, the well-known internet company associated with Ding Sanshur, also has an adult brand named Wang Yi Chunfeng. In October of last year, they launched an adult product line under the name Wang Yi Chunfeng, which was released simultaneously with Wang Yi Select and Wang Yi Koala. What could possibly drive a prominent internet enterprise to delve into adult products? Not to mention, their products have won numerous awards, including the prestigious Industrial Design Award, the first of its kind in China. Both Chunshitang and Chunfeng face trademark issues, and other potential names lack substance. Unable to conjure a suitable name, CU decided to postpone the matter. After all, Douyin has not yet opened corporate certification, nor does it possess a blue verification badge, leaving Li Kuei without grounds for complaint. I shall assert my claim as the Li Kuei here. I fear not the specter, for it has not harmed me in the slightest. Thus, CU engaged in a strategic dance with Li Kuei's small operations. I shall continue using this name for now, providing you with free advertising. I shall not actively claim to be the genuine article. It is merely a misunderstanding, which does not constitute infringement and brings you no loss, only benefits. When the time comes for you to register your account, I will change it. The small operations team found this reasoning rather compelling. The Li Kuei has never proclaimed to be Li Kuei, yet customers believe the Li Kuei to be Li Kuei, greatly benefiting Li Kuei's renown. The staff dared not voice their opinions and reported CU's unconventional rationale up the chain to the marketing director, Wang Lingbo. Wang Lingbo chuckled. This Li Kuei is rather mischievous. He summoned the manager responsible for online marketing and inquired, "How many followers does the Douyin account you commissioned have?" The manager, Wu Jianghua, 35 years old and a plump fellow, replied sheepishly, "Less than 10,000. What? Wang Lingbo furrowed his brow. What company did you engage, yielding such results? How much did it cost? Director Wang, the depths of Douyin are profound. Wu Jianghua explained. There are virtually no companies specializing in Douyin operations. I had no choice but to hire an advertising firm adept in online business. Yet their output pales in comparison to Chunshitang. Oh no, to the work of Li Kuei. The advertising company, attempting to emulate the essence of Li Kuei's creations, could only replicate the superficial aspects, failing to capture the true spirit that made Li Kuei so beloved. Consequently, attracting followers proved to be a formidable challenge. They justified their struggles by stating that operating on Douyin was akin to managing Weibo, a skill that required exploration and understanding. Wang Lingbo let out a dismissive snort and inquired about their expenditures. Wu Jianghua, lowering his gaze, replied that they had spent 80,000. With a sardonic chuckle, Wang Lingbo retorted, 80,000 invested, and you have garnered an account with fewer than 10,000 followers? I might as well advertise for him myself. He then turned to the junior operator and asked, what are his advertising rates? The junior operator responded. He said he wouldn't accept any advertisements for now, preferring to focus solely on increasing followers at full speed, as taking on ads would lead to a loss of followers. Not only mischievous, but also somewhat arrogant. Wang Lingbo scoffed, his irritation palpable. Do you think I'm begging you for something? He furiously lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before instructing Wu Jianghua. Call the advertising company and inquire about the cost to reach 1 million followers. Wu Jianghua, under Wang Lingbo's watchful eye, promptly dialed the supplier. Just ask if they can achieve 1 million. You set the price. It's not about the money, is it? Timing. 5 minutes later, Wu Jianghua, drenched in perspiration, hung up the phone and hesitantly reported, the supplier hesitated to promise reaching 1 million followers, asserting that it's not simply a matter of spending money but requires operational skill and experience, and that we must wait for the right moment. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Wang Lingbo, lowering his voice. They suggested we focus on Kuaishou instead of Douyin, claiming that Kuaishou allows for more flexibility and creative freedom, and that Douyin is too limited for worthwhile efforts. Wang Lingbo's frustration surged. Blaming the platform for one's own inadequacies was akin to blaming the earth for gravity when one could not produce results. He extinguished his cigarette with irritation and coldly remarked, So our 80,000 budget is essentially wasted? Wu Jianghua, startled by Wang Lingbo's sarcastic tone, quickly suggested, "Why don't we acquire Li Gui?" Acquire him? Wang Lingbo mused, contemplating the prospect. While the idea had merit, the execution would be fraught with difficulty. After some thought, he shook his head. Li Gui's refusal to accept advertisements indicated that his ambitions were considerable. Negotiating an acquisition would surely entail a hefty price. Furthermore, what good would the acquisition serve if there was no sustainable content creation capability? Would they have to continue funding advertising management afterward? Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Lingbo. He recalled that his Weibo account was managed by a professional agency for 320,000 a year. What if we negotiate with Li Gui for an acquisition and then have him manage the operations? He instructed the junior operator, "Provide me with Li Gui's WeChat ID. I will speak with him personally." Turning to Wu Jianghua, he added, "Find several Kuaishou and Douyin accounts. We will tentatively launch a batch of advertisements to test which platform yields better results." Understood, President Wang, Wu Jianghua replied, visibly relieved. Chapter 041. Jiang Xiaobai. After uploading the hand gesture dance for Little Siki, Siyu found himself overwhelmed with communication via WeChat with nearly 10 brand representatives. At this moment, he wished to refrain from accepting advertisements to maintain the purity of his account and focus entirely on growing his follower count. Nonetheless, it was essential to keep the lines of communication open with the brands for future possibilities. The selection of operational and business personnel needed to be expedited. This was no ordinary task. Siyu had to flatter each brand representative, all the while internally lamenting his predicament. He currently wore many hats: creativity, shooting, editing, talent management, music direction, and even serving as a human assistant, all responsibilities resting squarely on his shoulders. The workload was overwhelming, and neglecting operational and business matters had led to significant setbacks. If he had established connections earlier, he would not have found himself in this situation. "Hello, I am Yang Ziyuan, the marketing manager for Jiang Xiaobai." A new WeChat account sent a message. "Jiang Xiaobai Baijiu? Interesting." Siyu pulled out Fandafei's statistical information sheet and located this individual, reviewing the records. Yang Ziyuan had simultaneously reached out to both Little Siki and Chunchitang accounts regarding advertising inquiries. Siyu fell into contemplation. Jiang Xiaobai, a youthful spirit in the world of liquor, is the pioneering online celebrity brand, a marketing phenomenon. Last year's sales approached 2 billion, outshining even the renowned Mao Dai. They have crafted numerous resonant phrases that have long been regarded as exemplars in the marketing field. From the copy on the bottle to the articles on their WeChat public account and promotional posters. Their work has been actively disseminated by various third-party accounts as a study reference, even featured in business school textbooks. They sell not merely liquor but the unspoken sentiments hidden within our hearts, those countless solitary nights spent in reflection. Their classic phrases are numerous, such as 1. I see your visage in my cup, yet it feels like a fleeting year gone by. 2. Once shy to confess, now fearful of farewell. 3. How long have we waited? I await your initiative while you await my availability. 4. The finest understanding lies in grasping your unspoken words and your hesitations. 5. You visited briefly, yet altered my life forever. 6. Loneliness is defined as having unvoiced thoughts and no one to share them with. 7. My belly has grown, yet my dreams have slimmed. 8. They say all under heaven are brothers, yet we fail to connect even within 4 kilometers. 9. The truths spoken after a drink have already been uttered countless times in the heart. 10. May I still pour you a drink in 10 years. Wishing we remain old friends. And many more such profound and poetic phrases abound. Siyu found himself intrigued. He greatly appreciated the brand's tone and ethos. In his words, it possessed a distinct online resonance, demonstrating exceptional prowess in digital marketing. Their target demographic was entirely composed of the youth, perfectly aligning with the predominant audience on Douyin. Thus, he decided to engage in a conversation. Jiang Xiaobai emerged as an unexpected delight. His initial plan to accept brand advertisements hinged upon 2 conditions. 1. To commence after the Spring Festival, and 2. To surpass 5 million followers. However, Jiang Xiaobai's brand temperament resonates remarkably well with the audience on Douyin. The key factor is their substantial financial resources. The liquor industry has consistently been the foremost investor in advertising, with many of the highest profile advertisements on CCTV originating from this sector. Their marketing budget is not merely in the millions or tens of millions, but exceeds a staggering 100 million. Could it be that they are willing to make an exception for a wealthy magnate? Siyu did not immediately respond to Yang Ziyuan, the market manager of Jiang Xiaobai. Instead, he took the time to familiarize himself with the recent marketing, sales, and brand promotion activities of the company online. He discovered that their sales have recently experienced a decline. Although their marketing efforts have been commendable, the consumers are beginning to experience aesthetic fatigue, primarily due to a lack of product strength. After the initial hype, the situation gradually returned to tranquility. CU understood that they were eagerly seeking new marketing breakthroughs and had set their sights on Douyin. Their insight is indeed astute. They are rightly hailed as the masters of online marketing and engaging with the youth demographic. Apart from Dulacy, only Jiang Xiaobai and the long-familiar coconut tree brand could compete. CU switched back to WeChat to communicate with Yang Ziyuan. After a half-hour of conversation, Yang Ziyuan's intentions became clear. He directly requested hard advertisements on Xiao CG and Chunshitang, quoting a price of 2 cents per fan. He had undoubtedly conducted market research and an advertising price assessment, as his quotation was professional, seasoned, and devoid of any superfluous margins. The pricing was extremely stringent. A rate of 2 cents per fan implies that the advertising fee is based on the number of followers of the account used for the advertisement. Xiao CG has 3 million followers, meaning a 15-second hard video advertisement would cost 60,000 yuan. Chunshitang has 1.88 million followers, which, when rounded to 1.9 million, translates to 380,000 yuan. CU rejected his proposal. Hard video advertisements are simplistic and brutish, lacking in technical finesse, and would likely provoke disdain among followers, resulting in a significant loss of fans, a futile endeavor. If such advertisements were the only option, he would prefer to live frugally and endure this challenging period. After clarifying Yang Ziyuan's intentions, CU asked, "I have an advertising concept that rivals the caliber of your bottle design, tailored specifically for you. Would you be interested in learning more?" In Yuqing, Yubei District, at Jiang Xiaobai building on Tongmao Avenue, Yang Ziyuan was preparing to shut down his computer and leave for the day when he received CU's message, which made him smirk. What a boast, he thought. Our copy has been meticulously crafted, regarded as a textbook in the advertising industry. You, a mere small influencer with a few million followers, have become so arrogant that you've lost sight of your own identity. What creativity could possibly compare to ours? Despite his disdain, Yang Ziyuan recognized that this influencer was aware of the impressive nature of Jiang Xiaobai's bottle design and had a keen understanding of marketing. Thus, he typed a reply, "I'm all ears." CU responded, "I will create a short video piece tailored for you, seamlessly integrating a soft advertisement for Jiang Xiaobai, ensuring that your brand experiences a surge in popularity. The fee will be based on the video views, at 20 yuan. Are you interested?" "Oh, this is intriguing." Yang Ziyuan felt a flicker of interest. Although he was shrewd and known for exorbitant price increases, this individual spoke with such confidence that it couldn't hurt to listen further. In the realm of advertising, there exists a specialized term denoting the cost per 1,000 impressions. This refers to the expenditure incurred when an advertisement is displayed to 1,000 potential customers. A fee of 20 signifies that for every 1,000 views, an expense of 20 units is incurred. Therefore, if the total view count reaches 10 million, the cost escalates to 200,000. Yang Ziyuan noted that a fan of his is valued at 2 cents. Thus, accumulating 1,000 fans amounts to a fee of 20, consistent with his pricing. However, he has obfuscated the concept by substituting fan count with view count. Theoretically, view counts are significantly greater than fan counts. For instance, possessing 3 million fans implies a baseline of at least 3 million views, augmented by organic traffic, which would undoubtedly push the total views beyond 3 million. This effectively translates to a price hike several times over. Yang Ziyuan reclined in his office chair and replied, "I harbor interest, yet your proposition seems rather esoteric, and the pricing appears excessively extravagant." Xiao Siji responded, "I shall compose a song for you, engage a singer to perform it, and produce a short video for publication. I will waive the advertisement production fees and only charge based on view counts. Truly sincere." Writing a song? This advertising model is remarkably novel. Yang Ziyuan's curiosity intensified. Having overseen advertising placements for years, he had never encountered such an approach. "What sort of song? Who will perform it? What kind of short video?" he inquired. Posing 3 questions in quick succession, Xiao Siji replied, "A song about liquor, performed by an obscure singer. I can assure you that the short video will become a sensation, propelling Jiang Xiaobai into the limelight. The term out of the circle would not emerge until 2020, and Yang Ziyuan pondered for a while before surmising that it implied allowing Jiang Xiaobai to transcend her fanbase and enter the public consciousness. His assumption was both accurate and flawed. In the context of advertising on Douyin, targeting the influencer's followers, out of the circle signifies breaking free from the confines of a fanbase to present the advertisement to a broader audience, indicating a successful advertising outcome. In truth, however, CU's interpretation of out of the circle encompassed a much broader scope, referring to society at large. CU refrained from providing further clarification, believing that attempts to articulate it would come off as mere boasting. Tangible results were imperative. While Yang Ziyuan contemplated this, CU sent another message. Have you seen the latest work on Xiao Siji's account? What work? Yang Ziyuan promptly opened Douyin, located Xiao Siji, and was taken aback. Wow. The piece posted this afternoon has garnered 1,000 likes in just 2 hours. He quickly typed, "What does this mean? Was this piece created with your assistance?" Xiao Siji confirmed, "Indeed, I am part of a professional short video agency, and this work was tailored specifically for her. You can check the account." Yang Ziyuan immediately searched for it. She had posted the same piece, which had gone viral, accumulating over 3,000 likes. Damn, this individual is not merely boasting. They are genuinely impressive. Yang Ziyuan felt a surge of excitement. Being able to craft bespoke works for a top-tier influencer indicates significant capability and professionalism. Even renowned figures sought his services for short video production. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently discovered a professional short video agency, prompting him to take heed of Xiao Siji's words with newfound seriousness. Could you elaborate on the advertisement for custom song placements? You have transformed into a more formal address. Upon receiving the message, CU promptly sent a voice note, and the two exchanged warm greetings. CU provided a brief overview. He would compose a song centered around the theme of alcohol, produce a short video featuring a drinking scene, where the protagonist would be seen holding a bottle of Jiang Xiaobai while drinking. He would encompass all aspects including music, copywriting, creativity, production, and distribution. The cost would strictly adhere to the agreed charges, with no additional fees for advertisement creation or operational expenses. He pledged to utilize all available resources to promote the work, ensuring it garners significant attention, aiming for it to trend on Weibo and Douyin. After the voice call, Yang Ziyuan reviewed the plan and rushed to report to the director. This venture exceeded his authority. He was responsible for advertisements priced below 100,000, which he could approve independently, but anything above that necessitated the director's approval. Given CU's proposal, the final charge for this advertisement would likely exceed 100,000. To be candid, this sum was negligible for Jiang Xiaobai, whose annual advertising budget was 2 billion. Their offline channels were inundated with billboards and advertisements, and they had sponsored numerous variety shows. The key point was that the advertising model proposed by CU was uncharted territory even for the advertising specialists at Jiang Xiaobai. The director had yet to leave for the day, and after a 20-minute briefing in the director's office, following the viewing of the short video, the director exhibited a similar enthusiasm. Jiang Xiaobai's brand ethos revolved around youthfulness and innovation, making CU's proposal particularly appealing. Why not give it a try? However, one aspect remained unclear. What would be the ultimate view count for the video CU spoke of? A view count of 10 million would incur a charge of 200,000, while 25 million would demand 500,000 in advertising fees. The director frowned and instructed, "The concept is viable, but the details must be meticulously managed. You should investigate the typical view counts for Douyin videos. Is there a precedent for charging based on views? What are the rates? Ensure you are not taken advantage of." Just as Yang Ziyuan was about to leave, the director added another request. "Could CU provide us with a sample of the work? It makes sense. One should at least see the product before negotiating the price. It is unreasonable to discuss costs without having seen the goods." While Yang Ziyuan communicated with CU regarding the discussion with the director, CU headed to the recording studio of the bearded man to work on the music. Anticipating that the client would want to see a sample, he thought it was fine to produce one. Even if Jiang Xiaobai chose not to use it, it would not go to waste. After calling Zhu Zhu to request leave, he neglected to have dinner, immersing himself in the recording studio for 2 hours, transcribing the song, arranging the instrumentation, and preparing the score for the bearded man to create an accompaniment track. adhering to the same distribution standards as Good Morning, Lake City. He engaged teacher Hu In for the accompaniment, specifically requesting an expedited service, which cost an additional 150,000. The 320,000 online loan he had taken out just the previous night was swiftly depleted within a day. The song crafted by CU is none other than the immensely popular Cantonese drinking anthem from a previous life. Drink today, get drunk today. This piece is a reinterpretation of Wu Bai's Sudden Self, with the melody largely replicated and the lyrics transformed into Cantonese, accompanied by modified instrumentation. After gaining traction on Douyin, it was revealed to be plagiarized, prompting CU to seek out Wu Bai to purchase the copyright. CU had prepared this song in advance, intending to finalize the copyright arrangement with Wu Bai's management tomorrow. The rights for such an old song are quite affordable, easily settled for a few thousand yuan. The themes and lyrics of this song align perfectly with Jiang Xiaobai, making it an impeccable fit. In a past life, a young man known online as Brother Fengdang, with a rather peculiar appearance, held a bottle of white liquor, lip-syncing to Drink Today, Get Drunk Today, which went viral. His amused expressions, combined with the catchy melody, evoked a festive atmosphere, leading to him being humorously dubbed as someone whose looks yield little but whose laughter brings plenty. This video inadvertently became a groundbreaking work, as it pioneered a new genre, the lip-sync singing trend. Following its release, an abundance of lip-sync short videos emerged. Some have remarked that Douyin's rise to fame owes much to Brother Fengdang. This illustrates the immense popularity of that video. Regrettably, Brother Fengdang could not seize the opportunity. After that extraordinary viral moment, he failed to produce any notable works and faded into obscurity. In this life, CU aims to become the founding figure of the lip-sync singing genre. As a reborn maestro of short videos, he feels an undeniable responsibility. As for the singer, he has already decided. Chunjua, Chapter 042, Poaching Hong Xiaoma. Drink Today, Get Drunk Today is a cover song, not expected to sell exceptionally well, and does not demand high vocal prowess. Chunjua, a music student, possesses commendable singing skills, being a native of eastern Guangdong, making him ideally suited to perform this Cantonese song. He has long contemplated a path for his best friend. The original plan was to launch after the Spring Festival, but this time he will leverage Jiang Xiaobai's success to propel Chunjua forward. This series of plans took shape in his mind while devising Jiang Xiaobai's promotional strategy, each element interlocking seamlessly, akin to a sow wearing a bra, one layer upon another. Once the song is settled, CU casually samples some food at the food street, rushes back to the dormitory, and pulls Chunjua aside, saying, "Brother Zhua, could you do me a favor in a couple of days?" Chunjua, ever watchful, glances at him. Whenever he calls him Brother Zhua, it invariably signals trouble. "What scheme are you concocting now? Are you short on cash again?" CU, with a mysterious smile, replies, "I need you to star in a short video. Are you interested?" "Oh, that's intriguing." Every art student possesses a strong desire to perform, and Chunjua is no exception, eagerly inquiring, "What kind of video? Is it a dance piece?" CU shakes his head. "It's a singing video." "Singing?" He thumps his chest, proclaiming, "Singing is my forte. I'm the Zhang Shuiyo of Xiangshan, the Lu Dehua of Huqing." To be honest, his singing ability is indeed quite impressive, only slightly inferior to CU's. CU flatteringly responds, "It's precisely your vocal talent that prompted me to invite you." He burst into laughter, then suddenly quieted and asked, "Is there a fee?" CU was taken aback. "What fee?" He widened his eyes, raised his arm, pointed at CU, and exclaimed, "Are you trying to get something for nothing?" After saying that, he snorted in indignation and added, "You invited girls to guest star in the Axe Gang dance, and you paid them 100 each." CU, both amused and exasperated, retorted, "You are truly narrow-minded, lacking vision. You will forever be limited to 4 dishes. All right. I'll give you 2 packs of soft cigarettes. Is that acceptable?" CU understood his ploy. "No way." He shook his head defiantly. "I am the lead, not a supporting role. 2 packs 1 tea suffice." "Then what do you want?" "A meal." "Fine, as you wish." CU feigned a pained expression, and the more pained he looked, the more delighted Chunjua felt. This is what one calls a detrimental friend. It must be extravagant. He insisted relentlessly. "Let's go for an average of 80 per person. Is that agreeable?" CU declared. Satisfied, he placed his hand on CU's shoulder and mischievously asked, "What song are we singing? What are we filming?" "I have rewritten the lyrics for Sudden Self in Cantonese, and I am working on the accompaniment." In a couple of days. I will take you to record it. What? Chen Zhuo was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out. He had thought it was merely for a short video, at most grabbing a microphone and singing a few lines. But little did he know that a full accompaniment was being prepared for a recording session. I've never even been to a recording studio to record a song properly. Siyu looked at him with a sideways glance, disdainfully enjoying his naive expression. The next day, upon arriving at work, Siyu sat beside Wang Shi and discussed recruiting for Dosha. After a day of intense work, he had finally managed to address the remaining business matters. The absence of professional operations had caused significant negative impacts on the work, leading to considerable delays. Recruiting was urgent and must be prioritized. Wang Shi silently watched Siyu as he wrote the job analyses on 4 sheets of paper. The positions included operations, e-commerce operations, senior agents, senior public relations, senior business, government affairs manager, and animation director. All were high-level executive roles, presenting considerable difficulties. After a long pause, she said softly, Dosha does not have an e-commerce operations position. Siyu, inhaling the refreshing scent of her perfume, swiftly crossed out the e-commerce operations and government affairs roles on the paper, stating, then we will put these 2 on hold. Let us seek candidates from Mao Tao after the new year. The remaining positions are all urgent. For senior roles, it was nearly impossible to fill them immediately, as candidates were typically already employed. Wang Shi was an exception. Her arrival at CU Culture was indeed fortuitous. With lightning speed, she resigned, and by the afternoon, CU received a private message from her, an impeccable coincidence. Even if there were suitable candidates for these positions, the process of multiple interviews, resignations, and handovers would take at least 2 months before they could start. It was imperative to act swiftly and prepare for the future. The most pressing concerns are operations and animation. CU sketched 2 large circles around these 2 positions. Dosha boasts 8 operations teams, each with an annual salary exceeding 400,000, according to Wang Shi. Compensation is negotiable. As long as people are willing to come, anything can be discussed, CU contemplated. You should tell them that joining now makes them a founding member of the company, and when we initiate the financing process, they could secure equity in management. He pointed at the animator, stating, this position must be filled by a top-tier talent, capable of receiving a 10 share of the project's profits. Wang Shi furrowed her brow in confusion. What does that mean? I don't quite understand. The chief animator and animation team will be responsible for creating a virtual persona, with a personal share of 10 of the net commercial profits generated. What is the profit estimate? CU raised his head in thought. That's hard to say. The virtual persona he aims to create must rival the renowned first virtual character from his past life, the little monk Yi-chan. The little monk has already debuted, amassing millions of followers on Weibo, and yesterday, CU inadvertently stumbled upon Yi-chan on Douyin, which had just entered the platform 3 days prior. Its parent company, the leading firm DU Network, was the first to invite a large-scale presence on Douyin. The inaugural account on Douyin was that of the virtual little monk Yi-chan. This is quite impressive. If CU neglects it, allowing it to develop without competition, it will likely rank in the top 10 of Douyin's total follower count by July 2018, never falling out of the top 10 thereafter, achieving remarkable stability. At its peak, Douyin followers reached 50 million. Across all platforms, including Douyin, Weibo, and YouTube, its total fan base nears 100 million. It stands as the sole global superpower, recognized by all overseas Chinese communities. CU, having been reborn, cannot passively observe such a promising project. He must seize a share for himself. He intends to create a virtual persona that competes with it, engaging in a contest to see who is superior. The essence of this endeavor lies in creativity, scriptwriting, and animation design. CU can reproduce a portion of the creative ideas and scripts from memory. He distinctly recalls the most classic lines from Yi-chan, which he can replicate in advance. He plans to tread his own path, leaving Yi-chan with no avenues to pursue. There is no shame in this. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, ruthless and unyielding. Securing the creative script would account for 70 of success, while the remaining 30 hinges on the animation design. DU Network is among the earliest and most formidable companies in Huagua, and to surpass them in this competitive arena, he must enlist top-tier talent. DU represents CU's first formidable opponent, with many more to follow, such as Weiyu Media, which is yet to establish a presence on Douyin. Wang Shi took a deep breath, hesitating to speak. She had a perfect candidate in mind for the chief animator position, the deputy director of animation at Dosha. This individual is exceptionally talented and has been entrusted with major projects, earning the respect of Boss Du. However, he had once pursued Wang Shi, only to be gently rebuffed. Thus, she found herself in a dilemma about whether to extend an invitation to him. By the way, could you assist me in acquiring Hong Xiaoma's private WeChat ID? Yu suddenly recalled a matter of significance. Who? Wang Shi appeared momentarily bewildered. Hong Xiaoma, also known as Feng Timo, the formidable leader of Dousha. Retrieve her private WeChat ID, Yu reiterated. Wang Shi gazed intently at Yu, her expression impassive, her beautiful eyes behind the lenses glimmering with curiosity. She certainly had the means to obtain Hong Xiaoma's WeChat, yet she was perplexed by Yu's intentions. Yu elucidated, I wish to recruit her. Wang Shi cautioned. She is under contract with Dousha. Yu was indeed aware of Hong Xiaoma's binding agreement with Dousha. However, having been reborn into the year 2018, Hong Xiaoma was an unavoidable superstar in the realm of social media, a veritable treasure trove, a money tree that one could not simply overlook. It was imperative to devise a strategy to capitalize on her influence. She was the largest female internet celebrity in the nation, her fame soaring to extraordinary heights, second only to a male counterpart, as substantiated by data. How formidable was her prowess? She had been embroiled in the accounting scandal last year, garnering attention on CCTV News. Named explicitly, yet her reputation remained unscathed. After a 4-month hiatus, she made a triumphant return, even more popular than before. She was the only prominent internet celebrity to weather such a scandal without a downfall, remarkably resilient. Presently, she stood as the leading figure in Dousha, having transitioned from an internet sensation to a traditional entertainment star, gracing various variety shows such as Happy Camp and Daily Up, and releasing music albums. Her latest single, Buddhist Housewife, currently reigns atop the new song charts of Penguin Music. Yu was acutely aware of her trajectory. Her contract with Dousha was set to expire mid-year, and she was anticipated to be signed by the station for a staggering 50 million signing bonus, positioning her as their leading lady. The station harbored grand ambitions, planning to secure the global finals broadcasting rights for 800 million renminbi, aiming to establish themselves as the premier streaming platform in esports. Recruiting Hong Xiaoma was a pivotal component of this strategy. By utilizing her as their flagship talent, alongside the finals broadcasting rights, they aspired to surpass Dousha and Wangya, claiming the title of the foremost streaming platform. Regrettably, after signing with the station, she encountered minor setbacks and retreated for 2 years, missing the peak of her traffic potential. Upon her return, the landscape had irrevocably changed. Yet, true talent eventually shines through. In 2023, she signed directly with Douyin, and within mere months, her follower count surged back to 30 million. Yu dared to contemplate the recruitment of Dousha's leading lady because he recognized the loopholes in her contract and was privy to her future prospects and developmental trajectory. Thus, he sought to test the waters regarding her potential recruitment under his banner. If successful, it would be akin to a financial maneuver where the small devours the large. An audacious enterprise that would propel Yu culture into the limelight. I am aware of her contract, which has 6 months until expiration, providing some operational latitude. Yu replied calmly to Wang Shi. Observing the resolute confidence etched on his face, Wang Shi hesitated before conceding, Very well, I shall assist you in acquiring it. However, I must caution you that Dousha's boss Du is quite shrewd, and his legal team is formidable. The legal team at Dousha is indeed formidable. Often hailed as the unbeatable titan in the realm of live streaming, they have successfully pursued breach of contract cases against hosts, securing compensation exceeding 1 billion yuan. For instance, Wei Shun was awarded 31 million, Haisher 48 million, and Shiga 38 million, alongside numerous others amounting to several million, with an impeccable record of victories. Luring a top-tier talent from Dousha is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. A misstep could lead to catastrophic financial repercussions. I understand. I shall exercise caution. Yu remarked, adding, Let us also post the legal position on the talent recruitment website. I almost forgot about that. After discussing talent acquisition, Yu reached out to Wu Bai's management agency, engaging in a series of negotiations to secure the rights for lyrics to the piece Sudden Self for 25 million. Having completed the transaction, Yu received a message from the agent, Zhen Shikai. A link and advertisement for Good Morning, Lake City have been posted on Weibo. Take a look. Wow, that was quick. Yu exclaimed, both surprised and elated. It was undoubtedly the explosive success of the dance piece What's Wrong With That prompted them to recognize CU's capabilities and to initiate soft advertising without further delay. Since he had committed to Xiao CG, it was better to proceed sooner rather than later, nurturing friendships along the way. Which was precisely Zhen Shikai's line of thought. Arriving at the office at 11 in the morning, Zhen Shikai had just settled in when operations manager Zhao rushed in to report, Director Zhen. The short video we released yesterday has gone viral. Have you seen it? Having stayed up late the previous night, Zhen Shikai had neglected to check. He pulled out his phone and was astounded to discover that CU's directed dance piece, What's Wrong With That, uploaded at 4 in the afternoon the day prior, had gained 210,000 new followers and 320,000 likes within a mere 19 hours. Previously, the highest likes on any single piece was 1 million, accumulated over 15 days. This new creation, however, achieved 320,000 likes in less than 24 hours. Was there any need for further observation? Certainly not. If this momentum continued, it would undoubtedly surpass 1 million in about a week. Zhen Shikai's smile widened. This individual truly had a knack for it. You should go on Weibo and promote them, he suggested. Right now? Aren't we waiting for more data? Zhao inquired, seeking confirmation. No need to wait. They are straightforward with their terms, product before payment. We must also be forthright, Zhen Shikai replied, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Zhao. Given how adept he is at creating short videos, do you think we should consider his proposal regarding Xiao CG managing the Douyin account? Zhen Shikai referred to the claim made by Xiao CG, who boasted that he could elevate the account to surpass Di Li, becoming the top figure on Douyin after the Spring Festival. Now, his prowess was undeniably evident. From the moment he proposed creating a video, he crafted the dance routine and script in just half an hour, skillfully directing the filming, all culminating in a mere 2 hours to finalize the release. What an astonishing efficiency! The exceptional work they had labored for days to create, Xiao CG conjured effortlessly. Zhao pondered, I think we should consider it. The key factor will be his expectations and pricing. Chapter 43. Is this something that can be accomplished with 2 million? If CU truly manages to surpass Di Li and ascend to the pinnacle of Douyin fame as the #1 influencer, her reputation will undoubtedly soar, significantly enhancing her market value. Zhen Shikai has been dreaming of this possibility. He is one of the most astute agents in the traditional entertainment industry, keenly aware of the importance of promoting through online platforms. The impressive follower counts on Weibo and Douyin are a testament to the considerable effort he has invested in these digital realms. Furthermore, he manages his accounts personally, never having resorted to hiring a third-party operator. Now, he genuinely comprehends the distinction between amateur and professional. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. I will personally discuss this with him to ascertain his terms, Zhen Shikai instructed, and keep our arrangement for short video production under wraps. Understood? General Zhao paused for a moment, then grasped the implication. CU serves as their secret weapon. If only they are privy to her capabilities, their advantage remains intact. Should others also seek her out, it would place everyone on an equal footing, nullifying their edge. The connection between CU and them was entirely serendipitous, a thread of fate woven through their relentless efforts. Individuals from other sectors of the entertainment industry are likely oblivious to the existence of this short video specialist, and they would scarcely believe in her prowess. Even among themselves, despite past successes, they would only dare to affirm her abilities after witnessing tangible results. It is remarkable. Her potential is explosive, unequivocal. Who would believe it if announced? At 11:25 a.m. on January 18, 2018, a Weibo account updated its content. Yesterday, I inadvertently heard a new song titled Good Morning, Lake City on Penguin Music. I absolutely adore it and played it on repeat for an hour, sharing it with everyone. Hoping you all enjoy it too. A succinct message, accompanied by a direct link to the song on Penguin Music. No one anticipated that this delightful song share was a soft advertisement. They genuinely believed it was a heartfelt recommendation. Upon receiving the update notification, fans eagerly flocked to Penguin Music to listen to the same song as their idol. Can one fathom the immense influence of a superstar with 33 million followers? The consequence was a meteoric rise in all metrics for Good Morning, Lake City. Early on the 19th, this surge triggered alerts within the Penguin Music data monitoring system. The data analysts, freshly arrived at work, were greeted by the conspicuous green exclamation mark on their screens, indicating a significant anomaly. Such notifications arise when the play and download counts of a song escalate dramatically, prompting operators to investigate further. The analysts exported the data and forwarded it to the liaison in charge. This liaison then passed it along to senior manager Lu Jinrong. Lu was completely taken aback. What had transpired? Just yesterday, Good Morning, Lake City ranked 29th on the new song chart and 353rd on the 500 chart. In the span of a single night, it skyrocketed to 7th on the new song chart and 265th on the 500 chart. Single-day sales surged from 460,000 to 970,000. Remarkably, this was only the fourth day. It is the fourth day since the new song was uploaded to the platform. The life cycle of a song is at least 60 days, with some extending to a year or two. Furthermore, there's the prime opportunity of the Spring Festival. Can this be accomplished with just 1.2 million? Lu Jinrong, panting, quickly messaged CU. What promotional efforts have you undertaken? Undoubtedly, the song could not have surged in popularity without a reason. There must have been some promotional activities involved. Xiao CG, I placed an advertisement on Weibo. What? How did you manage to connect with her? Lu Jinrong was aware that CU operated as a professional agency when seeking funding for copyright from President Kai. He had set a high bar, not treating him as a novice or easily deceived small musician. He never anticipated that CU would wield such influence to persuade others to promote for him. Lu Jinrong logged onto Weibo and found that the most recent update was posted yesterday at 11 a.m. Within less than 24 hours, it garnered 30,000 views and 10,000 comments. Staring blankly at the song link at the end of the message, he took a moment before clicking on the comments section, which was filled with positive feedback from fans. Who is Brother Happy? I've never heard of him, but he sings quite well. Playing this on repeat. Thanks to my wife for sharing this. My idol's taste is indeed similar to mine. Why is it Good Morning Lake City and not Good Morning Big Capital? Meanwhile, in Big Capital, Tang Honyang had just arranged for the second wave of promotion for Good Morning Lake City. The results from the first wave of testing had concluded, yielding favorable outcomes. And works utilizing this song were gradually emerging in the market. The second wave of promotion would release traffic 10 times greater than the first, completed within a week. CU's agency had made connections. Yesterday, Xiao CG assisted in filming a short video, and today, he was helping to advertise Good Morning Lake City, reported Qin Jincheng. Stopping his actions of boiling water for pu'er tea, Tang Honyang turned around and asked, No way? ISN Tihi from a startup? How did they connect? He chuckled, uncertain of how the connection transpired, but it had indeed occurred. Qin Jincheng replied with a smile. He told me yesterday that he had secured advertising support. And I checked Weibo. Tang Honyang shook his head in disbelief. One is in Lake City, the other in Big Capital. How could they possibly engage in business together? It must have been CU who proactively sought collaboration for promotion, perhaps a resource exchange. Qin Jincheng had remarkably deduced the situation quite accurately. Tang Honyang sat beside him, poured 2 cups of pu'er, savored a sip, and sighed deeply. CU culture possesses immense potential. I predict that Good Morning Lake City will inevitably ascend to the top of the music charts, at which point, all 3 chart toppers will belong to their content. Qin Jincheng nodded in agreement, noting the frightening fact that the agency had been established for less than a month. I genuinely wish to visit Lake City to investigate their previous business ventures and how they have become so adept. Tang Hongyang's eyes brightened as he pointed at Qin Jincheng. You should. Go see for yourself and have a chat with the owner. Boss. There's no time left before the new year. Qin Jincheng lamented, stating that with only half a month remaining until the Spring Festival, he was currently occupied with performance evaluations and unable to leave. Indeed, he could not break away. Tang Honyang leaned back in his chair, lost in thought, when suddenly he sat upright. Could he create 2 viral hits in this time? With the Spring Festival approaching, releasing them now could ensure their success through the holiday. As the content director, he yearned for an abundance of phenomenal hits. He chuckled at his own greed, pondering how many more accolades he could desire when Xiu culture already dominated 5 spots on the leaderboard. Ever since the company joined Douyin, viral hits had been pouring in one after another, leaving him exhilarated yet unsatisfied. The number of hits generated in the past half-month surpassed that of the entire previous year. Amused by this realization, he waved dismissively and suggested, Why don't you casually mention it to him? Tell him we plan to promote outstanding works extensively for the Spring Festival. We must not let this opportunity slip away. What did it matter? A swing at the piñata, whether there were prizes or not. Perhaps he would surprise them with another remarkable creation? The annual Spring Festival was a time of frenzied traffic. Hello, Dafei. Three melodious voices lifted Fan Dafei's spirits, causing a slight blush to appear on the handsome square face of Xiao Shuai. Three charming university students, varying in height and stature, yet equally embodying a pure and innocent essence, approached, exuding the unique allure of youth. Particularly striking was Xiao Bai, with her enchanting beauty reminiscent of a lotus blossom, her innocent smile capable of driving every male student at Fan Dafei's alma mater, the Academy of Fine Arts, into a frenzy. They were unlike the models he had previously worked with. While those models were captivating, they exuded a certain worldliness that felt too common. How could they compare to the untainted charm of a student? As Tang Hongyang and Chun Jinsheng discussed Shiyu, Fan Dafei was leading the three girls to the cafeteria for lunch. Today's shoot focused on the daily lives of female university students. To foster familiarity between the photographer and the subjects, Shiyu had organized an early meal to warm up. A seamless rapport was essential for a smooth shooting experience, enhancing efficiency. This marked Fan Dafei's inaugural filming assignment, and he felt a flutter of excitement, his youthful acne glistening as he walked at the rear of the group. Bai Jing, who shared a close bond with Shiyu, walked alongside her at the front, while Luo Xian and Zhou Chunrui strolled in the middle. Along the way, they encountered Bai Jing's classmates, who greeted her enthusiastically. Sister Jing, off to lunch. Shiyu teased. Oh, doing well, are we? Earning the title of Sister Jing now? Senior. Please don't mock me. Bai Jing playfully swatted at Shiyu's arm. At present, Bai Jing had already made a name for herself in Jiangyin, the new campus beauty, who had dazzled during military training in her freshman year, inexplicably became an internet sensation as the first semester drew to a close, amassing nearly 3 million followers. What an astonishing feat. She was merely a freshman. In no time, a whirlwind of admiration, envy, disdain, and jealousy surrounded her, with the most prominent being those eager to attach themselves to her rising star. Her dormitory is lively every evening, as girls from other dorms frequently visit, eager to cultivate a rapport with Bai Jing, hoping to perhaps make an appearance in one of her videos. Her status as a prominent internet celebrity is well known among the faculty. If she arrives late to class, the teachers often quip, "Oh, where's our big internet star?" When she goes to the cafeteria, the enthusiastic staff, who adore Douyin, chuckle and generously serve her extra portions, jokingly remarking, "Xiao Bai, your dancing is truly remarkable. My son is quite fond of you." While shopping at the supermarket, every vendor recognizes her, the cheerful Xiao Bai, the big internet sensation they've seen countless times. Even the usually stern dormitory supervisor can't help but smile upon seeing her. Among her close friends, few call her Bai Jing. Most affectionately refer to her as Jing Jia, while those particularly close to her use her online pseudonym, Xiao Bai. This is the situation of Jiangyin. Back in her hometown, her winter break meals have already accumulated to nearly 10 engagements. The first meal is a personal invitation from her high school homeroom teacher. Teachers are, after all, quite pragmatic, paying close attention to exceptional students, as these students can also be valuable connections. While she is still young and has yet to achieve fame, she is keen to deepen these relationships with her teachers, as they may prove useful in the future. Bai Jing is not alone in this. Luo Xian and Zhou Chunrui share similar sentiments. Luo Xian, graduating this year, harbors even greater ambitions. After surpassing 1 million fans, she has become less inclined to pursue an internship next semester. Subtle aspirations of a grander scale have begun to surface. The internship salary is a mere 21, while a formal job typically offers around 5. At CU Culture, she earns 3 for filming a video once a week, and she has yet to embark on monetizing her brand. According to CU's plans, they will consider commercialization once they reach 5 million fans, which is likely to occur after the Spring Festival. Currently, her thoughts are consumed by the pursuit of fan numbers, fervently wishing to reach 5 million as soon as possible. Upon entering the cafeteria, the trio of stunning beauties collectively draws everyone's attention, their presence captivating the crowd. Some recognize the 3 internet celebrities and whisper among themselves, "Wow, look! Xiao Bai, De Chun, and Long Leg Yin are here together for a meal. Is that Siyu beside them? It must be him. He is impressive, having started his own business in his sophomore year and thriving." Presently, CU's reputation eclipses even that of Bai Jing. His name has been widely circulated on the school forum by his peers. He has launched a company that nurtures the 3 major internet stars, and is renowned for writing Good Morning, Lake City, a topic of lively discussion among students. However, Siyu maintains a low profile, never directly addressing inquiries from classmates or boasting about his achievements. While discussions about him and the three beauties abound in student groups, he remains uninvolved. Chen Zhua has become his spokesperson, eagerly responding to related questions with more enthusiasm than Siyu himself. Busy with numerous responsibilities, Siyu feels stretched thin. Wishing he could divide himself in two, he simply lacks the time to engage in group chats. He has neglected both his college and high school groups, where unread messages have piled up into the thousands. The classmates, to varying degrees, were aware of his remarkable achievements. With Douyin's social networking features, Su Shu had been recommended to add Siyu's ZaiCG account, and undoubtedly, other classmates had done the same. In his high school class, for others were also studying at Huin, likely spreading news of his endeavors within their group. Siyu could easily envision the lively discussions in the high school group, which were surely more exuberant than those in the university group. In high school, he was a mere shadow, an inconspicuous presence, but had now transformed into an entrepreneurial figure and internet sensation, a transition that was far more impactful than any he could experience among his university peers. Several close friends from his past had reached out to Siyu, expressing their concern and excitement, remarking on his newfound stardom and questioning why he had not made an appearance in the group chat, where he was the topic of daily discussions. Siyu replied that he was exceedingly busy, truly engrossed in his endeavors. His days and nights were filled with work. After lights out, he would still be engrossed in the live streams of Lu and Zhangqing Niu, preparing to recruit talent after the Spring Festival. Now, with the added challenge of courting Hong Xiaoma, he found himself preoccupied with yet another demanding task. If it weren't for the impending final exams, his classmates would scarcely catch a glimpse of him. Were it not for the organization of the Three Beauties shoot, he would hardly show his face on campus, let alone in the cafeteria. The moment he did appear, he instantly became the center of attention. Those unfamiliar with him speculated about his identity and how he could so effortlessly accompany three beauties. Each of the three beauties was an object of desire for the boys, and dining publicly with them would afford one the chance to boast for days. To top it off, he was seen with three at once. Some classmates deduced Siyu's identity and whispered among themselves, casting envious glances in his direction, considering him a role model. Observers, aside from marveling internally, were captivated by the trio of beauties, an extraordinary opportunity. Which of the three do you think is the most attractive? Dachuan. It has to be Dachuan. You only like the tall ones. I prefer Xiaobai. She's so delicate. What about Sister Luo? You're all too young to appreciate the allure of long legs. The boys' eyes sparkled with excitement as they conversed in hushed tones, their glances furtively directed at the girls. The girls, in turn, were watching the boys closely. Aren't those a few big internet celebrities? Puffed. They just love the spotlight, neglecting their studies to pursue internet fame. Exactly. That Xiaobai probably just craves attention. Thinking about being an internet star in her freshman year, what good could she be? None of them were seen as reputable. They were perceived as frivolous, engaged in trivial pursuits while flaunting themselves online. The girls from the art school, proud and complex in their thoughts, mostly looked down upon the trio, although many secretly envied them. They muttered derogatory remarks, dripping with jealousy, an abundance of sarcastic and disdainful comments. Yet, if given the chance to connect and converse, they would quickly adopt a different demeanor, becoming exceedingly warm and welcoming. In another cafeteria, Chen Zhui and Lung Bo were engrossed in discussions about Siyu, while Dong Wenxuan sat beside them in silence, quietly eating. To speak candidly, I find myself in a state of despondency. Cold Wave, rather melancholic, expressed a sense of loss, lamenting that life was once tranquil until Siyu, in a most ungrateful manner, disrupted his peace to the extent that he lost all interest in pursuing romantic endeavors. The disparity between individuals is infuriating. After Siyu ascended to the status of a demolitionaire, he neither indulged in extravagance nor became boastful. Instead, he experienced a profound awakening. Each day, he is consumed with relentless toil, striving for a promising future. Ever since that fateful night of gaming together, he has forsaken all forms of entertainment, truly adhering to his vows of abstaining from games and women. His follower count has been steadily climbing, and his venture into the realm of internet celebrity cultivation has been flourishing remarkably. Despite being surrounded by three enchanting beauties, he remains utterly unmoved, even sternly instructing Cold Wave to dismiss any improper thoughts. As for the three of them, They squander their days in frivolity, gaming, chasing girls, and indulging in their whims. The contrast in their lifestyles is stark. Cold Wave, in truth, is not in a dire position. He is a fortunate heir, coasting through life without concern for his future. However, the sudden entrepreneurial spirit of the seemingly inconspicuous CU has stirred something within him. With ample resources, connections, and opportunities at his disposal, he has chosen not to venture into business. Instead, CU has taken the lead. Cold Wave observes CU's transformation with keen interest, pondering repeatedly whether he has become too lethargic or if he should learn from his mentor and embark on a career path. He sees how fulfilling and enjoyable CU's daily life has become. Chunjua shares sentiments similar to Cold Wave's. His closest friend no longer joins him in play, as if they have become inhabitants of two disparate worlds, only to cross paths at night in their dormitory for slumber. The most disheartening of all is Dong Wenxuan. Cold Wave and Chunjua possess the privilege to indulge, while he does not. CU, who hails from a family of similar means, has risen to become a demolition heir, invigorated and industrious, leaving Dong Wenxuan with a bitter taste in his mouth. How ironic it is. A demolition heir, striving for success, while he, from an ordinary background, spends his days in the company of two affluent youths. The disparity is glaring. With CU as a roommate, every moment serves as a reminder that he must contemplate his future. In the upcoming semester, I intend to inquire of CU whether there are any opportunities within his company that I might pursue, Dong Wenxuan declared, setting down his chopsticks with determination. Cold Wave and Chunjua looked at him in astonishment. Joining a friend's company may not be the wisest choice. The dynamics of their relationship could shift. Classmates turning into employers complicates matters, making equality in their interactions unattainable. Dong Wenxuan, disregarding the potential consequences, realized he could no longer afford to continue in this manner. Change was imperative. CU serves as a mirror, reflecting Dong Wenxuan's shortcomings as a jester. After a moment of silence, Chunjua remarked, I heard him say he intends to hire many individuals, but he seeks professionals. Your position may not be guaranteed. I am willing to learn. I will undertake any task. I yearn for a legitimate endeavor, and I too must abandon gaming, Dong Wenxuan acknowledged, aware that Chunjua is well acquainted with CU. Realizing that his words were essentially directed at Chunjua, he felt too embarrassed to approach CU directly, hoping to gauge CU's response through Chunjua's words. He bore an expression of unwavering determination, leaving both Lung Bo and Chunjua utterly bewildered. Another player had dropped out. Yet the game continued to be as chaotic as ever. Amidst the lively atmosphere of the cafeteria, a somber tension enveloped the trio at their table. Chunjua sighed, rubbing his forehead, and helplessly glanced at Dong Wenxuan. You're truly talking nonsense, and it's putting me in a bad mood. Lung Bo chuckled, his demeanor nonchalant. There are still 2 days until the holiday. Let us enjoy these last days before we talk about it. Come on, let us dive into the game. Chunjua stood up, brushing off his pants, and, noticing Dong Wenxuan's hesitant expression, impatiently nudged his shoulder. Don't be so sulky. He's treating us to dinner the day after tomorrow. We can discuss it then. Dong Wenxuan's face turned pale. I'm out of funds. He had long run out of money for internet fees. After CU quit gaming, he had given him a used internet CAF card, but the balance had been depleted. Let us go. I'll cover your expenses. Chunjua thumped his chest. Dong Wenxuan had been waiting for this moment, rising to mutter, if I play games next semester, I'll be a fool. After the three finished their meal, CU and her group of 5 also wrapped up and headed to the central square to begin filming. The hallmark of a tech enthusiast is their quiet demeanor and reserved nature. However, when immersed in their area of expertise, they become loquacious and transform into experts. Fan Dafe exemplified this. CU had deliberately introduced him to the trio beforehand, and during the meal, he hardly spoke. Yet, upon picking up the camera, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm and confidence surged within him. Following CU's guidance, he directed the 3 in capturing candid moments of university life, instructing them to pose and express themselves in various scenes. The earlier awkwardness vanished, replaced by a calm composure and strategic finesse. CU monitored their progress for an hour, adjusting scenes several times, while also imparting the technical nuances of short video production and its rhythmic differences from longer formats. Once Fan Dafe fully grasped the essence of the task, she withdrew, confident that he could manage independently. They aimed to film for an entire afternoon, dedicating an hour and a half to each person, swapping outfits multiple times to generate an ample amount of material, which could later be edited and released at a leisurely pace. With the holiday approaching, they needed to complete their projects ahead of the 40-day winter break. The workload was substantial in these final days. The distinction between institutions and individual enthusiasts lies in systematic, planned operations, rather than impulsive pursuits driven by passion. For the 40-day winter break, each account needed to produce 3 updates daily, totaling 120 pieces of content. With 5 accounts, that amounted to 600 works. Every detail required meticulous planning and efficient bulk filming. After organizing the shooting schedule, CU returned to the company to assist Wang Shi as a human resources aide. The entire afternoon stretched into the evening, filled with back-to-back interviews until 8 o'clock. Wang Shi was the interviewer, and with no one available to assist outside, CU took it upon himself to sit at the front of the office with his notebook, managing reception, filling out forms, and arranging the order of proceedings while also editing videos. He had to request time off from his gym sessions. He and Wang Shi worked in tandem until 9 o'clock before finally leaving. Upon returning, Fan Dafei also voluntarily stayed late, joining them as they wrapped up their day. On January 20th, at 9 in the morning, in Pengcheng, Lu Junrong gazed at the data displayed on his computer, rendered utterly speechless. CU's promotional prowess was astonishing, leaving him unable to keep pace with her rapid maneuvers. On the 18th, she had released a soft advertisement for Good Morning, Lake City on Weibo. The following day, a massive promotional flow was initiated on Douyin. Coupled with the word-of-mouth marketing already brewing within student circles, the music community, and among fans, the result was explosive. Good Morning, Lake City had taken off. On the 18th, it ranked 29th on the new song chart, 353rd on the 500 chart, with daily sales of 460,000. By the 19th, it soared to 7th on the new song chart, 265th on the 500 chart, achieving daily sales of 970,000. Today, it reached 4th on the new song chart, 136th on the 500 chart, with a remarkable daily sales figure of 191 million. This was merely the 5th day since its upload. The trajectory of growth was beyond Lu Junrong's imagination. He was utterly exasperated with CU. Her appetite was insatiable. Any other company would have acquiesced at the initial offer of 800,000 for the copyright buyout. Yet, she declined that, insisting on 1.2 million. After reaching that figure, she still claimed to be waiting and observing. What more is there to observe? Lu Junrong thought. At this rate, the projected sales for Good Morning Lake City were estimated to be at least 9 million. The upper limit was unfathomable. With sales of 190,000 on just the 5th day, how much would it reach in 15, 25, or even 35 days? In a month and a half, the Spring Festival would arrive, a time traditionally characterized by peak sales for digital songs. It was crucial to understand that the promotions on Weibo and Douyin were not merely effective in the initial days, but were part of a sustained, long-term campaign. It could be said that Good Morning Lake City was still in the mid-range of its popularity curve, far from its peak, and at the beginning of its life cycle. With much longevity ahead, action needed to be taken. Lu Junrong downed his coffee in one gulp, printed out the data, and rushed to President Kai's office to strategize. 10 minutes later, the director of the business department hurried in to join the discussion. After an intense half-hour of deliberation, they arrived at a staggering figure, 3.2 million. This was the final price for a complete buyout of the copyright, and it would not increase further. This amount set a record for Penguin Music's buyout of grassroots artists' copyrights. Any higher price was reserved for top-tier stars or trending idols. If CU Culture still refused, they would abandon the buyout and shift to a revenue-sharing model. Ultimately, their desire for a buyout stemmed from a wish to earn greater profits by capitalizing on information asymmetry. If she continued to decline, it was clear she had discerned the reality and had confidence in sales. Raising the price further would be pointless. The platform's prestige needed to be maintained. They could not afford to lose the image of being the favored client. Grasping the 3.2 million authorization provided by President Kai, Lu Junrong took a deep breath and dialed CU's voice call. 10 minutes later, CU ended the call in shock, immersed in contemplation. 3,200,000. A figure that even he did not anticipate the Penguin would propose. To be candid, he was tempted. With a mere nod, the online contract would be signed, and the Penguin would initiate the payment process, ensuring that the sum of 3,200,000 would be in his account within 2 days. An overnight fortune. The first small goal of his life would be promptly achieved. However, the penguin's willingness to offer such a substantial amount surely indicated a lucrative opportunity at hand. Based on the authentic revenue sharing, it would undoubtedly exceed 3,200,000. But by how much? 5 million? 6 million? 7 million? In his previous life, this song had surged in popularity from the summer of 2022 to the winter of 2023, boasting a life cycle of nearly 500 days. It even graced the Spring Festival Gala of the Year of the Rabbit in 2023, where dozens of celebrities collectively performed the piece, elevating its prestige to unprecedented heights. Teacher Yuan earned 18 million in copyright fees from this song alone, not accounting for commercial performances and endorsements. In this life, CU could hardly aspire to amass such a fortune as 18 million. After all, he was 4 years ahead of schedule, with too many variables in play. And devoid of the sensational hype surrounding Xiao Mei's World Cup victory, it was bound to be considerably lower. A threefold reduction seemed reasonable, right? 18 million reduced to a mere 560,000 should pose no issue. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that the 560,000 might require a protracted payment period of up to 20 months, which was excessively lengthy. In contrast, 3,200,000 represented tangible cash available immediately. Moreover, the 560,000 was merely speculative. What if it fell short? Then, opting for the immediate 3,200,000 would indeed be the safer choice. CU found himself in a quandary, as each option bore its own merits. One was a long-term investment, yielding slightly higher returns but entailing significant risk and slow repayment. The other was a short-term gain, offering lower returns but rapid repayment. Devoid of risk, after half an hour of contemplation, unable to reach a decision, CU resolved to message Lu Junrong. Please allow me a day to ponder. This decision is of utmost importance, and I cannot settle on it at this moment. I assure you, I will provide my response by tomorrow morning, no matter what. Thank you immensely. After dispatching the message to Lu Junrong, he proceeded to reach out to Zhen Shikai. The latter had inquired the previous day about the cost of elevating the account to the pinnacle of the leading position, to which CU had quoted 3 million. This had left Zhen Shikai rather disheartened, as he merely mentioned he would think it over and then fell silent. CU understood that Zhen Shikai found the price steep. Yet it was, in fact, quite reasonable. Creativity has always been priceless. A well-crafted advertisement can resurrect a brand, commanding hundreds of thousands in sales. The fees for top-tier designers typically range from several hundred thousand to over $1 million. For instance, the Rice mobile phone brand commissioned the renowned Japanese designer Kinya Hara to modify their rigid typography into more fluid lines, for which he charged $2 million. Indeed, Hara is exceptional, an internationally recognized master of graphic design, a professor at Musashina Art University, and the artistic director of Muji. Yet, could such a fee truly be justified? Some internet users jested that what the Rice brand paid was not a design fee, but rather an endorsement fee for Hara. Regardless, the Rice brand willingly shelled out the genuine sum of $2 million for creativity. In comparison, how could CU's ascension from the second sister to the primary sister's throne be deemed less than $3 million? Short videos fundamentally rely on creativity, akin to design. Advertising design is essentially one and the same. While CU held this belief, Zhen Shikai did not share the same sentiment. Upon receiving the quotation, he felt an urge to curse. 3 million? Are you truly so audacious and devoid of conscience? The most elite companies managing social media operations charge no more than 400,000 a year. If billed monthly, small accounts may only require a few thousand, while larger ones could demand tens of thousands. They are also tasked with numerous responsibilities, including market analysis, audience targeting, fan management, brand strategy, comprehensive online brand promotion, creative copywriting, and poster design, among others. CU, on the other hand, merely focused on filming a few videos to propel them to the top, with little regard for any other responsibilities. Chapter 045. Pressure on Zhen Shikai. Prior to the quotation, Zhen Shikai considered CU to be fair and sincere. After the quotation arrived, he felt an overwhelming desire to block him, lamenting his poor judgment in people. He ignored CU for an entire day, only to find CU proactively sending multiple messages. Chairman Zhen, I am in urgent need of funds. I can offer you an 80% discount on the original quote, bringing it down to 2 for million. If you agree, please pay an initial sum of 1 million, and I will promptly begin managing your account. The remaining payment can be settled upon achieving the target. Do not perceive my price as exorbitant. Success in short videos hinges on intellect, and creativity. Without a compelling concept, even 10 million would not secure the leading position. Should you doubt this, feel free to inquire with any company nationwide to see if they would dare accept 3 million with a promise to help you achieve the top rank. Do not conflate my price with standard management services. They engage in labor, while I engage in intellectual work. You are aware of the significant boost to her reputation that attaining the top spot on Douyin would bring, along with the potential increase in her performance fees and endorsement amounts. A mere 10 increase would suffice to recoup the investment. This is my final offer, valid for 24 hours. I have lowered the price out of financial necessity. Once this opportunity passes, it will not return. Please inform me of your decision. Thank you. Zhen Shikai reread the message several times before replying. All right, I will give it serious consideration and respond to you shortly. CU's price reduction was prompted by pressure from Penguin Music. Uncertain about the revenue model for Good Morning, Lake City, he relinquished the decision-making power to Zhen Shikai. Should Zhen Shikai permit him to take the helm, CU would receive the initial payment of 1 million, alleviating his immediate financial strain. With funds in hand, he would feel more secure and opt for a revenue-sharing model, gradually receiving his share monthly. Conversely, if Zhen Shikai disagreed, CU resolved to choose the outright purchase of copyright from Penguin, which would yield an immediate payment of 320,000. Life without funds was exceedingly challenging. A new employee was set to join in 2 days, necessitating a computer for the office, yet CU lacked the means to purchase one. The filming plan for the Spring Festival required a substantial budget, and he also needed to pay Wang Shi's salary for January and early February. All these expenses demanded money. Online loans had proven unfeasible, leaving him with no choice but to seek assistance from Chinzhua. CU was reluctant to ask for help a second time. Thus, he must secure a sum of money to navigate through this challenging period. It could either come from the revenue generated by the agency's operations or from the outright purchase of copyright from Penguin, a choice between the two. Should he opt for the agency, he would choose profit sharing, ensuring a steady stream of income. Conversely, if there is no agency involvement, he would prefer a buyout, providing immediate funds to address pressing needs. It is as straightforward as that. Zhen Shikai could never have fathomed that he was forcibly burdened with choices and pressures that he should not have had to endure. A plight more unjust than that of Douyi. Once the pressure was placed upon Zhen Shikai, CU felt a sense of clarity. No longer needing to ponder over matters, his spirits soared. Regardless of the choice made, wealth would soon be within reach. Dawn was just on the horizon. By noon, the scruffy bearded man from the recording studio called him, informing him that the accompaniment for Drink Today, Be Merry Today was ready. Without delay, he pulled Chinzhua to record the song. After 3.5 hours of procrastination, they finally completed it. After all, Chinzhua was not a music major and required adjustments in breathing and rhythm, among many finer details. Upon exiting the studio, CU erupted in frustration. Trash. That cost me 1,800. Your wash is gone. The studio charged 600 per hour, but the owner waived half an hour. Chinzhua immediately protested. Come on. That's 2 different matters. The wash is the interest on the money borrowed. He then escalated his complaint. Had I known it would take so long to record this song, 1 meal wouldn't suffice to appease me. No way. You must take me out for another meal tomorrow night. All day long, it was either eating or working. Couldn't they aspire to something more? CU headed toward a bustling street stall he frequented. Chinzhua had recorded the song, and he promised to treat him to dinner. Lung Bo and Chinzhua soon followed. Chinzhua trailed behind, grumbling, after all this effort to treat me, it's still at a street stall. They needed to film a short video there, and CU turned to pat him on the shoulder. Let's see how you perform. He thumped his chest, proclaiming, Xiangshan, Liang Chaowei, Huqing Chun Daoming stands before you. CU made a face of disgust, causing Chinzhua to burst into laughter. As they arrived at the street stall, Lung Bo and Dong Wenshuan showed up shortly after. After ordering, CU scanned the surroundings and found 2 red plastic stools. He pointed to the stools, saying, You sit here, holding the bottle, drinking while lip-syncing to Drink Today, Be Merry Today. I'll demonstrate for you. He then shouted to the owner, Boss, bring a bottle of Jiang Xiaobai. Lung Bo and Dong Wenshuan watched eagerly, having never seen CU film a video in person. What? We're filming here? At least find a better setting. Chinzhua was perplexed. There were large tables nearby, yet he insisted on sitting on plastic stools. Boxes of beer and drinks piled nearby made it evident they were at a roadside stall. CU raised his ring finger and shook it in front of Chinzhua. You don't understand. I specifically chose this place. It has local flavor. Upon hearing this, Chunjua understood the meaning of local flavor and disdainfully rolled his eyes at Siyu, feeling that he had turned a simple matter into something shrouded in mystery. Jiang Xiaobai had arrived, and Siyu settled onto a small stool, spreading his legs apart while casually holding a small bottle of liquor. With a light cough to clear his throat, he began to sing. "Brother, am I right? Today there's wine. Today we indulge. Let us drink 2 cups. And then another 2. Siyu squinted, swaying his head to the rhythm, his face alight with intoxication and an exuberant smile. After completing 4 lines of lyrics, he paused and turned to Chunjua, saying, "Just like that, remember to manage your expressions well." Chunjua pushed Siyu aside, snatching the bottle from his grasp, and plopped down onto a chair, exclaiming with nonchalance, "This is too easy. Let us get started." Siyu produced his camera, positioning himself 3 meters away, adjusting the lens. Dong Wenxuan, looking perplexed, asked, "It's quite noisy here. How will we pick up the sound?" While setting parameters, Siyu replied, "We'll just film the lip movements and add the audio later. The live sound will be discarded." Dong Wenxuan suddenly understood. Chen Zhui turned to Lung Bo, raising an eyebrow at Dong Wenxuan with a smug grin. "We've been recording songs all afternoon. We'll play them for you later." "What? You actually went to record songs?" Lung Bo and Dong Wenxuan exchanged glances, clearly displeased with their actions, silent yet audacious. "All right." Siyu assumed a stable stance, squatting down while focusing the lens on Chunjua's face. Chunjua mimicked Siyu's movements, swaying his head as he sang, "Brother, am I right? Cut." Siyu halted the performance, offering direction. "Your expression is off. There's no smile. It lacks festivity. You need to appear joyous. Your eyes should occasionally glance at the camera. Don't always look to the side. Place your left hand on your knee. Open it up. Don't clench your fist. You're not nervous, are you? Huh. And keep your legs spread. Why are they closing in as you sing? I told you to spread them. Are you shy? Or is it because I'm so handsome that you can't keep your legs together?" Chunjua blinked foolishly, feeling quite good about himself. Yet in Siyu's eyes, he seemed full of flaws. Dong Wenxuan gazed at Siyu enviously, feeling he exuded the aura of a great director, brimming with confidence and professionalism. Lung Bo, smoking a cigarette, stood nearby, a subtle smile playing on his lips, finding the scene quite amusing. The onlookers gathered behind Siyu, intrigued by the commotion, unaware they were about to witness the birth of a potential blockbuster. "Let us do it again." Siyu crouched down, raising the camera. "Brother, am I right? Today there's wine. Today we indulge." Chunjua returned to the small stool, calibrating his emotions and adjusting his movements, singing once more with a sense of euphoria. This time, his performance improved significantly, albeit with a few minor flaws. After 2 adjustments, Siyu declared, "That's a wrap. We're done." As he put away the camera, Siyu gave Chunjua a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Well done, my brother Zhua. The film emperor has descended." Chunjua snatched the camera, gleefully reviewing his performance, then turned to Lung Bo and Dong Wenxuan, asking, "How was that? Did I do well?" "Awesome." Dong Wenxuan praised loudly. "Congratulations, you're about to become an internet sensation." Lung Bo chuckled warmly. Chunjua raised his fists, imitating the ancient customs with a courteous gesture, playfully echoing Siyu's catchphrase, "I am ashamed, truly ashamed," wearing a proud and mischievous expression. Laughter erupted from the crowd as they returned to their seats, eagerly awaiting their meal. "Once this piece of work is published, you shall indeed gain fame," Siyu remarked, pouring tea from the kettle, subtly steering the conversation in a desired direction. He had long envisioned involving his 3 roommates in the pursuit of internet celebrity status, though without any obligation. In the pleasant environment of Lung Bo, as long as his family remained intact, it sufficed to simply live comfortably without embarking on entrepreneurial endeavors. The true concern lay not in the wealthy indulging in excess, but in the wealthy feeling compelled to prove themselves. By mid-year, Siyu resolved to gently remind his family to steer clear of Boss Su's real estate projects, doing what was necessary without overextending themselves. Whether his friends chose to follow him into the realm of internet fame was entirely up to them. As for Dong Wenxuan, he was likely to be agreeable. However, Chunjua was different. Siyu was determined to persuade him for 3 primary reasons. Firstly, Siyu wished to prevent him from returning to Xiangshan after graduation to embark on a career in sewing machinery. Secondly, their bond was the strongest among all. Siyu would forever recall the moment on the football field when Chunjua shielded him from older players, bravely standing his ground. After graduation, Chunjua had offered Siyu assistance on numerous occasions, and had even invited him to Xiangshan, extending warm hospitality that made each visit unforgettable. Siyu had even taken time off to visit him at work, underscoring the depth of their friendship. The third and most crucial reason was that Siyu had a planned account for which Chunjua was the perfect candidate. At present, no one else seemed suitable. Within the realm of Douyin content, there existed a niche called the pan-regional category, with the eastern Guangdong region being particularly significant. This was Siyu's own classification, lacking official designation, encompassing all accounts related to the broader Guangdong and Cantonese culture. Cantonese memes, songs, and stories from the eastern Guangdong landscape all fell within this realm. To illustrate, consider two notable examples. The most remarkable featured a young delivery man clad in a yellow Mate 1 uniform, whose Cantonese short video spawned two viral phrases. When I was 8, I encountered a fortune teller who foretold that at the age of 24, I would don the yellow robe. He then quipped, I believe you, you old rascal. These two Cantonese phrases became sensations across the internet. Additionally, a young man in a restaurant shouted at the proprietress, call me handsome. This phrase also transformed into a viral Cantonese meme. Furthermore, the Cantonese rendition of Wild Wolf and the immensely popular cover of the Cantonese song Second Hand contributed to an abundance of classic content. Siyu had already formulated plans for this account, initially focusing on creating Cantonese memes, then transitioning in the midterm, drawing inspiration from the leading account under Wuyu Media, Guangdong Couple. With a peak follower count of 59 million, Guangdong Couple stood as the most followed account under Wuyu, followed closely by Lu Gonghong. Siyu was determined not to overlook any of these opportunities. Not only must the original talents be unearthed, but new talents should also be nurtured to compete and challenge, following Wu Yu's path, leaving him with no avenue to pursue. Chen Zhua, hailing from the coastal region of Guangdong, speaks fluent Cantonese, stands at 183 centimeters, possesses an appealing visage rated at 82, and has a melodious voice coupled with a keen understanding of music. With such an admirable candidate, who else could be sought? Upon hearing Siyu mention his impending fame, Chen Zhua, intrigued, inquired how significant it would be. Guess, Siyu teased. What am I supposed to guess? Chen Zhua retorted, beginning to negotiate. If the video becomes a hit, I demand my royalties. He then contemplated whether to demand a standard payment or 2 packs of Huangala cigarettes. Unexpectedly, Siyu casually remarked, sure, I'll give you 30%. How about that? The phrase, uttered in Cantonese by Siyu, conveys the meaning of is that acceptable? At this revelation, silence enveloped the room. They were all aware that the contract Siyu offered to Lu Yuning had a similar 30% arrangement in the beginning. Could it be? Chen Zhua glanced at Siyu, who wore a playful smile. Their eyes met, and Siyu provocatively raised his chin and winked. Dong Wenxuan, observing the two, pondered Siyu's intentions. Could it be that? After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Zhua burst into laughter, exclaiming, are you kidding me? I'm not falling for your tricks. I want 2 packs of Huanggalu. Siyu disdainfully uttered 2 words, foolish. He tapped the table seriously, stating, I intend to launch this song on Penguin Music and anticipate selling hundreds of thousands without issue. What? You don't want in? Today's Intoxication Comes From Today's Wine is a cover song that could capitalize on the viral nature of short videos, yielding a wave of sales while the heat lasts. Once the trend fades, the sales will dwindle, and its popularity will not be enduring. Earning some pocket money is certainly feasible. Chen Zhua, taken aback by Siyu's earnestness, looked bewildered. Are you serious? Indeed, I am. A clear account between brothers prevents future disputes, Siyu replied playfully. Chen Zhua gazed skyward, calculating. If sales reach 400,000, Siyu would take 200,000, and he would receive 30%, which amounts to 60,000. Oh, that seems quite favorable. With minimal effort, just an afternoon in the recording studio, 60,000 in remuneration. What efficiency! If sales exceed 400,000, hitting 700,000 or 800,000, there could be even greater rewards. He chuckled, pounding the table with enthusiasm. Good brother. That's generous. I'll treat you later. As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. That money felt somewhat too hot to handle. Although it was yet to be in his possession, he already sensed its burning weight. Chapter 046. Conviction in words and actions. Siyu's vocal prowess slightly surpasses Chen Zhui's, placing him among the best singers in their class, capable of recording songs independently. So why seek him out? Moreover, Individuals studying music generally possess commendable singing abilities. Dong Wenxuan, Lung Bo, and others are all on par. If they ventured out, who wouldn't he be a superstar? This song poses no challenge. Proficiency in Cantonese suffices. Alternatively, you could easily invest a modest sum to hire a proficient Cantonese singer from the vocal department to record the song, which could be arranged for a mere 1,000 yuan, effortlessly and without concern. Why resort to profit sharing to seek him out? A 30% cut is quite substantial. He isn't like Lu Yuning, a professional singer and internet sensation. At this thought, Chun Zhuo felt uneasy, shifting in his seat, and bashfully suggested, forget it. 30% is too much. How about you treat me to 2 lavish dinners instead? Lung Bo pointed at Chun Zhuo and burst into laughter. What do you mean by 2? It has to be 3. Split the quota between me and Xian Xian. Chun Zhuo nodded enthusiastically. All right, 3 it is. I'll treat both of you. Before Siyu had even agreed, they had already begun to divvy up the spoils. Dong Wenxuan sat quietly to the side, smiling. Appearing deep in thought. Siyu was displeased. What's the matter? I'm offering you money, and you still look down on it? He grabbed a piece of tissue from the box on the table, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it at the joking Chun Zhuo, landing squarely on his forehead. Hey, I'm serious. Once Chun Zhuo turned around, Siyu put away his smile and said, this work is bound to be a massive hit, beyond your wildest imagination. Chun Zhuo quieted down, watching Siyu intently, knowing he had more to say. Siyu elaborated, it will be more popular than 5 kills, at least on par with Desperate. Just think about how much heat that would generate. The short video creations by Siyu ranked by popularity, with the twerk dance at the helm, followed by the Axe Gang dance, Desperate, and 5 kills. Both the gesture dance and the twerk dance belong to the same tier, poised to dominate future rankings and currently climbing the charts. All these are established works, with the twerk dance reigning atop the trending list for 2 weeks, unwavering. If hollow descriptions of popularity lack substance, CUS comparisons to works make it clear. Today's wine, today's indulgence is of the same caliber as Desperate, perhaps even higher. What a concept! Desperate has dominated the Douyin trending list and Weibo hot searches, securing a spot in the top 10, treated like a treasure, with its management team engaging in widespread promotion, even sharing it on their Douyin account. So, as the male lead of today's indulgence, what kind of traffic would he attract? One can only imagine. Chun Zhuo felt a strange surge of excitement. Could it be that I, too, could become an internet sensation? He awkwardly shifted. With such heat, what's in it for me? Siyu, exasperated, replied. You could become a major internet celebrity like Xiao Bai or De Chun. Boom. Chun Zhuo's mind exploded. He had an inkling of the answer, but could scarcely believe it. As Siyu articulated his thoughts, his suspicions were confirmed, sending his mind into a whirlwind of confusion. Haha, he chuckled foolishly. How can a man become an internet celebrity? Fool. Men are even more formidable. Siyu retorted bluntly. Xiao Bai and the others rise quickly, but if they don't transition later on, their ceiling is limited. Men have a higher potential. Indeed, after 2021, grassroots internet celebrities surged, pushing the likes of Li Riba and Chun He out of the top 10 fan rankings. Among the top 10 influencers, there is 1 virtual persona, 2 women, and 7 men. Douyin and other platforms are predominantly male-dominated. The developmental potential of men indeed surpasses that of women by a considerable margin. Chun Zhuo, however, fails to grasp this notion. He merely observes that CU has signed 3 dance influencers, with the sole male influencer, Lu Yuning, lacking a Douyin account and being a singer. Consequently, he assumes that women are inherently more suited to become internet celebrities, while men are not. CU retorted sharply, leaving Chun Zhuo momentarily speechless. In this regard, CU has validated his expertise. What should I do to become an internet celebrity? He inquired anxiously. CU, invigorated, eloquently depicted the scenarios and future prospects within the broader Cantonese-speaking regions, concluding, in summary, there exists an abundance of content to explore in both eastern and western Guangdong, with promising prospects. CU hastily included western Guangdong in his considerations. He recalled a beloved influencer from his past life, a female from western Guangdong named Li, who rose to fame with her captivatingly quirky Cantonese accent. Netizens humorously remarked that one would feel discomfort if they didn't listen to her for a day, yet would feel just as uneasy after doing so. Cousin, I have arrived. This iconic line, often imitated, was humorously adapted by CU, who would frequently tease his female companion late at night, saying, "Cousin, I'm here to see you." His companion would typically mimic Lee's playful Cantonese-infused Mandarin and coyly respond, "Cousin, you're so naughty," followed by their harmonious laughter, smooth as silk. Such enchanting phrases resonate deeply, enhancing the joys of companionship. Chunjua's eyes sparkled with excitement as he listened to Siyu's vivid descriptions. Eastern Guangdong, his homeland, is replete with Cantonese songs and performances, all of which are his forte. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. Recalling Siyu's 5 accounts, even the smallest had 1.5 million followers. Based on his previous achievements, could he not also ascend to the ranks of a celebrity with millions of followers? His heart began to race, and his breath quickened as he inquired slowly, "What prospects are there, really? Is it about securing advertisements?" Advertisements, short videos for product promotion, endorsements, live performances, what couldn't we do? Siyu proclaimed proudly. "To be frank, today a short video is a sample advertisement I created for Jiang Xiaobai." With that, Siyu picked up a bottle of Jiang Xiaobai liquor from the side of the table and waved it before Chinjua. "Jiang Xiaobai, an advertisement video?" Chen Lung and Dong collectively reminisced about the sight of someone holding Jiang Xiaobai, swaying and singing in front of the camera, the lyrics echoing the sentiment of Drink Today. "Be merry today." It indeed resembled a brand placement advertisement for Jiang Xiaobai. Upon witnessing their collective disbelief, Siyu promptly opened WeChat, retrieving the chat history with Yang Ziyuan, the market manager of Jiang Xiaobai, and presented it to Chinjua. As Chinjua scrolled through the screen, Lung Bo and Dong Wenxuan leaned in beside him to share the view. The records revealed that Siyu had declined a 60,000 yuan advertisement offer from Yang Ziyuan, proposing instead to craft a bespoke new track and creative short video for Jiang Xiaobai, to be compensated based on traffic. The trio was left in utter shock, their eyes wide as saucers. You would turn down 60,000 that was within reach. A ready-made advertisement was handed to him, and all he had to do was upload it to his account without concerning himself with the effectiveness of its placement, effortlessly earning 60,000. How simple it seemed to acquire money. In Dong Wenxuan's mind, emotions were a tumultuous blend. He had never dared to compare himself to Lung Bo or Chinjua, finding solace only in the companionship of Siyu. Now, that very companion had transcended both Lung Bo and Chinjua, becoming a figure whom he could only look up to in admiration. With a mere nod, 60,000 could be his. But what of him? His monthly living expenses amounted to a mere 16, enduring a life of hardship, with the latter half of each month's internet fees largely reliant on the sponsorship of 2 affluent friends. Chun and Lung, possessing amiable dispositions, never flaunted their status before their peers, nor did they concern themselves with trifles, primarily seeking companionship for gaming, thus perpetually offering their support. Yet, within Dong Wenxuan, thoughts were far from simple. His pride was not absent, but rather concealed, deeply buried beneath a facade of resignation to reality. Only in the restless depths of sleepless nights did he ruminate upon the bitterness and sorrow of his circumstances like an old cow ruminating on its cud. Siyu, once in a similar predicament, had liberated himself, cultivating an online persona, creating accounts, and releasing songs, thriving in his endeavors. How remarkable it was that he could now reap rewards. A single advertisement could yield 60,000, sufficient to cover 4 years of his college expenses. Yet, Siyu remained unimpressed. The partner who once stood alongside him at the starting line had left him in the dust, with only the taillights to be seen. How could Dong Wenxuan possibly reconcile this? Jealousy did not characterize his feelings. It was more a sense of envy, a pang of bitterness that was hard to articulate. The perspectives of Lung Bo and Chunjua diverged from Dong Wenxuan's. The impact of 60,000 did not strike them with the same intensity. They were astonished by Siyu's wealth-generating prowess and ambition. During the New Year holiday, when Lung Bo proposed investing in Siyu, his suggestion was swiftly dismissed. How many days had passed? Not even 20. In such a brief span, Siyu had already begun to monetize his endeavors, and the figures were substantial. Consider this. He managed 5 accounts with a total of 10 million followers. According to Manager Yang's rough calculations, at 2 cents per follower, if each of the 5 accounts secured a single advertisement, it would amount to a staggering 200,000 in advertising revenue. The capability to generate profit was both alarming and impressive. But that was not all. Lung Bo diligently monitored the sales of Good Morning Hooching, which had soared to 200,000 in daily sales. Siyu was thus entitled to a share of 100,000 each day. Remarkably, this outstripped the earnings of his mother, who labored tirelessly for 4 months to renovate a luxury home, only to earn 600,000 in the end. Yet, Siyu remained unsatisfied, audaciously making demands of his benefactors. What immense appetite and confidence did he possess to dare such audacity? Lungbo shook his head in disbelief, at a loss for words. The current incarnation of Siyu was beyond his comprehension, resembling an unfathomable abyss filled with daily surprises. He reflected on his own life, skipping classes, accumulating credits, switching girlfriends, unlocking new skills, engaging in online battles, and regularly frequenting bars on weekends. Indeed, he possesses the capital to undertake such ventures. However, it is the depth of character and vision that truly matters. He drives a vibrant red Cadillac, once perceived as the epitome of flair. Now, it pales in comparison to the humble bicycle ridden by Siyu. There is an entrepreneurial aura surrounding him, radiant and more dazzling than the most vivid crimson. His transformation is remarkable, his achievements so profound that those around him can scarcely believe how, without realizing it, he has ascended to such heights. Lungbo, suppressing his astonishment, exchanged a glance with Chen Zhuo, both sharing a similar sentiment, their hearts resonating with unspoken feelings. Chen Zhuo felt an even deeper connection. He and Siyu had been inseparable before New Year's, always together. Yet, after the holiday, Siyu had changed. He became elusive, either completely absent or engrossed in work within his dormitory. Hard work yields rewards, and in a mere instant, he had accomplished a series of astonishing feats. The time of reaping had arrived. His songs were launched for sale, and advertisers began to approach him. This was merely the beginning, with an even brighter future ahead. Chen Zhuo recalled Siyu's proposition, so compelling, so well-founded, with a promising outlook. How did he come up with such brilliant ideas? Why had he not recognized Siyu's cleverness before? Are you not done yet? Siyu snatched back his old Xiaomi phone, jolting the three friends from their stupor. Seeing their collective astonishment, Siyu felt a rush of exhilaration. Yet, it was not enough. He craved something grander. With a light cough to capture their attention, he proudly proclaimed, "Penguin Music is prepared to acquire the rights to Good Morning, Lake City for 3.2 million. I am still contemplating." What? 3.2 million? Am I hearing this correctly? The three were momentarily stunned, their mouths forming the shape of 3.2 million in silent disbelief, brows furrowed, collectively casting incredulous glances filled with shock and skepticism. Siyu, with a proud nod, affirmed, "Yes, 3.2 million. You heard me correctly." Dong Wenxuan was utterly flabbergasted. It felt as if his mind had been stirred like a pot of hot and spicy soup, chaotic and disordered. While his thoughts were in turmoil, his body remained still, propped up on the table, utterly shocked, his eyes vacant and unfocused, lost in thought. He could still envy the 60,000 advertising quote, but the buyout price of 3.2 million surpassed his comprehension, obliterating his ability to feel envy. In stark contrast, Chen Zhuo and Lungbo reacted with excitement, both leaping to their feet, their chairs screeching against the floor. Chen Zhuo rushed to Siyu's side, enthusiastically patting his shoulder, exclaiming, "You are incredible. Congratulations." Upon rising, Lungbo remained still, smiling as he gave Siyu a thumbs up, sincerely praising him. "Old Si, you are truly a genius." "I am in awe." Both Chen Zhuo and Lungbo were thoroughly impressed, their admiration genuine and unequivocal. Lungbo mused that his mother's renovation company surely could not compare to Siyu's. He would have to look into his father's real estate firm instead. Siyu emitted a mischievous chuckle, humbly downplaying his accomplishments, yet his expression and tone suggested otherwise. When Siyu showcased his business achievements, Chen Zhuo's decision became inevitable. Siyu had demonstrated his ability to create wealth and nurture internet celebrities, articulating his account strategy with clarity that left Chen Zhuo yearning for more. To refuse would be sheer folly. Chen Zhuo was acutely aware that Siyu was looking out for him. He needed only to follow Siyu's script for short videos to receive a generous 30% share of the profits. Frankly speaking, why did Siyu insist on casting him? He lacked the looks of Xiao Bai, the charisma of De Chun, and the vocal prowess and fanbase of Lu Yuning. Yet, Siyu still intended to offer him a contract akin to Lu Yuning's. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Chen Zhuo proposed to alter the contract to match that of Xiao Bai, whose initial share was 20%, while Lu Yuning's was 30%. Siyu, however, declined this suggestion. Xiao Bai's share was fixed at 20%. But Chun Zhuo was a classmate and roommate, a brother who had taken such good care of him in a previous life. Thus, a slight preferential treatment was warranted. Excessive favoritism would be unreasonable and detrimental to future management, as well as unfair. Hence, an additional 10% over Xiao Bai's share would reflect the uniqueness of their relationship. After all, one must retain a semblance of humanity. However, this increase would be limited to just that, no more. Ultimately, Siyu was running a business, not a charity, and he believed it was sufficient to extend a little kindness, particularly in light of their past camaraderie. Chapter 47, Striking Gold? Siyu's generosity moved Chun Zhuo to tears. One should not underestimate that additional 10%. It represented real, tangible wealth. For instance, in the case of the song Jin Zhao Zue, if the track sold for 400,000, the difference in Chun Zhuo's share would amount to 20,000. Should it reach 1 million, the gap would widen to 50,000, a significant sum indeed. Moreover, he had not considered that recording Jin Zhao Zue would yield a profit share, so you could have easily compensated him with a fixed fee, similar to how he would pay a dance cameo. Chun Zhuo had no intentions of demanding payment. He merely wished to participate out of friendship, hoping to humorously coax Siyu into providing some pocket money for cigarettes. To his astonishment, Siyu offered him a share instead, potentially amounting to several tens of thousands. How could he not be moved by such generosity? Siyu, not overthinking the matter, viewed it as a trivial expense. Being magnanimous, he intended to nurture Chun Zhuo's talent, thus encompassing all aspects of the contract, without needing to itemize the recording costs separately, allowing Chun Zhuo to savor the sweetness of success. After the dishes were served, aspiring internet celebrity Chun Zhuo was in an exceptionally jubilant mood, frequently raising his glass to toast Siyu, generously stating that he would cover the cost, saying, "You need not repay me for the expenses. Today, I shall treat you." Dong Wenxuan looked on with envy at Chun Zhuo, feeling that not only had he effortlessly secured a share of several thousand yuan from song royalties, but he had also signed under Siyu's management. Given Siyu's impressive track record, it seemed inevitable that a prominent influencer like him would flourish. Dong Wenxuan could not help but feel a pang of envy. He lacked Chun Zhuo's stature and charm, possessing only an ordinary appearance, and he did not share the same close relationship with Siyu, nor could he converse in Cantonese. Thus, fortune appeared to elude him. Meanwhile, buoyed by his excitement, Chun Zhuo recalled Dong Wenxuan's previous words and inquired of Siyu, "Does Xianxian have any suitable job opportunities for part-time work next semester? He wishes to focus on his studies and refrain from gaming." Dong Wenxuan instantly clenched his fist. Gazing at Siyu with eager anticipation, a goofy smile plastered across his face. Siyu understood Chun Zhuo's inquiry. Realizing that Dong Wenxuan must have mentioned something to prompt this question, he cast a warm glance toward Dong Wenxuan, appreciating their close bond since graduation. After all, this young man had been his closest companion. Chun Zhuo had returned to Xiangshan, which was quite distant, and while he maintained a good rapport with Lung Bo, the social divide was evident, allowing for only occasional gatherings. In contrast, both he and Dong Wenxuan were navigating life as workers in Huqing, which fostered a stronger connection between them. Numerous times, after indulging in too much alcohol, he had called Dong Wenxuan to care for him, resulting in quite a mess. Each time, he would jest, "Next time I come, I'll bring a dog along." Yet when the next occasion arose, he would unhesitatingly call Dong Wenxuan again to play the part of a faithful companion. In light of Dong Wenxuan's unwavering loyalty, he felt compelled to offer him a brilliant and resplendent future. Siyu raised his glass to Dong Wenxuan, downing the contents in one gulp, reciting a playful verse, "Tomorrow and tomorrow, how many tomorrows await? If you wish to work part-time, why wait until next semester?" Dong Wenxuan, having emptied his glass, blinked in surprise, pondering Siyu's words and tentatively asking, "What do you mean? Should I start working part-time now?" Siyu nodded, issuing a direct command, "After the holiday, do not return home. Come to the company and work with me." Dong Wenxuan's eyes widened with excitement, sparkling with fervor as he sat up straight, his voice trembling slightly. "Really? You're not teasing me, are you?" "Why would I tease you?" Siyu replied, munching on peanuts and pouring himself another drink. "My company is hiring. There are numerous tasks you could assist with, and during downtime, you can learn editing from the photographer." "Absolutely." Dong Wenxuan eagerly nodded in agreement, his mind racing with the possibilities. He cared little for the nature of the work. Merely being able to work at Siyu's company was a dream come true. As a sophomore, he pondered what he could truly contribute. He did not inquire about the salary or the specifics of his role. Simply having the opportunity to gain experience was more than enough. Unexpectedly, CU broached the topic of remuneration during the winter break. I will calculate your pay as that of a specialist on a daily wage basis. Once school resumes, you will work half days and be compensated as an intern. Before Dong Wenyuan could comprehend the situation, CU continued with the arrangements. First, you must master all that needs to be learned. Editing is not merely a skill. It requires mastery. Basic photography skills will suffice, while your musical talents should be honed to perfection. Once you've grasped the essentials, you will spend some time in the production department, starting as a music director. By the second half of the year, should you wish to pursue a career as an internet celebrity, you may transition into that role if management appeals to you. Find a department that resonates with your interests and commit to it diligently. The clarity of CU's directives left the three in a momentary silence. His arrangements were methodical, resembling a well-crafted plan rather than a hasty decision. Dong Wenyuan, much like Chenjua, felt tears of gratitude welling up. It was evident that he had been considering my future all along, having already devised a path for me, Chenjua reflected, feeling a mix of admiration and envy towards his boss's commanding presence. Cold Bo, however, felt somewhat excluded from this consideration. CU had assigned Chenjua the role of an internet celebrity while placing Dong Wenyuan in the company's workforce. What about me? Did he not think of me? Was I deemed unnecessary, or was there another reason? Cold Bo was not envious. His social standing did not warrant such feelings. Yet he felt a twinge of imbalance. As friends sharing the same dormitory, how could the other two be thought of whilst he was overlooked? Thus, he feigned indignation, jokingly exclaiming, "Come on, CU, do you think so little of me? Am I the least appealing? I want to work too. Get lost." CU retorted with a laugh, "My temple is too small to accommodate such a grand Buddha." This jest eased Cold Bo's heart, realizing it wasn't a matter of neglect, but rather that the Buddha was simply too grand to fit. Cold Bo smiled and opened his mouth to speak. But Dong Wenyuan, filled with excitement, stood up to toast CU in gratitude, causing Cold Bo to remain silent, observing them instead. Unexpectedly, after finishing his drink, CU turned to him and said, "There is nothing suitable for you that you would find appealing. However, if you're interested in becoming an internet celebrity, feel free to reach out to me." With that, CU raised his glass in a toast. Cold Bo chuckled and clinked glasses with CU, pondering the prospect of becoming an internet celebrity. CU had left a tantalizing hint without elaborating further. He would not force Cold Bo into anything. Unlike Dong Wenyuan, who required support due to a less favorable environment, Cold Bo's situation was stable enough for him to thrive without undue effort. Come mid-year, he would remind his family to steer clear of Mr. Su's projects, doing his part without overstepping. Whether they heeded his advice would depend on his father. If Cold Bo chose to pursue a path, he would not be denied, receiving a contract akin to Chenjui's. Everything would unfold in due course. While CU and the trio deliberated on significant matters, Jin Shirkai and another were engaged in their own discussions. In a corner of a light luxury Western restaurant, Beijing, the two had finished their meal, and the waiter presented a platter of fruit and lemonade for dessert. With an elegant toothpick, he speared a piece of sweet West State melon and fed it into her cherry-like mouth. Her crimson lips moved enticingly, utterly captivating. Jin Shirkai discreetly swallowed, picking up his phone to peruse the messages from CU once more. Those brief sentences had already been read 7 or 8 times. "This is the final offer. Valid for 24 hours. I urgently need the funds, hence the price drop. Once this opportunity is gone, it will not return." CU's tone was both polite and haughty, leaving no room for negotiation, much to Jin Shirkai's displeasure. Earlier that afternoon, he had inquired with the most renowned and prestigious agency in Dying about the possibility of pushing his Douyin account to the top of the follower rankings. The response had been clear. "Mr. Jin, a managed operation never sets follower rankings as a task objective. We operate on a fee based on duration and task complexity. We cannot manipulate rankings. Please do not misunderstand our professional nature." Jin Shirkai, unwilling to accept this, pressed further. "If a company were to promise achieving the top follower rank, how credible do you think that would be?" The person chuckled, concluding, "That individual would either be a fraud, a lunatic, or a genius. There are no other possibilities." Left speechless, Jin Shirkai instructed confidentiality regarding the discussion before departing in disappointment. He visited several more firms, posing the same question. The responses were largely similar. No one dared to make the same promise as Siyu. Siyu was certainly not a lunatic. His mind was sharp and his logic sound. Nor was he a fraud. He owned a legitimate company and had 5 prominent accounts, certified by Douyin as an original musician. Thus, he must be a genius. A bold one at that. His relentless fervor was at its zenith, and why shouldn't it be? The combination of these factors had elevated the recent discourse. With 3 topics trending on Weibo and 1 on Douyin's hot list, all thanks to Siyu. He had achieved explosive success twice with just 2 efforts. Yet, the genius was shrewd, presenting a price that sent chills down Zhen Shirkai's spine, 3 million, enough to manage the top-tier Weibo account for 6 years. However, despite his dissatisfaction, Zhen Shirkai realized he had no choice but to accept. Siyu had unequivocally demonstrated his prowess, and importantly, no one in the market dared to make a similar promise. He was one of a kind, a rare gem. Even if he did not lower his price, Zhen Shirkai might still consider the offer. Fortunately, Siyu had a moment of clarity, offering a 20% discount as a concession. Otherwise, Zhen Shirkai would have found it difficult to swallow such a harsh price. Watching her enjoy the fruit, Zhen Shirkai urged, "What are you still pondering? Make a decision quickly. Tomorrow you'll sleep in until the morning, leaving no time to respond." He had finally come to a realization. In comparison to the glory and prestige of reaching the top of the follower rankings, a mere 2 million was insignificant. Participating in Keep Running, Brothers, the endorsement fee for a season was 8 million. And brand endorsement fees over 2 years totaled 15 million. Money easily earned with a mere flick of the fingers. Why be so miserly? Yesterday, Zhen Shirkai had ignored Siyu, primarily due to his own troubled thoughts and gloominess. He boasts of being the most knowledgeable in digital marketing within the agency realm, managing a Weibo account that has flourished under his team's diligent care, amassing over 30 million followers. His achievements on Douyin are commendable as well, having garnered just over 10 million followers in less than a month, securing the 2nd position on the follower leaderboard. Such accomplishments are enough to instill pride in any agent, and many of his peers laud him as an internet expert among agents, a sentiment he readily embraces. Thus, despite his fervent desire to ascend to the top, his pride and self-esteem prevent him from succumbing to the manipulations of Siyu. After inquiring with multiple companies for quotes today, he discerned that they were all hesitant to make commitments. Even Zhen Shirkai's feigned offer of 3 million was met with reluctance. Upon reflection, Siyu's quote was not exorbitant. Is a title of the top follower on Douyin worth 2 million? Undoubtedly, especially for a traditional star, as the prestige of being at the pinnacle can elevate her reputation to new heights. As Siyu remarked, a slight increase in endorsement fees could easily recoup the investment. With a disdainful snort, she fell silent, biting into a piece of fruit as if it were the heartless Siyu. 3 million was indeed a bold demand. Even with a reduction, the figure would still be 2 million. Earning money is no easy feat for me, she thought to herself. My funds do not come from the wind. I earn 8 million for a season of variety shows, with 12 episodes, equating to a payment of 660,000 per episode. Recording 1 episode requires 5 days of relentless effort. It's not easy for me to earn money. To recoup 2 million, I would need to participate in 4 episodes. A sense of imbalance brewed within her, feeling as though an entire month was spent working for Siyu. Yet, she dreamt of surpassing Deely. Unable to prevail on Weibo, she had been suppressed for 3 years, unable to rise. Now on a new platform, would she continue to be overshadowed? Who wishes to remain perpetually in 2nd place? Now presented with an opportunity, she felt torn. Women, with their long hair and short sight. Zhen Shirkai, feeling impatient, finally inquired, I must ask you, aside from Xiao Ciji, who else can guarantee our ascent to the top? Why are you so obstinate? Zhen Shirkai's relationship with her was quite unique. As a star and her managing agent, they shared an understanding that transcended words. Excessive elaboration could lead to complications. As a transient boyfriend is easily forgotten, unlike a steadfast agent. Their conversations were casual and open, devoid of pretense. Noticing her silence, Zhen Shirkai shifted his approach to persuade her. What is wrong with using Weibo advertisements in exchange for Xiao Ciji? If we consider it an equivalent exchange, each of his short videos is worth 600,000, correct? Upon reflection, the logic was sound. The previous collaboration for resource exchange was fundamentally an equitable trade. The Weibo advertisement was valued at 600,000 per post, effectively meaning CU was selling it for that amount. If he could sell each for 600,000, 000 and assist them in reaching the top. How many posts would be required? Jin Shirkai pressed on, his gaze unwavering. With her beautiful eyes wide open, a spark of inspiration seemed to ignite. Surely, there must be more than just 4 options, right? A shrewd glimmer danced in Jin Shirkai's eyes. Even if he managed to secure first place with merely 4 works, the equation of 4 times 6, 24, would yield a value of 2 per million, wouldn't it? Nodding in agreement, he calculated accordingly. Jin Shirkai continued to tally. If he were to utilize not just 4, but 6, 8, or even more, wouldn't that be an incredible profit? His mind reeled as he perceived Jin Shirkai transforming into a logical genius. Listening to his calculations, it became apparent that the more entries CU employed, the more advantageous their situation became. The price of 2 per million was not merely reasonable, it was astonishingly affordable. Was it a price akin to selling one's blood at a discount? They were set to gain immensely. Chapter 048. The most expensive freebie reaching the pinnacle of success was undoubtedly challenging. It was beyond the realm of merely 4 works, Jin Shirkai firmly believed. If the process proved arduous, they might need dozens of entries. He had scrutinized all of CU's works across 5 accounts. The Xiaoxiji account had released over 40 pieces in 20 days. The Chunshitang account surpassed that with over 80 pieces in the same time frame. The 3 dance accounts each boasted around 30 works. It was all about quantity. By employing this strategy, the operational account would certainly require numerous pieces as well. Thus, upon reflection, 4 million truly seemed a bargain, a veritable windfall. Jin Shirkai elaborated on these insights, and as she listened, her understanding deepened. He reiterated the significant enhancement in prestige that would follow their ascension to the top of the fan rankings. Upon absorbing this, she had an epiphany. Each of CU's works was valued at 600,000. A mere 2 per million would only suffice for 4 pieces. There was no conceivable way to achieve their goal with only 4 works. Therefore, the price he offered was indeed a wholesale deal. With clarity of thought and a refreshed spirit, she playfully shot Jin Shirkai a glance, conceding, "All right, you make the call." Jin Shirkai exhaled a sigh of relief. With her agreement, only one question remained. He retrieved his phone and inquired of CU, "Mr. C, what if I pay the initial fee and we fail to meet our goal? Will the final payment still be required? Can the initial fee be refunded?" CU, amidst a lively gathering with his 3 roommates, was reveling in an unprecedented drinking session since his rebirth. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, he grabbed his phone to check messages and replied with an air of arrogance, "I dare to make a promise. There is no possibility of failure." What if? He thought for a moment. Jin Shirkai gritted his teeth. Who did he think he was, acting so conceited? CU, brimming with confidence, almost declared that a refund wouldn't be necessary if they fell short, but then reconsidered. One must not overstate their prowess and should leave room for contingencies. He replied instead, 3 months shall be the limit. If it exceeds daily, the final payment is waived, and the initial fee is non-refundable. That seemed quite reasonable. Jin Shirkai contemplated CU's response, finding no issues with it. He moved closer and showed her the message. Her delicate brows arched, and a glimmer of hope sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she fiercely declared, "Agree to his terms." Jin Shirkai felt a tremendous sense of relief as he typed, "Deal. Come to Beijing tomorrow to sign the contract, and upon completion, make the payment." Little Siki replied, "I cannot make it to Beijing. Let's do it online." Jin Shirkai responded, "Such a significant matter, and you won't even come to Beijing to meet? I have yet to see you. Isn't that rather hasty?" Little Siki explained, "I am extremely busy these days and cannot leave. How about this? We sign online tomorrow, you make the payment, and I will come to Beijing in 3 days to oversee the project." Jin Shirkai, feeling helpless, realized the audacity of the other party. Having never met him, he was still expected to make the payment, an unprecedented approach to business. With no other options regarding CU, he reluctantly agreed. "All right, I will draft the contract tomorrow morning." Little Siki responded, "Let's aim to complete the signing and payment by tomorrow morning. I am eagerly awaiting it." "Thank you, Mr. Jun." "Thank you." Jin Shirkai replied, "Very well. I will contact you tomorrow." CU set down his phone, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him as he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Brothers, let us get wild and celebrate." He yearned to shout joyously, releasing the pent-up frustration of having to stretch every penny. However, he restrained himself. It was merely a verbal agreement. The contract wasn't signed, and the funds had yet to arrive. Only once the initial payment was secured could they truly celebrate. Patience was essential. Following Siyu's suggestion, Chun, Lung, and Dong raised their glasses in unison, downing the contents in one go. Chenjua was in high spirits tonight. Thinking to himself, from now on, I shall become an internet celebrity. Fans, here I come. Haha, a celebration is a must. He filled his glass once more and declared, let us finish this round and then head out. I will arrange the next event. Lung Bo exclaimed, Zhuagu, such generosity. Where to for the second round? Chenjua turned to Siyu. Old C, where do you suggest? Bath, karaoke, bar, choose freely. Tonight, it's all on me. You're quite perceptive. Siyu replied with a sidelong glance. Are you still going to charge me interest? Chenjua, grinning, patted his chest and said, the finest women, the best projects, all arranged. Siyu shook his head. He had no intention of indulging in debauchery. He wished to maintain a clear conscience until he completed a certain task. Perhaps a visit to the Lanting Club for some therapeutic relief would suffice, as his muscles ached from recent workouts. Lung Bo sighed, longing to visit the club. Particularly enamored with the new arrival, a 28-year-old charming lady, sweet and alluring. He had recently developed a fondness for mature women and missed her dearly. Yet, as he wasn't footing the bill or hosting, he could only follow the group. Dong Wenxuan, merely tagging along, had no say in the matter either. Upon arriving at the Lanting Club, Siyu staunchly refused to ascend to the third floor, opting instead for the most expensive green project on the second floor, the 888 Thai Emperor massage, intending to take advantage of Chenjua. Chenjua, feeling exuberant, extravagantly dragged the hesitant Dong Wenxuan to the third floor, where he requested the top-tier leopard number technician. Poor little Xianxian. Lost his chance for a year's worth of indulgence. Last night's Thai Emperor project, touted as entirely green, still bore a hint of provocation in its technique, leaving Siyu somewhat uncomfortable. Last night, I experienced a series of dreams. Incredibly, the leading ladies were Zhu Zhu and Wang Shi, with no sign of Su Shu. Freud informed Siyu that dreams embody the idea, adhering to the biological principle of pleasure. Has my rebirth led to a shift in affections? This left Siyu feeling quite distressed early in the morning, without time to ponder further. At 9 o'clock, he hastily rose, donned a clean outfit, and rushed to the office. Upon entering, the contract from Zhun Shikai arrived. His legal team drafted the contract meticulously, wary of any loopholes Siyu might exploit. After reviewing it twice, Siyu felt confident, but sought Wang Shi's assistance for a second opinion. As Wang Shi examined the contract, Siyu sat nearby, discreetly observing her, comparing her to the image from his dream. Last night's leading lady was Zhu Zhu, while Wang Shi played a secondary role with only a few fleeting scenes. Yet, those scant moments left an indelible impression. In the dream, she was charming and alluring, her beauty unparalleled. In reality, however, she bore a cold demeanor, her expression stern, obscured by large glasses. The only consistent aspect was her captivating fragrance, reminiscent of the dream. Have you confirmed this target? She inquired, frowning as she pointed to the contract. Yes, I proposed it, Siyu replied, snapping back to attention. Such confidence? Wang Shi adjusted her glasses, looking at him in astonishment. Only upon achieving the target will the final payment be disbursed. Failing to meet, it means merely securing the down payment. Indeed, it seems quite feasible, Siyu nodded. Wang Shi did not press further, returning her gaze to the contract to continue her review. After a thorough examination, she deemed it acceptable, handing it back to Siyu, and asked, when are you heading to dying? For how long? I plan to leave on the afternoon of the 27th and return on the morning of the 29th. That gives us just one full day of work. Do you think we can complete it? Certainly. How did you manage to connect with them? Wang Shi posed the question she was most eager to ask. Siyu detailed the entire process of relentless effort and resource exchange that led to the promotion of their songs, culminating in discussions about the fan-ranking business, leaving Wang Shi bewildered as if deciphering an esoteric text. Upon returning to his workstation, Siyu's narrative lingered in Wang Shi's mind, stirring her thoughts. She immersed herself in recruitment, astonished that Siyu had such a wealth of stories on the business side, more bizarre than fiction. According to Siyu, when he first began, he hadn't even registered the company. He was merely an individual creator at the bottom of the ecological chain, akin to plankton in the industry. Yet, from such a humble position, he managed to forge connections with a top-tier female star. Zhun Shikai, the agent, also demonstrated exceptional insight, recognizing Siyu's potential and proactively reaching out to him. Success is seldom incidental, It is often found in the minutiae. Had it been another agent, the opportunity might have slipped away. After all, why is it said that while boyfriends come and go, the agent remains steadfast? It is precisely because he played a significant role in her journey of growth that the impact is evident, particularly through 2 consecutive instances of online marketing. To digress, after establishing a connection, CU gained the trust of the other party by crafting what's wrong with that, ultimately securing a contract. His approach was methodical, step by step. Without what's wrong with that, his proposal for a contract might have seemed farcical. Following the tremendous success of what's wrong with that, Jin Shirkai witnessed CU's ability to deliver on promises, paving the way for their eventual collaboration. Wang Shi, filled with admiration, felt a surge of excitement. A small company, situated far away in Lake City, began its journey by engaging with top-tier celebrities. The potential of such business was astonishing, and CU's professional prowess was even more remarkable, further motivating the team at Dosha to recruit talent and build a strong ensemble. After the contract was signed, CU instructed Jin Shirkai to source the finest prop and costume designers to create a summer angel ensemble, an off-white, lace, semi-transparent, sleeveless, knee-length dress in a European style, complemented by a silver circlet crown and feathered wings. Spare no expense. Ensure you find the best. Dye the hair a near cream color. Let me know when everything is ready. Is 3 days sufficient? Subsequently, CU found a photograph of a Western fairy queen online and sent it as a reference. Jin Shirkai meticulously read through CU's instructions, and upon seeing the enchanting image of the fairy queen, he was electrified. Little CU, you're about to stir up something remarkable. It was evident that CU intended to shoot a project featuring exotic angelic themes, with precise arrangements for costumes and props. Jin Shirkai envisioned the angelic gown, the flowing cream-colored hair, the exquisite crown, and the lace dress subtly revealing a hint of decolletage, complemented by the majestic wings. He found himself daydreaming, almost salivating at the thought. Perhaps I should give it a try tonight, he mused, quickly dismissing his frivolous thoughts and instructing the finance department to process the payment. With CU fully immersed in work, there could be no delays in payment. The essence of the style, the attire, the aesthetic, Jin Shirkai could already sense the aura of a blockbuster. We must have the best, do you hear? He declared. An expert's touch is evident from the outset. Why hadn't we thought of shooting a promotional video in this style? He promptly replied to CU. I have arranged for the payment to be made. Once the props and costumes are ready, I will send you the photos for your approval. We aim to finalize everything in 3 days. Thank you for your hard work, General Manager C. Soon after, all relevant departments at Hyatt Entertainment mobilized. Costumes, props, and makeup teams began preparations for the shoot in 3 days. CU felt a palpable anxiety, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the first payment. Only with the funds secured could he comfortably decline Penguin's offer. The agonizing wait was challenging, and the best remedy was to divert his attention. He opened his notebook, importing the footage from last night's singing session, and began editing drunk this morning. The editing of this video is rather straightforward. The on-site audio is muted. The lighting and color are adjusted, subtitles are added, and a recorded segment of Chunjwa singing the climax of Jin Zhaozue is incorporated. All trimmed to a concise 15 seconds. Remarkably, it was accomplished in merely 8 minutes, with 4 of those minutes dedicated to perfecting the font effects and entrance animations for the subtitles. Who could have anticipated that an epic-making work pioneering the lip-syncing trend on Douyin could be completed in such a brief span? Click to play and witness the outcome. Brother, am I right? Today there is wine, today we indulge. The familiar melody of sudden self resonates as Chunjwa, legs apart, sits atop a striking red plastic stool, a bottle of Jiangxi in hand, swaying and singing with abandon. His eyes are half closed, exuding a sense of blissful contentment, his face adorned with a lascivious smile, as his left hand taps rhythmically on his knee. In his right hand, he prominently brandishes the signature white and blue packaging of Jiangxi, positioned conspicuously in the center right of the frame. Haha, that's a wrap. Returning to the desktop, CU drags the file into the chat window of Jiangxi's market manager. Yang Ziyuan, sending a message. Manager Yang, it's done. This is the final product, not a sample. In Yuqing, Jiangxi Tower, Yang Ziyuan's computer pings with a WeChat notification. The mouse hovers, and he opens the message. Not a sample. A bit of audacity, he muses, wondering if they might not use his footage. He clicks on the video and dons his headphones. 20 seconds later, his eyes gleam, and he swiftly moves the mouse to replay it. His eyes grow brighter, sparkling with delight. The melody is pleasing and endearing, and the lyrics depict drinking scenes that resonate perfectly. The male protagonist holds the gleaming Jiangxia, dazzlingly bright. Wow, there's something here, Yang Ziyuan remarks as he picks up his phone and forwards the video to the director before heading to the director's office. The director is already watching the recently received Jin Zhaozue, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Upon seeing Yang Ziyuan enter, he inquires, "Just received it?" "Yes. It was sent to me 3 minutes ago." "Well done. The brand integration is quite clever, seamlessly merging with the song and the scene." Yang Ziyuan nods in agreement. Ordinary users should not perceive this as an advertisement. It feels very smooth. "What was the production cost of this piece? Is it an original song?" "I didn't ask. The supplier mentioned they do not charge a production fee, only a usage fee." The director, of course, understands the principle that one pays for what they receive. The costliest things are often those that appear free. Such advertisements typically involve separation of production and broadcasting, with fees charged separately. A production company handles the creation of the advertisement and charges for their services, while payment for airing the advertisement is made to the broadcasting channel. Unlike the hard advertisements Yang Ziyuan had previously planned, which involved paying advertising firms to create content for Douyin influencers to upload directly for an advertising fee. CUS advertisement is a custom-crafted brand integration, with him overseeing both production and distribution entirely, unbound by production costs. It is evident that there are high expectations for revenue, with aspirations for greater profits. Chapter 49. The first milestone achieved. Have you inquired about the typical view count for viral videos on Douyin? The director set his phone aside and turned to Yang Ziyuan. "I consulted professionals," Yang Ziyuan replied. "A few million views signify that the work is quite popular, while reaching 5 million is a rarity, and crossing 10 million indicates a major hit." He was not mistaken. In January 2018, the view count was merely at that level. Achieving over 10 million views denotes a sensational success. Yet, it remains too low, only slightly under 20 million, which is merely a third of its peak. After the Spring Festival, it is expected to double, and by April, it will double again. At that point, the view count will gradually rise. Unlike after 2022, when figures soared to 600 million, where even a minor hit could garner over 10 million views. And a major hit must exceed 100 million. What was the quotation from the other party? The director had forgotten the quote from CU. 20 yuan. The director began to calculate mentally. For 1,000 views, the advertising cost would be 20 yuan. For 100,000 views, it would be 2,000 yuan. For 10 million views, it would amount to 200,000 yuan. 200,000 for 10 million views. I haven't miscalculated, have I? The director inquired of Yang Ziyuan. Indeed, even if it becomes a major hit, the advertising cost remains at 200,000. Yang Ziyuan responded promptly. The director caught on to the implication and, with growing interest, asked, "Are you suggesting we give it a try?" Yang Ziyuan smiled, affirmatively stating yes, he wished to attempt it, and further explained, "I have researched this agency. They are quite reputable, having produced videos for top female stars. I am uncertain of their fees, but the results have been outstanding. They guarantee reach and assure placement on Douyin's trending list and Weibo's hot searches." "So you are saying we can trend?" The director straightened his posture, interrupting Yang Ziyuan's narration, his eyes shining with disbelief. "Yes, they guarantee it. For how long?" He did not specify, only stating that it could be done. The director slammed his hand on the table. "All right, agree to it. Let us proceed. It's no joke. Even purchasing a trending spot costs around 10 to 20,000 a day. If we can trend, the advertising expenses will recoup in a few days. And any exposure on Douyin is additional profit. If trending does not occur, it indicates insufficient reach, resulting in low view counts and minimal advertising revenue. Regardless of how one calculates, it is advantageous. The beauty of this pricing model is that higher views equate to higher advertising fees. Fewer views yield lower costs. There is no awkward situation of investing tens of thousands in advertising only to have few viewers. Furthermore, even if it truly becomes a major hit with 10 million views, the advertising fee would only be 200,000. Such a modest sum pales in comparison to the costs of advertising signage set up by Jiang Xiaobai in a county. From Jiang Xiaobai's perspective, he would only wish for the work to achieve greater success. 10 million, 20 million, 40 million, 60 million. Whatever you can achieve, I will provide accordingly, depending on your capabilities. The annual marketing expenditure of his company exceeds 100 million. To quote the local saying of Chunjua from eastern Guangdong, a mere few hundred thousand is but a drop in the bucket. Moreover, this advertising model is indeed innovative. Jiang Xiaobai has long been one of the most distinctive and unconventional brands in the realm of brand marketing. A brand new platform, an unprecedented model, and original content have genuinely captivated the brand director. After finalizing the main theme of the collaboration, Yang Ziyuan conferred with the director on the specifics, and 10 minutes later, he informed CU, proceed with the advertisement placement based on your quoted price and proposal. Please draft the contract. CU was overjoyed to the point of almost fainting. The efficiency of Jiang Xiaobai was astonishingly high. He submitted the work, and within merely 20 minutes, the collaboration was agreed upon. No haggling, no lengthy discussions. Far more straightforward than Zhen Shikai. While Zhen Shikai requested a payment to be made, half an hour had passed, and the funds had yet to arrive. While one door may not open, another will. Jiang Xiaobai had triumphed first. In his excitement, CU, adhering to the principle of maximizing benefits, made a modest request. Manager Yang, I have an idea that I would like to propose. I wish to establish a milestone bonus for every 10 million views achieved. Could I receive an additional reward of 100,000? Before waiting for his response, CU eagerly elaborated. The advertising placement on Douyin differs from other platforms. It requires operational costs, akin to Weibo. To increase the view count, I need both manpower and financial resources for operation, which incurs marketing expenses. Of course, this cost is my own, unrelated to you. However, to incentivize my efforts, I would need you to establish such a reward. To reach the target, I will invest in advertising, purchasing traffic, and seek assistance from others to drive views, which entails significant costs. Naturally, if the 10 million views are not achieved, there will be no other expenses. CU left a subtle hint. It is for every 10 million, rather than merely reaching 10 million. His intention was to suggest that for every 10 million, a reward of 100,000 would be granted, 200,000 for 20 million and 500,000 for 50 million. Upon receiving the news, Yang Ziyuan pondered for a moment and understood. It was reminiscent of the goal bonuses in a football club. Players receive a regular salary, but for each goal scored during a match, they receive an additional reward. This is quite similar to milestone bonuses in performance evaluations, where upon reaching a certain project milestone, a stage reward is given. Amused, Yang Ziyuan found this proposal acceptable. If they could achieve 10 million views, the work would undoubtedly go viral, significantly enhancing the brand's prominence. Compared to the resultant advertising effect, 100,000 is negligible. Those involved in advertising placement are well-versed in advertising law, proficient in scrutinizing slogans, and were preparing to report to the director when Yang Ziyuan astutely noticed that CU had meant every 10 million. He sent a message to confirm. Is it for reaching 10 million, or for every 10 million? CU bashfully replied, oh dear. I intended to say for reaching 10 million. Let us simply make it 100,000 for every 10 million then. What if I manage to reach 20 million? Yang Ziyuan scoffed. What on earth are you thinking? 2 million. Achieving 1 million views to earn 100,000 in rewards is already commendable. If you truly manage to reach 2 million, what is it to grant you 200,000? He could hardly be bothered with such trivialities. After all, the higher the view count, the more effective the advertisements, and consequently, the greater his own performance. As long as the view count increased, discussions regarding advertising costs would be straightforward. After reporting this minor development to the director via phone, he urged CU to hastily draft the contract and expedite the launch. Even more eager than he was, CU found a contract template online, made the necessary modifications, particularly adding a clause for a reward of 100,000 for every additional million views, filled in the figures, and sent it to Yang Ziyuan for approval. Yang Ziyuan mentioned that the contract needed to be reviewed by the finance department, and it would only be signed by the director in the afternoon. CU readily agreed, expressing admiration for Jiang Xiaobai's remarkable efficiency, which was indeed impressive. Just as CU was typing away with a beaming smile, showering compliments upon Yang Ziyuan, a text notification chimed on his phone. CU raised his hand to check. Your company account has successfully received a transfer of 100 million yuan from China Merchants Bank, Hading Branch. Please check your account. In an instant, CU felt as if he had taken a large gulp of icy sour plum juice on a sweltering summer day. It was akin to fighting fiercely for half an hour only to finally roar in triumph. A shiver coursed through him. as if struck by a gentle electric current, leaving him in euphoric disbelief. "What a thrill!" he exclaimed, clenching his fists and raising his arms in jubilant celebration. The first income after his rebirth had been credited. This sum was irrevocable. Even if Siyu failed to achieve his goal of reaching the top, it would not be returned. It was as if the money had already been safely pocketed. He had successfully accomplished his first minor objective in just 22 days. Siyu had endured quite a hardship during this period. He had taken out loans from 2 batches of online lenders, totaling over 30 companies, accumulating a debt of 160,000, not to mention borrowing an additional 50,000 from Chunjua, alongside his own savings of over 40,000, leaving him with merely a few thousand. The expenses had outpaced his expectations, primarily due to the exorbitant costs of song copyrights and production, which had left him in a precarious position. Should there be no further income, he would be unable to purchase office computers for the new employees or provide the first month's salary of 3,000 to Sammei. To be honest, this income was unexpected. Siyu had hoped to earn his initial capital through Good Morning, Lake City, and he had indeed achieved that. Albeit he was not content with merely a buyout. Otherwise, he would already have had some income. His frantic efforts were intended to leverage traffic for the successful launch of the ZaiCG account. Little did he anticipate that Zhen Shikai, with his keen intuition, would approach him, requesting to share his frantic efforts and seeking collaboration. This serendipitously led to subsequent income from account management. It was entirely a matter of coincidence and delightful surprise. Had Zhen Shikai not taken the initiative to seek him out, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to strive for such opportunities on his own. With tens of millions of followers on Weibo, his comments would scarcely garner attention, making it virtually impossible to establish any connection with her. How could there be subsequent collaborations? Young Zhen, possessing remarkable insight, assisted Siyu and, in turn, would aid themselves. Without this influx of income, Siyu would have been unable to persevere and would have had to acquiesce to the 3.2 million yuan copyright buyout from Penguin. This decision was not about which option yielded greater profit, whether it be a revenue share or a buyout. Siyu was at a dead end and had no choice but to accept the buyout, lest the financial chain collapse. On another note, the 3.2 million yuan offer was quite sincere, setting a record for Penguin, with the entire sum disbursed in one go, eliminating the need for monthly payments. Now, with 1 million yuan secured, they had the initial capital required, alleviating any financial concerns. Over at Penguin Music, they would undoubtedly opt for revenue sharing, receiving monthly distributions, akin to having a cash cow with a steady income. There was no need to ponder how much the share would be, as it would certainly surpass the buyout. And whatever could be shared would be. 5 million would not be deemed insufficient, nor would 20 million be considered excessive. Today, they received double good news. Jiang Xiaobai quickly agreed to the advertisement placement, and they would be able to sign the contract in the afternoon. According to the agreement, payment for the previous month's advertising fees would be made on the 15th of each month, with the entire payment cycle extending over 24 months. Within 2 years, as long as Drunk Today continued to garner views, they would be obligated to pay the advertisement fees, regardless of the amount. Payments would be made monthly for the previous month. This represented yet another small cash cow, although the income would not rival that of Good Morning, Lake City. Approximately 100,000 yuan monthly was still substantial. Siyu estimated that total revenue could reach 2 million, perhaps even beyond, far exceeding Jiang Xiaobai's expectations and leaving them utterly astounded. The effort he had invested in achieving every 10 million yuan for a reward of 100,000 would seem futile if he did not earn a few 100,000 in return. Siyu felt immense satisfaction. This income exceeding 1 million was entirely supplemental. Siyu was set to assist Chenjua in establishing his account. Even if Jiang Xiaobai did not approach him, he would likely create this video. Even if Jiang Xiaobai disagreed with the advertisement collaboration, the video would still be produced and shared. It would be posted on Chenjua's new account, marking his first solo work, assuming the responsibility of account management. Thus, it would merely be a straightforward short video, not an advertisement placement. With Jiang Xiaobai involved, Siyu could present it as a tailored advertisement short film for his family, achieving a dual purpose. While aiding Chenjua in establishing his account, he would simultaneously complete the advertisement placement and earn advertising fees. This income was the most cost-effective, a zero-cost business venture, accomplishing 2 goals with 1 effort. Reborn into this moment, Siyu could finally breathe a sigh of relief. For 22 days, He had been working tirelessly, as if he were a dog, never resting his feet on solid ground. He was juggling multiple roles, working harder than a mere laborer, all while bearing immense mental pressure. To seize the first-mover advantage and catch the wave of prosperity during the Spring Festival, he danced on the edge of a precipice. Managing debts from online loans. Should any development falter, he would plummet into the abyss, facing financial ruin and the demise of the new company. Today, the arduous days have finally come to a close. A substantial sum of 1 million has been deposited, allowing for a sigh of relief. The metaphorical sword of Damocles that loomed overhead has vanished. Additionally, with the establishment of Good Morning, Lake City, and the cash cow, Jiang Xiaobai, one large and one small, a steady influx of funds will continue to flow each month. Stability has been achieved. This marks a golden beginning. Siyu swiftly organized her financial status in her mind. Feeling invigorated. With newfound wealth, how should one indulge? First, to cultivate one's spirit. How delightful. There are debts to settle with Chunjua, online loans to repay, and fruit phones to purchase for Dechun and Changti. Her own phone, a rice phone, also needs replacing. It can no longer withstand the demands. Furthermore, a car must be acquired. For the company, a luxury van is essential, an inevitable purchase. Initially, she shall finance a luxurious van for herself, allowing her to drive home for the new year without the hassle of crowded trains. Once the company has more artists, it can be used for company purposes, while she will acquire a personal vehicle. Moreover, she plans to set aside 100,000 for her family as pocket money, to buy herself new clothes, and to host sumptuous meals. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Siyu couldn't help but salivate at the prospect. The thrill of wealth was exhilarating, and the mere contemplation induced a continuous release of dopamine. Unable to contain her excitement, she caught the attention of Wang Shi in another corner, who curiously glanced over. What had prompted the usually composed Siyu to display such exuberance? Those who have not endured long periods of debt cannot fathom Siyu's current emotions. It was akin to the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, finally lifting the weight of the 5 elements mountain and re-emerging into the light. After a brief moment, Siyu managed to regain her composure, her face still adorned with a joyful smile. She was elated and yearned to share her happiness, to confide in someone. To revel in such joy without sharing it felt akin to parading in splendid attire under the cover of night. Chapter 050. A spring breeze brings swift hooves. Who to share this with? Naturally, her strategic partner, Princess Xiangxiang, Wang Shi. In the office, she was the sole occupant. Who else could she approach? Furthermore, it was imperative to update her on the company's business progress. Siyu strode over to Wang Shi, pulled the office chair beside her, and plopped down with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Huh? The company has officially opened." Wang Shi, understanding the reason behind her excitement, turned to Siyu without uttering a word, her large eyes behind the lenses reflecting a curious inquiry. Her gaze spoke volumes, and Siyu quickly cleared her throat. Feigning formality as she announced, "Manager Wang, I would like to report on our business progress. Our contract with Dejing Kaiwei Entertainment has been signed and is now effective. The initial payment of 1 million has been received. We expect all contractual obligations to be fulfilled by the 15th of the lunar month. This marks our company's first commercial revenue, a cause for celebration. Currently, we have 3 business orders in process, ensuring steady income and ample cash flow. Once all functional positions are filled, we will be poised to make significant strides. As the Lantern Festival concludes, we shall wholeheartedly embark on our brand information flow advertising business. All accounts boasting over 5 million followers will engage in brand advertising. I can envision Siyu sitting upright, adopting the demeanor of a subordinate reporting to a superior, a subtle smile gracing his face as he elaborates. Wang Shi, playfully dubbed General Wang by him, feels an unusual sensation within. Such light-hearted banter is reserved for close friends. She slightly turns her head, observing him in the guise of a diligent employee, earnest and surprisingly convincing. Despite his mature demeanor, he is still a youthful 20, and she reflects on the vibrancy, cheerfulness, and exuberance of youth that he embodies. Working alongside him rejuvenates her spirit. A faint smile lingers on her lips as she listens, only to realize something amiss. Aren't there only 2 projects involving agency operations and digital songs? 3 projects? Which 3? She furrows her brow and can't help but inquire softly. Siyu abruptly halts, tapping his head. He had just finalized the deal with Jiang Xiaobai, but hadn't he mentioned it to her yet? "Ah, it's like this," he begins. Jiang Xiaobai contacted us through the back end of Chunshitang to launch a hard advertisement, and I conceived an idea. CU dedicates 10 minutes to thoroughly explain Jiang Xiaobai's project, emphasizing the points of zero cost, dual benefits, and milestone rewards. As he speaks of the brilliance of the proposal, his enthusiasm radiates, and upon finishing, he raises his eyebrows, asking with pride, "What do you think, Wang Shi? Isn't this deal splendid?" "Indeed, it is a remarkable endeavor." Wang Shi nods emphatically and gives him a thumbs up. Yet an indescribable feeling of strangeness wells up within her once more. Has our relationship grown this close? CU has always addressed her in this manner, but this is the first time he has called her by her full name. In the professional realm, only those who share either an exceptionally close or adversarial relationship would do so. The woman at Do Sha has always referred to her by her full name. CU calling her by her name indicates two things. First, he believes their relationship is quite close and intimate. Second, he is in high spirits. This is understandable. At such a young age, embarking on an entrepreneurial journey, and having secured the first income for his venture, it is only natural that he shares this joy with anyone. After recounting the case of Jiang Xiaobai, CU does not pause, continuing to articulate his forthcoming work strategies with fervor and enthusiasm. Having outlined his work plan, he begins to reflect on his emotional journey, expressing joy and profound sentiment. Wang Shi understands that in such a state, CU requires someone to listen and share with him. Sharing doubles the joy, while dividing the burden alleviates the pain. She needs only to listen quietly, serving as his emotional confidant, occasionally offering supportive remarks to convey her genuine attentiveness. Emotions can indeed be contagious. As Wang Shi listens, she finds herself uplifted by CU's enthusiasm, her previously cold demeanor warming into a rare, gentle smile, her gaze softening as she averts his line of sight, focusing intently on his words. A fleeting glance at his radiant smile, characteristic of a sunny young man, and his pure gaze, while listening to his enthusiastic discourse, filled Wang Shi with a profound sense of tranquility. It had been a long time since she experienced such a feeling. The exchange was akin to that of intimate friends, where both the speaker and the listener found joy. There existed a unique sense of tacit understanding and connection. Interactions between individuals are indeed imbued with feelings. CU regarded her as a cherished partner, and she felt the same. Since her induction, their collaboration had been nothing short of seamless. Recognizing and valuing each other's capabilities,